Chapter 1. To gain the legend is to conquer the world. Dear Aunt, my love for EE is sincere and unwavering, a promise bound by the mountains and seas. Within a lavish villa, Lin Li sat on the sofa, unabashedly grasping the delicate hand of the girl beside him, indulging in a playful squeeze. Let go of me. Across from them, a wealthy woman's sharp reprimand startled both Lin Li and the girl, causing him to quickly retract his hand. An ugly frog aspires to eat swan meat. Come here. The girl beside Lin Li hesitated, but upon meeting the piercing gaze and commanding demeanor of the wealthy woman, she slowly rose and walked over. Let me tell you, Lin, whatever your name is, my daughter is a genius awakened with an A-grade ice element. Soon, she will advance to Shangchang Academy for further studies. While you, the wealthy woman pointed disdainfully at Lin Li, continuing, are just an ordinary person, a poor boy. What right does he have to associate with you? Mom, please say less. Lin Li is a wonderful person. He is just an ordinary person. The wealthy woman interrupted realizing her tone was indeed too harsh. Such an attitude was unwarranted towards her daughter. Your mother is doing this for your own good. Your journey is long and arduous. With your talent, there are countless good men to choose from. What does this boy have to offer? No money, no influence, no ability. He will only hold you back. Lin Li found this remark displeasing and interjected. Aunt, I possess a heart full of love for Huh? The wealthy woman scoffed, sizing Lin Li up with a condescending glance. Love? They say a man's words can deceive. Should I believe you love There are plenty of scoundrels who deceive girls emotionally, and I see you as one of them. Mom, enough. Say nothing more. The wealthy woman grabbed her LV handbag, unzipped it, and retrieved a blue bank card, tossing it onto the coffee table with a displeased expression. 200,000 blue coins. Leave my daughter. A flicker of excitement crossed Lin Li's eyes upon seeing the bank card, but it quickly faded. Aunt, my love for is true. Though I may be poor, I possess ambition. Money is valuable, but love is priceless. Such eloquence sparked admiration in Yi's eyes, her gaze sparkling with admiration for Lin Li's masculinity. Regrettably, the wealthy woman was a seasoned player and was not swayed by such words. She rummaged through her bag and pulled out another card, stacking it atop the previous one. 400,000. Don't be ungrateful. If you continue to persist, I won't hesitate to throw you out. Fine. Lin Li suddenly stood up, smoothly stuffing the two cards into his pockets. The suddenness of this action left the mother and daughter momentarily stunned. 30 years of fortune and misfortune. Thank you for your generous gift. Farewell. He gaped in disbelief as she watched Lin Li stride out the door. Wasn't it said that one should not underestimate the youth in poverty? Has the era changed? Oh, what a delightful turn of events. 400,000 in my hands. As Lin Li walked through the streets of Limping City, he wore a smile on his face, though his heart felt heavy. Is it truly the case that one who lacks extraordinary powers is unworthy of love? What a cruel irony. 50 years ago, an unprecedented calamity swept across the world, sparing only the Shenzhou continent. Tectonic plates shifted dramatically, merging all land masses and reducing the size of oceans. In the aftermath, 10 elemental powers manifested, awakening first in low-level creatures, which humanity dubbed abnormal beasts. Awakening was akin to evolution or mutation. These beasts grew in size and strength, their aggression amplified hundreds of times. The most terrifying aspect was that these beasts wielded elemental powers, their strength proportional to their level of mastery. In just 3 years, these beasts claimed all territories beyond Shenzhou, reducing humanity to a mere 3 billion. Fortunately, Shenzhou remained unaffected, its military strength unwavering, erecting iron barriers to keep the beasts at bay, allowing citizens to live in peace. It was from that moment that humanity entered a new era, named the Huali, which has now lasted 50 years, marking the year Huali 050. As the abnormal beasts awakened, humanity began to awaken as well, though the probability was significantly lower. With a mere 0.5 chance, this meant approximately 15 million individuals could awaken from a population of 3 billion. A meager number, indeed, given that the number of abnormal beasts far exceeded that of humanity. Fortunately, divine providence has spared us. There have been no large-scale invasions by abnormal beasts for 50 years. Hey guys, tomorrow is the awakening test at Tsinghua University. Are you all mentally prepared? A voice pulled Lin Li from his thoughts as several young men sat on a bench animatedly discussing. What's the point of mental preparation? With a 0.5 chance, who among us is that lucky? Not necessarily. Just last night, I felt a surge of power within me. In that hazy state between dreams and reality, I even saw myself glowing red. Really? You must have been sleepwalking. Shut up about sleepwalking. I'm definitely one of those rare talents with extraordinary abilities. Lin Li paused to glance at the boy claiming to have awakened his powers, envy filling his gaze. He had researched the signs of awakening abilities online, but none of them resonated with him. Tomorrow marked his 18th birthday, the last flicker of hope. For if he failed to awaken his powers before turning 18, he would be doomed to a life as an ordinary person, with no chance of rising above. Lin Li yearned deeply to awaken his powers, not for glory, but to earn money. With enough wealth, he could live carefree like a normal person. As dusk approached, Lin Li returned home. Creak. The old wooden door let out a harsh sound as he stepped inside, the aroma of cooked vegetables wafting through the air. Lin Li inhaled deeply, relishing the sensation. Little Li is back. A gentle, loving voice came from the kitchen, belonging to his aunt, Wang Lanying. After Lin Li's parents perished in a car accident when he was 7, it was Wang Lanying who single-handedly raised him alongside her daughter, Zhao Tianya. Yet fate can be cruel, and misfortune struck. Lin Li's uncle passed away 5 years ago, and his cousin, Zhao Tianya, fell gravely ill, losing sensation in her legs, confined to a wheelchair, and unable to live like a normal person. Despite this, Wang Lanying persevered, striving to provide a good life for both Lin Li and Zhao Tianya. Man, I'm home. Lin Li, you're back. Wash your hands and get ready for dinner. Mom made your favorite braised chicken. Zhao Tianya emerged from her room, pushing her wheelchair, a pale smile gracing her face. Lin Li removed his coat and stepped forward, draping it over Zhao Tianya. Wear this. Be careful not to catch a cold. Don't worry, brother Lin Li. I'll take good care of myself. The more obedient and understanding Zhao Tianya was, the more Lin Li felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. Why was he so useless? Why couldn't he awaken his powers? If only he could awaken them, earning money would be effortless. 3 million. With just 3 million blue coins, he could cure Zhao Tianya's illness. Yet he had only managed to save a little over 100,000, and that was earned through his meager dignity. Only Lin Li truly understands the torment of this process. Mockery, disdain, insults, accusations, and an overwhelming tide of negative evaluations. Yet, when she thinks of Xiaoya's condition, all of this seems trivial. Dignity is reserved for those who possess the capability. Xiaoli, tomorrow is your birthday. If you desire anything, just tell your aunt. I've already advanced my salary. At that moment, Wang Lanying emerged, carrying a steaming platter of braised chicken, her face adorned with a kind smile, eagerly awaiting Lin Li's response. Aunt, you know I never celebrate my birthday, and there's nothing worth celebrating tomorrow. Lin Li accepted the platter of braised chicken and arranged it neatly on the table. Wang Lanying discerned Lin Li's inner thoughts and offered comfort. Xiaoli, I understand that you're troubled by your inability to awaken your abilities. I know you're doing this to help Xiaoya with her illness. I appreciate your intentions. However, some things in life cannot be forced. It is essential to let nature take its course. Whether or not you possess abilities is not what matters. Rather, it is the path you choose to tread. Lin Li nodded and served rice for her aunt and cousin. I understand. Let's eat. Aunt, the food will get cold. All right. Seeing this, Wang Lanying refrained from saying more. Perhaps once tomorrow passes, Lin Li will transcend this hurdle. The next day, Lin Li arrived punctually for the ability awakening assessment at Tsinghua University. The line of nearly 10,000 students stretched endlessly before her. Fortunately, she was near the front and would not delay her return home for dinner. Zhao Kai, white, D-grade earth element ability. Li Lu, green, C-grade wind element ability. Minghua, colorless, no ability. On the elevated platform stood 2 evaluators, flanking a transparent crystal sphere at the center. This crystal sphere was remarkable. It could levitate in the air. Students merely needed to place their hands upon it, and the sphere would reveal the corresponding color and elemental attribute. The colors represented quality. White denoted D grade, the lowest tier of talent, followed by green, blue, yellow, gold, and crimson, corresponding to C grade, B grade, A grade, S grade, and SS grade, respectively. A grade is regarded as exceptionally gifted, S grade as a genius, and SS grade as a prodigy. With immense cultivation value, only 20 such individuals may emerge each year. Legend has it that there have been instances of SSS grade talents, individuals so extraordinary that they transcend the label of genius, becoming legends. The most recent appearance of such a legend was 2 years ago. This individual, Lu Qingyan, a girl, awakened an SSS grade ice element ability. 6 prestigious academies vied for her, leading to considerable conflict. Ultimately, the conditions offered by the Holy Imperial Academy proved most enticing, and Lu Qingyan chose to accompany them. In the realm of abilities, a saying persists regarding legendary figures. He who possesses a legend can conquer the world.
Chapter 2. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Lin Li, I heard that you've caught the attention of the campus belle, Lin Li. Quite impressive. You, a mere pretty boy, may not excel in much else, but you certainly have a knack for living off others. Just as Lin Li was standing in line, he felt a sudden tap on his left shoulder. Turning around, he was greeted by a familiar face. Yuan Guangyuan, a classmate who finds amusement in mocking Lin Li, and has not escaped from retorts himself. Ah, it's you, Yuan Daxiang. What brings you here? Finished your business in the restroom, and now seeking sustenance? Upon hearing the name Yuan Daxiang, those around them immediately perked up, casting curious glances as if awaiting a spectacle. This was due to the notoriety surrounding the name. Just over a month ago, Yuan had drawn the ire of the wrong person due to his loose tongue and was dragged into the restroom for a thorough reprimand. Ultimately, his head was forcibly submerged in an unflushed toilet, leaving him utterly humiliated. This incident sparked such a reaction that someone, in an act of dark humor, bestowed upon him the nickname Daxiang, a moniker that has since become legendary among their peers. You. Indeed, upon hearing this name, Yuan Guanyuan's face flushed crimson, and he pointed an accusatory finger at Lin Li, utterly speechless. Oh, stuttering now, are we? How pitiable. Perhaps we should establish a charitable foundation for you. As a fellow classmate, I shall lend my unwavering support. As he spoke, Lin Li produced a blue coin from his pocket. 1 coin. Quite generous of me. I assent it. No need for thanks. Rather, let us be grateful that love still exists in this world. With that, laughter erupted among the onlookers, their tension dissipating into mirth. Lin Li, just you wait. Once I awaken my elemental abilities, I shall make you experience my vengeance. Realizing he was losing ground in this verbal sparring, Yuan Guangyuan sensed the futility of continuing his tirade, knowing that it would only serve to harm himself more than Lin Li. Just you wait. Unable to endure the mocking gazes any longer, Yuan Guangyuan retreated in disgrace. Trash. You can defy the heavens and the earth, but do you think you're some grand figure? Lin Li chuckled softly, and with Yuan Daxiang's antics, the previously tense atmosphere evaporated. Qin Yuanming. Yellow. A-class holy light elemental ability. At this proclamation, the crowd erupted in excitement. Good heavens, holy light? And of A-class? Qin Yuanming's talent is utterly astounding. The holy light element is revered as one of the rarest elemental attributes, with a probability of 1 in 10,000. And to possess an A-class ability? It seems that in recent years, fewer than 3 individuals have emerged with such a gift. Rarest? Perhaps not. The dark element is even more elusive, though its reputation is less than favorable. What use is rarity when its dangers are so pronounced? Do you remember last year's incident with Li Yu from the Divine Lord Guild? An S-class dark elemental talent. His power was terrifying, yet he ultimately succumbed to madness, claiming countless lives. I've heard about that. The repercussions of Li Yu's actions were indeed monumental. As the conversation drifted further away from the holy light to the dark element, Lin Li, in that moment, found that the type of ability mattered little to him. What truly mattered was the awakening of his own powers and the opportunity to join the guild, a divine gift indeed. There exist 10 elemental abilities: holy light, ice, fire, metal, earth, thunder, wind, wood, dark, and psychic. Among these, the holy light and dark elements are the rarest, with their occurrence probabilities falling below 1 in 10,000. However, the disparity between the two is quite significant. as the holy light is the object of aspiration for many, while the dark element has, over time, been labeled with villainous traits, symbolizing calamity, misfortune, and ominousness. It is no wonder that such evaluations prevail, for the dark element is the most susceptible to backlash among the 10 elements. The power of darkness is exceedingly formidable yet unstable, leading many to succumb to their insatiable thirst for strength, willingly losing their minds and corrupting their souls, thus becoming ensnared by darkness. Their actions spiraling beyond control, a phenomenon commonly referred to as falling into madness. In light of this, the Dark Realm has established 3 major organizations: the Demon Legion, the Temple of Evil Spirits, and the Dark Kingdom. The very names reveal that these are not places of virtue. The primary focus of these organizations is to recruit individuals aligned with the dark element, as well as those who are desperately seeking power and are inclined to take shortcuts rather than committing to diligent cultivation. Particularly notorious is the Demon Legion, known in the underworld as the paradise of sin, accepting all, be they corrupted or heinously wicked. Consequently, the 6 academies have launched numerous campaigns against the Demon Legion, yet with minimal success. Yuan Guan Yuan. Yellow, A-level Earth Elemental Ability. Lin Li dug at his ears, incredulously gazing at the platform. It truly was Yuan Daxiang. At that moment, Yuan Guan Yuan was so exhilarated that he trembled, repeatedly exclaiming, "I am a genius. I possess an A-level elemental ability. I am a genius. Ha! Oh no." Lin Li suddenly recalled the threatening words Yuan Guan Yuan had directed at him moments ago. He did not believe that it was mere bluster, nor did he doubt Yuan Guan Yuan's capability to act on it. This individual is notoriously petty, and now that he has awakened his abilities, his strength and status have soared. One can only imagine how arrogant he might become. "Student, please hurry down. Do not impede the testing of others," a testing official impatiently urged, noticing Yuan Guan Yuan's reluctance to step down. For them, an A-level talent is commendable, but not exceptionally remarkable. It is only those of S-level or higher, or those possessing rare attributes like the holy light, that truly capture their attention. Bang! Suddenly jolted from his reverie, Lin Li heard a wretched scream. The testing official, unable to tolerate Yuan Guan Yuan's delay, had kicked him off the platform. Fortunately, Yuan Guan Yuan's robust physique spared him from serious harm, resulting only in a rather undignified fall, after which the staff assisted him away from the scene. With merely a few students separating him from Lin Li, Yuan Guan Yuan's test concluded, and it was soon Lin Li's turn. Next, name, Dongqian. Place your hand on the awakening crystal to commence testing. 10 seconds later, the crystal remained unresponsive. Dongqian, colorless, no ability. Next, Li Guwei, blue, B-level ice elemental ability. Qingqing, gold, S-level wind elemental ability. The girl ahead of Lin Li unexpectedly awakened an S-rank wind ability, stirring a wave of excitement among the crowd. 2 examiners approached, engaging in a conversation with Qingqing, undoubtedly attempting to win her over. After 5 minutes of deliberation, the girl descended from the stage, visibly satisfied. At last, it was Lin Li's turn. Anxiety gripped her. This was her final opportunity. Should she fail to awaken her powers, she would have to resign herself to a life as an ordinary person. Name. Lin Li placed her hand upon the awakening crystal, initiating the test. Taking a deep breath, she slowly extended both hands to rest on the surface of the crystal sphere. It felt cool to the touch, as if a surge of energy flowed from her palms into her body, circulating throughout. "I must awaken. I must awaken. Ant and Xiaoya are waiting for me." Her heart raced, pounding in her chest as she fervently prayed for divine intervention. 1 second, 5 seconds, 8 seconds, 10 seconds. Finally, it was time to withdraw her hands. Lin Li opened her eyes, feeling despondent. So, she still could not awaken? Is this truly fate? Do you desire power? Suddenly, a deep, resonant voice reverberated within Lin Li's mind. Confused, she glanced around, confirming that no one was speaking to her. Just as she prepared to retract her hands, the voice echoed once more, "Do you desire power?" "Yes," Lin Li instinctively responded, realizing that the voice was indeed real. This bewildered the 2 examiners. "What do you want? What do you desire?" Surely, this young person must be experiencing some sort of delusion. "Classmate, are you all right? Do you need me to take you for treatment?" Lin Li ignored him, as the voice resonated again. "Then I shall grant it to you." In that instant, Lin Li distinctly sensed a surge of power filling her being, an overwhelming force that continued to swell within her. She was unaware of its origin, only knowing that if it persisted, she might burst from the pressure. Simultaneously, the two examiners sensed something was amiss. They could perceive a wave of elemental energy emanating from Lin Li. At the moment they recoiled, the crystal sphere rapidly darkened, plunging into an abyss of terrifying blackness. Lin Li could no longer withstand the tumultuous energy raging within her, her veins bulging as she let out a roar. Crack! Crack! Boom! The crystal began to fracture, ultimately exploding under the strain, releasing a jet of black energy that soared into the sky. The two examiners stood in shock, while the onlooking students were equally astounded. What was happening? Had she gone berserk? But she hadn't even completed the awakening yet. Boom! The black energy surged skyward, and upon reaching a certain altitude, it detonated in a circular explosion. Suddenly, silence enveloped the world. The once blinding sunlight vanished, casting darkness over a radius of 100 miles. The shockwave from the explosion rippled across the ground, toppling students in droves, some even being flung into the air. The most unfortunate were undoubtedly the two inspectors, who found themselves at the epicenter of the explosion, with most of the shockwave converging upon the high platform. Caught off guard, they were akin to kites severed from their strings, following in the footsteps of Yuan Guanyuan. Fortunately, the ominous black beam persisted for less than 10 seconds before it gradually dissipated. Lin Li, utterly exhausted, collapsed onto the high platform, his mind a blank slate. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? What has become of this world? Chapter 3. Awakening of the SSS-level elemental ability, a boon indeed. Darkness still shrouded the sky, refusing to relent. The two inspectors rose, exchanging glances that conveyed their bewilderment at this unprecedented situation, utterly at a loss for how to proceed. Who has awakened the SSS-level dark elemental ability? A voice resonated from above, prompting Lin Li to look up in a daze. There stood a middle-aged man, stern of countenance, sporting a distinctive mustache and clad in a golden vintage robe, hovering in the void. The aura of authority was palpable, and Lin Li involuntarily uttered the words, imposing presence, before realizing his faux pas and awkwardly waving his hand. It appears to be me, after all. Upon noticing the newcomer, the two inspectors bowed respectfully. Greetings, Director Zhao. Is this little fellow the one who has awakened the SSS-level ability? The proclamation rendered the assembly speechless. 3 seconds later, disbelief washed over the crowd as they turned their incredulous gazes towards Lin Li. Did I hear correctly? An SSS-level elemental ability? A legendary figure has emerged from our Tsinghua University? How could such an extraordinary individual be among us? This is utterly unbelievable. Wait, did I just hear that Lin Li's ability is of the dark element? The inspectors recounted the events that had transpired. Before Director Zhao could respond, several figures soared in from the horizon. Greetings, Director Wang. Greetings, Director Sun. Greetings, Director Zhou. Greetings, Director Yu. The two inspectors extended their salutations to the four eminent figures. My heavens, 5 of the 6 esteemed directors from the Super Divine Academies have arrived? Mother, your son has achieved greatness. I have witnessed 5 superlative beings in my lifetime, truly worthy of the SSS-level elemental ability. The directors have already begun to vie for this talent. A prodigy of the dark element. What a pity. The elder with a white beard, referred to as Director Wang, shook his head in lament. The dark element is far too unpredictable, especially in the hands of a legendary talent. It cannot be taken in, it cannot. Dressed in a red robe, with gray-streaked hair and a small tuft of black mustache, Director Zhou bore a grave expression, as if wary of something. Since the dawn of the new era, no legendary talent of the dark element has emerged alongside the light element. Yet here we are today. The diminutive but formidable Director Sun spoke with fervor. You old rascals. Awakening the dark element is certainly not the fault of this young lad. And besides, the dark element does not guarantee corruption. If you won't accept him, I shall. After all, he is a legendary talent, a rarity that has appeared only a handful of times over the last 50 years. Finally, the elegant and charismatic Director Yu, the only female director among the 6 Super Divine Academies, spoke with a more forthright demeanor than her male counterparts. Yu Ying, do not act impulsively out of loyalty. Have you forgotten the matter concerning the Divine Sovereign? Indeed, Director Yu, the dark arts are inherently unstable, even if you do not consider your own well-being. You must ponder the welfare of the students within your academy. Furthermore, what can you impart to him? Does your institution even offer courses in dark arts? This last question strikes at the heart of the matter. Which academy indeed provides such courses? Even if they were to take Lin Li back, apart from basic training, what else could they teach him? In this regard, the three major powers of the Dark Kingdom possessed the most experience. After being persuaded by several other directors, Ewing hesitated. Their arguments were quite reasonable. From both safety and developmental perspectives, it was evident that he was not suited to take Lin Li under his wing. Thank you for your kindness, Director Yu. But I, Lin Li, do not wish to be a burden to the various academies. I shall seek a suitable path for myself. Lin Li understood that the 5 major academies could not possibly accept him. He was well aware of what the dark arts entailed. Yet, this mattered little. Once he awakened his extraordinary abilities, he could undertake guild missions, thereby earning substantial blue coins to fund Xiaoya's treatment and restore her to a normal life. Oh, poor child. Ultimately, Ewing could not resist the greater good, sighed deeply, and turned to leave. Child, awakening dark powers is not your fault, but you must exercise caution. The dark arts will stir your innermost desires, consume your soul, and corrode your will. Should you ever choose to succumb to depravity, we old fellows shall not tolerate such wickedness. Director Wang's words were both advisory and cautionary, laced with a hint of threat. Lin Li heeded Director Wang's counsel. Noticing the resolute glint in Lin Li's eyes, Director Wang nodded in satisfaction before gracefully departing. Well, now that this matter has reached its conclusion, let us attend to our respective duties. Director Sun prepared to leave, but was halted by Director Zhou. Director Sun, the situation remains unresolved. Director Zhou pointed to the ominous darkness still lingering overhead. The once clear sky remained shrouded in black, showing no signs of change. You alone wield the power of the holy light here. If you do not address it, who will? Director Sun's face flushed with embarrassment, evidently having forgotten this pressing matter. In my old age, my memory fails me. I shall leave this to you. With Director Sun's assurance, Directors Zhao and Zhou also took their leave. Indeed, this dark force is formidable. I shall need to exert considerable effort. Director Sun cast a complex glance at Lin Li before ascending into the air. Ahem, everyone. Please line up. The awakening assessment will continue. 2 examiners procured a testing crystal from somewhere and placed it back in its original position, restoring order to the scene as they announced Lin Li's test results. Lin Li, Black, SSS-level Dark Elemental Abilities. A collective gasp echoed among the faculty and students present. It was indeed dark powers. My heavens, an SSS-level dark ability. If Lin Li were to develop his potential, the realm of extraordinary abilities would be turned upside down. Indeed, how true that is. The power of the dark realm is utterly terrifying, and its stability is alarmingly precarious. If it spirals out of control, no more words. I am frightened. Do you think Lin Li might join the Dark Kingdom or the Temple of Evil Spirits? I believe the Demonized Legion is also a possibility. We should keep our distance from him. As Lin Li stepped down, he was met with a barrage of negative remarks, dread, mockery, fear, aversion, hostility, and even admiration. Senior Lin Li, have you truly awakened the SSS-level Dark Elemental ability? The voice was brimming with excitement, adoration, and envy, leaving Lin Li momentarily speechless. Brother, you can't possibly be suffering from brain atrophy, can you? What is there to envy about the Dark Realm? Turning towards the source of the voice, Lin Li saw a chubby boy with delicate features, though somewhat portly. Otherwise, he might have possessed half of Lin Li's charm. Ah, yes, Lin Li replied politely. Senior Lin Li, from now on, you shall be my idol. Could you please give me your autograph first? I'm afraid I might not have another chance. The boy eagerly pulled out a black carbon pen and lifted his white t-shirt, indicating where he wished Lin Li to sign. The onlookers stared in disbelief, chastising the chubby boy for his inability to discern right from wrong, daring to idolize a figure from the Dark Realm. Surely, he must be possessed. Is this fool really a spy sent by the Demonized Legion? Come now, would such a naive child exist among them? He seems utterly deranged. All of them are madmen. We should distance ourselves. Ignoring the surrounding judgments, the boy remained hopeful for Lin Li's signature. Lin Li chuckled, devoid of mockery, genuinely delighted. It was a revelation. There were still those who did not despise him. Taking the carbon pen from the boy's hand, he boldly inscribed his name on the t-shirt. What is your name? I am Mahongi. Very well, I accept you as a friend. Should you encounter any difficulties, seek me out. Friend? Mahongi was overjoyed, excitedly clasping Lin Li's hands. Absolutely. From now on, we are not just friends, but brothers. If you ever face challenges, do not hesitate to confide in me. I may lack many talents, but I am wealthy, for my father is Ma Gang. Ma Gang. Lin Li was astonished, and so were all those around them. Wasn't Ma Gang the president of the Titan Guild? It was rumored that he was a top-tier powerhouse at the superclass level. Although he may not rival the deans they had just seen, his strength was certainly among the top 100 in the realm of abilities. No wonder this chubby boy was so carefree and unrestrained. Well then, I wish you a smooth awakening. I have some matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave for now. We will chat again when time permits. All right, Brother Li, I will inform you the moment I awaken my abilities. I look forward to your good news. Creak. Brother Lin Li, why are you back so soon? The girl in a wheelchair, Xiaoya, asked in confusion. Gazing at Lin Li, he cautiously shut the door, unable to suppress his smile as he approached her. Xiaoya, I have awakened my abilities. The words stirred even Lin Li himself, let alone Xiaoya. Is it true, brother? That is simply astonishing. Xiaoya, do not be overly excited. Here, take a sip of water to calm yourself. Upon witnessing Xiaoya in such a state, Lin Li's resolve strengthened to earn money swiftly to cure her ailment. It's nothing. Brother Lin Li, I merely choked a bit, Xiaoya said as she accepted the cup of water, regaining her composure with a gentle smile. Brother, you have finally realized your dream. What kind of supernatural ability have you awakened? Darkness, but it matters not. As long as I can awaken a power, I am indifferent to the attribute. This way, I can join various guilds and organizations to undertake missions, earning a substantial amount of money to treat Xiaoya. Upon hearing that Lin Li's attribute was darkness, Xiaoya expressed concern. Brother, I have heard that the dark attribute is the most susceptible to corruption. Perhaps you should reconsider entering the realm of abilities. My condition is manageable. See, my complexion has improved significantly. Xiaoya, do not worry. I knock. Chapter 4. What is that dog barking about? The dilapidated door was rapped upon, and Lin Li curiously approached, turning the doorknob. There stood a middle-aged man wearing black glasses with a rather amiable demeanor. Upon seeing the door open, he politely inquired, Hello, may I ask if this is Lin Li from Tsinghua University? Ah, yes, that's me. Is there something you need? Greetings, Lin Li. I am Qian Lihua, an admissions officer from Huali Academy. This is Zhang Xiao, a student from Huali Academy. Lin Li's gaze drifted past Qian Lihua to the young man behind him, who appeared somewhat aloof, casting a disdainful glance with the corner of his eye. Oh, hello, Teacher Qian. Out of courtesy, Lin Li extended his hand for a handshake with Qian Lihua. Please, both of you come in. Well, wait a moment. My new clothes are rather expensive. Who will compensate for any stains? Before Qian Lihua could respond, Zhang Xiao interjected inappropriately, his demeanor reflecting sheer disdain. I apologize, Lin Li. Zhang Xiao did not mean it that way. Please do not take it to heart. I am here for a specific purpose. Your SSS level dark attribute talent has caught the attention of our principal, who cordially invites you to join Huali Academy. The benefits and resources are substantial. Please consider it. An invitation to join Huali Academy? To be honest, Lin Li felt a surge of excitement. Among the 6 supreme academies, Huali ranked 4th, led by a principal surnamed Huang, named Huang Feihong, a transcendent level 6 gold attribute powerhouse, and notably the only principal absent today. It was said that this individual held a high profile, rarely attending public events. However, the benefits within the academy were exceptionally generous, with annual student subsidies exceeding 1 million blue coins. What is there to hesitate about? You possess a dark attribute. What does it matter how strong your talent is? Do you have any idea of the risks our academy would undertake by accepting you? Do not be ungrateful. Oh, really? Then what talent do you possess? Lin Li scoffed, realizing that these two were treating him as a fool. One played the role of the good cop, while the other played the bad cop, clearly attempting to manipulate him into joining Huali Academy. To claim an affinity for the dark arts entails assuming significant risks. No greater value lies in risks than the prospect of an invitation from Huang Feihong. Given Zhang Zhao's demeanor today, I could never relinquish my dignity to join Huali. This has nothing to do with reckless passion. Even if I were to enter Huali Academy, what knowledge could I possibly acquire? There are no courses in the dark arts, nor any methods for their cultivation. If it weren't for Lin Li's hesitance regarding the treatment offered by Huali Academy, they would have long since been dismissed. My talent lies in the S rank of the fire element, an attribute you could never covet. Lin Li could not suppress a laugh. What do you mean by that? Zhang Xiao shot a fierce glare at Lin Li. No one had ever dared mock him before. With your trashy S rank talent, how dare you bark in front of my SSS rank legendary prowess? What gives you the audacity? Is your father Ma Gang as well? Qian Lihua and Zhang Xiao were momentarily taken aback. What did this have to do with Ma Gang? Then, Zhang Xiao realized. Lin Li was actually insulting him. You. How dare you insult me? You, a mere lowly dark arts practitioner, dare to scold me? TCH. Lin Li disdainfully muttered. In this day and age, even the most foolish can awaken supernatural abilities. Even the most wretched can stand at someone's doorstep and bark. Lin Li, you're courting death. Zhang Xiao was utterly enraged. Flames beginning to coalesce in his hands, as if he would launch an attack at any moment. Zhang Xiao, do not go too far. Restrain your powers. Qian Lihua admonished sharply. If Zhang Xiao were to harm Lin Li, how could he explain this to Huang Feihong? After all, Lin Li was a legendary talent with an SSS rank ability, a rarity across the entire Shenzhou continent. Not to mention, the dark arts, though bearing a notorious reputation, possess a cultivation value that surpasses all other elemental systems. The potency of the dark arts is exceedingly pure, making it simple to absorb, often resulting in instances of surpassing one's own level in challenges. For instance, if you are a beginner at the first level of the dark arts, you can challenge practitioners of other elements at the second or even third level. However, such challenges require the absorption of dark energy that exceeds one's own capacity, risking backlash and eventual corruption. This is precisely why the realm of supernatural abilities is so resistant to the dark arts. Lin Li, Zhang Xiao has a bad temper and is excessively crude. Do not stoop to his level. Yet, he speaks a truth. Your dark arts talent indeed poses a considerable risk for our academy. The other 5 institutions refuse to accept you. Only our Dean Huang possesses the compassion to extend an invitation. Therefore, I implore you to give this serious consideration. Teacher Qian, I appreciate your intentions. Yet I cannot support the towering tree of Huali Academy, nor do I desire to, lest I be the subject of gossip in the future. At this, Lin Li cast a pointed glance at Zhang Xiao, making his meaning abundantly clear. With such an attitude and disposition, you expect me to join your academy? Dream on. You ungrateful wretch. What stature does our Dean Huang hold? For him to personally invite you is a fortune you have accumulated over lifetimes, and you dare to refuse? If I do not teach you a lesson today, who knows how arrogant you may become in the future? Zhang Xiao was truly prepared to take action this time. As flames of the fire element surged wildly, manifesting 2 fireballs the size of fists before him, Qian Lihua silently retreated a couple of steps, evidently unwilling to intervene further. If a gentle approach would not suffice, then a more forceful one would have to do. After all, the tasks entrusted by Huang Feihong must be completed. Lin Li, witnessing the seriousness of his opponent's intent, promptly closed the door and stepped forward decisively. He had no desire to allow any destruction within his home, especially with Xiaoya still inside. He could not bear the thought of her being frightened. However, merely shifting his position was futile. How could he contend with his adversary? Having just awakened his powers, he was still oblivious to their usage, while his opponent was an adept at the 4th level. Would he be struck down? Lin Li, I shall grant you one final opportunity. Kneel and apologize. Gracefully accept Principal Huang's invitation, or I shall make you experience the torment of searing flames. You think a lowly creature like you can compel me to bow? Show me what you're capable of. Lin Li maintained a facade of composure. Yet inwardly, he was in a state of panic. The bravado was too lofty to retract. Then perish. Fire impact. The fist-sized fireballs hurtled towards Lin Li's face. He cursed inwardly, realizing the dogged intent to aim directly at him, evidently stemming from envy of his good looks. Fire impact? Could I perhaps emulate his technique? Lin Li swiftly sidestepped, barely avoiding the fireball, though his sleeves and the edges of his clothing bore the marks of scorching. How scorching! The moment the fireball grazed past him, Lin Li felt the intense heat searing against his skin. Had it struck his face, it would have surely marred his appearance. Damn it, if I don't make you regret it today, I'll consider it a clean slate. Holding his breath, he focused and sensed the energy within him. After attuning himself, Lin Li effortlessly succeeded in establishing a connection with the dark energy inside. Now, let us see if I can call upon it. Once again, he succeeded. The black energy was released with remarkable ease, enveloping and swirling around his forearm. The 2 onlookers were taken aback upon witnessing Lin Li harnessing dark energy. Astonishment flashed in their eyes. Truly, he was a legendary talent of SSS rank. Having awakened merely hours ago without any guidance, he had so effortlessly unleashed such power. This solidified Qian Lihua's determination. Today, He would ensure Lin Li joined the Huali Academy, even if it meant forcibly bringing him back. Now it's my turn. Dark impact. The dark energy responded to Lin Li's will, coalescing into a black energy sphere that mirrored the size of Zhang Zhao's. Zhang Zhao's eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly fathom the reality. He was a 4th-level adept, while Lin Li had only just awakened to the 1st level. How could their energy intensity be comparable? Was it true that the dark element could challenge levels beyond its own? Absurd. Bastard, how dare you mimic me? Fire impact. Zhang Zhao felt both frustrated and enraged. He was determined to prove himself. Summoning all his strength, he once more conjured a fireball. This time, the fireball was considerably larger than before, indicating that Zhang Zhao had held back during their previous encounter. Otherwise, Lin Li would have had no chance to evade it. However, Lin Li exhibited astonishing prowess this time. To hold back would only lead to his own detriment. Both combatants unleashed their skills simultaneously, resulting in a clash between the black energy sphere and the fireball that generated a fierce gust, billowing the clothing of the 3 onlookers. Zhang Zhao was confident in this strike, believing that with 3 levels of superiority and a full power attack, there was no way his opponent could withstand it. Indeed, the dark energy sphere proved to be less powerful than the fireball, gradually diminishing in size over the course of 3 or 4 seconds until it shrank to a third of its original size. Zhang Zhao, be careful. Just as Zhang Zhao reveled in his triumph, the black energy sphere suddenly expanded, growing larger and larger until it surpassed the fireball, ultimately engulfing it. How could this be possible? Hadn't he paid attention in class? Dark elemental forces could consume other elements. What? Zhang Zhao's jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. What a ridiculous premise. So, dark elements grow stronger with each confrontation? What was the point of playing at all? Boom. At the moment Zhang Zhao became distracted, the fireball was completely devoured, and the dark shockwave struck him squarely in the chest. Subsequently, he executed a full 360-degree spin before crashing to the ground, landing in an undignified manner. Ah, Qian Lihua thought to himself, he deserved it. He should have listened more attentively in class to grasp such fundamental knowledge. Anyone who had paid attention would know the appropriate course of action, either evade in advance or amplify the intensity of their skills to surpass the opponent's threshold for absorption. Now, it was a monumental embarrassment. Chapter 5. You think you're worthy, glasses dog? Coughing and struggling, Zhang Zhao managed to rise, but as he prepared to speak, a searing pain radiated from his chest, prompting a fit of coughs. Oh, is this where you falter? Just a moment ago, you seemed quite capable of breathing. Lin Li had no intention of showing mercy to his adversary. It wasn't about annihilating him, as there was no deep-seated grudge. However, indulging in some verbal sparring was certainly acceptable. Cough, cough, don't get too cocky. Lin Li, you have a younger sister, right? Zhang Zhao lifted his head, casting a sinister glare towards the wooden cabin, his intent to threaten unmistakable. Lin Li slowly retracted his smile, a fierce bloodlust surging within him, the dark elements within him roiling uncontrollably. Zhang Zhao, you are courting death. The words seemed to be forced through clenched teeth. He abandoned his earlier naive thoughts. One must never exhibit leniency towards an enemy. Lin Li extended a hand, dark energy swirling chaotically in his palm, resembling a black flame, fiercely ablaze. Xiaoya was Lin Li's Achilles heel, his dearest kin, and he would not permit anyone to lay a hand on her. To do so would be a death sentence. Calm down, Lin Li. Zhang Zhao is already injured. Do you really intend to take his life? Qian Lihua finally could no longer remain a passive observer, adjusting his glasses and stepping forward to shield Zhang Zhao. Huh, Lin Li sneered, having long recognized that these two were cut from the same cloth. What now? One can't defeat one, so let us bring two. Lin, I apologize on behalf of Zhang Zhao. His previous actions were indeed excessive, and you have already taught him a lesson. Let us put this matter to rest and continue our discussion regarding Huali Academy. Very well. Qian Lihua and Zhang Zhao were momentarily taken aback by Lin Li's unexpectedly agreeable response. Haha. Then, Lin, let us leave Zhang Zhao's fate here, and I shall accompany you back to Huali. Qian Lihua was momentarily stunned, completely oblivious to Lin Li's lingering grudge. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhao erupted in fury, shouting at Lin Li. Lin Li, who do you think you are? Do you believe you have the right to take my life? Just wait. I will ensure your entire family meets their demise. With that ominous threat, Zhang Zhao turned to flee. Run? Can you truly escape? Lin Li flung the dark flame from his hand, pursuing Zhang Xiao directly. Bang! Just as Lin Li's attack was about to catch up with Zhang Xiao, Qian Lihua intervened. A casual slice of wind energy was unleashed, dissipating the dark flame entirely. Lin Li, unwilling to concede, gathered energy in both palms, launching a relentless barrage towards Zhang Xiao's escape route. Bang! 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 The dark flames were obliterated one after another by Qian Lihua's might, the aura of a mid-level 3-tiered ability user erupting and forcing Lin Li back several steps. Damn it! After stabilizing his stance, Lin Li scanned the distance, but Zhang Xiao was nowhere to be found. Lin, as long as you join us at Huali, Dean Huang will ensure the safety of your family. As for Zhang Xiao, you will eventually have to reclaim his life personally. The prowess displayed by Qian Lihua was beyond Lin Li's capacity to contend with, and judging by the other's demeanor, he was determined to take Lin Li away today. Lin Li felt a deep-seated unwillingness to be threatened like this, and to live a life reliant on others. Most importantly, there was the safety of Xiaoya and his aunt to consider. Could Huang Feihong truly protect his family? What if that beast Zhang Xiao plotted behind the scenes? Both his aunt and Xiaoya were ordinary people. How could they withstand an ability user? Brotherly, I have awakened an S-level lightning element ability. Just as Lin Li was engulfed in uncertainty and Qian Lihua was preparing to use force to take him away, a familiar yet slightly amusing voice echoed from a distance. The two turned to see Ma Hongyi, the chubby boy, brimming with excitement and fervently waving at Lin Li. Following him were two bodyguards clad in black. It was clear they were sent by his father for protection. Having such a remarkable father is indeed a blessing. Lin Li felt a twinge of envy towards this chubby boy, who was born into greatness and had awakened an S-level talent. He would have a worry-free life. Brotherly, I have awakened an S-level lightning ability. Mid-sentence, Ma Hongyi suddenly realized that the two before him were engaged in a display of elemental abilities, clearly preparing for a confrontation. Brotherly, who is this bespectacled dog? A mid-level 3-tiered ability user, so shamelessly bullying you? Unable to contain himself, Lin Li let out a chuckle. The rotund fellow truly embodies his temperament. He unleashes vitriol without discerning the identity of his adversary. How audacious. Little chubby one, is this how your family has raised you? Such foul language, utterly uncouth. It is no wonder that Qian Lihua reacted as he did. After all, this was their first encounter. And to be berated so abruptly would leave anyone unsettled. How presumptuous of you to criticize my young master. Are you even aware of who he is? Two bodyguards stepped forward, unleashing their powers to confront Qian Lihua. The latter, somewhat bewildered, pondered the origins of this chubby individual, having two mid-level 4th-tier experts as bodyguards seemed excessively extravagant. Hongyi, congratulations on awakening your S-class ability. One day you shall undoubtedly become a master akin to your father. Lin Li patted Ma Hongyi on the shoulder, genuinely impressed. Brotherly, you jest. It is no simple feat to reach the level of my father. The Titan Guild boasts numerous S-class talented individuals, but you, Brotherly, with your SSS-class legendary attributes, are destined to become the foremost figure in the Xinzhou continent one day. At this moment, Ma Hongyi appeared as Lin Li's devoted admirer, fervently flattering him. The Titan Guild? Are you the son of the guild leader? It is rumored that Ma Gang, the leader of the Titan Guild, has a plump and carefree eldest son, and it must be Ma Hongyi. Indeed, that would be me. Do you have any advice? Qian Lihua took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his anger, and, retracting his powers, addressed Ma Hongyi. Young Master Ma, I am Qian Lihua, an admissions officer from Huali Academy. I have come to invite student Lin Li to join our esteemed institution. I kindly request that you do not interfere in this matter. Our Dean Huang has a good relationship with your guild leader. If this situation were to sour, it would not bode well for anyone involved. Qian Lihua understood that. Given his own capabilities, he could not contend with two mid-level 4th-tier experts. Thus, he opted to invoke his connections, reasoning that the other party would afford him some respect. Huali? What of it? Ma Hongyi scoffed, pointing an accusatory finger at Qian Lihua. Do you truly believe that Dean Huang would jeopardize his relationship with the Titan Guild over someone as inconsequential as you? You think yourself worthy? Qian Lihua was momentarily taken aback. While his words were coarse, they held a kernel of truth. Even if Qian Lihua were to perish here today, Huang Feihong would not sever ties with the Titan Guild. At most, he would demand an explanation. There were many individuals of Qian Lihua's caliber within Huali Academy, and countless who surpassed his innate talent. How could Huang Feihong possibly care? In light of this, student Lin Li, I hope you will thoughtfully consider Huali Academy's invitation to avoid any regrettable actions from certain individuals. With that, Qian Lihua turned and departed the alley. Lin Li's emotions were exceedingly complex. Qian Lihua's intentions had become painfully clear. If he did not join Huali quickly, the safety of Xiaoya and his aunt would be gravely threatened. Thus, brotherly, fear not, I have your back. As he spoke, Ma Hongyi took out his phone and instructed Lin Li to jot down a telephone number. If this fellow dares to trouble you again, just give me a call. I, Ma Hongyi, would not be worthy of my father, Ma Gang, if I do not teach him a lesson. All right, Hongyi, come in and have a seat for a while. The enthusiasm of this chubby boy was overwhelming for Lin Li, who could only divert the conversation and invite Hongyi inside. My apologies, Li Gu, perhaps another day? I haven't yet informed my father about my awakened abilities, and I need to return to the Titan Guild. Lin Li was taken aback, realizing that he was prioritized over Hongyi's father. How deeply does this chubby boy admire him? Very well, we shall meet again another day. Thus, Ma Hongyi departed with his 2 bodyguards. Lin Li surveyed the surroundings to ensure no one else was present before returning indoors. As soon as he stepped inside, Xiaoya eagerly inquired, Brother, how are you? Did you get hurt? Of course not. Your brother possesses exceptional talents, and not just anyone can bully me. That's good to hear. Was that chubby classmate from earlier a friend of yours? Lin Li pondered for a moment before nodding. Yes, a very good friend. Xiaoya. Lin Li approached her and gently squatted down, covering her with a blanket. Tonight, our family will be moving. Upon hearing this, Xiaoya did not display any confusion but smiled and nodded. Is it because of those bad people from earlier? Yes. I fear they might come back and pose a threat to you and Aunt. Over these years, I have saved quite a bit of money. Enough for us to find a new home in a new environment. As for your treatment expenses, I will gather the funds as soon as possible, and before long, you will be able to live a normal life. Xiaoya reached out, smoothing Lin Li's hair, and said, All right, Xiaoya will listen to brother. Around 6 in the evening, Wang Lanying returned home to find Lin Li had already packed all their belongings into luggage. Confused, she asked why they were moving without any apparent reason. Lin Li then explained the situation. When Wang Lanying heard about Lin Li awakening his powers, she was overjoyed and deeply gratified that her nephew had finally realized his dreams. Xiaoli, where are we moving to? To Tianwu City. I have already found a place for us. We will depart after dinner, catching the train around 9. Tianwu City? Wang Lanying was somewhat surprised and anxious. That place is a well-known second-tier city in the Xinzhou continent, with exorbitant prices and housing costs far beyond what their family could afford. Xiaoli, where did you get so much money to find a house in Tianwu City? Lin Li paused slightly, then smiled broadly. A very good friend lent it to me. Aunt, you need not worry about the finances. With my newfound abilities, it won't be long before I can earn a substantial amount of blue coins. Oh, I see. Wang Lanying said, still somewhat skeptical. She had never heard of Lin Li having any friends, let alone one who was wealthy. Little Li, I must impart a few words of wisdom to you. One must learn to remain grounded in reality. We must not accept ill-gotten gains, and any borrowed money should be repaid promptly. Rest assured, Auntie, I comprehend. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed once more, causing Lin Li to startle. Could it be that the scoundrel Zhang Xiao had come so swiftly to exact revenge? Auntie, Xiaoya, please step inside. I will handle this. Lin Li approached the door, channeling his inner abilities, ready to confront whatever lay ahead. Little Li, do be cautious. If it becomes dire, yield to their demands. All right, mother. Let us retreat indoors and not burden brother Lin Li. Xiaoya, ever the sensible one, tugged at Wang Lanying, ushering her back into the room. Knock, knock, knock. Another round of knocking ensued. Lin Li cleared his throat and inquired, Whom do you seek? What is the matter? Lin Li, we are not from Huali. There is no need for such apprehension. Not from Huali? How could they know of his fear of those from Huali? Something was amiss. If they were truly from Huali, they would not be so courteous in their knocking. Surely, a multitude would have stormed in, beaten him mercilessly, and forcibly taken him away. Creak. As the door was gently pushed open, Lin Li beheld the figures outside. For individuals, all cloaked in black robes and adorned with masks, it resembled a cosplay affair, yet it exuded a certain dark allure. Who are you? We are from the Dark Kingdom. Lin Li's heart skipped a beat. He had not anticipated being targeted by the Dark Kingdom. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. The Dark Kingdom prized talents of the dark arts above all. especially considering Lin Li was the unparalleled SSS class Dark Legend. But what of the other two factions? The Abyssal Spirit Sanctuary and the Demonized Legion also predominantly focused on the dark arts, did they not? Have you come to recruit me as well? The four cloaked figures nodded in unison, with the leader respectfully extending a formal invitation to Lin Li. Lin Li, your dark talents are unparalleled in history. All the upper echelons and leaders of the Dark Kingdom eagerly await your joining. We offer you any terms and conditions you desire. The Dark Kingdom will spare no resource to cultivate you into the foremost figure in the realm of abilities. Just look at this. This is how one properly extends an invitation. How sincere, how courteous, how impressive. Those two fools from Huali Academy are nothing short of an insult to the word legend. Lin Li was tempted to agree, but the issue of moving had yet to be resolved. Moreover, would joining the Dark Kingdom signify his irrevocable transition into a villainous role? Lin Li, I understand your concerns. To demonstrate our sincerity, the Dark Kingdom has prepared a special gift for you. I believe you shall find it quite satisfactory. Look at this. They have even prepared a gift. Lin Li felt somewhat embarrassed. Oh, you are far too kind. Just come in. There is no need for gifts. Where is it? Lin Li eagerly scanned the surroundings for the gift. Here. The four individuals stepped back in unison, clearing a space. Subsequently, the leader of the cloaked figures extended his palm, and a familiar aura of dark energy enveloped the atmosphere. It became evident that these individuals were also formidable practitioners of the dark arts. Under Lin Li's curious gaze, a black energy orb coalesced in the leader's hand. As several streaks of light flashed by, figures suddenly materialized on the ground, revealing themselves to be corpses. Lin Li instinctively recoiled in fright, but as he discerned the faces of the deceased, his fear dissipated in an instant. Did you kill them? He inquired. The cloaked figure nodded, as if the deaths of these individuals were of little consequence to them. Who were the slain? Naturally, they were Zhang Xiao, Qian Lihua, and others. Three unfamiliar faces accompanied them, but Lin Li could easily surmise they were allies summoned by Zhang Xiao. It was unexpected that they had been entirely wiped out by the forces of the Dark Kingdom. Very well. Since the Dark Kingdom has demonstrated such sincerity, I, Lin Li, have no reason to refuse any longer. Allow me to make a phone call to ensure my family's safety. Of course. Immediately, Lin Li returned indoors and retrieved his phone to call Ma Hongyi. Brotherly, are those ruffians causing trouble again? Don't worry, I'm on my way. As the call connected, Ma Hongyi, in a flurry, prepared to rush over before Lin Li could even speak. Wait, Hongyi, I haven't explained the situation yet. Oh, then brotherly, what is it? Actually, I need your help with something. Lin Li informed Ma Hongyi about his impending move and departure. Without hesitation, Ma Hongyi agreed, promising to safely escort Xiaoya and his aunt to Tianwu City, ensuring everything would be meticulously arranged. Lin Li found himself increasingly fond of this little chubby friend, loyal and considerate. Thank you for handling this. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to ask. There is no need for formality between brothers. Haha, brotherly. Your words are more than enough. I've got everything covered, so you can leave with peace of mind. After ending the call, Lin Li summoned his aunt and Xiaoya, explaining his plans to depart. Brother, when will you return home? Don't worry, Xiaoya. As soon as I have the chance, I will visit you in Tianwu City. Xiaoli, I am delighted to see you embarking on a new path. Your aunt is proud of you. Remember, this home will always have a place for you. Lin Li felt a swell of emotion, his eyes glistening as he embraced his aunt and Xiaoya. Aunt, Xiaoya, I must take my leave now. Hongyi will arrive shortly, and he will ensure everything is taken care of. Go with peace of mind. Brother, I will wait for your return. Thus, Lin Li bid farewell to his family. Exiting the door, he cast a lingering glance back, filled with a sense of reluctance. This parting was uncertain. He did not know when they would meet again. Joining the Dark Kingdom meant he was officially stepping into the realm of supernatural abilities. The realm of the supernatural was not a playground for children, particularly in areas like the Dark Kingdom, where strife and conflict were incessant. The mere act of testing, practicing, taking exams, and executing missions resulted in countless practitioners perishing each year. Especially for novices like Lin Li, the trials they must endure are countless. Take the current top-tier supernatural beings as an example. Who among them did not emerge from a mountain of beastly corpses? Who has not danced on the precipice of death? To achieve any measure of success, one must exert tenfold, 100-fold effort. Lin Li, are you prepared? Ready? Then let us embark. Two figures in black approached. one seizing Lin Li's arm as if escorting a prisoner, leaving Lin Li utterly perplexed. What is happening? Slow down, slow down. Before Lin Li could voice his confusion, his vision suddenly blurred, and upon regaining clarity, he found himself soaring above the clouds. Lin Li, though unafraid of many things, harbored an innate fear of heights. His acrophobia took hold, prompting him to cry out in alarm. Did these for not mention flying back? Lin Li, if you are frightened, simply close your eyes or endure for a moment to acclimatize. Flight is an experience you will inevitably face, especially in our dark faction. After reaching the intermediate 6th level, one can utilize their formidable dark energy to maintain low-altitude flight. Low altitude. They were already amidst the clouds, and that was labeled low altitude? Unfortunately, Lin Li could not articulate his thoughts. The moment he opened his mouth, the fierce winds would rush in, and then it would be blurgle, blurgle, blurgle. Lin Li, perhaps it's best if you refrain from speaking. Continuing like this will upset your stomach. I'm already feeling queasy. The others sighed in unison, knowing they had no choice but to descend and slow their pace. Otherwise, by the time they reached the Dark Kingdom, Lin Li would be lucky to escape with his life. Release that child. 4 black-clad figures had just stabilized their flight when a furious roar erupted from below. Along with it came a powerful elemental aura, causing the faces of the 4 to change dramatically, though Lin Li could not see their expressions. Your Excellency has misunderstood. We have not taken anyone. Misunderstood? You Dark Kingdom's actions have grown increasingly brazen. In broad daylight, how dare you abduct an innocent youth? The group looked up, bewildered. Where did this broad daylight come from? Have you nothing more to say? At that moment, Lin Li caught sight of the figure soaring toward him, clad in a green military coat, a disheveled middle-aged man whose hair appeared to house a bird's nest. A sight Lin Li could hardly believe. Yet, this seemingly inconsequential uncle possessed terrifying strength. Primarily, Lin Li could not perceive the man's realm, indicating that he was at least a high-tier supernatural being. The strongest on Lin Li's side was merely intermediate 9th level. In comparison, this uncle was undoubtedly formidable. Chapter 7. A drunken fool or a scoundrel. Vice-Dean Luo, please step aside. We have not abducted anyone. This is an internal matter of our Dark Kingdom, and we hope the Holy Royal Academy will not interfere. You surely do not wish for our leader Yi to visit personally, do you? The 4 worked in perfect harmony, stating their position, explaining, asserting authority, and threatening, all executed seamlessly without any unnecessary words. Vice-Dean Luo? Lo Hongtian from the Sacred Academy? Humph, do not threaten me with Yi Cheng. I am no stranger to brawls, and I have long yearned to redeem myself. Oh, is there a revelation? Lo Hongtian was struck by Yi Cheng. Fear not, my child. I know you are innocent, and I shall come to your rescue. What nonsense is this? How am I innocent? Is this old man out of his mind? Thunder Dragon. Surrounding Lo Hongtian were arcs of violet electricity as he unleashed a formidable attack. A dragon of lightning, spanning over 10 meters, roared forth. This display genuinely startled Lin Li. Indeed, as a transcendent powerhouse, the skills he wielded were breathtaking. The 2 individuals clad in black, witnessing this, unceremoniously hurled Lin Li towards Lo Hongtian. What the heck are you throwing me for? Terrified, Lin Li shut his eyes tightly, shouting incoherently. These 4 black-clad men were utterly despicable. After tossing Lin Li away, they scattered and fled without hesitation. Wasn't he I deemed of utmost importance? Why discard me like refuse at such a critical moment? Lo Hongtian, seeing Lin Li hurtling towards him, hastily retracted the Thunder Dragon and seized Lin Li by the collar. Such heartless individuals, treating an innocent this way. Lo Hongtian, might we descend now? This manner of handling me is quite uncomfortable. At that moment, Lin Li resembled a young chick, grasped by the neck of fate. Lo Hongtian nodded, subsequently lowering his altitude and returning to the ground. Oh dear heavens, this has been quite the ordeal. How could those scoundrels treat me so? Once back on solid ground, Lin Li leaned against the wall, grumbling in dissatisfaction. However, his complaints diverged from Lo Hongtian's understanding. Not a single soul from the Dark Kingdom is virtuous, my child. Fortunately, you encountered me. Otherwise, you would have been taken to the Dark Kingdom and transformed into a dark mercenary. Lin Li's lips twitched. How fortunate to have met you. Meeting you is my greatest misfortune. Now, not only can I not go to the Dark Kingdom, but I have also become a wild child. Vice-Dean Lo, I thank you. Oh, no need for thanks. It is our duty to stand against injustice and take action when necessary. No wonder you recklessly traverse the realms. By the way, suddenly, Lo Hantian seemed to recall something and, with great interest, turned to Lin Li. Those targeted by the Dark Kingdom possess talents no less than S-grade. Might your talent also exceed S-grade? Indeed, it is precisely due to my extraordinary talent that they selected me. Excellent. Lo Hantian suddenly bellowed, startling Lin Li. Just as I have returned from my journey with little to show for it, you have presented yourself to me. What? Young man, return with me to the Sacred Academy. It would be a travesty for someone of your caliber to remain unrecognized, a true waste of potential. Come back with me, and I assure you a brilliant future awaits. Lin Li pondered for a moment. It seemed that this was the only course of action available. Since the Dark Kingdom was no longer an option, the Sacred Academy appeared quite promising. At worst, he could seek his own path of cultivation in the future. Very well, I shall accompany you. P.S. The protagonist did not manage to join the Dark Kingdom, which may leave many feeling dissatisfied, but this is all part of the setup. The protagonist cannot simply turn to darkness without reason. It is inevitable for him to experience the righteousness of the path. For those who wish to skip this part, you may proceed to Chapter 53, where the protagonist officially succumbs to darkness and joins the Dark Kingdom. Haha, that's right. Welcome to the great family of the Holy Imperial Academy. Lin Li scratched his head, feeling rather shy. Oh, by the way, what is your name? I am Lin Li. Lin Li? That name sounds familiar. Perhaps there are other students with the same name. No matter, let us return to the academy. We still have quite a distance to cover to reach the capital. Wait, Vice Dean Luo. What is it? Luo Hantian thought Lin Li was having second thoughts and hurriedly asked, have you changed your mind? No, I was wondering if we could discuss taking a vehicle back. Rest assured, I will cover the travel expenses, and I'll ensure a continuous supply of barbecue along the way. Flying is quite torturous for me. I shall practice more in the future. Luo Hantian paused for a moment before bursting into hearty laughter. Ha! All right, I'm in. However, barbecue alone won't suffice. I also want beer. Deal. Arrangements are made. The city where they landed is called Liha County. As night had fallen, Lin Li found a hotel for them to stay overnight with Luo Hantian. The next morning, they boarded a train. The journey would last 9 hours. And true to his word, Lin Li ordered a plethora of barbecue and beer. They sat in a private room and indulged. Do not be deceived by Lin Li's modest physique, weighing just over 100 pounds, having grown up in the Northeast. He had never met his match when it came to drinking, able to withstand 1,000 cups without faltering. However, today he had found a worthy opponent. Luo Hantian was quite the drinker, or as they say in the Northeast, a true wine demon. He could drink astonishingly well. The small bottles of beer kept flowing, and Lin Li struggled to keep up. Fortunately, Luo Hantian loved to boast. With just a little prompting, he could not stop talking. Burp. Lin, let me tell you. I'm not bragging. 20 years ago, I, Luo Hantian, was quite the heartthrob. I changed girlfriends every day, never repeating in a year, just because I'm handsome and have extraordinary talents. An S-rank lightning elemental ability. How impressive is that? I tell you, thank goodness for the top-tier private room with excellent soundproofing. Otherwise, Lin Li would have wanted to crawl under the table. This disheveled old man could talk incessantly, recounting tales that seemed to span lifetimes. They drank for a full 6 hours, with Luo Hantian boasting for 6 hours. Eventually, both were intoxicated, collapsing onto their beds and drifting into deep slumber. They were completely unaware of when they arrived in the capital. Fortunately, the train attendant reminded them, or Lin Li would have been subjected to another bout of discomfort from flying. Luo Hantian let out a loud belch, patted Lin Li on the shoulder, and said, Lin, from the moment I first saw you, I knew we would get along famously. Usually at the academy, no one can drink me under the table. Now that you've joined, I want to feel lonely. Haha, drinking with Vice Dean Luo is indeed quite enjoyable. Let us refrain from saying insincere things in the future. The title of Vice Dean, when addressed to me, feels rather awkward, as if I am unworthy of the position of Dean. How presumptuous. From now on, refer to me as Lord Luo. Should any troubles arise within the academy, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. I wish to see which insolent fool dares to provoke those under my protection. Lin Li was filled with regret. Luo Hantian did not strike him as a mere drunkard, but rather as a rogue. Surely, the Sacred Imperial Academy is not a haven for such ruffians? Ding ding. Vice Dean Luo, over here. Just as they exited the station, a spirited young man approached Luo Hantian with a greeting. Beside him stood a luxurious reception vehicle. Let us go. Xiao Lu from the academy is here to pick us up. Lin Li's regret eased somewhat. It appeared that Luo Hongtian held some degree of prestige and status within the academy. Once Lin Li and Luo Hongtian entered the vehicle, Xiao Lu greeted them warmly. You are the genius saved from the Dark Kingdom by Vice Dean Luo, correct? Greetings, I am Lu Yi, the Vice President of the Junior Class Student Council. Greetings, Senior Lu. Vice Dean Luo, after such a long journey, allow me to escort you back to your residence for some rest. Luo Hongtian waved his hand dismissively, stating, Rest? Not at all. I'm quite comfortable. Let us head directly to the academy. I need to assist this young lad with his enrollment procedures. Very well. Lu Yi started the vehicle, driving away smoothly. Lin Li couldn't help but internally scoff, wondering how this Luo fellow could possibly be tired. He might as well have summoned two lovely ladies to attend to him. Silence enveloped them as Lin Li leaned against the window, gazing at the towering, opulent buildings. Truly grand, truly luxurious, truly extravagant. The capital rightfully deserves its title as the greatest metropolis in the Divine Land, the central hub for 6 prestigious academies, far surpassing the likes of Bai City or Tianwu City. At that moment, Lin Li silently resolved that once he achieved success and prominence, he would bring Xiaoya and his aunt to live with him, allowing them to savor a life of affluence. Vice Dean Luo, Lin, we have arrived. Lin Li, on the verge of dozing off, perked up and looked out the window. Good heavens, how utterly magnificent. This is no mere academy, it is a palace. Lin Li paid no mind to the slumbering Luo Hongtian beside him and stepped out of the vehicle. Before him stood the entrance, which could more accurately be described as a dragon gate. Towering nearly 30 meters high, the arched entrance was adorned with 2 colossal dragons, poised in opposition, with a gleaming dragon pearl between them, sparkling as if it were real. To one side of the gate stood a plaque. The 4 characters inscribed upon it danced like dragons and phoenixes, clearly a masterpiece. Sacred Imperial Academy. Lin Li turned his head to peer inside the academy, taking in the resplendent buildings, a fusion of modern, ancient, and even long-lost European styles. In short, it was striking and grandiose. Luo Hongtian exited the vehicle, appearing as though he had just awakened, stretching lazily and yawning. Observing Lin Li's excited curiosity, he chuckled, saying, What do you think? The Sacred Imperial Academy is quite impressive, isn't it? This is merely the beginning. There are many more magnificent places within. Come, let me show you around. Lin Li nodded fervently. This place was truly a feast for the eyes, and he felt compelled to explore and broaden his horizons. Hey, the door is open. Luo Hongtian shouted as he approached the dragon gate. Lin Li thought to himself, does this dragon gate not even have a facial recognition system? How disgraceful. Chapter 8. Taking on a heavy burden with a resounding creak, the heavy dragon gate slowly swung open, and Luo Hongtian strode in with great enthusiasm. Student Lin, welcome to the Holy Imperial Academy. Lu Yi parked the car and approached Lin Li with a smile. Thank you, Senior Lu. Lin Li replied. Let us head inside. From now on, this will be your home. My home. Lin Li felt a slight stir within. If all the faculty and students here treated him as Lu Yi and Luo Hongtian did, this place would indeed be a paradise. Yet, could this paradise truly accommodate his darkness? For the next 2 hours, Lu Yi drove the campus tour vehicle, showcasing a small portion of the campus to Luo Hongtian and Lin Li. Indeed, it was merely a small segment. A significant portion remained unexplored because Luo Hongtian grew hungry and insisted on having barbecue, wanting to drink with Lin Li. Lin Li paid no heed to this, for his attention was entirely captivated by the campus scenery. Holy Imperial Academy, as one of the foremost powers in the land, was indeed impressive. Not only was the territory vast, but even the greenery along the roads surpassed that of major scenic spots. The air here was extraordinarily fresh. With each breath, the fragrant essence of blossoms permeated his nostrils, uplifting his spirits. Moreover, Lin Li noticed that since entering the Holy Imperial Academy, the dark energy within him had been subtly increasing, albeit ever so slightly, but he could feel it. This indicated the presence of an elemental enhancement formation. Such formations typically required high-level extraordinary beings to engage with them. Furthermore, a large-scale enhancement formation like this could not exist without a powerful presence overseeing it. It required a continuous supply of resources, amounting to at least several billion blue coins annually. It seemed that the Holy Imperial Academy was financially robust, and for them, this amount was trivial. Vice Dean Luo, we have arrived. All right, young Lin, follow me. Lin Li snapped back to reality and curiously surveyed his surroundings, asking, Weren't we going for drinks? Where's this? Haha, no rush for drinks. We'll get to that later. First, let us complete your enrollment procedures. So we can assign you a place to stay? Oh, I see. I didn't expect this old fellow, Luo Hontian, to be so considerate. Thus, Lin Li followed Luo Hontian into a luxurious office building. The three of them took the elevator to the 6th floor, arriving at the entrance of a large office. Without so much as a knock, Luo Hontian kicked the door open with a resounding bang. His fluid motion indicated he was no stranger to such actions. The sudden intrusion startled several school leaders working within the office. Upon recognizing Luo Hontian, they resignedly returned to their tasks. Lin Li mused to himself, I was mistaken. This old man is indeed a rogue, just the same wherever he goes. Xiao Zhang, expedite the enrollment procedures for this child in 10 minutes. Do not delay my drinking, Luo Hontian declared, pinching his nostrils as he issued the command. The bald school leader, in his 30s, forced a smile before gesturing for Lin Li to approach. Lin Li stepped forward to the desk, where the benevolent bald leader kindly invited him to take a seat. After a few simple inquiries, he asked, What is your name? Lin Li came the reply. How old are you? Just turned 18. Where do you live, and how many people are in your household? In Bai City. There are 3 of us, my aunt, myself, and my cousin. The bald leader looked up, his expression tinged with sympathy, and sighed, thinking to himself that this was yet another unfortunate child. With a decisive thud, the bald leader stamped the document before stating, All right, your designated room is in Building 076. Room 303. There are a few blanks left. Please fill them out yourself. Lin Li accepted the form, expressing his gratitude for the effort. He picked up the black pen on the desk and filled in the remaining spaces. Elemental attribute, Dark. Elemental talent level, SSS. Current strength level, Beginner, level 1. Done. Lin Li nodded in satisfaction and returned the document. All right, Vice Dean Luo, can you what the hell? Luo Hontian was taken aback by the sudden exclamation, causing him to twist his waist. The surrounding school leaders looked on in bewilderment. Has this kid lost his mind? The bald man's eyes widened in shock as he glanced between Luo Hontian and Lin Li. Suddenly, he seemed to realize something, quickly opening a drawer to retrieve another document. Upon comparing the 2 documents, the bald man was utterly confounded. He collapsed onto the floor, his expression a mix of confusion, dread, and despair. Zhang, what is wrong with you? A few school leaders noticed something amiss and hurried over. Vice Dean Luo, when did I offend you? Why are you trying to harm me? Zhang Lei's eyes brimmed with tears, and only then did Luo Hontian grasp the gravity of the situation. He stepped forward and seized the document from the desk. Name, Lin Li, talent level, SSS Legendary Genius. Elemental attribute, Dark. Luo Hontian was also taken aback, slapping his forehead as he recalled why the name Lin Li sounded so familiar. Old Sun had mentioned him, the Lin Li from Bai City who awakened the SSS level Dark elemental ability. The 5 deans had convened, but all refrained from accepting this extraordinary talent due to concerns over the instability and destructiveness of the dark element. What the hell? Luo Hontian couldn't hold back a curse. It's over, it's all over. The stamp has been affixed, meaning Lin Li has officially joined our Holy Imperial Academy. Did we act recklessly by accepting an SSS level dark elemental user? Will Dean's son flay us alive? If he does, we might end up as jerky. The other school leaders lamented in unison. Luo Hontian listened to a few grievances before his temper flared. Everyone shut up. Is this really such a big deal? It's just an SSS level dark genius we accepted. Lousy, take full responsibility for my actions. What can Old Sun do about it? Moreover, the legendary talents across the entirety of the divine continent number no more than a mere 10. By accepting Lin Li, our sacred academy will be graced with 2 such prodigies. Which faction could possibly rival us? Lin Li silently raised his thumb, admiring Luo Hontian's straightforwardness. If I were a woman, I would undoubtedly marry you. Vice President Luo, your reasoning is sound, but the dark arts can easily spiral out of control. How long has it been since the incident with the Divine Lord? Besides, that Li Yu possesses an S-level talent, while Lin Li is an SSS-level prodigy. We all understand the swift growth he is capable of. Indeed, look at Lu Qingyan, who, sharing the same SSS-level abilities as Lin Li, has been with the Sacred Academy for less than 2 years and is on the verge of breaking through to a mid-tier level 3 practitioner. We consider ourselves talented, yet the journey from initial to mid-tier often takes 4 to 5 years. The dark arts surpass all other fields in terms of growth rate. It is likely that within a few years, they will outstrip us all, even you, Dean Sunday. But once they go berserk, Zhang Lei dared not continue, for the consequences were simply unimaginable. Vice President Luo, esteemed leaders, I, Lin Li, voluntarily withdraw from my studies to avoid causing you further trouble. After remaining silent for so long, Lin Li finally spoke. He had anticipated this situation, though he had not expected it to be so tumultuous. In light of this, it would be wise to leave early and spare everyone any inconvenience. If they disapprove of him, it feels rather awkward. Perhaps he should try his luck in the Dark Kingdom, where he might still be welcomed. Enough. Once Luo Hongtian regained his composure, he sternly halted everyone. Lin, my word is my bond. Since I have pledged to accept you, regardless of your abilities or the nature of your talents, I shall take you in. Is it not merely the instability of the dark arts? I will devise a solution for you. With that, Luo Hongtian pointed at several school leaders with an imposing air and proclaimed, "You few should refrain from gossiping behind closed doors. From this moment forth, I shall personally vouch for Lin Li. Any repercussions or risks he incurs will be my responsibility. I will explain the situation to Old Sun myself, and we shall arrange Lin Li's future accordingly. Should anyone dare to undermine me, I will not hesitate to make them regret it." The school leaders were taken aback by Luo Hongtian's authoritative demeanor, falling silent and refraining from further comment. "Lin, let us depart." Sigh. Following Luo Hongtian out of the office, Lin Li stood at the doorway, having listened intently to the unfolding events. Lu Yi, who had been present, now regarded Lin Li with newfound curiosity rather than hostility. It seemed he had questions he was eager to ask, yet the fierce presence of Luo Hongtian rendered him hesitant. Upon exiting the administrative building, the group returned to their vehicle. Luo Hongtian's expression instantly soured. Alas, what a predicament. "Lin, my boy, why did you not introduce yourself as Lin Li when we first met?" Lin Li gazed at Luo Hongtian in bewilderment. Had the old man lost his mind? Realizing his misunderstanding, Luo Hongtian organized his thoughts and spoke. "What I meant to say is, why did you not inform me that you were the Lin Li who awakened the SSS level dark talent?" "Well, you never asked," Lin Li replied. "Throughout this journey, you never inquired about my attributes or abilities, so I hesitated to bring it up." Luo Hongtian finally comprehended the situation. The 4 individuals from the Dark Kingdom had not lied. Lin Li had not been captured by them, but rather was invited to join the Dark Kingdom due to his exceptional SSS-level dark talent, which they intended to cultivate. Instead, he had foolishly intercepted Lin Li, inadvertently shouldering the blame. Who could he turn to for justice? Chapter 9. A Spit and a Nail. Vice Dean Luo. Where shall we go next? Where else can we go? We must consult with Old Sunday. Alas, my old bones will have to endure another scolding, Luo Hongtian lamented. Leaning back in his chair, his expression forlorn and lost in thought. "Lord Luo, you need not distress yourself so. The Holy Royal Academy is not my sole option." "The Dark Kingdom. What do you mean by that?" Luo Hongtian interrupted, sitting up in shock, his face contorted in anger. "Are you implying that our Holy Royal Academy is inferior to the Dark Kingdom? Or that we cannot nurture talent? That our offerings are insufficient?" No, Lord Luo. That is not what I meant. Enough. Let me reiterate, a spit and a nail. Since you have joined the Holy Royal Academy, you are now one of us. Not even Old Sun can alter that fact." Seeing Luo Hongtian's demeanor, Lin Li refrained from further comments to avoid further misinterpretation. Yet, considering the current circumstances, joining the Dark Kingdom seemed the wisest course of action. After all, if one could teach me nothing and only bring shame upon themselves, was it truly worth it? Did one need to argue over such trivial matters? 10 minutes later, within the opulent palace-like building, Lin Li and Lu Yi stood outside the principal's office, quietly listening to Luo Hongtian being reprimanded. "Have you lost your mind? What kind of person do you dare to bring into the academy? An SSS-level dark ability. Do you comprehend the risks this poses to the academy? How many mouths will wield this as an issue? Speak up." The principal of the Holy Royal Academy, Sun Wukong, was the very same elderly gentleman who, possessing holy light abilities, had aided in dispelling the darkness over Bai City. Lin Li recalled the old man as quite amiable, yet his temper was far more volatile, even more so than Luo Hongtian's. "Calm down, Brother Kong," another voice interjected. "Spare me your pleasantries. This is an academy, not a tavern. Address me as Principal Sun." "Ah, Principal Sun, I believe there may be benefits to this situation as well," someone suggested. "What benefits could possibly arise?" "Consider this. Our academy ranks 3rd not merely due to our sole SSS level talent, but also thanks to your esteemed presence as an SSS-level holy light genius. Luo Hantian seized the moment to flatter Sun Wukong, and to his surprise, it seemed to yield some effect. The circumstances have changed. With the addition of the young Lin Li, our academy now boasts 2 legendary talents of the SSS rank. After all, the esteemed Xinghui has only 2 individuals of such caliber. Furthermore, we are acutely aware of what the dark element signifies: disaster, annihilation, and the potential for explosive chaos at any moment. Ah, Director Kong's son, do temper your anger. We are engaging in a serious discussion. The dark and holy light elements theoretically exist on equal footing, were it not for the inherent instability of elemental abilities. One could even argue that the dark element surpasses the holy light. This is an undeniable truth that Sun Wukong cannot refute. The dark element is widely recognized as the most powerful affinity in the world. Simply the ability to challenge beyond one's rank places it far ahead of other elements. If we cultivate Lin Li into a formidable force, reaching the holy realm of abilities is certainly within our grasp. The legendary God King realm may even become a tangible reality. At that time, our human race in Shenzhou would flourish, effortlessly eliminating the troublesome beasts lurking outside. Sun Wukong pondered for a moment, his brows slightly easing as he replied, "Your reasoning holds merit, and such truths are universally acknowledged. However, how can you assure that he will not stray from the righteous path? And even if he does not, what will you teach him? Have either of us truly encountered the dark element's abilities?" Roang Tian scratched his head, a spark of inspiration igniting. Our lack of experience does not preclude Lin Li from discovering his own potential. The simplest approach is to enhance ourselves through combat. We need only provide basic guidance to ensure he is not corrupted by the dark source's power. You certainly have an abundance of ideas. After a lengthy tirade, Sun Wukong found himself at a loss for words. Moreover, given the current situation, anger would yield no fruit. Lin Li had already joined the Xingyu Academy, so the task now was to address the latent dangers posed by the dark element. As for external opinions, let them say what they will. After all, Xingyu Academy is the 3rd most prestigious institution in Shenzhou. When have we ever feared public discourse? Lin Li, step in. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's call, Lin Li hastily opened the door, approaching the desk respectfully to stand beside Roang Tian. At this juncture, there is little more to say. Since you have joined Xingyu, you are now one of us. I will not expel you nor make things difficult. As Vice Dean Roang Tian has stated, it is imperative that you maintain control over your own heart. We, the elder members, will vigilantly monitor your development. Should any issues arise, we will assist in correcting your course. However, to be frank, cultivation must ultimately rely on oneself. If you lack ambition, our efforts will be in vain. Therefore, from this point forward, Vice Dean Roang Tian will guide you, serving as your supervisor and mentor. Should any problems arise, he shall be the first to bear the brunt of my ire. Roang Tian shrugged in resignation. At this point, as long as Lin Li remained, he would be content. Rest assured, Director Sunday, now that I, Lin Li, have joined Xingyu, I shall abide by its rules. I will safeguard my own heart and will not bow to any power, least of all the darkness. Lin Li's words were heartfelt, his steadfast gaze betraying no pretense. Sighing, Sun Wukong murmured to himself, what a good child he is, yet regrettably awakened to the dark arts. I have faith in you. Go back and rest. Thank you, Director Sun. Lin Li bowed deeply before promptly exiting the room. Congratulations, Lin. You have earned Director Sun's recognition. Hee, I never expected Director Sun would accept me. I look forward to your guidance, Senior Liu. You're too kind. I do have a few questions I'd like to ask you. Feel free to inquire. I shall answer without reservation. All right, let us step outside to converse. Hong Tian, once Lin Li has matured, arrange for him to meet Lu Qingyan. It would be best for them to spar, as I wish to see just how formidable the talent of the dark arts truly is. Brother Kong, Lu Qingyan is already at the 3rd tier of the intermediate stage. This kid has scarcely trained. How long will it take for him to reach that level? You naive fool, do you think challenges from the dark arts are mere words? With that, Sun Wukong turned the computer screen toward Luo Hantian, displaying the scene of Lin Li's battle against Zhang Xiao. Luo Hantian watched intently until he burst into laughter. Huh? Truly worthy of my attention. To look down upon a level 4 beginner at just level 1. Though that fellow across the way may seem foolish, his strength is undeniable. How intriguing. Humph. Had it not been for this kid's astonishing talent, I would never have agreed to take him in. So, Huang Feihong has set his sights on Lin Li as well. That old fool cares not whether it is the dark arts. Is there a scarcity of the dark arts at Huali Academy? His actions are no different from those of the Dark Kingdom or the Temple of Evil Spirits. Sun Wukong waved his hand, signaling an end to the topic. Some matters are best kept to oneself. Not all thoughts of righteous individuals are virtuous. Lin, how powerful is the force of the dark arts? Lin Li pondered for a moment before explaining. I have only recently awakened, so it is difficult to articulate. Let me put it this way. 2 days ago, I fought against a level 4 fire elemental ability user. How long did you hold out? Upon hearing of Lin Li's experience in overcoming a higher tier, Lu Yi's interest was piqued. I won. I intended to press my advantage, but was intercepted by an intermediate level 3 ability user. Lu Yi's mouth fell agape in disbelief. He had heard of the dark arts capability to challenge higher tiers, and had come to believe it somewhat. But to overcome 3 levels and emerge victorious? That seemed rather implausible. Lin, boasting is not a commendable trait. I recognize your exceptional talent, a legendary gift, yet battling a level 4 while at level 1, without any prior training, is somewhat unrealistic. What is unrealistic about it? Just because you haven't witnessed it doesn't mean it hasn't occurred. A voice from afar interjected. I have seen Lin Li's battle with my own eyes. The facts speak for themselves. Deputy Director Luo, are you suggesting that Lin Li can truly fight at 3 levels higher? Indeed, though the opponent's intellect may be lacking, strength does not deceive. Had it not been for the intervention, Lin, you would likely have slain him, correct? At this pronouncement, the room fell into silence. Lu Yi could not suppress a gulp. Lin Li had intended to kill? Indeed. What? He even admits it? Luo Hongtian squinted, gazing at Lin Li with a scrutinizing look. Why must he die? Lin Li's voice was icy, his tone rising and falling with a commanding presence. Because he has crossed my bottom line and threatened my family. Thus, he must perish. Lu Yi now comprehended Lin Li's murderous intent. If he were in the same position, he too would eliminate the threat. Ha ha ha, splendid. Luo Hongtian returned to the car, patting Lin Li's shoulder with great delight. A true man must possess a fierce heart and unyielding strength. One must harbor no pity for adversaries. If it were me, I would have dealt with that bespectacled Huali as well. Huali? Luo Hongtian realized he had spoken too freely and quickly shot a glare at Lu Yi. You didn't hear anything, understand? Lu Yi, astute as ever, nodded vigorously, as if in agreement with an engine's rhythm. Chapter 10. Greetings, Xiao AI Beep. Fingerprint verification successful. Welcome home. Lin Li, slightly inebriated, pushed open the door to his apartment, fumbling against the wall until he found the switch. With a click, the lights illuminated. Yet, he had no inclination to admire the opulent furnishings. After closing the door, he headed straight for the bed, carelessly discarding his shoes, shirt, and pants before collapsing onto the mattress. Luo Hongtian, you old drunkard, how can you drink so much? Indeed, Lin Li had just engaged in a fierce battle with Luo Hongtian, which led him back to his apartment. Today, Luo Hongtian had displayed extraordinary vigor, perhaps needing to relieve some psychological pressure, mixing beers, whites, and reds together, resulting in Lin Li's first defeat. Utterly disastrous. All dining halls at Xingyu Academy were complimentary. However, one could opt for paid services by hiring renowned chefs. That old rascal Luo Hongtian had chosen the latter, ultimately leaving Lin Li to foot the bill. 99,000 blue coins. Lin Li felt a pang in his heart. Originally, he had amassed over 1 million blue coins, with 500,000 spent on a house. 600,000 reserved for Xiao Ye and his aunt's living expenses, leaving him with less than 300,000. At the current rate of expenditure, that sum would not last long. Ding. Detecting the owner in a state of intoxication, the air conditioning adjusted to a comfortable 26 degrees, and detox tea was being prepared. What is this? Who's speaking? Lin Li, still dazed, sat up and scanned the surroundings, noticing nothing unusual. Ding. Greetings, master. I am your intelligent assistant, Xiao AI. Please feel free to command me. Lin Li then noticed a smart voice speaker in the corner, with a kawaii made on the screen waving at him. He chuckled foolishly, lifting his hand to wave back. Hello, Xiao AI. Greetings, master. Burp. Lin Li let out a belch, feeling his head grow heavier, and with a clatter, he fell back onto the bed. Just as he closed his eyes, preparing to doze off, his phone rang, echoing in his ears. I love you. Walking alone in dark alleys, I love your unwavering stance. Hello? Who's this? Lin Li, go, it's Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye? Lin Li's mind struggled to catch up with his ears, taking a moment to regain his composure. Dear Xiaoya, how are you and your aunt faring? Have you arrived in Tianwu City? Yes, my aunt, Hongyi, and I have just reached our destination. Lin Li, this house you purchased is exceedingly spacious and splendid. Furthermore, Hongyi has arranged an abundance of daily necessities for us, along with numerous smart home devices I had never encountered before. Smart home devices? Lin Li glanced at the small corner where Xiao AI was situated and replied with satisfaction. As long as you are comfortable, that is all that matters. Please extend my gratitude to Hongyi. Rest assured, brother. By the way, how are things on your end? Everything is progressing smoothly. I have arrived at my destination and will take good care of myself. But Xiaoya, you must also look after yourself and heed your aunt's advice. Don't worry, brother. When have I ever been disobedient? Lin Li smiled indulgently. He then chatted briefly with Wang Lanying, his aunt, who was always concerned about him, showering him with well-meaning advice. Eventually, realizing the hour was late, he ended the call. With a half-drunken gaze fixed upon the ceiling, Lin Li's emotions were quite complex. The journey had been so convoluted, yet he had finally settled here. But what could this place teach him? Tomorrow, he would attend his first foundational course, and he hoped everything would proceed smoothly and prove beneficial. The following morning, precisely at 7, Xiao AI promptly awakened Lin Li. The melodious sound of music roused him from his slumber, and the day's lessons had already been sent to his phone. One must admit, having a smart assistant is truly delightful. After a refreshing bath, Lin Li tidied himself and donned the academy uniform he had prepared in advance, slinging a small bag over his shoulder before stepping out. The morning sunlight was gentle and warm, heralding the early autumn with leaves beginning to turn slightly yellow. Birds flitted among the trees, and flowers danced in the breeze. The crisp, refreshing air intoxicated Lin Li as he walked along the asphalt road, bustling with people. Various handsome young men and beautiful women, all clad in academy uniforms, hurried towards the teaching venues. Suddenly, Lin Li heard the sound of something scattering on the ground. Looking back, he saw a female classmate on her knees, frantically gathering a stack of documents that had fallen from her arms. Adhering to the principle of kindness, Lin Li assisted her in picking up the majority of the scattered papers. Thank you so much, the girl exclaimed, her gratitude evident as she noticed his help. As they both stood up simultaneously, their gazes intertwined. Lin Li thought to himself, what a beauty. Meanwhile, a flicker of admiration danced in the girl's eyes, clearly captivated by Lin Li's striking appearance. Hello, classmate. My name is Lu Qingyu. Thank you once again for your assistance. Lu Qingyu? Lin Li felt the name was somewhat familiar. Then he recalled, a senior named Lu Qingyan, a legendary talent with SSS level ice elemental abilities, often referred to as the treasure of the Sacred Imperial Academy. Oh, hello? I am Lin Li. Lin Li? You are the Lin Li? Upon hearing his name, Lu Qingyu was momentarily taken aback, her shock swiftly transforming into curiosity, which then blossomed into excitement. Are you Lin Li, the one who awakened an SSS level dark ability and joined our Holy Imperial Academy yesterday? Incredible. When did you become so renowned? You just enrolled in the academy yesterday, and today you are already a household name? Yes, that's me. How did you come to know? My sister informed me. She is particularly intrigued by you and has been clamoring for an opportunity to spar with you. But rest assured, she would never leverage her strength against someone less experienced. Should a contest arise, she would temper her abilities to match yours. Your sister is Lu Qingyan, the senior Lu? Indeed. It seems you are indeed siblings. Please convey to Senior Lu that I, too, eagerly anticipate a chance to engage in a friendly contest with her. Certainly. By the way, Lin, which class have you been assigned to? Lin Li was taken aback, as he was uncertain himself. He promptly retrieved his phone and glanced at the course schedule sent by Xiao AI. Basic course area, Year 1, Class 1, Building 001, Room 001. Wow. You are in the same class as me? Really? Is that true? Lin Li mused to himself. Could it be mere coincidence? Of course. I am also in Year 1. Class 1, though I am ranked a bit lower. Ranked? What ranking? Lin Li's understanding of the Holy Imperial Academy was less than 1%. Thus, he was largely oblivious to what Lu Qingyu was referring to. Let us walk while we talk, Lin. To express my gratitude for your assistance, I shall enlighten you about the structural system of the Holy Imperial Academy. All right, I appreciate your help, Qingyu. Thus, the two walked side by side, their conversation filled with laughter and camaraderie. Through Lu Qingyu's narration, the system of the Holy Imperial Academy appeared rather straightforward. There are 5 grades, Year 1 through Year 5. Currently, Both Lin Li and Lu Qingyu are in Year 1, while Lu Yi and Lu Qingyan are in Year 3. Each grade comprises 100 classes, with 30 students in each class. The higher the class rank, the greater the innate talent of the students within. For instance, in Year 1, Class 1, there are presently 8 SS-level elemental ability wielders and 21 S-level elemental ability wielders. The 21 S-level elemental ability users either possess unique elemental attributes or have demonstrated exceptional prowess among their peers. Otherwise, they would not have qualified for the Academy's most prestigious talent class. Currently, Lu Qingyu ranks 10th in class with an S-level Holy Light elemental ability, a talent of immense cultivation value. Across the entire Divine Continent, such talents are exceedingly rare. The SSS-level Holy Light abilities have yet to emerge, with only one SSS-level Holy Light prodigy ever recorded, none other than the current president of the Holy Imperial Academy, Sun Wukong. Following him are S-level Holy Light ability users like Lu Qingyu. This illustrates just how rare this ability category is. Alas, with your arrival, Lin, my ranking is bound to slip. Lin Li awkwardly scratched his head. It was unintentional. Seeing Lin Li's demeanor, Lu Qingyu smiled broadly and said, "Ah, I was merely jesting. Rankings are not of paramount importance to me. Rather, you might very well contend with my sister for the title of the best at Holy Imperial." The best at Holy Imperial? I lack interest, and that is the truth. As the saying goes, a tall tree attracts the wind. Lin Li's SSS-level Dark ability alone is sufficient to draw attention, and now, with the title of the first in the Holy Order, who knows how much trouble it may invite? Out of 100 individuals, 99 harbor concerns regarding the existence of dark powers. Should Lin Li ascend to the pinnacle, wouldn't that group incite chaos against the Holy Order? You may not be intrigued, but my sister certainly is. It is rumored that dark abilities are the most powerful and rare among all elemental powers, even more so than the Holy Light. Moreover, it has been said that dark abilities can challenge beyond their level. This is due to the sheer purity and magnitude of their energy, which can lead to madness and loss of sanity. Lin Li remained silent beside her, fully aware that the rumors known to Lu Qingyu were indeed true. There is no need to elaborate on the capability of level-up challenges or the strength of pure energy. The risk of succumbing to madness might simply be because Lin Li has yet to reach a higher realm. "Lin classmate, we have arrived." With Lu Qingyu's reminder, Lin Li regained his composure and gazed ahead. Is this a classroom? It distinctly resembles an arena, not an ancient Roman Colosseum, but rather a modern training ground of grand proportions. Towering structures encircle a platform nearly the size of 3 football fields. Upon that platform lies an array of sporting equipment and teaching tools. The scene is particularly peculiar. Chapter 11. The eyes of the crowd are keen, Lin classmate. This area is where we conduct practical training. It is typically utilized for physical training courses or skills development classes. This afternoon, we have a physical training session, and it promises to be quite enjoyable. Lu Qingyu cast a mysterious glance at Lin Li, making him feel rather uneasy. The phrase "quite enjoyable" seemed to carry profound significance. "Oh, really? I am looking forward to it then. Let us proceed. That building is our classroom. The entire structure is dedicated to our class." The two ascended the platform, making their way towards the central golden building. "Qingyu, who is this fellow?" Lin Li inwardly lamented. It seemed that a cliché scenario was about to unfold. Is this the sorrow of being the protagonist? "Wu Xiao, are we that familiar? Please call me Lu Qingyu. Thank you for your cooperation." Lu Qingyu continued walking alongside Lin Li, undeterred. Qingyu. A tall, well-built boy entered Lin Li's line of sight. Wu Xiao jogged up to the duo, first glancing at Lin Li before turning to Lu Qingyu and playfully pouting. "Why do you always avoid me, Qingyu? Is it because of this guy? Have you found a new boyfriend?" "Wu Xiao, what do you mean by new boyfriend? Did I ever have a boyfriend before? Please don't be so self-important. So you do admit this fellow is your boyfriend?" "Me? When did I ever admit that? He is a new classmate, and I happened to encounter him on the way here." Lu Qingyu felt increasingly uneasy explaining herself. Why should she bother? Do I really need to explain myself to you? What our relationship is none of your concern. Kindly disappear from my sight, or I shall not be polite. Lu Qingyu grew increasingly agitated, extending her palm as a radiant orb of golden light coalesced, unmistakably revealing her initial 6th-level prowess. "Qingyu, please do not be so upset. I am merely concerned for you. As a newcomer, I feel it is my duty to show some care, don't you think?" Observing Lu Qingyu's seriousness, Wu Xiao hastily positioned himself beside Lin Li. intending to serve as a shield. Newcomer, how should I address you? I admit I was too impulsive earlier. Would you mind if I borrowed your physical form for a moment? Borrow my physical form? That sounds rather peculiar, Lin Li replied. No, I don't mind. My name is Lin Li. What did you say? Wu Xiao jumped back, startled, maintaining a cautious distance from Lin Li. Puffed, with your demeanor. Do you think you can entangle me? Just hearing Lin's name has left you in such a state. You truly bring shame to our class. Lu Qingyu seized the opportunity to mock Wu Xiao sharply. Wait, Qingyu, listen to me. This lad is a legendary talent of the dark arts. Do you not comprehend the danger he poses? How can you associate with someone like him? Lin Li's expression fell. What do you mean by someone like him? What is wrong with my kind? Have I consumed your family's rice or drunk your water? Wu Xiao, mind your words. What is wrong with the dark arts? Do you think you are worthy to compare with the dark arts? Your meager talents amount to naught in Lin's eyes. How dare you mock him? Lin Li silently applauded Lu Qingyu's defense. This girl speaks beautifully. I maintain that this lad remains a threat. What if he harbors ulterior motives towards you? Lin Li lifted his gaze, unwilling to accept such an accusation. Even if he had such thoughts, he would never admit it. Wu Xiao, how many years for framing someone? Huh? Wu Xiao sneered. Though a hint of wariness lingered in his eyes, he mustered the courage to assert, What? Have I struck a chord? Do not presume that mere looks can entice my goddess. So what if you are of the dark arts? It is precisely because you belong to that realm that you are unworthy of mingling with Goddess Lu. She embodies the pure essence of the holy light. What nonsense! Are you suggesting I would use my looks to seduce her? That is quite insulting. No man could endure such a remark. And what of you? What pitiful lineage do you possess? I surely cannot compare to you, Lin Li, the great demon king. I am but a wretched SS-level wood element. Uft. Lin Li and Lu Qingyu shared a moment of harmonious laughter. I thought you were being modest. It turns out you truly are worthless. Ha! Wu Xiao, you have finally recognized your own standing. I am absolutely delighted. Their antics successfully attracted the attention of the surrounding crowd, many of whom relished the unfolding spectacle. Uncertain of what was so amusing, they simply reveled in the entertainment. Wu Xiao found himself caught in a predicament, unable to express his anger nor his sorrow. He had aimed to subtly ridicule Lin Li, but ended up being met with a sharp retort, delivering 2 resounding slaps to his own face in the process. Lin Li, I challenge you to a duel. Do you dare accept my challenge? Lu Qingyu furrowed her brow, sensing that the situation had taken a turn for the worse. Wu Xiao, possessing the same rank of level 6 as Lin Li, regardless of his elemental affiliation, was a challenge beyond Lin Li's capabilities. Wu Xiao, have you no sense of shame? Lin Li has only recently awakened, while you have been honing your abilities for half a year. How can you shamelessly challenge him? The onlookers began to comprehend the situation. It was Lin Li, endowed with the SSS-class Dark elemental powers, facing off against Wu Xiao, who wielded SSS-class Wood elemental abilities. Suddenly, the crowd recoiled in unison upon realizing the implications of an SSS-class Dark elemental. Some were so frightened that they hastily departed, heading to their classes. Is this individual, rumored to be an SSS-class Dark elemental prodigy, truly attending our academy? I've just heard that Vice Principal Luo brought him here, and Dean Sun approved it. But the specifics remain unclear. Oh my heavens, bringing a Dark elemental into the academy. What about our safety? If Lin Li undergoes a transformation, we shall all suffer. Panic spread as they exchanged worried glances. No, we mustn't let Lin Li engage. I've heard that Dark elementals are prone to transformation during battle. That despicable Wu Xiao. Does he wish to bring us to ruin? Wu Xiao. Lin Li, well said. Lu Qingyu, now I need not worry. Indeed, the crowd's perception was astute, and the blame swiftly fell upon Wu Xiao. A chorus of accusations rained down upon him. They did not even mention fear of Lin Li's potential transformation. Instead, they condemned Wu Xiao for his lack of dignity, challenging a novice while boasting the experience of a level 6, his audacity rivaled only by city walls. Stop! 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 Wu Xiao could no longer endure the barrage and shouted for silence. I concede. I was wrong. How can you all behave this way? He asked the Dark elemental. Not only did he take my goddess, but he also mocks me, and yet you dare criticize me. This is utterly unfair. In a fit of indignation, Wu Xiao, tears streaming down his face, fled the teaching area, casting a glance back at Lin Li. Lin Li mused, well, that's another grudge acquired. Being the protagonist is truly exhausting. All right, Lin Li, it's getting late. We must attend class. Lin Li nodded and followed Lu Qingyu into the golden-hued building. Today is a momentous occasion. We welcome a new student, Lin Li, who I believe you have all heard about. Please, Lin Li, introduce yourself to the class. The captivating teacher on stage, Cui Yeyun, in her 30s and a mid-tier level 9 powerhouse, served as the homeroom teacher for class one of the first year at Xingyu Academy. Her abilities were impressive, her physique admirable, and her command over the class unparalleled. With a student like Lin Li, an SSS class Dark Elementalist, any other teacher would have been overwhelmed. Welcome? What a farce. This is merely a ticking time bomb for my class. Nay, a nuclear bomb. If anything were to go awry, I would be the first to suffer. Yet, what could a mere teacher do about issues that even the higher-ups in the academy could not resolve? One step at a time, should a crisis arise. It would simply be my misfortune. Moreover, with Luo Hantian as the guarantor, there should be no significant issues, right? Greetings, everyone. I am Lin Li, a proud 18-year-old from Baiqing. My extraordinary ability is of the SSS grade in the dark arts. I understand that many harbor reservations about this particular attribute. Yet I firmly believe that every attribute possesses its own intrinsic value. Here, I, Lin Li, assure you that as long as you do not provoke me, I shall not instigate any conflict or pose a threat to you. I will personally address the negative implications associated with the dark arts, and the notion of falling into darkness will never befall me. Therefore, I ask for your trust as I long to coexist peacefully with my classmates, to progress together, and to contribute to the land of Shenzhou. A smattering of applause, not overly loud, emerged, led by Lu Qingyu, followed closely by our homeroom teacher, Cui Yeyun. Lin Li's speech resonated deeply within her. She understood that Lin Li was a good-hearted individual, and awakening to the dark arts was not a choice he made willingly. Unwavering resistance and exclusion would only ensnare him in a quagmire of resentment, making him more susceptible to darkness. It would be far more beneficial to approach him with warmth and care. Perhaps, such kindness would foster a change in his disposition. Lin's presentation was commendable, and I share the same sentiment. The dark arts do not guarantee a descent into malevolence. There are numerous instances of individuals from other attributes succumbing to darkness. We must not regard Lin Li with disdain. His inclusion in the Xingyu Academy signifies the trust placed in him by the principal and the school administration. Thus we too should extend our trust. Cui Yeyun's words rang true. From this moment forward, Lin Li is my dear friend. Anyone who dares to oppose him shall be opposing me, Lu Qingyu. And should anyone wish to confront me. At this point, Lu Qingyu surveyed all her classmates, particularly those ranked lower and of lesser standing than herself, who shivered in response. Opposing her? That would mean opposing Lu Qingyan. What a jest! Who in the entire Xingyu Academy would dare to provoke Lu Qingyan? Chapter 12. Astonished, my friend Lin Li, please find a seat. Cui Yeyun was at a loss for words. With Lu Qingyu stepping in, there should be no significant problem. Certainly, teacher. Lin Li descended from the excessively grand podium, fortuitously finding an empty seat beside Lu Qingyu, which he promptly occupied. Lin Li swore that this so-called first-grade classroom was the most opulent and extravagant he had ever encountered in his life. This entire building soared 30 stories high, with the first floor designated for their foundational courses. A truly palatial education. The podium, towering over a meter in height, spanned over 100 square meters. Below, 30 luxurious leather armchairs were arranged, slightly lower than the podium, yet perfectly positioned. Beside each armchair stood a servant, indeed, attendants dedicated to serving the students. However, not every classroom or student was afforded this luxury. This privilege was reserved solely for the top 3 classes of each grade, and by the 4th and 5th grades, students would no longer require attendance as they ventured to the borders of Shenzhou for practical training. Although this endeavor is fraught with peril, confronting the malevolent beasts is an experience that every adept must endure. As the saying goes, one cannot behold the rainbow without weathering the storm. How can one ascend to the pinnacle of strength without undergoing the trials of life and death? Senior Lin, may I inquire what you would like to drink? The male attendant standing beside Lin Li appeared particularly anxious, for he too was an adept, albeit possessing only a B-level talent. Yet he was acutely aware of what the dark element entailed. Lin Li shook his head, indicating that he desired nothing to drink. Very well. Let us commence today's foundational training session. In our previous lesson, we discussed the source power of elements. Today, we shall review that topic while also guiding our new classmates. It is well known that the 10 elements consist of holy light, dark, ice, fire, thunder, wind, metal, earth, wood, and psychic. The classification of cultivation levels for all elements remains consistent, divided into initial, intermediate, advanced, super, holy, and the legendary God-King realm. As of now, no one in the realm of abilities has yet ventured into the holy or God-King realms. The esteemed Director Wang of the Holy Radiance Academy currently stands at the super level, just one step away from the holy realm. However, that step is far more challenging than one might imagine. Should Director Wang successfully take that step, the realm of abilities will usher in a new era of transformation. Now, let us discuss the methods of cultivating elemental abilities. The first and most direct method is combat. Engaging in battle can awaken the latent powers of an adept, enhancing and transcending their limits, thereby facilitating advancement. The second method involves absorbing elemental crystals or beast crystals to acquire specific elemental abilities for the sake of promotion. However, I do not recommend this method, especially before reaching the intermediate level. First and foremost, both elemental and beast crystals are exceedingly rare and precious. Their acquisition demands significant financial resources and entails immense risks. The theft of these crystals occurs almost daily, as they are considered invaluable treasures to those with lesser talents. With the aid of crystals, they can drastically reduce their training time and achieve rapid advancement. Yet, this method lacks the solidity that comes from self-cultivation. External forces remain external. One requires time to integrate and refine them. During this period, any lapse in caution could lead to being backfired upon by these external forces, resulting in self-harm. Therefore, I encourage you to adopt the third method of cultivation. The third method is the most common and robust approach, energy gathering. By absorbing and consolidating the natural elemental energies from the world, one can enhance their elemental abilities and break through the shackles of each realm. Every one of you present is a prodigy among prodigies. This method of cultivation is exceedingly simple for you, and your training speed will surpass that of lower-tier talent adepts by tenfold, even 100-fold. The higher the talent, the swifter the progress. At this point, Cui Yeyun unconsciously shifted her gaze toward Lin Li, and several classmates around her followed suit. Lin Li, in his heart, was incredulously lamenting. What are you all staring at? Cough. It seems that Lin Li has yet to encounter these three cultivation methods. The teacher's understanding of the dark arts is rather limited, and whether this third method is suitable for the dark system remains uncertain. Perhaps Lin Li could conduct an experiment? It would also provide the other students an opportunity to witness the unique qualities of an SSS-level gifted ability user. Cui Yeyun's proposal instantly piqued the interest of all the students present. They were eager to explore the extraordinary energies possessed by a legendary dark system. However, Lin Li felt a sense of discomfort. Was this cultivation method truly applicable to him? Where could one find dark elements in broad daylight? Nevertheless, since the teacher had suggested it, it would be impolite to decline. What if it actually worked? Thus, Lin Li rose and positioned himself at the center of the podium. Cui Yeyun stood beside him, guiding Lin Li as she laid down a soft mat on the ground for him to sit cross-legged upon. He began to regulate his breathing, steady his mind, and establish a connection with his inner abilities, attempting to perceive the dark elements in the world around him, gathering, attracting, and channeling them into his body. At this moment, Cui Yeyun felt a tinge of nervousness, mirrored by the anxiety of the 20-some students below. They all hoped nothing would go awry. The dark system's rampage was notoriously terrifying, and everyone present cherished their lives. As time passed, beads of sweat began to surface on Lin Li's forehead. Following Cui Yeyun's instructions, he endeavored to sense the dark elements around him using his inner dark energy, yet after a long while, he felt nothing. There was no trace of dark elements. Instead, he was inundated with energies from other elemental systems, overwhelming in their presence. Lin Li was perplexed. Shouldn't dark elements, like other energies, permeate the world? Night and day should not affect the fluctuation of elements, for even in daylight, shadows exist, and light can be found in the darkness of night. Strangely, despite Lin Li's efforts to guide and perceive, the dark elements remained elusive. Suddenly, Lin Li recalled an incident from his last battle with Zhang Xiao, where his dark energy had devoured Zhang's fire energy, resulting in an even more powerful dark shockwave. Did this imply that he could harness his inner dark energy to absorb all elemental energies in the surroundings? With a sense of desperation, he decided to abandon his selective search for dark elements and instead embraced all energies within a 100-meter radius. Cui Yeyun distinctly sensed the elemental energies around them surging wildly, all converging towards Lin Li. What is Lin Li doing? Is he absorbing all the elemental energies? My goodness, has he gone mad? Absorbing energies that do not belong to him could provoke a backlash. Yet, why did it seem that Lin Li's abilities were intensifying? The students below exchanged anxious whispers, while Lu Qingyu watched the scene with exhilaration. Lin Li's performance was indeed extraordinary, far exceeding common expectations. Conversely, Cui Yeyun's expression mirrored concern. Despite his lack of experience with the dark system, witnessing Lin Li's actions filled him with dread. In the realm of the dark arts, the ability to absorb enemy skills during combat raises the question, can this power be harnessed during training as well? Indeed, this is the case. Lin Li's absorption rate accelerated remarkably, depleting the elemental energies within a radius of 100 meters. He concentrated the amassed chaotic elements and directed them down to his dantian, where they were swiftly assimilated by his primal dark energy. Lin Li could distinctly sense the rapid growth of energy within him, nearing the brink of a significant breakthrough. It was evident that this threshold was the initial stage of the second tier. With a series of cracking sounds echoing in his consciousness, Lin Li finally unleashed the aura of the second tier. All present, his peers and instructors alike, were left astounded. After the breakthrough, Lin Li felt invigorated, exhaling a deep breath of stale air. Thank you, Teacher Cui, for your guidance. Although the training process has undergone some changes, this method suits me quite well. Some changes? Cui Yeyun held back a torrent of thoughts, but ultimately refrained from voicing them. The dark arts could absorb all elemental abilities, converting external forces for its own use. And astonishingly, without any side effects, allowing for a seamless breakthrough. Lin Li had awakened just a few days ago, barely 3, and had already reached the initial stage of the second tier. Lin Li, you truly are exceptionally gifted. It seems my sister now has a worthy rival. Lu Qingyu's remark heightened the tension, as Lu Qingyan had now set her sights on Lin Li, both being SSS level. Who would concede to whom? Moreover, considering Lin Li's demonstrated training speed, he surpassed Lu Qingyan by a considerable margin. She had awakened her powers roughly a year and a half ago, currently standing as a mid-tier level 3, while Lu Qingyu, who awakened 10 days later, barely reached the initial stage of level 6. The disparity was glaring. Congratulations, Lin, you have indeed surprised me. Please, return to your seat. Cui Yeyun was torn between joy and concern. The unpredictability of the dark arts was overwhelming. This was merely the third, most common, and slowest foundational training method. What if the second method proved effective? My heavens, Cui Yeyun marveled to herself. If Lin Li remained uncorrupted by the darkness, within 15 years, or even sooner, he would undoubtedly surpass the 6 deans and ascend as the foremost figure in the land. Chapter 13. Am I consuming your ancestors' golden body? Thus concluded Lin Li's first lesson of the semester. The latter part of the class was filled with fundamental knowledge, which Lin Li absorbed with great seriousness. He discovered that much of this knowledge could be applied to the dark arts, though there were also pitfalls to avoid. The specifics would require Lin Li's own practice and exploration. After class, Lu Qingyu extended an invitation to Lin Li for lunch, primarily because someone wished to meet him. Who else could it be but Lu Qingyan? Yet, before the two could exit the classroom, 3 figures blocked Lin Li's path. Wu Xiao, are you never going to give up? Lu Qingyu's expression turned icy, as Wu Xiao's relentless persistence had clearly crossed a line. Goddess Lu, please don't misunderstand. We are interested in Lin Li, not you. A young man with azure hair and a refined visage spoke. Are you interested in me? Do you intend to challenge me? In matters of appearance and presence, Lin Li had never conceded to anyone. I relish engaging with intelligent individuals. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Si Yufeng, possessing an SS-level gold elemental ability, currently ranked 4th in class, influenced by you, temporarily 5th. I am Yao Tong, presently ranked 6th, with an SS-level wind elemental ability. Lin Li gazed at Yao Tong, who stood beside Si Yufeng. This fellow was also quite handsome, tall, and possessed a presence that was a third of Lin Li's own. To be fair, I grant you 1 month. We have all witnessed your training pace. Within a month, reaching the initial stages of level 4 or even 5 is entirely possible. As for myself, Si Yufeng, I am currently at initial stage level 8, while Yao Tong is at level 7 and Wu Xiao at level 6. If you can defeat us all, from henceforth, you shall have dominion over class 1 of the first year. Moreover, We shall ensure your protection. While the dark element is perceived as perilous by other classmates, for us, it represents an opportunity to pursue strength. If you lose, keep your distance from my goddess. Should we lose, I shall allow you to draw closer to her. Wuxiu, if you continue to spout nonsense, I shall tear your mouth apart. Lin Li, Wuxiu, Si Yufeng, and Yao Tong were all taken aback by Lu Qingyu's outburst. Was this truly the Lu goddess? Realizing she had lost her composure, Lu Qingyu stormed out of the classroom in a huff. I accept your challenge. We shall meet a month hence. With that, Lin Li followed suit. Lu classmate, please calm down. I will treat you to lunch today. Seeing Lu Qingyu's puffed cheeks, Lin Li was at a loss. To placate her? That felt awkward, given their relationship. Yet, to not appease her, as a male, he felt compelled to take some action. No need, Lin classmate. This time, I invited you. Next time, it shall be your turn to treat. Invited me? Lin Li heard nothing else, fixating solely on those two words. Could it be that Lu Qingyu was genuinely interested in him? The charm I possess. Lu Qingyu, realizing the implications, blushed and explained, do not misunderstand. I merely meant that we are friends now. It is quite normal to treat each other to meals, as reciprocity is the foundation of friendship. Indeed, that is precisely the case. Lu Qingyu believed her explanation was flawless. However, Lin Li remained unconvinced. How many ordinary friends dine together daily? As the saying goes, familiarity breeds intimacy. Women, so often contradictory. The two moved swiftly, soon arriving at the academy's dining hall. Lu Qingyu was undeniably affluent. Without hesitation, she reserved the largest and finest private room and summoned a top-tier ice cream chef, whose fee was a staggering $3.99 million. Lin Li wished he could place a pot on the chef's head. Are you serving your family's ancestral gold? $3.99 million. What a ridiculous sum. Alas, Lu Qingyu was willing to play the role of the generous benefactor, and since she seemed unfazed, he felt it inappropriate to interfere. Lin Li, have you accepted the challenge from Si Yufeng and the others? Yes, I have. Do you have confidence? Si Yufeng was indeed an initial level 8-tier ability user. Although you possessed a month's time, Lu Qingyu hesitated to voice her thoughts. She had witnessed Lin Li's astonishing training speed. Yet, within a month, one could at best reach level 4 or 5, perhaps even 6 at the utmost. Could one truly contend against an 8-tier ability user? Rest assured, I am filled with confidence. The legendary Dark-type abilities, how could those few lackluster adversaries possibly stand a chance against classmate Lin Li? A melodious and composed voice resonated from outside the door, prompting both Lin Li and Lu Qingyu to rise. The former did so out of respect for strength, while the latter acted in deference to her sister. Sister, you have arrived. Lu Xuejia, a pleasure to meet you. A figure, even more exquisite and ethereal than Lu Qingyu, graced the room. The two bore striking resemblance, both being stunning beauties. However, Lin Li perceived a sense of maturity, confidence, and an overwhelming presence emanating from Lu Qingyan. Truly, she was a prodigy of the legendary ice abilities. Classmate Lin, it is a pleasure. Lu Qingyan extended her hand, courteously shaking Lin Li's. Beside them, Lu Qingyu appeared as if she had seen a ghost, pointing at the two in speechless astonishment. Qingyu, don't mind this girl, please take a seat. Lin Li obediently sat down, and Lu Qingyu finally managed to utter a sentence. Sister, I thought you had a cleanliness obsession regarding boys. After all these years, when have you ever interacted with one? Lin Li mused. What the? Does this girl have a mental quirk? Wait a moment. This situation feels more like a romantic subplot. Lin Li glanced between Lu Qingyu and Lu Qingyan. Oh, this melodramatic plot intrigues me. Qingyu, have your recent allowances been too generous? Would you like me to speak to our family and lighten your financial burden? Lu Qingyan remarked, sipping her tea delicately. Her tone neither warm nor cold. No, I can keep quiet. Lu Qingyu, feeling aggrieved, sat down, observing the exchange between the two with a dry expression. Classmate Lin, your talent piques my interest. Since the era's restart, 8 SSS-level legendary prodigies have emerged among the 10 elements, and with you, that makes 9. The dark and holy light abilities are regarded as the strongest attribute systems, yet I do not share that sentiment, for I have battled with individuals of the dark type. Lin Li thought, Madam, you have successfully captured my attention. Sister, how was I unaware of this? Lu Qingyu could not help but interject. Over a month ago, during my return to the family, I encountered members of the demonized legion, and then I engaged in combat with them. I was of intermediate second-tier strength, just as they were, yet ultimately, I was defeated. What? Lu Qingyu gasped, hastily moving to Lu Qingyan's side, inspecting her from head to toe. Stop searching, I am unscathed. Then why do you claim you were defeated? Because they managed to escape. Escaped? Lu Shuejia. Do you mean to say you feel defeated simply because you did not capture them? No. Lu Qingyan set her teacup down and paused before continuing. It is because they did not intend to kill me. Both gasped in astonishment. The implication was clear. They could have killed her. After that battle, I have developed a new perspective on the dark abilities. Challenging higher levels is truly achievable. Lin Li nodded, fully aware of this fact. When at the first tier, defeating a fourth-tier opponent was possible. Now that he has reached the second tier, while he cannot confidently claim to surpass a sixth-tier adversary, contending with a fifth tier should pose no significant challenge. After all, as one ascends in rank, the purity of elemental abilities enhances. The increase in strength post-level up is not a mere addition but an exponential enhancement. Thus, the feasibility of such challenges must be assessed on a case-by-case basis. So, has senior sister Lu noticed me? Indeed, I wish to engage in a fair contest with the dark faction after you have matured for a while, allowing me to comprehend the disparities between elements. Lin Li pondered for a moment, then chuckled, realizing Lu's thoughtful intentions to facilitate his growth by orchestrating challenges. Lu Qingyu, just as she was savoring a shrimp, caught Lin Li's puzzling remark. Who did she send? Lin, not only possessing remarkable talent, but also impressive logical reasoning, had piqued her interest. Lu Qingyan peeled a shrimp and placed it in Lu Qingyu's plate, continuing, it's not precisely sending someone. It's merely subtle encouragement from behind the scenes. You wouldn't mind, would you? Lin Li chuckled, genuinely unconcerned. In fact, having others challenge him was rather beneficial, serving as an occasional benchmark to gauge his own abilities. The conversation dwindled as Lin Li's attention gravitated toward the delectable feast before him. With over 300,000 delicacies, it felt wasteful not to indulge. Additionally, the food was exquisite. The chef continued to prepare while the trio enjoyed their meal. Halfway through, Lu Qingyan excused herself, citing other commitments, wishing Lin Li success in a month's time. This left only the two gourmands behind. Lin Li adhered to the principle of finishing every morsel, prompting the chef to be bewildered by his relentless appetite. For over 3 hours, Lin Li continued to feast, embodying the philosophy that a guest must never leave unsatisfied. Lu Qingyu had long surrendered, having eaten her fill. Yet Lin Li was undeterred, engaging in a culinary duel with the ice cream chef. A stack of over 50 empty plates astonished Lu Qingyu, who pondered whether Lin Li had not eaten in centuries. Fortunately, with afternoon classes approaching, time constraints forced their departure from the dining hall, hastening back to the academic zone. Excitement bubbled as a new student joined today. I shall dispense with unnecessary chatter. As per tradition, warm-up exercises commence. 500 push-ups for each person. What on earth? Lin Li was taken aback. 500 push-ups as a warm-up? Was this physical training or a test of endurance? Chapter 14. Buddha contends for a stick of incense, while humans strive for a breath of air. Move. Move. The robust physical education instructor, Li Feiyue, towering at 6'3" with a round face and crew cut, bellowed at the assembly. All classmates, save for Lin Li and Lu Qingyu, had already begun their exercises. The attendants meticulously polished the exercise equipment to a pristine shine, holding a clean towel in their left hand and a bottle of high-quality mineral water in their right, ever prepared to provide assistance. Lin Lu, why are you two standing still? Li Feiyue, noticing their immobility, approached with curiosity. Upon seeing Lin Li's belly, reminiscent of a woman in her 10th month of pregnancy, he was taken aback. Lin, how many months along are you? Lin Li bashfully scratched his head, suppressing the urge to vomit as he replied, apologies, Teacher Li. I just found out today. Li Feiyue's forehead furrowed with bemusement as he glanced at Lu Qingyu, hesitating to voice his thoughts. You both, knowing their essay physical education class this afternoon, still indulged in such a feast. Especially you, Lin, don't hold it in any longer. Hurry up and be sick. Witnessing Lin Li's face turning a shade of deep purple, Li Feiyue could no longer bear to watch. If you hold it in any longer, it could lead to serious issues. Upon hearing that he could finally relieve himself, Lin Li dashed toward the restroom, with the attendant hastily following. 10 minutes later, Lin Li returned to the training ground, feeling immensely relieved. Having purged, he lamented the loss of those precious ingredients, equating to a fortune gone to waste. Are you feeling better now? Lin Li nodded, then shook his head. If I'm fine, That means I owe 500 push-ups. Oh heavens, 200 is my limit. 500 is utterly absurd. He observed the other students, who had largely completed their warm-up routines and were being attended to by the attendants. Humph, don't put on a facade with me. I can tell at a glance if there is something wrong with your body. 800 push-ups, get ready. 800? How did it increase again? Lin Li felt a wave of despair wash over him. Are you a coward? Stop dawdling and get it done. If you keep stalling, it'll be 1,000. Li Feiyue, true to his nature as a physical education teacher, had quite the explosive temperament. Lin Li gritted his teeth. Since evasion was not an option, he resigned himself to the task. As long as I don't die from exhaustion, I'll push myself to the limit. Senior Lin, the equipment is already cleaned. Fine. 800 it is. Prepare the ambulance. Lin Li prostrated himself on the mat, arms extended upward, toes touching the ground, back perfectly aligned. The standard push-ups commenced. 1, 2, 3, 100, 101, 102, 200, 201, 202, 300, 301. 302 to his surprise. Lin Li realized he was not fatigued at all, despite a slight ache in his limbs, merely indicative of the exercise's initiation. At this rate, reaching 500 or 600 should pose no challenge. The attendant kindly wiped the sweat from Lin Li's brow, offering words of encouragement. 500, 501, 502, 600, 601, 602 eventually. Lin Li felt the strain becoming overwhelming. It appeared that the enhanced physique gained from breaking through to the initial second level could only sustain him to this limit. With each subsequent rise, it became a torturous endeavor. What's the matter? Can't continue? You've barely completed 600. Are you weaker than a girl? Li Feiyue's voice echoed from behind, revealing that he had been closely monitoring Lin Li's movements. Yet, the inability to proceed remained. Such taunts provided no motivation whatsoever. Lin Li, if you give up now, how will you navigate the path ahead? The dark abilities have long been scorned by society, and the road ahead will undoubtedly be fraught with thorns. If your heart is unstable and your will is wavering, what will you rely on to persevere? Are you truly willing to be looked down upon and treated with disdain? Li Feiyue's words momentarily halted Lin Li's actions. Indeed, if one cannot overcome such minor adversities, what else can one accomplish in the future? Although Lin Li's initial goal was to earn money for his sister's medical treatment, everything would transform upon acquiring a legendary level of talent and ability. What is wrong with the dark abilities? Should they be condemned and derided? The Buddha seeks a single incense stick, and humans strive for a breath of dignity. If one cannot uphold their own sense of honor, how can one expect others to grant them respect? Lin Li gritted his teeth, relying solely on his willpower to continue. Unbeknownst to him, Li Feiyue behind him had already revealed a look of satisfaction. An SSS-grade prodigy indeed possesses extraordinary potential. For others, enduring 300 or 400 push-ups on the first day of physical training would be the limit. Not to mention the scarcity of athletic students. In this new era, humanity increasingly relies on technology and abilities, casting aside physical conditioning. Moreover, every household enjoys decent nutrition these days, yet many newcomers to the academy struggle to keep up physically. Li Feiyue had no intention for Lin Li to complete the 800 push-ups he had reported. However, upon witnessing Lin Li perform 300 to 400 without gasping for breath, he realized this young man was exceptional. Rather than allowing him to stop, it was better to test his limits, serving as a form of tempering his character. Lin Li's limbs burned with pain, a sign of overexertion. A crowd of classmates had gathered around, including his rival Yao Tong, whose eyes revealed a hint of admiration. Lin Li, keep going. Less than 80 to go. Lu Qingyu was the first to speak, quickly followed by others. This spirit indeed inspired them, though many chose to remain indifferent, as they still viewed the dark abilities as malevolent. Time ticked away, and the numbers on the display steadily climbed. Finally, Lin Li completed 800 push-ups, collapsing onto the ground, utterly exhausted. Li Feiyue led the applause, genuinely impressed. Congratulations, Lin Li. You have completed 800 push-ups. I take back my previous words. You are quite the man. Thank you for the compliment. Lin Li replied. All right, everyone except Lin Li will begin the 30-kilometer long-distance run training. A chorus of groans erupted, as the 30 kilometers were undeniably daunting for them. You, take Lin Li to the recovery room. Return in an hour to continue class. Yes, Teacher Li. The attendant responded respectfully, then assisted Lin Li in rising, guiding him towards the recovery room. Chapter 15. Beer, Spirits, and Peanuts Senior Lin. You could actually utilize your abilities to enhance your physical training. Utilize my abilities? How so? For instance, during the push-ups you just performed, by channeling your dark energy into your muscles, you can significantly reduce the exertion required, a fact well known among our peers. Well known? And you only just now decided to inform me? Lin Li, lying within the recovery apparatus, was visibly frustrated. If you had mentioned this earlier, I wouldn't have had to endure this wretched place. By the way, after spending half the day together, I still don't know your name. My name is Gong Guang, and you may call me Xiao Guang. Despite being an ability user yourself, why did you choose to serve at Xingyu instead of joining another guild? Surely that would have been a more favorable option? Gong Guang's expression dimmed slightly, and he replied with a wry smile, because Xingyu offers superior conditions. As a servant at Xingyu Academy, one receives a substantial annual income, and our families are also protected by the academy, ensuring their safety. I see, Lin Li mused, contemplating that if he awakened a talent of B rank or below, his fate might have closely mirrored Gong Guang's. All right, Senior Lin, our hour is up. It's time for us to return. Lin Li stretched his limbs, feeling less stiffness. He decided to test Gong Guang's method during the upcoming 30-kilometer run. Upon returning to the training ground, Li Feiyue directed him to join the long-distance running team. Technically, there was no need to run laps on the field, as treadmills were quite inexpensive. However, Li Feiyue believed that treadmill training lacked spirit. It was too mechanical and rigid, failing to ignite enthusiasm among the students. Spirit, my foot. Running under the scorching sun is supposed to be invigorating? The afternoon sun blazed intensely, causing beads of sweat to form on many students' foreheads. At this moment, the superiority of elemental abilities became evident. A few students wielding ice element powers encased themselves in a thin layer of ice, rendering them impervious to the heat. Lin Li couldn't help but feel envious. Time swiftly passed, and the grueling physical training finally came to an end. Lin Li returned to his apartment, exhausted, and indulged in a leisurely bath. Li Feiyue was truly relentless. After the 30-kilometer run, there were still 300 frog jumps, 300 pull-ups, and 300. Well, no need to elaborate further. It was simply heartbreaking. Thankfully, there was only one physical training class per week. Otherwise, Lin Li would have contemplated his own demise. Xiao AI, what classes do we have tomorrow? Ding. No relevant class information for tomorrow. No classes? How is that possible? Lin Li scanned his phone, only to confirm that indeed, there were no classes scheduled. Not just for tomorrow, but for the next 3 days. Then it dawned on him. The upcoming 3 days were reserved for specialized elemental courses. Among the 6 academies, which one offered dark element courses? Xiao AI, are there designated areas within the academy for students to gather energy? Ding. Of course, there are dedicated study rooms within the academy, with better environments and amenities for students of higher talent levels. Wow. Indeed, it is no surprise that Shenzhou boasts the 3rd largest super academy, given its meticulous considerations. After his bath, Lin Li glanced at the clock. It was only 7 o'clock. Although somewhat fatigued, it was not yet time for slumber. As the saying goes, time is money, and he must intensify his training. Si Fengyu, a formidable practitioner at the initial 8th level, might very well advance even further within a month. If he did not exert himself, what if he were to lose? After all, he was a legendary talent. To be bested by an SS level gold element would be quite a disgrace. Xiao AI, turn off all the lights. I am about to commence my training. Understood. The lights have been extinguished. Huh, aren't the lights off? Why is it still so bright? Lin Li surveyed his surroundings. The heavy curtains were indeed blocking all moonlight. There were no lights within the room, yet his vision remained remarkably clear, unaffected in the slightest. Ah, so the dark element has its advantages as well. Lin Li praised his elemental affinity, then settled on the ground, diligently embarking on his training. Guided by the dark element, elemental energy surged from within a radius of 200 meters into Lin Li's being. The entire process consisted of gathering, absorbing, growing, purifying, and repeating these steps. Lin Li found immense pleasure in the sensation of training, to the point of losing track of time. When he finally opened his eyes again, it was already 9 o'clock the following morning. After a night of rigorous training, Lin Li felt distinctly closer to reaching the initial 3rd level. In just 2 days at most, he would break through. Ah, how delightful. Lin Li rose, stretching his body and feeling utterly refreshed. Despite a sleepless night, his spirits were remarkably high. Cui Yun had once mentioned in class that deep energy-gathering training could replenish mental strength even more effectively than sleep. However, it was best not to engage in such training daily before reaching the intermediate 6th level. Occasional rest was necessary to prevent bodily anomalies and a disrupted biological clock. As he contemplated this, his phone rang, revealing an unfamiliar number. Upon answering, a familiar voice greeted him. "Lin, are you free from classes?" "Old Master Luo?" "Yes, I am free. I was just planning to head to the training room. Have you found a training method that suits you?" "That is splendid. It saves me quite a bit of trouble." "Indeed, it's all thanks to you, Old Master Luo. Then do treat me to a drink or two. That will suffice for any gratitude." "Young man, I await you at training room 002. Once you break through to the initial 2nd level, you ought to develop your own unique skills." Lin Li's expression brightened. Old Master Luo would personally guide him? Perhaps this old fellow had a sense of responsibility after all. "All right, Old Master Luo, I shall be there shortly. Wait, on your way, grab a few beers. The drinks at the training room are nothing but rubbish. You old drunkard." After ending the call, Lin Li quickly changed into casual attire and hurried out. On the way, adhering to Luo Hongtian's request, he gathered beer, liquor, and peanuts, preparing adequately. He rode his electric scooter briskly toward the northern part of the academy. After a journey of over 40 minutes, traversing nearly half the academy, he finally arrived at the training room. Given that it was class time, the number of students on the road was sparse, and the training room itself was not crowded either. Lin Li effortlessly located the practice room 002. However, before he could approach, a chilling voice halted him. "Stop." Lin Li was puzzled, wondering which fool had sought trouble again. Chapter 16. The Undercover Path. How audacious. "Do you know who I am to confront me?" Lin Li retorted loudly without turning around. The male student behind him seemed taken aback by Lin Li's unexpected response. Momentarily stunned. As the saying goes, one should tread the path of their enemy, leaving them with no escape. "You're not even close to matching my bravado." Lin Li boldly pushed open the door to practice room 002. Yet, as he stepped forward, his movement suddenly halted. He quickly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding a surge of violet electricity that grazed past him. He could even feel a tingling sensation. The opponent had actually made a move. "I care not who you are. This is my practice room. You have 3 seconds to vanish from my sight." At this moment, Lin Li finally discerned the identity of his adversary. A strikingly handsome youth enveloped in violet electricity, possessing the strength of a level 10 beginner. Seemingly on the verge of a breakthrough to intermediate level 1. "And who might you be? Did this practice room bear your name? Daring to invade a space I don't even recognize you in?" The youth's ability to evade his attack at beginner level 2 was commendable, but still far from sufficient. With that, the handsome youth launched another attack. A bolt of electricity, as thick as an arm, shot forth. With no way to evade, Lin Li chose to fall back, rolling away to avoid the strike and landing safely inside the practice room. The spacious area allowed him to move freely in combat. "You seek your own demise." The handsome youth, enraged at Lin Li's intrusion, pursued him, unleashing 2 more bolts of electricity. Lin Li redirected his abilities and released a dark shockwave. This time, the dark shockwave was significantly more powerful than before, yet upon colliding with the electricity, it dissipated with a sizzle, failing to even absorb any of the opponent's energy. Lin Li was taken aback. He had overestimated his own capabilities. The disparity of 8 levels between them placed them in entirely different ranks of ability. Bang! As expected, Lin Li was struck. A bolt of electricity grazed his waist, while another collided squarely with his chest. He immediately broke into an impromptu dance, the sharp pain radiating through his body causing his limbs to tremble uncontrollably. It's no wonder that lightning abilities possess such penetrating power. He might as well dance to it. "Enough, Lanja. It was I who sent this lad to practice in room 002. Upon witnessing the handsome youth prepare for another attack, Luo Hongtian could no longer remain passive and swiftly intervened. "Vice Dean Luo, why would you allow this practice room to be occupied by him? I refuse to accept this." Lan Tua turned, visibly displeased. "What grounds do you have to refuse? Practice rooms are allocated based on talent levels. Lu Qingyan occupies room 001. Thus this fellow is qualified for room 002. Qualified? He is Lin Li?" Lan Tua finally pieced it together. Besides Lin Li's SSS level dark attribute, who else could stand alongside Lu Qingyan? "Vice Dean Luo, I fail to comprehend why the dark department should be allowed to join Xingyu. They are utterly unworthy." At that moment, Lin Li regained his composure and retorted to Lan Jia, huh? If the dark department is unworthy, then you are even more so. What did you say? Lan Tuo, the top student of the second year, had never been insulted in such a manner. Enough of this bickering, you two. Lan Tuo, if you are dissatisfied, challenge Lin Li in 2 months. If he loses, it will prove the dark department's inadequacy, and you shall relinquish the practice room 002. If you lose, it will demonstrate your lack of skill, and you must apologize to Lin. Very well, it's settled. Lin Li thought to himself that Luo Hongtian must be out of his mind. Si Fengyu, Yao Tong, and Wu Xiu were still waiting in line. And now there was inexplicably another contender, and the first of the second year at that. Judging by the current situation, he would undoubtedly advance to an intermediate ability user in 2 months. The pressure on him was immense. Lin Li, we shall meet in 2 months. Lan Tuo flung his sleeves and departed from practice room 002. Old Luo, you really are quite the benefactor. An 8-level difference? Surely this is a jest? Lin, do you have so little confidence in yourself? Luo Hongtian casually picked up a bottle of beer from the ground, twisted it open, and guzzled a generous mouthful. Of course, I have confidence. Given 6 months, I wouldn't even regard Lu Qingyan. But 2 months, to force me to leap almost an entire tier to battle? You truly hold me in high esteem. Lin Li rolled his eyes. Confidence and arrogance were entirely different matters. Moreover, the protagonist had yet to voice any concerns. So why should a mere spectator stir trouble? Hey, Lin, do you think I, Luo Hongtian, have maintained my footing in Xingyu for so many years merely by chance? Luo Hongtian boasted as he finished the remaining half of the beer, reveling in his confidence. Lin Li felt embarrassed to voice his thoughts, but mused internally. What else could it be but your incessant boasting? You can drink and boast, but even 100 bowls would not suffice for your self-aggrandizement. It relies upon your steadfast and candid approach, Vice Dean Luo, along with your extraordinary talent. True, but not entirely. Damn it, you take compliments too seriously. I praise you a bit, and you complain that the standards are too low. And what about my boasting? Lin Li could not help but applaud, thinking, this old fellow possesses some self-awareness. What are you clapping for? I have not finished speaking. It is through my boasting that accomplishments can be achieved. This point caught Lin Li off guard. After all, he had not known Luo Hongtian for long. Who could say how capable he truly was? Lin, 1 month from now will be your debut battle. 2 months later, your battle for fame. And 3 months hence, your battle for supremacy. I understand the first 2, but who will I face 3 months from now? Who else could it be? Lu Qingyan, of course. I have already arranged it, and she has agreed. What nonsense. Lin Li could no longer contain himself and exclaimed, you old fool. Have you sent someone to spy on me? What are you talking about? When did I send anyone to monitor you? It was Lu Qingyan herself who informed me. Oh, what a treacherous game. How is it that everything is interconnected? First, there was Wu Xiu, then Si Fengyu, followed by Yao Tong, and then Lan Tuo, with the ultimate antagonist being Lu Qingyan. Yet, didn't the two have a pleasant conversation just yesterday afternoon? They had agreed to wait until they had both grown stronger to engage in a fair and just contest. Why then? As Lin Li pondered deeper, an unsettling thought crossed his mind. Could the mastermind behind all this be Luo Hongtian? No, the true orchestrator behind everything is not me, but rather Dean's son. What? Did I just speak aloud? Can this old fellow read minds? Chapter 17. If all goes as expected, an unexpected event is about to unfold. I cannot read minds, but I can certainly decipher your gaze. Lin Li felt a tinge of exhaustion. This conversation felt like an elaborate game. I concede, Dean's son. Your foresight is remarkable and your methods astute. Shall we commence our training? Young man, I know you are displeased, but all of this is for your own good. Rest assured, within 3 months, I am confident I can elevate you to the initial 9th level, or perhaps even higher. The specifics will depend entirely on your own efforts. Lin Li waved his hand, feeling too weary to respond further. 3 months, and a guarantee of at least the initial 9th level. Without reaching the intermediate stage, it would be impossible to contend with Lu Qingyan. A minimum of the 1st level of the intermediate stage is essential, otherwise, all discussions would be in vain. Young man, allow me to observe your cultivation method. After hearing this, Lin Li sat cross-legged, beginning to absorb the essence of the elements from the world around him. This time, Luo Hongtian ceased his incessant chatter and circled around Lin Li with a can of beer in hand. With each sip, his expression grew more solemn. After 5 hours, Lin Li's stomach began to rumble insistently, indicating it was time for a meal. Lao Yi, have you discerned the method? Indeed, I have. The cultivation method for dark element abilities is indeed unique. While others absorb specific elements, you, on the other hand, manage to cleanse the elemental essence within a 200-meter radius at such an impressive rate that your absorption speed outstrips the replenishment. Having spoken in circles, could you perhaps offer some constructive advice? Lao Yi, can you provide some constructive suggestions on where I might improve? Observing Lin Li's exasperated expression, Luo Hantian found himself momentarily at a loss. Improving dark element abilities requires careful consideration and time. As Luo Hantian tossed peanuts into his mouth, he continued to circle Lin Li, causing him considerable agitation. Just as Lin Li prepared to voice his frustration, Luo Hantian suddenly halted. Although I haven't thought of improvements, I have conceived a method for rapid advancement. What method? Luo Hantian remained silent, instead heading deeper into the training room. 2 minutes later, he emerged with a small piece of transparent crystal in hand. Is this an elemental crystal? Lin Li's lips twitched slightly. While such a crystal could indeed facilitate rapid advancement, Cui Yeyun had warned that it is difficult to absorb and excessive intake could lead to backlash. This is the lowest quality elemental crystal. Your dark element absorption is exceptionally strong, enabling you to consume elemental abilities of all attributes. Therefore, this crystal should pose no issue. Give it a try. After all, it is just a small piece, and you won't absorb an excessive amount. With reason, Lin Li took the small shard of elemental crystal and placed it in the palm of his hand, attempting to absorb its internal energy. The moment the dark energy made contact with the elemental crystal, Lin Li shuddered. This startled Luo Hantian, who hurriedly inquired if he felt any discomfort. Not at all. In fact, it feels remarkably pleasant. This crystal harbors a rich essence of elements, and I can sense my internal energy surging rapidly, as if I am on the verge of a breakthrough. Luo Hantian quickly shifted his gaze to the elemental crystal, and upon seeing it, he was astonished to the point of exclaiming. The palm-sized crystal was visibly diminishing, having lost a corner in a mere 5 seconds. The speed of absorption was truly astonishing. Luo Hantian ruffled his already disheveled hair. At this rate, within 10 minutes, the elemental crystal would be completely consumed. If it were anyone else, or even himself, it would take at least 3 to 4 hours, and for those of lesser talent, an entire day. Yet this young lad was about to finish it off in under 10 minutes? Old Luo, I am about to break through. Lin Li clenched his fists tightly, dark energy unconsciously emanating from him, enveloping his entire being. Lin, you focus on your breakthrough. I shall safeguard you. Luo Hantian waved his hand, conjuring a violet lightning barrier over 30 meters in diameter to encase Lin Li. This was to prevent external disturbances and to ensure that Lin Li's breakthrough did not cause excessive disruption in the training room. With a resounding shout from Lin Li, the energy within him erupted explosively, causing the lightning barrier to tremble violently. A series of cracking sounds echoed, signaling a successful breakthrough to the 3rd level of the initial stage. This spectacle left Luo Hantian silently astonished. If such a small, low-quality crystal could facilitate Lin Li's breakthrough, what would happen if he obtained a top-tier crystal? How do you feel, Lin? Luo Hantian asked as he retracted the barrier upon witnessing Lin Li's success. Quite well. My strength has significantly increased, and most importantly, I've devised a new technique. A new technique? Weren't you just breaking through? How do you still have time to invent techniques? I owe it to Lan Tua. He inspired me. It's similar to my dark impact, which was modeled after Zhang Zhao's creation. Intriguing, let us see it. Luo Hantian beckoned confidently, exuding an air of assurance. After all, he was a transcendent powerhouse. How could his modest abilities possibly harm him? Watch closely. Lin Li enveloped his palms in dark energy and directed a strike at Luo Hantian. Dark impact wave. Don't misunderstand. This is not the dark impact, but rather the dark impact wave. The addition of one word makes a significant difference. Previously, it was a sphere. Now, it is a wave, a continuous shock wave. Of course, this technique required a considerable amount of energy. With Lin Li's current reserves, he could maintain it for no more than 5 seconds. Not bad, it qualifies as a new technique. Luo Hantian casually waved his hand, effortlessly dispelling Lin Li's attack with the violet lightning. The training for today has come to a close. I have some matters to attend to, so you may amuse yourself. Luo Hantian departed with a complex expression. The expansive practice room was left with only Lin Li. Glancing at the clock, it was 2 in the afternoon. Today's efforts had met expectations, It was time to indulge in a meal. As the saying goes, a person is like iron, and food is like steel. One meal skipped leaves one feeling quite unsettled. Half an hour later, in the academy's cafeteria, Lin Li strolled leisurely with his tray, finding a suitable spot just as he prepared to sit down. As fate would have it, an unexpected interruption occurred. Lin Li, I challenge you. Another brash individual had emerged. Lin Li set down his tray and took a couple of bites from a chicken leg. What a lack of awareness. It's mealtime. Could one not wait until the meal was finished to discuss matters? Goodness, after a day of turmoil, one couldn't even enjoy a meal in peace. Fine. Let us compete in eating. Whoever finishes first shall be declared the victor. Lin Li couldn't contain himself and spat out a mouthful of rice. Ironically, the figure sitting directly across from him was the very one who would absorb the entirety of that fragrant rice. Lin Li. The boy seated opposite him was infuriated, rising up from his seat, not in a dramatic fashion, but rather in indignation. The commotion attracted the attention of many nearby students, who turned to watch the spectacle unfold. Ahem, my apologies, I couldn't hold it in. Who told you to be so peculiar, challenging someone to a meal? Have you reincarnated as the second disciple? The boy hastily wiped the grains of rice from his face, seething with anger. Lin Li, you are not only the embodiment of darkness and evil, but also a representative of lowly manners. Were your family not inclined to teach you proper conduct? Bang! Lin Li slammed his palm on the table, producing an even louder sound than before. What are you? How dare you criticize my family? The power of my elemental abilities is something you, a worthless being, could never comprehend. Lin Li's enthusiasm for his meal had completely vanished, since his opponent lacked discernment. He would take it upon himself to educate the boy as parents. You. The boy found himself at a loss for words, defeated in spirit by Lin Li. Class 1, Year 3, S-Class Earth Elemental Ability, Zhao Jingde, I seek your guidance. Seeing the confrontation, the surrounding students instinctively distanced themselves. Such a phrase was typically uttered only during combat. Was Zhao Jingde out of his mind, daring to cause a scene in the academy's cafeteria? With your demeanor, how could you possibly criticize others, publicly causing a disturbance without regard for the dining experience of fellow students? Was this how your family raised you? To repay one's actions in kind. The mere existence of such a fool in this world is a miracle, devoid of intellect, cunning, or character. Yet so brazen. Zhao Jingde's face flushed with rage as he pondered the truth in these words. Causing a ruckus in the academy cafeteria, wouldn't the school authorities strip him of his dignity? Very well, Lin Li. Tomorrow at 9 in the morning, in the Xuanwu Coliseum. If you are a man, accept my challenge. If not, you are hardly worthy to be called one. With your mere 4th-level beginner strength. What gives you the audacity to challenge me? Is your father named Zhao Gang? How do you know my father's name? Huh, this world is utterly absurd. Like father. Like son. Enough chit-chat. I, Lin Li, shall take it upon myself to educate you. Tomorrow at 2 p.m., room 002, I will come to enlighten Zhao Gang. With that, Lin Li rose and left the dining hall with determination. The onlookers, intrigued, recorded the confrontation between Lin Li and Zhao Jingde, posting it on the college platform. In merely an afternoon, the clicks surged into the thousands, promising a raucous educational conference the following day. Ding! Your classmate, Lu Qingyu, has sent a video invitation. Do you accept? Freshly emerged from his shower, Lin Li heard the notification from Xiao AI. A video invitation? This smart home device is indeed clever. Wait a moment. Just as Lin Li accepted the call, he regretted it. He was still bare from the waist up. Alas, it was too late. Xiao AI had already initiated the video call. Lu Qingyu's face appeared on the screen, and Lin Li frantically searched for a shirt, but the more anxious he became, the more elusive his clothing seemed. On the other side, Lu Qingyu blinked in surprise at Lin Li's bare torso, mentally exclaiming, "What a physique, a dream man." Realizing the situation, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she quickly turned away, stifling her laughter. Damn it, where have my clothes gone? Lin Li completely forgot that his garments were currently being washed, basking in the sunlight. With no other choice, he wrapped himself in a blanket to conceal his perfect physique. Lu classmate, I apologize for my clumsiness. Seeing Lin Li in this predicament, Lu Qingyu finally burst into laughter, leaving Lin Li feeling utterly embarrassed. After a fit of giggles, Lu Qingyu calmed down, though her face still bore a slight blush. Lin classmate, I truly apologize for not being able to contain my laughter. It's quite all right. It's just a boy, after all, not a loss. Indeed, as a male, what was there to fear? as long as he remained unembarrassed. The discomfort belonged to others. Lin classmate, I wanted to ask if tomorrow's duel is genuine? Lin Li nodded affirmatively. It is indeed real. Tomorrow at 2 p.m., room 002. You must be cautious. Lu Qingyu reminded him earnestly. Rest assured, Lu classmate, the opponent is merely a novice at level 4. If I cannot handle him, I might as well leave the academy. No, that is not what I meant. Lu Qingyu shook her head in explanation. Zhao Jingde may not be particularly strong. Hence I am not worried about your defeat. However, I am concerned about his petty nature. Relying on a capable third-year brother, he tends to act very ostentatiously. If you need it, I can have my sister give him a word of advice. A third-year brother? What is his strength? Intermediate level 1, with SS grade wind elemental capabilities. Lin Li frowned slightly. This indeed posed a challenge. However, as a man, seeking help from a lady would be quite embarrassing. If word got out, they might think Lin Li was living off others. What? Have you relied on others before? Now my resolve is strong. I no longer need that. Lu classmate, I appreciate your kindness, but with just an intermediate level 1, I shall be cautious and manage it myself. No worries. Seeing the confident expression on Lin Li's face, Lu Qingyu decided not to pursue the topic any further. Very well, do take care. I shall come to cheer for you tomorrow afternoon. As she spoke, Lu Qingyu made a gesture of encouragement, and Lin Li mirrored her with a similar gesture. All right, thank you. You're welcome. After hanging up the phone, Lin Li had no intention of sleeping. At present, cultivating his abilities was of utmost importance. If he were to confront Zhao Jingde tomorrow, as Lu Qingyu had suggested, his senior brother might very well come to his aid. If the brother were a man of virtue, it would be acceptable. He could buy some time until his own strength had grown before engaging in a contest. However, if he were a scoundrel or a hypocrite, matters could become quite troublesome. Thus, he resolved to enhance his strength as much as possible to avert any potential dangers. Consequently, Lin Li once again settled into a cross-legged position, adjusting himself to a comfortable angle, and commenced his evening of cultivation. When he next opened his eyes, it was already 8 o'clock the following morning. As soon as he awoke, the phone rang. Upon answering, the irate voice of Luo Hongtian came through. Kid, what's going on? Not training? Aren't you afraid of Zhao Jingde's brother seeking revenge? Grandpa Luo, are you so idle that you spend your days watching me? Or is Zhao Jingde merely a punching bag you arranged for me? You little rascal, I'm busy with 1,000 matters each day. When would I have the time to keep tabs on you? Check the Academy's platform yourself. Over 20,000 views, and you've become a campus celebrity. A campus celebrity? Lin Li quickly instructed Xiao AI to open the Academy's communication platform, and indeed, the headlines read, "The mischievous Lin Li challenges Zhao Jingde publicly with outrageous attitude." The second headline, SSS Dark Mage Lin Li engages in fierce conflict with Zhao Jingde at the Academy Dining Hall. Both parties agree to a duel in classroom building 002. The third, freshman Lin Li displays extreme arrogance, publicly challenging Zhao Jingde. What will be the outcome? Stay tuned. The fourth, freshman Lin Li allegedly the illegitimate son of Vice Dean Luo, his actions growing more brazen and unrestrained. Goodness, the gossip surrounding Lin Li was overwhelming and varied. The further one read, the more absurd it became. Claims emerged that Lin Li was an undercover agent for the Demon Army, that he had lost his humanity, and that he was recklessly disrupting public order. Grandpa Luo, should you not address the online security issues at Xingyu Academy? If this continues, I shall become the world's greatest villain. I care not a whit. Your dark mage persona was never well received, and now they have evidence to use against you. Who else should they target but you? Even if I were to silence them, could I suppress their inner thoughts? Lin Li pondered this and realized the truth in it. He replied, forget it, let them talk. Haters are still supporters in their own right. This is a perfect opportunity to establish my name. I shall embrace the title of this dark villain. Given that matters had escalated to this extent, going with the flow was indeed the wisest course of action. Those keyboard warriors only grew more fervent the more one resisted them. It is far better to demonstrate one's worth through actions, thereby rendering baseless rumors impotent. After all, only the strong can wield absolute authority in discourse. It is commendable that you possess this awareness. Come forth and hone your skills. Today, I have prepared 2 gifts especially for you. Gifts. Upon hearing this, Lin Li instantly perked up. Has that old rascal Luo Hongtian finally had a pang of conscience after leeching off him for so long and decided to make amends? After hanging up the phone, Lin Li hurriedly tidied himself, neglecting breakfast in his eagerness to rush to the training room. Where are they? Where are the gifts, Grandmaster Luo? Upon arriving at the training room, Lin Li's first task was to search for the gifts. What if they were high-tier elemental crystals or some rare treasures? With a burst of momentum, he could ascend to the 3rd or 4th level, showcasing to the outside world just how formidable the dark arts championed by Lin Li truly are. Hey, where's the beer? The peanuts? You show up empty-handed and expect me to give you gifts? Luo Hontian, noticing Lin Li's bare hands, immediately grew displeased, chastising him with furrowed brows. All right, I'll fetch them right away. Lin Li, preoccupied with the thought of gifts, had entirely forgotten to prepare beer, liquor, and peanuts. Wait, before Lin Li could make a move, Luo Hontian stepped forward and intercepted him. Here, take this card. It contains over 200,000. It's a subsidy granted to you by the Academy. Subsidy? Lin Li asked, puzzled. Isn't the Academy's subsidy distributed at the end of the year? It's only September. Enough with the nonsense. With the meager funds you have at hand, what can you accomplish? If you treat me to a couple more drinks, you'll be unable to afford a meal. Luo Hontian impatiently shoved the card into Lin Li's pocket and waved him off, signaling that he could go buy the drinks. Lin Li chuckled, feeling at a loss for words as he patted his pocket. Well, it's all in the drinks anyway. Thus, 20 minutes later, in the training room, the two sat cross-legged, raising their bottles for a hearty drink. The finest liquor flowed into their cups, filling the air with a delightful aroma. Handfuls of peanuts were tossed into their mouths as Luo Hongtian's boasting grew increasingly exuberant. Kid, the first gift has already been given. Here's the second. Luo Hongtian handed Lin Li a wooden box from behind him, speaking with an air of mystery. I went to great lengths to procure this. Open it and see. Lin Li hastily wiped the remnants from the corners of his mouth, eagerly accepting the wooden box and lifting the lid. Then he was taken aback. Grandmaster Luo, is this your kidney stone? Don't be absurd. That's a crystal from a dark-type beast. Luo Hontian swung a bottle at Lin Li, who quickly dodged. Why are you so flustered? I was merely jesting. Is this really a crystal from a beast? Lin Li cautiously picked up the small black stone, inspecting it closely from all angles, yet failing to discern its significance. Don't underestimate this small crystal. I risked my life to obtain it from a high-tier 7th-level beast 15 years ago. A high-tier 7th-level beast? This revelation startled Lin Li. The value of a high-tier beast crystal is at least in the millions of blue coins. Not to mention, it is one of the rarest dark-type beast crystals. Master Luo, why would you part with such a precious item for me? Luo Hontian scoffed disdainfully. What defines preciousness? Is it merely the money it can fetch? To me, true value lies in its application in the most deserving places. Lin Li remained silent, his demeanor solemn as he returned to his previous position. In less than 5 hours, Zhao Jingde would come knocking, and it was time to test the waters, to see if there were any adverse effects. Lin Li nodded and promptly entered a meditative state. After more than 3 hours, Lin Li slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the exotic beast crystal in his hand with an expression of unease. What happened? Luo Hontian inquired curiously upon seeing Lin Li awaken. It's hard to articulate. This crystal is indeed well suited for me. The dark essence contained within is remarkably pure and powerful. I can feel the dark energy within me undergoing a transformation, becoming more refined and stable. Isn't that a good thing? Luo Hontian asked. Lin Li shook his head, continuing. It's good, but also concerning. First, the absorption rate is too slow, even slower than basic cultivation. Second, my capacity for absorption is nearing saturation. If I continue, it might spiral out of control. Only then did Luo Hontian grasp the gravity of the situation. It appeared that conflicts existed within the dark energy itself. Overabsorption or forced intake could lead to a backlash of energy. In other words, one could be overwhelmed by the residual will of the exotic beast crystal, compelling them to act against their own desires. Young Lin, Luo Hontian began, but before he could finish, the door to the training room was rudely flung open. Lin Li, come out and face me. Chapter 20. Do you submit? Zhao Jingde, you truly are a beast lacking in manners. Would it kill you to knock before barging in? Or do you charge in like this when your parents are engaged in activities? The moment the words left his lips, both Zhao Jingde and the onlookers were momentarily taken aback. Such harsh words were rather unpalatable. Zhao Jingde quickly regained composure, a surge of anger swelling within him. He pointed shakily at Lin Li, unable to articulate his rage. Meanwhile, Lin Li suddenly realized that his emotional turmoil was excessive. In that fleeting moment, he had entertained thoughts of violence. Young Lin, control your emotions. You are already beginning to be affected. Luo Hongtian observed Lin Li's unusual demeanor, recognizing that the exotic beast crystal might not be the right choice at this moment. Taking a deep breath, Lin Li endeavored to suppress the tempestuous emotions within him. This dark energy crystal was perilously dangerous. Lin Li, I shall eliminate you, the bane of the Holy Guardian Academy. Zhao Jingde, unable to contain himself any longer, decided that since words failed him, he would resort to violence. A faint yellow hue enveloped his fists, a manifestation of earth-based abilities, as he charged towards Lin Li's position. The onlookers hurriedly extracted their phones, eager to record the impending confrontation. Then allow me, this bane, to dispose of you, this trash. Dark impact. Having never engaged in close combat, Lin Li opted to start with a ranged assault for safety. A sphere of dark energy, comparable in size to a watermelon, rapidly coalesced and hurtled toward the approaching Zhao Jingde. Rather than evading, he confidently believed he could withstand the impact. He threw a punch that collided with the dark energy sphere. Boom. With a resounding explosion, Zhao Jingde was propelled backward, not by choice, but forcibly. The dark shockwave drove him further back, its force intensifying with each moment. Damn it. The rumor that the dark element can devour supernatural abilities is indeed true. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Jingde summoned all his strength to confront the black energy sphere. After enduring for more than 10 seconds, the dark energy sphere erupted with a deafening blast. Zhao Jingde was caught off guard, crashing to the ground. My heavens! The claim that the dark element can consume supernatural powers in battle is true. If that is the case, then the rumors of the dark element's capacity for overwhelming combat are also genuine. The evidence stands before us. What do you say? It appears that Zhao Jingde is in for a tough time. Everyone, be quiet. Why all the noise? I have yet to be defeated. Zhao Jingde rose again, bellowing at the onlookers outside. It is often said that public opinion can be the most damaging. It may well affect one's mental state in battle. Lin Li, that was merely a probing strike. I shall now engage in earnest. Lin Li rolled her eyes dramatically. Not having fought is just that. No need for excuses. Does he not understand that villains often perish from excessive chatter? I give you the opportunity. Unleash your might. Very well. Mountain-shaking fist. Another close-range assault. Yet Zhao Jingde's strike exuded far greater intimidation than before. It seemed, indeed, that his previous attack had merely been a test. Dark shockwave. Acknowledging the seriousness of his opponent, Lin Li was not about to underestimate the confrontation. A sustained barrage of dark energy shockwaves surged forth, causing ripples throughout the surrounding air. Zhao Jingde truly lived up to his lineage as the son of Zhao Gang. His character was undeniably tenacious. The so-called mountain-shaking fist clashed with the dark shockwave, creating two fan-shaped energy barriers reminiscent of cinematic visuals. A strong gust swept through the entire training room, prompting the onlookers to take a step back, illustrating the magnitude of their clash. Lin Li, give it your all. Show him the strength of our first year, Class 1. The familiar voice of Lu Qingyu echoed from outside, leaving the surrounding spectators puzzled. Why was Lu Qingyu so biased toward Lin Li? Could there be some hidden romantic entanglement between them? Do not worry. I'm merely toying with this fool for a while. I'm quite bored now. It's time to end this battle. Lin Li thrust her palms forward, and the yellow barrier before Zhao Jingde could no longer withstand the pressure, shattering with a thunderous crash. Immediately after, Zhao Jingde was sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Li had exerted 80% of her strength in this strike, directly causing Zhao Jingde to spit blood, his body suffering considerable damage. After several attempts to rise, the excruciating pain in his chest, abdomen, and neck rendered him unable to muster the strength. Zhao Jingde, do you yield? Coughing violently, Zhao Jingde's face flushed crimson, unable to suppress his fits of cough. Yet, even in such a state, he remained obstinate, defiantly shaking his head. Unwilling to concede. Then let me beat you into submission. With that, Lin Li directed two swift kicks at Zhao Jingde's bear-like visage. The onlookers outside were immensely invigorated by the spectacle. Will you yield? No. Another two kicks landed. Will you yield now? No. A barrage of 4 kicks followed. At this moment, Zhao Jingde collapsed to the ground, his face smeared with the blood erupting from his nose. One last time, will you yield? Lin Li concentrated his abilities, prepared to unleash his power should Zhao Jingde dare utter another refusal. What would be the consequence? To kill him? Setting aside the morality of such an act, one could not simply eliminate him here. How would he continue to navigate the complexities of the sacred domain? Though the realm of supernatural abilities was not bound by conventional laws, the 6 academies and 24 major guilds had jointly established a decree governing such powers. It was not dissimilar to the established norms. One could not kill indiscriminately or face execution at the hands of the academy's leaders. Lin Li, do not bully him too much. A deep voice resonated from the crowd outside. Predictably, it was Zhao Zhengda's elder brother. Truly, the siblings were cut from the same cloth, each more brazen than the last. What of it if I bully him? Did he not provoke me first? Moreover, everyone witnessed it, a fair and just confrontation. He lost and must acknowledge it. Now, what gives you, his insufferable brother, the right to intervene? Brother, avenge me. Zhao Zhengda, now resembling a pig's head, wept profusely upon hearing his brother's arrival, choking back sobs as he pleaded for vengeance. Silence. You worthless fool, unable to defeat even a mere 3rd-level novice. How dare you ask me to avenge you? Zhao Zhengda's brother, Zhao Zhengli, stood taller and more robust than his sibling, possessing a similar countenance and charm. However, the formidable aura of a mid-level supernatural wielder emanated from him, imposing and intimidating. Lin Li, was it? Well done. This grudge is now established. Tread carefully in your future endeavors. Zhao Zhengli's intellect surpassed that of his younger brother. He recognized that challenging Lin Li in such a setting could lead to disastrous consequences, regardless of whether Lin Li accepted the challenge. The uproar that would ensue from a 3rd-year bullying of 1st year would only sully his reputation. I extend this warning to you as well. Steer your unfortunate brother clear of my path, or next time, you will have no chance to rescue him. Zhao Zhengli's gaze was cold as he stepped forward, yanking Zhao Zhengda off the ground and glaring fiercely at Lin Li before exiting the training room. Thus, the duel came to an end. Many spectators present shared videos of Lin Li's battle with Zhao Zhengda online, showcasing the overwhelming dominance of a 3rd-level novice over a 4th-level one. The headlines sparked widespread excitement once more, affirming many rumors surrounding the dark arts were indeed true. For instance, the challenge beyond one's level, the invincibility within the same rank, and the ability to absorb the opponent's extraordinary powers during combat have prompted even the higher echelons of the academy to delve into the peculiarities of the dark arts. As the adage goes, with advantages come disadvantages. In this instance, Lin Li managed to restore a considerable portion of his reputation through this battle, proving he was not as feeble and incompetent as the keyboard warriors claimed. However, this also implies that more individuals within the campus will now have their sights set on Lin Li, particularly those confident in their own abilities, talented students who are irked by Lin Li's ostentatious demeanor, who will undoubtedly seize the opportune moment to issue challenges. Henceforth, Lin Li's days will not be tranquil. Old Master Luo, perhaps it would be wise to reclaim this extraordinary beast crystal. I fear that I, Lin Li, may not be able to control myself. What if I were to absorb too much and it adversely affects my mind, leading to reckless behavior? That would be perilous. Luo Hongtian furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before ultimately shaking his head in refusal. Once something is given, it is akin to water spilled on the ground. This extraordinary beast crystal is now yours. If you cannot even manage it, how can you speak of cultivation and becoming stronger? Lin Li comprehended the essence of Luo Hongtian's words. If he could not even regulate the extent of his absorption, succumbing to madness would be inevitable. Young man, your path can only be traversed by you. I cannot assist you too much, nor will I interfere excessively. In the days to come, tread carefully and do not overexert yourself. Rest assured, old Master Luo, I shall maintain my sense of proportion, Lin Li assured earnestly. Wait a moment. Why does this sound so peculiar? Old Master Luo, do I sense that you are planning to leave me? Luo Hongtian chuckled heartily, nodding in affirmation. Indeed, I must depart for a period, at least a year, though the exact duration remains uncertain. Uncertain? Where are you headed? To Luocheng, at the southernmost tip of the divine continent. Lin Li's heart tightened. That was not a place for living, but rather a battlefield where the extraordinary forces were stationed to resist the invasion of beasts. Do you mean to say, indeed, there has been a recent surge of large-scale movements among the beasts in the southern domain? In the span of merely 3 days, they have attacked Luocheng 4 times. The 6 major academies and 24 guilds convened and resolved to send 3 representatives from each academy and guild to Luocheng for rescue. So, you are one of them? Luo Hongtian, unusually solemn, patted Lin Li's shoulder. One side apart, there will be no one to shield you, so you must exercise caution. Many eyes within the academy are watching you. Old Master Luo, you may go without worry. One day, I, Lin Li, will also venture to the front lines and fight alongside you to eradicate these beasts. Luo Hongtian paused, evidently taken aback by Lin Li's resolve. Ha ha ha. Excellent. 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 Luo Hongtian exclaimed thrice, revealing the depth of his emotion. On the strength of your words, let us not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated tonight. Very well. Consider this my farewell toast to you. As the cups clinked and the liquor flowed, Lin Li and Luo Hongtian conversed for nearly 10 hours. The floor was littered with empty bottles as they became increasingly inebriated. Lin Li only remembered being escorted back to his apartment by the restaurant staff and collapsing onto his bed, slipping into unconsciousness. By noon the following day, the sun's rays pierced through, gently rousing Lin Li from her slumber as fragmented memories began to resurface. A glance at the clock confirmed it was 12 o'clock. Luo Hongtian had already departed. It could be a minimum of 1 year, or even 3, 5, or 10 years. There was a possibility that they might never meet again. This meant that the journey ahead would be one Lin Li must traverse alone. Ding. Your homeroom teacher, Cui Yeyun, has initiated a video invitation. Would you like to accept? Cui Yeyun. What could she possibly want? Lin Li hastily checked her phone's schedule and confirmed that she indeed had no classes. She also glanced at her attire, ensuring everything was in order. Connecting. Instantly, Cui Yeyun's figure appeared on the large screen. Lin, how have you been these past few days? Quite well. I've been diligently practicing in the study room and have made significant progress. Cui Yeyun nodded with composure and continued, that's good to hear. The reason for this contact is twofold. The first matter concerns your challenge against Zhao and your subsequent victory. At this, Cui Yeyun paused, seemingly hesitant. Lin Li was no fool. She surmised that the Zhao brothers were likely stirring trouble behind the scenes. Otherwise, Cui Yeyun would not have sought her out. Teacher Cui, please feel free to speak your mind. I anticipated that this battle would bring about considerable complications. Indeed, just now, Zhao's homeroom teacher, Teacher Xing, approached me, stating that Zhao Jingda's injuries are quite severe and will set him back at least 2 weeks in his studies. Therefore, I was asked to remind you not to be too reckless in your future endeavors. Reckless? Lin Li scoffed, sensing that Teacher Xing was not a paragon of virtue either. Why meddle in student affairs? Was Zhao Jingda his pet? Teacher Cui, if I allowed him to escape with merely a minor injury, would that not be considered restrained? Injuries during student duels seem rather commonplace, do they not? I recall numerous tales of students dying during such encounters, yet I have never heard anyone claim those actions were excessive. Cui Yeyun understood this logic well, yet the Zhao brothers were not innocuous, and with Lin Li's dark affinity, the slightest provocation could render her the scapegoat. Ah, Lin, this matter cannot truly be attributed to you, and thus, I did not intend to reprimand you. Just exercise caution in the future. Now, let us discuss the second matter, which is of great significance to you. Chapter 22. The Trial of the Setting Sun Forest at Xingyu Academy. Students in the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd grades undergo a trial assessment every 3 months. The task is straightforward. Eliminate beasts, earn points, and receive rewards. Our first-year class has only 3 days remaining until the next trial. As a transfer student, considering your lower ability level, you have the option to forego this trial and participate in the next 3 months hence. However, you may also choose to partake in this upcoming trial, which offers substantial benefits. If you achieve notable success in this trial, not only will you receive accolades from the academy, but you will also earn the admiration of your teachers and peers, which would greatly enhance your current standing. Cui Yeyun meticulously elaborated on the details, and Lin Li listened with fervor. Trial and test, rewards and accolades. Such opportunities are truly rare, and Lin Li is determined not to let them slip away. Teacher Cui, I will be sure to participate in this trial on time. Engaging in combat with otherworldly beasts is far more exhilarating than sparring with fellow students. It is only when confronted with the threat of death that one can truly unearth their potential. This surge of passion, this exhilarating prospect. There is no reason for Lin Li to abstain. Well done, Lin Li. I knew you wouldn't shy away. I will send you the specific time and location through Xiao AI. You have 3 days to prepare. Strive to elevate your strength as much as possible. All right, Teacher Cui. As soon as the call ended, a notification sound from Xiao AI chimed in. Ding. You have received the trial arrangement for 3 days from now. Please check. Lin Li quickly picked up his phone to review the information. Trial time, September 14th, precisely 3 days from now at 9 o'clock a.m. Trial location. The transmission square in the eastern part of the Academy. Coordinates. Sunset Forest. Trial duration. 7 days. Trial content. Hunt otherworldly beasts to acquire beast crystals. The higher the quality, the more points can be exchanged. For instance, a Tier 3 beast crystal can be exchanged for 5 points, Tier 4 for 10 points, Tier 5 for 15 points, and so forth. Trial rules. 3,000 participants will be randomly teleported to various locations within Sunset Forest over the 7-day period. Points can be earned through the hunting of beasts to obtain crystals. Higher points yield more substantial rewards. During this time, participants may seize crystals from one another without concern for excessive force, as the Academy will provide each individual with a life bracelet. Should they sustain a fatal blow, the bracelet will activate to protect them, leading to their elimination and teleportation back to the Academy. Ultimately, upon the trial's conclusion, the Academy will rank participants based on their points and select the top 10 to receive mysterious grand prizes. With no fear of excessive force. This trial promises to be rather intriguing. Lin Li approached the window, gazing into the distance. The risks associated with this trial are considerable. Achieving notable success will require some cunning. After all, among his peers, many harbor ill feelings towards him, particularly those from his own class. Who are the strongest and most arrogant? It is likely they will seek to eliminate Lin Li at the earliest opportunity. This was the situation, and despite pondering for a long time, Lin Li could not devise a viable plan. He decided instead to freshen up briefly before heading to the training room. If he could elevate his realm within 3 days, the risks would diminish significantly. At the very least, aside from the top few in his class, no one else would pose a threat to him. Time swiftly passed. In the blink of an eye, Lin Li achieved a breakthrough. The moment of his breakthrough coincided with the early morning of the 3rd day, leaving less than 3 hours until the trial commenced. Throughout these 3 days, Lin Li had been relentlessly training, sacrificing sleep and meal times for the sake of rapid advancement. Daily, he absorbed a portion of the essence from otherworldly beasts and utilized the low-tier elemental crystals provided in the training room. At last, Lin Li's efforts bore fruit. He broke through the Tier 3 barrier and successfully ascended to Tier 4. This signifies that Lin Li has officially entered the ranks of intermediate-level supernatural beings. One should not underestimate this advancement. As the saying goes, each stage surpasses the previous one. Lin Li distinctly perceives a significant increase in the reserves of dark elements within his body, alongside notable changes in his physical constitution. The precise extent of his enhanced abilities will ultimately be tested through practical combat. A familiar ringtone echoed, revealing a call from Lu Qingyu. Lu, is there something you need? Lin Li, I heard from Teacher Cui that you are also participating in this trial. Is that true? Lin Li sensed a hint of excitement from the other end of the line. Indeed, I have been preparing for the trial these past few days. That's wonderful, Lin Li. Let us collaborate, hunt exotic beasts together, seize the crystals, and then strive for high rankings to obtain rewards. Collaboration? Lin Li suddenly recalled that the rules did not prohibit participants from forming teams. Lu, my abilities are rather modest. If you choose to partner with me, will that be an issue? Oh, you are an SSS-level Dark Element user. I realized your exceptional capability to challenge opponents beyond your level during your battle with Zhao Jingda. With your current strength at the initial 3rd level, facing an initial 6th-level supernatural being, such as myself, should pose no significant challenge. Lin Li felt a slight flush on his cheeks, feeling somewhat bashful at the praise from a girl. Well, since Lu trusts me so much, let us work hard together in this trial in the Sunset Forest. Coincidentally, I have just broken through to level 4, which will allow me to alleviate some of your burdens. Fantastic, Lin Li. But wait, what did you just say? You've broken through again? Lu Qingyu, initially taken aback, pinched her ear in disbelief. 3 days prior, Lin Li was still at the initial 3rd level, and Lu Qingyu had already begun envying his talent. After all, it took her a whole month to reach the initial 3rd level. Yet now Lin Li claimed he had advanced again, which seemed utterly astonishing. Lin Li, at this pace of rapid advancement, you'll catch up to my sister in no more than a year, or perhaps even half a year. I find myself at a loss for words to describe you. Genius? Prodigy? Or perhaps a legendary talent? Perhaps my experiences are too limited, but anyway, congratulations. The stronger you become, the greater our chances of success in this trial. Hehe, you flatter me, Qingyu. There are less than 3 hours until the trial begins. I must return to freshen up and change clothes. Then we shall meet at the teleportation plaza. All right, see you soon. Chapter 23. Late-stage malady, the trial assessments held every 3 months represent a crucial opportunity for students at Xingyu to evaluate themselves. Firstly, achieving a notable rank can bestow fame throughout the campus, garnering respect and attention from many peers. Secondly, it offers the chance to receive high-quality rewards from the academy, such as elemental crystals, refining materials, and monetary funds. It is rumored that the top 3 rewards may even include elemental artifacts. Certainly, this is merely speculation, as the rewards for the top 3 positions have traditionally been shrouded in secrecy. Moreover, participating in the trials allows one to accumulate invaluable experience in battling the aberrant beasts, all without the peril of life being threatened. This practice is not exclusive to the Sacred Academy. All 5 major academies adhere to this principle. Upon reaching the 4th year, students will be guided by designated instructors to venture into various border regions, engaging in the resistance against and eradication of these beasts. This endeavor serves both as a practical learning experience and a fulfillment of duty. The resistance against the invasion of aberrant beasts, ensuring the safety of the populace of the divine continent, embodies the very essence of the existence of those endowed with extraordinary abilities. This responsibility is also shared by the demonized legion, the temple of evil spirits, and the Dark Kingdom. Therefore, students cherish the opportunity to confront aberrant beasts during their time at the academy, preparing themselves diligently for the day they step onto the battlefield. Armed with the experience they have amassed to combat fiercer and more bloodthirsty foes. With less than half an hour remaining before the trials commence, the teleportation square is already a bustling hub of activity. Amidst the throng, Lin Li finally spots Lu Qingyu, but before he can approach her, the familiar trio of friends blocks his path. Lin Li, after much contemplation, your abilities are quite commendable, so join our team. Wu Xiao, with a haughty demeanor, steps forward to extend the invitation. Lin Li, your dark abilities are rather troublesome. Joining us would be your best option. Otherwise, upon entering the Sunset Forest, you will surely attract unnecessary trouble. Yao Tong, with keen analytical prowess, articulates Lin Li's predicament with clarity. Truth be told, had Lin Li not reached an understanding with Lu Qingyu, he might have acquiesced. Alas, the allure of beauty far surpasses what these 3 miscreants can offer. I apologize, but I am already affiliated with another group. Besides, you are all aware that my dark abilities tend to invite trouble. Why extend an invitation? Because your value outweighs the troubles you may attract. Si Fengyu's remark is intriguing and profound, prompting Lin Li to regard him with newfound respect. Qingyu, I'm over here. At that moment, Wu Xiao also spots Lu Qingyu, her arms flailing in a manner reminiscent of a propeller. If one were to place 2 spring onions atop her head, she could practically take flight. Upon hearing Wu Xiao's voice, Lu Qingyu's expression instantly soured. Had she not noticed Lin Li nearby, she would have likely turned on her heel and departed. What are you all trying to do? Are you attempting to poach someone from me? Lu Qingyu strides directly to Lin Li's side, questioning the group with a tone that brooks no nonsense. Qingyu, how can you collaborate with this fellow behind my back? I am the individual you should be considering above all others. Am I not your heart's desire? Wu Xiao, in a display of sheer audacity, earns the disdain of those around him. What a spectacle it is to see a grown man acting coy in public. Lu Qingyu, no stranger to confrontation, wastes no time in delivering a kick that, while seemingly innocuous, emits a golden radiance upon making contact with Wu Xiao. Goodness, she even employed a holy light ability. Wu Xiao then meets his unfortunate fate, clutching his abdomen and flying backward. That will teach you for being so shameless. If you dare to kick again, it won't just be your belly at stake. Not the belly. Following Lu Qingyu's gaze, the others instinctively tightened their legs. This woman is not to be trifled with. What about the 2 of you? Is there anything else? Lu Qingyu clapped her hands and shifted her attention to Yao Tong and Si Fengyu. No, nothing at all. The duo shook their heads vigorously, not wishing to follow in Wu Xiao's unfortunate footsteps. Lin Li, let us wait over there. It's quieter that way. Lu Qingyu tugged at Lin Li's sleeve and headed towards the other end of the square. Meanwhile, on the ground, Wu Xiao, rolling back and forth, felt his heart shatter at the sight. He muttered incessantly, Qingyu, my goddess, please don't abandon me. Si Fengyu and his companion discreetly slipped away, unwilling to associate with him, as it would be too disgraceful. Lin Li, although our team consists of only the 2 of us, I have confidence in both you and myself. Last time, due to an unforeseen mishap, we failed to secure a spot in the top 10. This time, I am determined to redeem myself. Otherwise, I would be unworthy of the name Goddess Lu. On the bench, Lu Qingyu spoke with fervor, as if to encourage herself as well as Lin Li. An unforeseen mishap? What kind of mishap? Lu Qingyu scratched her head in embarrassment and replied, last time, my team accidentally ventured into the territory of a mid-tier, level 3 beast. And as a result, we were completely annihilated. No wonder Lu Qingyu only invited Lin Li this time. It seems she feared a repeat of the tragedy. Oh, I mentioned it was a minor accident. The Sunset Forest is vast, and there are only about 10 mid-tier beasts within. How was I to know I would stumble upon one? Who am I to seek justice from? Lin Li shrugged helplessly. Indeed, it was quite unfortunate. However, he was surprised to learn that there were still 10 mid-tier beasts in the Sunset Forest. First-year students could not possibly possess mid-tier abilities. It was merely a matter of misfortune for those who encountered them. Unless a group of advanced first-year students faced a mid-tier beast, they might stand a chance. By the way, Lin Li, I've always had a question for you, but I fear it might trouble you. Lu Qingyu hesitated for a moment before speaking. Feel free to ask, I won't mind. I just wanted to know, with so many classmates speaking ill of you behind your back and spreading rumors, do you truly not care at all? If it were me, I would have been unable to endure it long ago. Upon hearing this, a flicker of helplessness crossed Lin Li's eyes. There is a saying, words can be as sharp as blades, if misused. They can become dangerous weapons that pierce deeply into the heart. If I were to claim that I don't care, perhaps I wouldn't even believe it myself. Yet, what difference does it make whether I care or not? Human nature is such. There is neither pure good nor pure evil. It is akin to light and darkness, two opposing forces that nonetheless coexist. I will transform the blades that others thrust at me into my own strength, embracing them. One day, I shall become invulnerable, impervious to both water and fire. Chapter 24. Death Beneath the Peony, Even as a Ghost. One remains charming. Lu Qingyu was deeply moved by Lin Li's words, her small eyes blinking as if an unusual emotion was beginning to blossom within her. Ding dong. A mechanical chime resonated throughout the entire square, drawing everyone's attention to the center. The trial in the Sunset Forest is now officially commencing. All students are required to wear their designated life wristbands. Any loss will result in immediate disqualification from the trial. Lin Li glanced around, searching for his wristband. Where could it be? Lu Qingyu gently nudged Lin Li, signaling him to remain calm. Meanwhile, a powerful elemental fluctuation rapidly spread through the air. Lin Li closed his eyes to attune himself, sensing the presence of wood-type elemental abilities. This energy was extraordinarily potent, enveloping the entire square. If it was the work of a person, that individual must be an extraordinary powerhouse. Lin Li, extend your hand. Lu Qingyu whispered again, bringing Lin Li back to his senses. At that moment, everyone in the square extended a hand, as if awaiting something to descend upon them. Observing this, Lin Li followed suit, and then a wondrous scene unfolded. Dark green elemental energy swiftly coalesced around his wrist, and as the brilliance gradually faded, a delicate jade bracelet adorned his arm, exquisite and strikingly beautiful. All students are to step into the teleportation array. The transmission will commence in 3 minutes. The students began to gravitate towards the central area of the square, with Lin Li and Lu Qingyu closely trailing behind. Upon reaching the central zone, each individual instinctively positioned themselves within an oval stone slab, standing in neat formation, exuding an air of grandeur. Lin Li surveyed his surroundings, nodding in satisfaction. Now this is more like it. As a premier academy for extraordinary abilities in the Divine Land, such vibrant energy is to be expected. Just look at that physical training ground. What a sight. Please make your preparations. The transmission will begin in 10 seconds. At this moment, everyone closed their eyes, including Lu Qingyu. Only Lin Li remained wide-eyed, glancing around in confusion. Why is everyone closing their eyes? Is something terrifying about to happen? 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Boom. Lin Li was bewildered, as was everyone present. What was happening? What had exploded? Suddenly, Lin Li felt a surge of dark energy enveloping him, followed by violent tremors beneath his feet, and the mechanical voice echoed once more. 3, 2, 1, begin transmission. At that critical moment, Lu Qingyu dashed to Lin Li's side, gripping his arm tightly. Then, everything vanished. A blinding, Resplendent white light enveloped everything, causing all the students to disappear in that instant. Lin Li felt his vision blur, followed by a dizzying sensation, a profound weakness overtaking him. Thankfully, he had not eaten breakfast. Otherwise, he would have surely been sick. Nevertheless, the warmth in his arms remained steadfast. Lin Li, disregarding everything else, pulled Lu Qingyu into his embrace and went with the flow. Yi Cheng, what on earth do you intend to do? At this moment, the Xingyu Academy was in complete disarray. Thousands of figures hovered in the void, encircling a solitary black silhouette at its center. Below them, thousands of faculty and students stood ready for action. Sun Wukong pointed at Yi Cheng, questioning him with palpable fury. Director Sun, do not be so irate. I have merely come to retrieve what rightfully belongs to me. Rightfully belongs to you? Sun Wukong and the other numerous leaders present simultaneously thought of one individual, Lin Li. Yi Cheng, since Lin Li has joined our Xingyu Academy, he is now one of us. Your actions are a blatant disregard for our institution. One of you? Huh? Yi Cheng laughed mockingly. What audacious words. When have you ever truly accepted the dark arts from your hearts? Were it not for Lin Li's SSS level talent, would you even spare him a glance? Even so, I have yet to witness Lin Li flourish. Accusations, derision, slander, insults, provocations, and rumors, though we, the Dark Kingdom, acknowledge our clandestine dealings, what of you? A group of insincere individuals. If not for Luo Hongtian's reckless interference, Lin Li would have long been a member of my Dark Kingdom. Upon hearing this, all leaders and educators present, except for Sun Wukong, displayed expressions of disbelief. Did Luo Hongtian snatch Lin Li from the Dark Kingdom? Why? Yi Cheng, cease your nonsensical ramblings, inciting discord and intruding upon my Xingyu, jeopardizing my students. You must account for this. Sun Wukong clearly did not wish for Yi Cheng to continue speaking, hastily shifting the topic and preparing to take action. Humph. I have no time to play with you. If you do not restore the teleportation array, then those 3,000 students shall never return. As soon as he finished speaking, a mass of black mist suddenly enveloped Yi Cheng, obscuring him entirely. In the blink of an eye, he vanished. Director, I will send someone to pursue. Zhang Lei volunteered, ready to chase after Yi Cheng. Enough. We have no time to concern ourselves with him now. The teleportation array has been destroyed and must be repaired immediately, or those 3,000 students will be in peril. Sun Wukong's composure was unwavering. He was acutely aware of what mattered most at that moment. All high-level abilities. Follow me to repair the array and bring the students back. Boom. Ah, it's too high. Who the hell is so malicious as to place the teleportation point in the sky? Lin Li, bewildered by the situation, emerged from the teleportation space only to find himself at a great height. The sensation was exhilarating. The last time he had flown, it was with a member of the Dark Kingdom, ensuring safety. But what about this time? He had a stunning beauty in his arms, yet neither could fly. Is this what they call dying under the peony, remaining a flirt even in death? Has the world unwittingly gifted us with a pair of ill-fated lovers? Lin Li, it seems there's a mire below. Huh, what did you say? I can't hear you. A powerful gust roared around Lin Li's ears, drowning out all sound. Enraged, Lu Qingyu yanked on Lin Li's ear and shouted, there's a mire below. We won't die from the fall. Chapter 25. The spring that was missed. Only then did Lin Li comprehend that directly beneath them lay a moderately sized mire, which, if they fell into it, would surely spare them from death. The crux of the matter was that Lin Li had no desire to plunge into it. In all honesty, he was quite fastidious about cleanliness, and upon returning to his apartment, his first action was always to bathe and do laundry. The mere thought of tumbling into a mire, rolling about, and perhaps sampling a few sips was simply unbearable. Yet, given the current predicament, not falling in would likely result in a grim fate. What to do? An idea struck Lin Li, and he resolved to put it to the test. If it failed, they would still land in the mire. But it was certainly preferable to meeting their demise. Qingyu, hold on to me tightly. Lu Qingyu, bewildered, had no time to ponder, and clung to Lin Li's waist with all limbs, resembling a koala. As their descent accelerated, they plummeted faster and faster. Finally, when they were less than 20 meters from the mire's surface, Lin Li acted. Dark Shockwave. A torrent of abilities surged forth, descending like a dark beam of light straight into the mire. The previously tranquil, murky waters were blasted upwards 6 or 7 meters, splattering in all directions. Though they were splashed with some muck, their descent speed had been considerably reduced. Simultaneously, Lin Li extended his other hand, unleashing another dark shockwave aimed directly ahead. With one forward thrust and another, they were forcefully propelled to the ground, culminating in Lin Li collapsing from a height of over 2 meters. Fortunately, Lu Qingyu, nestled in Lin Li's embrace, sustained no significant injuries. The unfortunate one was Lin Li, whose depletion of abilities had diminished his resilience against impact. The fall nearly rattled his brain. Lin Li, are you all right? Lin Li, wake up. Lu Qingyu scrambled up from Lin Li's arms, horrified to see blood streaming from the back of his head. In a panic, she shook him incessantly, attempting to rouse him. Lin Li, wake up. Please don't scare me. Desperation filled her eyes, and tears threatened to spill as she chaotically infused her abilities into Lin Li's body. Remarkably, this frantic measure bore fruit. The residual dark energy within Lin Li eagerly absorbed the holy light energy she imparted, replenishing his strength until he gradually awoke from his stupor. Qingyu, why are you crying? Am I dead? Lin Li instinctively reached out to wipe away Lu Qingyu's tears, and both were momentarily taken aback. Once Lu Qingyu regained her composure, instead of being angered by Lin Li's gesture, a smile broke across her face. You nearly scared me to death. What kind of ridiculous method was that? You almost lost your life. Coughing, Lin Li was about to rise when a heavy sensation settled in his chest, prompting an uncontrollable fit of coughs. Observing his discomfort, Lu Qingyu hurriedly stepped forward to assist him. Once they managed to stand, Lin Li sheepishly replied, I have overestimated my capabilities. Channeling 2 abilities simultaneously has exhausted my internal energy. I truly did not wish for you to fall into the mire and become tainted by this filthy sludge. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingyu's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, her heart racing with newfound intensity. It dawned on her that Lin Li's actions were motivated by concern for her well-being. Could it be that he harbored feelings for her? And did she, in turn, feel something for him? Oh, how vexing. Was that comment a subtle confession of his affections? Should she reciprocate? The answer had been revealed the moment Lu Qingyu had recklessly dashed toward Lin Li. The irony was that Lin Li remained oblivious to her internal musings. His earlier words were merely a facade to disguise his reluctance to descend into the mire. Suddenly, Lin Li felt a sharp pain at the back of his head. He touched the spot, wincing as he realized he had indeed sustained an injury. Hold on, Lin Li. Don't move. Let me tend to your wound. Lu Qingyu declared without hesitation, tearing a piece from her skirt to bandage his injury. This gesture deeply moved Lin Li. Lu Qingyu was, without a doubt, the most considerate girl he had encountered, aside from his aunt and younger sister. Where are we? Lu Qingyu inquired, glancing around the dim, eerie surroundings. The atmosphere was ominously foreboding, and the presence of a mire signified they were in a desolate, damp area. However, Lin Li's attention was not focused on their surroundings, but rather on Lu Qingyu's legs, fair, slender, long, and delicate. No, he chastised himself. His focus should be on the torn fabric of her skirt, which, short as it was, now revealed much of her legs. The chilly dampness of the area could be detrimental to a young woman's health. Resolutely, Lin Li removed his outer coat and approached her slowly. As he stood just inches behind her, she suddenly turned around, and they found themselves lost in each other's gaze, their breaths becoming increasingly heavy. What are you doing? Lu Qingyu stammered, her cheeks resembling ripened apples, growing ever more flushed. Lin Li remained silent, extending his arms to encircle her waist. Lu Qingyu felt a mix of surprise and delight. Was this a moment of romantic tension in the wilderness? She was both anxious and excited, even closing her eyes in anticipation of the impending warmth of spring. 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 15 seconds, 20 seconds. Why was Lin Li not making any move? Lu Qingyu cautiously opened her eyes, only to find Lin Li staring at her with a bewildered expression, as if to say, Are you all right, miss? Now even more perplexed, Lu Qingyu glanced at Lin Li, then around their surroundings, and finally down at herself. Only then did she realize that Lin Li was shielding her from the cold. This realization sent her cheeks into a deeper shade of crimson. The hue had deepened to the point of nearly bleeding. Lin Li, observing the situation, expressed his concern. Qingyu, what happened to your face? Surely, you haven't been poisoned, have you? Damn it, I knew this place was peculiar. Lu Qingyu, growing increasingly irritated by Lin Li's demeanor, thought to herself, what a clueless man. He deserves to remain single for life. Turning her head away, she retorted, You fool, I'm not poisoned. I'm just hot. At that moment, the eerie atmosphere surrounding them dissipated, alleviating their awkwardness. Lin Li, still bewildered, scratched his head, inadvertently touching his injury, which elicited a wince. "Isn't this the Sunset Forest?" he asked, grimacing as he surveyed the surroundings with confusion. "No, this is not the Sunset Forest. It appears to be the Dark Forest." Chapter 26. Hands still. Mouths moving the Dark Forest? Why does that sound vaguely familiar? Roar. Ah, now I remember. It lies at the extreme northern border of the Xinzhou continent, at the junction between Songqing and the northern beast domain, often referred to as the buffer zone. What on earth are we doing here? Qingyu, we must flee. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Li grasped Lu Qingyu's small hand and dashed towards the woods ahead. Why are we running? Because there are exotic beasts. The roar they had just heard unmistakably indicated that a beast had detected their presence and was rapidly closing in. Both of them could distinctly sense that this creature possessed a formidable power level of initial stage 9. What a way to make an entrance. Must it be so exhilarating? Lin Li's current condition was dire. His internal abilities were barely restored, while Lu Qingyu was merely at initial stage 6. How could they possibly contend with such a beast? Were they merely delivering themselves as offerings? Damn it! How did this trial devolve into a desperate flight for survival? As Lin Li sprinted, he remained vigilant of their surroundings, anxious that another beast might emerge. "Lin Li, our bracelet is still intact. It should allow us to teleport back, right?" Lu Qingyu reminded him hesitantly, shaking her wrist where the jade bracelet rested, though it appeared devoid of any responsive energy. "Qingyu, if that bracelet were still functional, it would have teleported us back the moment I was injured." Lin Li's frustration mounted. What exactly was Yi Cheng trying to accomplish? While the Dark Kingdom was stationed in the northern part of Xinzhou, why would he send me to the Dark Forest? It's 100 kilometers away. Should we really trek there? Roar. As the growling drew nearer, Lin Li understood there was no evading the confrontation. How could two legs outrun four? "Qingyu, I need you to buy me 3 minutes. After that, I will have the means to deal with this beast." Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Qingyu agreed. Although they were 3 levels apart, she believed she could hold it off for a short while. They both halted, turning to face the approaching exotic beast, which was now growling and slowing its pace as it drew closer. Was that a two-headed wolf? As the name suggests, it was indeed a wolf with 2 heads, but its size was not to be underestimated, measuring at least 2 to 3 meters. The claws on its massive toes could easily be turned into a stew. "Qingyu, be extremely cautious of that wolf's claws." Lu Qingyu nodded solemnly, her hands beginning to gather holy light energy. As for Lin Li, he produced the dark crystal of the otherworldly beast at this critical juncture. Preserving his sanity was far preferable to losing his life. He casually found a tree, sat cross-legged beneath it, and fervently absorbed the elemental essence. It was uncertain whether it was due to Lin Li's breakthrough or the excessive consumption of his abilities, but this time, the absorption proceeded at an unusually rapid pace. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Qingyu had also begun to engage in combat. The two-headed wolf, an entity of the wind element, exhibited remarkable agility. Each swing of its powerful forepaws unleashed a blade of wind. Lu Qingyu conjured a barrier of holy light before her, dodging as much as possible and bracing for the blows she could not evade. With both hands, she focused her energy into a sphere aimed precisely at the wolf's head, resulting in a back-and-forth exchange of several rounds. While it appeared to be a fierce contest of equals, Lu Qingyu was acutely aware that the beast was merely testing her. The true strength of otherworldly creatures often lay not in their abilities, but in their prowess in close combat and physical defense. Holy light descended. Lu Qingyu seized the moment to unleash her skill. A beam of light, as thick as an arm, pierced through the clouds, descending from above. The two-headed wolf, sensing danger, swiftly evaded. However, the beam seemed to possess a guiding instinct, following its every move. With a thunderous crash, the holy light struck its target with precision. Yet, Lu Qingyu showed no signs of relaxation. Her expression grew more solemn. As the dust settled, the silhouette of the two-headed wolf reemerged, its fur slightly disheveled, but otherwise unscathed. It fixed its gaze intensely on Lu Qingyu, panting heavily, its body radiating an unsettling elemental aura. The beast was preparing for a serious attack. In the next moment, the two-headed wolf charged forward with a resounding thud, the ground beneath it cracking, and a thick cloud of dust billowing outward. Lu Qingyu concentrated all her abilities before her, attempting to withstand the onslaught. However, the disparity in their power levels, with a 3-tier difference, proved to be far more formidable than she had anticipated. A massive, Ashen claw struck toward her barrier. With a series of cracks, Lu Qingyu's defensive efforts were shattered. The fissures in her barrier widened alarmingly, threatening to collapse entirely. Without hesitation, she retreated. The powerful claw crashed into the ground, sending tremors through the surrounding flora. The shallow crater left in the wake of the wolf's strike, measuring approximately half a meter in diameter, bore testament to the sheer force of its attack. Enraged by its missed strike, the two-headed wolf roared and launched another assault. Sensing the precariousness of her situation, Lu Qingyu entwined her feet with her abilities and swiftly ascended a tall tree. The two-headed wolf, unrelenting, struck the trunk with a claw, snapping it in two, prompting Lu Qingyu to leap to another tree. This area was abundant with trees. They were plentiful. Thus began a game of cat and mouse between the two, with Lu Qingyu jumping from branch to branch while the wolf snapped at her every move. After over a minute of this relentless pursuit, Lin Li finally completed his recovery. Yet, his condition seemed somewhat abnormal. At this moment, Lin Li's eyes glistened with a crimson hue, an overwhelming aura of malevolence surging uncontrollably within him. Though initially possessing only a rudimentary level 4 strength, he now exuded a presence far more terrifying than that of a two-headed wolf. Roar! The sudden change in Lin Li did not escape the notice of the two-headed wolf. Casting a glance at Lu Qingyu perched in the tree, it realized there was no time to concern itself with her. Lin Li, what has happened to you? Lu Qingyu, perplexed by the palpable bloodlust emanating from Lin Li, questioned, aren't you supposed to be recovering your powers? Why does it seem like you are on the verge of succumbing to madness? Rest assured, I am fine. Lin Li's reply was chillingly indifferent, devoid of any emotion. In truth, only Lin Li understood his condition. His consciousness was intact, yet an inexplicable urge to kill surged within him. Neither frantic nor impulsive, merely a desire for slaughter. How dare a mere gray beast act so brazenly before me? Lin Li remained still, allowing his lips to move instead. Let me first play the part, setting the tone for the encounter. The two-headed wolf seemed to comprehend Lin Li's disdainful expression, its gaze sharpening with intensity. In the next moment, it propelled itself forward, launching a massive paw aimed at Lin Li's head. Lin Li, seemingly oblivious to the impending danger, enveloped his arm in a potent dark energy, attempting to withstand the blow. Boom! Lin Li was sent flying. Lu Qingyu, witnessing this, felt a surge of frustration. Lin Li, what on earth were you thinking? Lu Qingyu exclaimed, her irritation causing her to slip into her native dialect. Did he not grasp the vast disparity in their strengths? Even in such dire circumstances, he still felt the need to show off? Damn it, that beast is surprisingly strong. Lin Li grumbled as he steadied himself, internally lamenting his misjudgment. How embarrassing it was. He had thought his current abilities could withstand a blow, but it turned out to be utterly futile. Frustrating indeed. However, this strike served to awaken Lin Li. The earlier urge for slaughter was swiftly suppressed. Qingyu, I will take the offensive, you provide support. Why engage in a one-on-one duel when they could encircle their foe? Lin Li believed he could contend with an 8th-level ability user in his current state, yet this beast was a 9th-level creature. What folly to display bravado. All right. Lu Qingyu did not hesitate, immediately commencing her long-range interference. Magic orbs were hurled one after another, while Lin Li unleashed dark shockwaves. If close combat was disadvantageous, then they would resort to ranged attrition. The enhanced shockwaves struck the two-headed wolf, forcing it to retreat repeatedly. The magic orbs found their mark on its back, inflicting considerable pain despite its formidable defenses. In their coordinated assault, there would inevitably be moments when the beast could not afford to be guarded. Just like now, the two-headed wolf, infuriated by Lu Qingyu's relentless harassment, unleashed two powerful wind blades toward Lin Li. Our clever protagonist, Lin Li, swiftly retracted his shockwaves, conjuring two energy spheres instead. Regardless of whether they canceled out the attack, he deftly evaded the wind blade's reach before releasing another shockwave. As the two-headed wolf prepared to shift its target, intent on bringing Lu Qingyu down, that familiar dark energy surged once more from behind. Simultaneously, Lu Qingyu resolved to unleash her most potent skill, Holy Light Great Sword. Lin Li was taken aback by the peculiar name, nearly losing his grip. However, he soon realized that he had misunderstood. This grand sword was not what he had initially thought. A large, resplendent sword, gleaming with golden light and towering like a character from a fanfiction, appeared in Lu Qingyu's hands. She took aim and hurled it forth with precision. The two-headed wolf attempted to evade, but Lin Li would not grant it that chance. He exerted force through his palms, unleashing shockwaves that firmly restrained the creature's movements. Boom! Another resounding crash echoed as the grand sword pierced accurately into the wolf's back. Whether it was meant to explode or if the dark energy had caused a clash, the resulting explosion generated a shockwave that staggered both Lin Li and Lu Qingyu. As the dust settled, they sensed the wolf's aura waning, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. With excitement, Lin Li rushed forward. What a treasure! A crystal from a level 9 beast. The market value starts at a minimum of 900,000. Even if he chose not to sell it, absorbing it for himself would be quite beneficial. However, as he approached and beheld the wolf's tragic state, hesitation crept in. No, this was not sympathy or pity, it was pure revulsion. The creature's rear half had been obliterated, its blood and flesh scattered about, exposing its bones and entrails for all to see. Despite its condition, the wolf was still clinging to life. Yet, it would not be long. Its head drooped, breath shallow and fleeting, and it would soon meet its demise. Lu Qingyu, upon nearing the scene, was immediately struck by a wave of nausea from the gruesome sight. This reaction was understandable, as both were mere novices before joining the sacred royalty. Neither had even killed a chicken, let alone a massive wolf, and certainly not one in such a ghastly state. Lin Li, let us go? This is too bloody and disgusting. Lin Li thought to himself. Wasn't he this you're doing? Fierce in battle, yet so delicate now. Ah, women. First, keep watch for me while I retrieve the crystal. Despite his inner reluctance, as a man, it was a task he felt obliged to undertake. Even if he avoided it now, there would come a day when he would have to face it. Here, take this. Lu Qingyu reached into her long boots and produced a silver dagger. Lin Li was momentarily taken aback. Qingyu, you carry a dagger with you? Should I not? Are you planning to dig out the crystal with your hands? Her logic was sound. It appeared Lu Qingyu had accumulated quite a bit of experience, understanding the necessity of being prepared with tools for extracting crystals from the beasts. Lin Li accepted the dagger and circled the two-headed wolf, pondering where to strike first. Should it be the abdomen, the chest, or perhaps the head? Or the most crucial area? Lin Li, most beast crystals are located in the head, with a small portion in the abdomen. Lu Qingyu, noticing his indecisiveness, offered a timely reminder. The head? Lin Li crouched beside the wolf's furry head, contemplating his approach. Forget it. He would simply strike them all. Thus, with a swift motion, Lin Li brought the dagger down, severing one of the wolf's heads first. The double-headed wolf has finally succumbed, its elemental fluctuations vanishing entirely. Lin Li manipulated the wolf's head, aligning it appropriately before continuing with his blade. The ensuing scene was too grotesque to describe. In any case, Lin Li found nothing of value, so he proceeded to sever the other head as well. After some searching, he finally discovered it. A pale blue crystal from an exotic beast appeared in his hand. The two of them scoured the area for a while before locating a small pond, where they hurriedly washed away the mixture of blood on their hands to avoid drawing the attention of other exotic creatures. What shall we do next, Lin Li? Asked Lu Qingyu. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Li decided, let us head south. This place is not far from Sanqing. We must proceed cautiously. Once we reach the borders of Shenzhou, we will be safe. With that, Lin Li took out his phone. Although there was no signal, the compass still functioned. Thus, they carefully navigated southward according to the compass. 3 hours later, Lin Li exclaimed, Qingyu, our lunch has arrived. Are you certain we should eat it? Lu Qingyu replied, doubtfully. Of course. Aren't you hungry? Well, I am, but it looks so adorable. Lu Qingyu said, gazing longingly at the scene before them, where a large, fluffy white rabbit was blissfully sleeping beneath a great tree, completely unaware of the impending danger. Lin Li, however, was famished, his stomach growling from missing breakfast. If they didn't resolve their hunger soon, he would lack the energy to continue their journey. Moreover, this plump rabbit appeared quite delectable, as a level 3 exotic beast. Capturing it should be an effortless task. Qingyu, cuteness cannot substitute for sustenance. Once we return to Shenzhou, you can keep as many rabbits as you desire. After reassuring Lu Qingyu, Lin Li stealthily approached with his dagger, nearly drooling in anticipation. Little rabbit, be a good sport. Let us first sever the arteries, and then prepare you. Lin Li hummed a nursery rhyme while plucking the rabbit's fur. The creature was substantial, weighing at least 40 to 50 pounds. He skillfully used his dagger to cut off its legs and the most meaty portions, threading them onto a branch. Fresh ingredients were now ready. Lu Qingyu utilized her abilities to gather light and generate heat, igniting a fire. The two began to roast their game. Premium ingredients often require minimal preparation. In this location, there were no seasonings needed, for the rabbit, being an exotic beast, contained elemental power within its flesh, rendering it exquisitely tender and flavorful, such that any seasoning would only detract from its taste. After half an hour of roasting, the aroma of rabbit meat wafted through the air as Lin Li offered a leg to Lu Qingyu. She inhaled the scent with delight and dove into her meal. Seeing her relish the food, Lin Li could no longer resist and reached for another leg. "May I have a piece?" he inquired. "Of course, this leg is for you." "Thank you." 3 seconds later, Lin Li was left bewildered. "Wait, how did I end up giving the rabbit leg to him? Hey, something feels off." "Oh no." Lin Li, startled, quickly rose to her feet, pointing the rabbit meat towards Yi Qingdao. "Leader Yi, how come you walk so silently?" Lu Qingyu exclaimed. "Is this really the time for such questions?" "Lin Li," Lu Qingyu shouted, her holy light abilities rapidly converging, ready to launch an attack. "Little girl, I merely wish to share a rabbit leg with you both. Must it come to blows?" At that moment, Yi Cheng had already removed his mask and was seated across from them, vigorously gnawing on a rabbit leg. "Qingyu, calm down." Lin Li grasped Lu Qingyu's small hand, signaling her to settle. This individual before them was a formidable figure, rumored to be an extraordinary 9th-level being. With Lin Li and Lu Qingyu's meager skills, they were hardly worthy of even a tickle from him. "Leader Yi, it is a pleasure to meet you." Lin Li returned to her seat, greeting him with a sense of intrigue. "Ha, the pleasure is mine." Yi Cheng, appearing to be in his 30s, was quite handsome and mature, exuding an air of aloof superiority over all beings. Yet, in Lin Li's presence, he had softened considerably, giving off a more approachable vibe. "Leader Yi, I am quite curious as to why you brought us here." Lin Li, utterly famished, asked while munching on the meat. "Your question itself is flawed. First, I never intended to bring this girl. She insisted on clinging to you. My sole aim was you from the beginning. Secondly, I never meant to teleport you here. The original destination was the Dark Kingdom. Who knows what mischief that teleportation array was up to, bringing you both here instead, forcing me to spend ages locating you." Upon hearing Yi Cheng's words, Lu Qingyu's face flushed again. She herself was unsure of her motives at that moment. It felt as though Lin Li were in danger, prompting her to rush in recklessly. Then, Lin Li had embraced her. "Leader Yi, your actions were rather abrupt. I was not mentally prepared for this." "Lin Li, just days ago, you explicitly agreed to join our Dark Kingdom. Even though unexpected events arose, it ultimately means you must still join us. Otherwise, that gift would be in vain." Lin Li suddenly recalled that the 4 individuals from the Dark Kingdom had indeed prepared a significant gift for her, and she had gladly consented to join them. However, she couldn't be entirely blamed, could she? "Leader Yi, enough with Leader Yi. I'm tired of it. Call me Chenggu." This fellow was quite adept at becoming familiar quickly. Chenggu. You see, I cannot bear full responsibility. Those 4 abandoned me at a critical moment. And that scoundrel Luo Hontian mistakenly thought I was a kidnapped genius and forcibly brought me back to the Holy Academy. Utter nonsense. Anyway, with Luo Hontian absent, I can place the blame entirely on him. Whatever I say goes. I cannot possibly reveal to Yi Cheng that I was compelled to choose the Holy Academy, can I? You are correct. Therefore, I bear you no blame. Those 4 useless fellows have already been dealt with. Lin Li was taken aback by Yi Cheng's statement. Dealt with? Is it truly worth losing one's life simply because Lin Li could not be brought back? Chenggu, this is rather absurd. Lin Li is unable to endure such brutality. In the Dark Kingdom, we have always assessed matters based on success or failure. Those 4 useless individuals cannot even manage this trivial task. Why should I keep them around? The Dark Kingdom is not in short supply of Dark-type supernatural beings. Chow, you are merely a braggart. Why then, do you go to such lengths to seek me out? At that moment, Yi Cheng noticed something. It turned out that Lu Qingyu was intently eavesdropping. One cannot truly say it was eavesdropping, as her ears are her own. If you choose to speak, that is your own affair. My dear girl, perhaps you should rest a while. With that, Lu Qingyu's eyelids drooped, and she fell asleep. Yi Cheng remained utterly still. Lin Li's eyes widened as he hurriedly checked on her. Fortunately, Lu Qingyu was genuinely asleep. This Yi Lao possesses terrifying strength. His words manifesting reality? Do you understand what an SSS-level dark talent signifies? Lin Li shook his head, then nodded, stating, does it mean the rise of dark forces? Or perhaps, the emergence of a formidable being on the Shenzhou continent? Yes, and yet, neither. Oh, how pretentious. Your presence signifies the rise of humanity, the flourishing of our race. It heralds the peak of darkness, the dominance of dark forces overall. It portends disaster and the impending onset of great conflict. It signifies a transformation of the world, a change in everything due to your existence. This overwhelming barrage of information left Lin Li bewildered. In summary, does it imply that one is quite important? But what of the disaster, the conflict, the transformation? Chenggu, your claims are rather exaggerated. There are 8 other SSS-level geniuses from various factions, yet I do not see them being of such significance. Indeed, they may not seem crucial. Yet they uphold the faith of humanity. Moreover, they exist for you, for the legendary talents of the future holy light. For me, such a statement feels rather far-fetched. Their existence is of no concern to me. I have had no part in their journey. This is mere nonsense. Chapter 29. What? What did you say? Enough. It is getting late. Come back to the Dark Kingdom with me. Yi Cheng tossed aside the charred branch, dusted off his hands, and stood up to speak. Chenggu, might we discuss something? Lin Li did not move. Instead, he glanced at Lu Qingyu and hesitantly touched the exotic beast crystal in his pocket, asking with trepidation, "What matter? Is it concerning this girl?" "No. I wish to negotiate whether it is possible to join both the Holy Light and the Dark Kingdom simultaneously, maintaining 2 identities." Upon hearing this, Yi Cheng's steps faltered noticeably, and his gaze grew increasingly complex. "Are you unable to let go of the Holy Light? Or do you hesitate to part from this girl?" "Neither." Lin Li shook his head, seemingly having made a decision. He stood and looked at Yi Cheng, saying, "Please grant me 3 months to complete all unfinished challenges and earn the title of the foremost in the Holy Light. This is not only a requirement for myself, but also a promise to Luo Hantian. I seek to demonstrate to all that the Dark Faction is the most powerful and deserving of respect." Yi Cheng remained silent, his gaze fixed on Lin Li, contemplating something profound within. The two engaged in a stark stare for 3 minutes before Yi Cheng finally spoke. "I respect your decision and shall grant you 3 months. After this period, I will personally seek you out." "Thank you, Brother Cheng, for your understanding." Lin Li expressed his gratitude, but this time, Yi Cheng shook his head, a subtle smile gracing his lips, as he seemed to anticipate what was to come. "These 3 months will allow you to discern certain truths, to reflect upon your inner self, and to comprehend unavoidable realities. Trust me, after 3 months, you will recognize the path that suits you best and make the judgments that align with your true nature." Yi Cheng's words were enigmatic, leaving Lin Li in a state of confusion, as though he understood yet did not fully grasp their meaning. Perhaps this is the aura of a true mastermind. Wear this ring, and when you encounter troubles beyond your capacity to resolve, turn it, Yi Cheng instructed, tossing a rustic black ring to Lin Li, who then found Yi Cheng enveloped in a shroud of black mist, vanishing from sight. Lin Li caught the flying ring and inspected it, finding nothing particularly remarkable. "Thank you, Brother Cheng," he called out, his gratitude extending into the void, indifferent to whether Yi Cheng could hear him. After donning the ring, Lin Li surveyed his surroundings, momentarily stunned. "He left? Wait, he actually left? Brother Cheng, please don't go yet. Help us return." Panic surged through Lin Li, realizing that the most critical matter remained unresolved. He had consumed a rabbit leg, received a ring, and endured a barrage of cryptic remarks, only for Yi Cheng to depart without further ado. What just happened? At that moment, Lu Qingyu stirred from her slumber, stretching luxuriously before regarding Lin Li with a look of bewilderment. "I have good news and bad news. Which would you prefer to hear first?" "The bad news. The bad news is that we must walk back to the Xinzhou continent and return to the Shangjing Xingyu Academy on our own. That is not too disheartening. After all, we initially set out with that very intention. So what is the good news?" "The good news is that I will be staying behind." "You're saying you want to be going to the Dark Kingdom?" "Yes, not for the time being." "Hee. I knew you couldn't bear to part with me." Lu Qingyu teased, joining Lin Li with a playful smile. "Indeed, how could I bear to leave you, Goddess Lu? Now, shall we set forth?" "Yes. Let us journey southward to retrieve the scriptures." After a brief respite, the duo resumed their trek southward. Their journey could only be described as fraught with trials, encountering ferocious beasts, perilous venomous creatures, and bloodthirsty, violent outlaws. These outlaws were not merely individuals who had committed crimes and fled from society. Rather, they were those who had long since lost their sanity and rationality, transformed into monstrous beings by their powers. The dark forest, as a no-man's land on the border, was rife with such desperate souls. After all, the Shinjo continent cannot accommodate them. The world of exotic beasts remains perilously treacherous, leaving them to linger here in a state of desperate survival. Fortunately, Lin Li and Lu Qingyu have not encountered such individuals on their journey, swiftly retreating and taking detours upon sensing their presence. The primary reason being the overwhelming power of these individuals, many of whom are of mid to high rank. Given the current strength of the two, remaining would surely lead to their demise. After enduring countless hardships, they finally reached the western frontier after 6 arduous hours. Before them stood the legendary Iron Barrier, a formidable 100-meter steel wall constructed through immense resources and relentless labor over 7 sleepless days and nights by the Shinjo continent. This wall stretches for thousands of miles, towering 100 meters high and measuring 5 meters thick. Since the dawn of the new era, no exotic beast has ever breached this formidable barrier, making it the most sacred structure of the Shinjo continent. Bang, bang, bang. Is anyone there? Please let us in. We are students of the Holy Imperial Academy. Lin Li approached the steel gate, knocking vigorously. Who are you? A voice called down from the top of the wall, igniting a spark of hope within them. Finally, salvation. We are students of the Holy Imperial Academy. Lin Li shouted at the top of his lungs. What? What kind of students? We are students of the Holy Imperial Academy. This time, Lin Li and Lu Qingyu shouted in unison, their voices significantly louder than before. What? What kind of students are you? I am your father. What? Who is your father? Are you deaf or something? Lin Li finally erupted, exasperated by the incompetence of the guard. One could only imagine that when the exotic beasts invade, this fool would still be asking, What? What are you saying? Lin Li, calm down. Let me handle this. You? What can you do? Lu Qingyu smiled slightly as her holy light powers began to surge. Holy light, great sword. A familiar golden sword was hurled into the air by Lu Qingyu, leaving Lin Li awestruck. So this is your so-called method, just a skill bombardment? Boom. Just as he thought this, the great sword exploded in the sky, creating a tremendous sound. The holy light powers radiated for several kilometers around, making it clear to anyone below that there were people below. Chapter 30. The General Creak. The heavy city gate slowly creaked open, and Lin Li could not help but admire Lu Qingyu's ingenuity. It seemed that often, taking action was far more efficient than mere words. Who are you? Why are you present in the border area? A man clad in a black ancient robe, wielding a silver-gray longsword, emerged from within the gate. His appearance evoked memories of the ancient General Jianwei, graceful and commanding. Upon seeing Lin Li and Lu Qingyu, the general proceeded with caution, as if his long sword could be drawn at any moment. Greetings, my esteemed brother. We are both students of the Sacred Imperial Academy. I am Lin Li, and she is Lu Qingyu. The matter unfolds as follows. Initially, we were to participate in the Academy's trial activities, to be transported via the teleportation array to the Sunset Forest. However, due to the disruption of the array within the Academy, our destination was altered, and we found ourselves compelled to be teleported deep into the Dark Forest. Are you Lin Li and Lu Qingyu? The general's face brightened with joy as he hastily compared the photograph sent by the Academy with the two of us. Indeed, they were identical. Haha. How fortunate that I have encountered both of you. It seems fate has bestowed upon me, Kong Zheng, this windfall. Windfall? Lin Li instantly became wary. Could it be that someone had paid for their demise? But surely, their lives weren't worth such a sum? Oh. What you two may not be aware of is that the Sacred Imperial Academy has invested heavily in locating you. A bounty of 10 billion blue coins has been placed on your heads. My good days are soon to come, huh? 10 billion? Lin Li's eyes nearly bulged out in disbelief. Had the Academy truly gone mad? Spending such a fortune on a bounty for herself and Lu Qingyu? Truly outrageous. If they had so much money, they could share the burden instead. Why involve outsiders in such matters? It seems my sister is quite anxious. Lu Qingyu remarked nonchalantly, brushing her hair aside. Is Lu Qingyu anxious? Indeed, these two sisters were renowned for their wealth, and the Lu family was a prominent business magnate in the land of Shinjo. They could easily produce not just 10 billion, but even 100 billion without a second thought. Was it Lin Li's own sentimentality that led her to believe she was of such great importance? Well then, shall I take my leave? Dear sirs, it is getting late. Why not stay the night in Song City? Tomorrow morning, I shall personally escort you back. Personally? Are you not General Jianwei? How can you abandon your post? Since when did he claim to be General Jianwei? Lin Li thought, annoyed. After all, he was also quite the money lover. 10 billion blue coins, although not coming from his pocket, was still a thought that caused him distress. Then I must trouble you. Mr. Kong. Lu Qingyu expressed her gratitude politely, gently pulling Lin Li through the city gates. Song City, alongside Luo City, Wu City, and Guan City, is renowned as one of the 4 guardian cities, each strategically positioned in the cardinal directions of the Xinzhou continent, symbolizing the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise, seemingly unrelated yet profoundly significant. In addition to the 4 guardian cities, there are hundreds of smaller towns in the border regions, interconnected and mutually supportive. When one faces adversity, all lend assistance. The primary combat forces stationed in these 4 cities are the ability users, followed by armed forces. In true warfare, conventional artillery poses minimal threat to the exotic beasts. It may have some effect on those below mid-tier, but for those above, it is nearly futile. The age of firearms has concluded. Thus, the Xinzhou continent has specifically developed new types of laser weaponry, whose power is indeed remarkable. When high-tier exotic beasts approach, it is merely a matter of firing a single shot. However, the cost of such weaponry is exorbitantly high. In recent years, the Xinzhou continent has been preoccupied with defensive constructions and ensuring the welfare of its populace, leaving the treasury in a precarious state. This situation necessitates time for alleviation, rendering the widespread adoption of new weaponry impractical in the short term. Thus, the responsibility of safeguarding the homeland must be shouldered by those from the realm of extraordinary abilities. Gentlemen, this shall be your chamber. Provisions have been thoroughly prepared. Should you require anything, feel free to instruct the staff downstairs. I have some matters to attend to and shall take my leave. Kong Zheng guided the 2 into a 3-story building reminiscent of a guest house, leading them to the 2nd floor where he opened a room and handed the key to Lin Li. Brother Kong, why is there only one room? Lin Li queried, glancing at the key, then at Lu Qingyu, and finally back at Kong Zheng, a bit bewildered. Because there is only one room left. Besides, you 2 are a couple. It's quite normal for you to share a room. I assent to it. Rest assured, I have arranged everything adequately, with a variety of equipment at your disposal. Consider it my way of repaying you for the fortune you have brought me. Kong Zheng's words grew increasingly twisted. What equipment? What arrangements? Was it Lin Li's misunderstanding or Kong Zheng's misjudgment? Brother Kong, you misunderstand. We are not a couple. We are merely good friends. It is truly inappropriate for us to share a room, Lin Li asserted, believing himself to be neither a gentleman nor a scoundrel. How could he so casually take advantage of a young lady? What if she disapproved? Kong Zheng evidently did not anticipate his misjudgment, yet he had clearly seen the 2 holding hands. Good friends? Can friends of the opposite sex simply hold hands? Are today's youth so open-minded? Regrettably, there was indeed no other room available, as this place seldom welcomed guests, and I could not prepare in advance. Please bear with it, all right? I must attend to other matters. You both rest well, and I shall return to escort you in the morning. Without waiting for Lin Li and Lu Qingyu's agreement, Kong Zheng abruptly departed. How about I sleep on the sofa downstairs? It seems quite comfortable there, Lin Li suggested. No need, it's just for one night. I'm not that delicate. Lu Qingyu replied, her cheeks flushed, yet she accepted the key from Lin Li and opened the door. The room was spacious and well-appointed, comparable to that of a typical hotel, complete with an outdoor viewing terrace that offered a delightful view. However, upon examining the items placed on the bed, both Lin Li and Lu Qingyu found themselves in a state of embarrassment. There were various peculiar items, some white, some black, some revealing, some not. The sight left Lin Li and Lu Qingyu feeling exceedingly awkward. So this was what Kong Zheng meant by fully equipped. Damn it, Lin Li exclaimed. I'll take care of this. He volunteered to clear away all the inappropriate items. Really, do we look so much like lecherous old men? Chapter 31. Invasion of the Beasts. After dinner, Lin Li sat on the terrace, admiring the scenery, while Lu Qingyu leaned against the bed, her gaze lowered, lost in thought. The night had deepened, and the early autumn breeze was slightly chilly. The cicadas continued to sing, while the willow branches swayed gently in the breeze, producing a soft rustling sound. Looking up, a bright moon hangs high amidst the clouds, surrounded by twinkling stars that embellish this enchanting tableau. Lin Li feels somewhat fatigued. Having endured a long day, how could one not be tired? However, there is only one bed in the room, and ladies take precedence. So she must make do with whatever she has. Time seems to stretch on indefinitely, as Lin Li's eyelids begin to droop, on the verge of slumber. Lu Qingyu's voice suddenly resonates from behind her. It is perfectly gentle, imbued with a caring concern that transforms the evening breeze into something far less bitter and cold. Lin Li, go rest on the bed. We have more traveling to do tomorrow. It is unclear when the girl ascended to the observation deck, for she made no sound at all. Lin Li is instantly alert, and after a moment of contemplation, she concedes, "All right, the bed is yours, and I shall take the floor." Without waiting for a response, she strides into the room, retrieves spare blankets and a comforter from the cupboard, and neatly lays them on the floor, maintaining a considerate distance from the bed. Lu Qingyu had initially intended to suggest that they could squeeze together, but upon witnessing Lin Li's earnest demeanor, she refrains from further comment. Respecting his wishes, she decides to keep her distance. So, Lin Li comfortably lies down on the makeshift bedding, while Lu Qingyu settles onto the bed. They lie back to back, each able to hear the other's breath. Strangely, Lin Li had felt so drowsy on the observation deck, yet upon entering this room, her fatigue dissipates, replaced by an inexplicable sense of tension. "Lin Li, are you asleep?" Lu Qingyu whispers softly, as if questioning herself. "No, what is the matter?" Lin Li turns to find her counterpart also turning in her direction. One on the bed, the other on the floor, they share an awkward gaze for a few seconds. How uncomfortable. I want to ask you a question." "Then go ahead." Observing Lu Qingyu's flushed cheeks, Lin Li is acutely aware of the oddity of their surroundings. If she were to utter something peculiar, it would certainly complicate matters. "Darn it, I was too abrupt. I want to ask you, wait. Let me gather my thoughts." Lin Li abruptly interrupts, leaving Lu Qingyu visibly irked. "Gather what?" "I just felt a bit of discomfort in my stomach. Please continue." "Oh," Lu Qingyu replies, somewhat skeptical, nodding her head. Just as she prepares to elaborate, an unexpected rescue from the heavens occurs. Boom, boom, boom. The sudden, thunderous roar causes the entire building to tremble, jolting both Lin Li and Lu Qingyu awake. Immediately thereafter, a piercing alarm blares outside. "Alert! Alert! Large-scale beast invasion detected. All personnel, prepare for combat. All personnel, prepare for combat." The abrupt turn of events leaves both young women at a loss as to what to do next. How is it that a monstrous invasion has occurred out of the blue? And of all times, why now? Truly, it is quite astonishing. Just then, a frantic knocking reverberated from the door. Lin Li hurriedly rose to open it, revealing a trembling staff member outside, who breathlessly reported, "Sir, there is a large-scale invasion of monstrous beasts. Frontline operations have commenced. You must evacuate Song City at once." "Has the battle already begun?" Lin Li inquired, glancing back at Lu Qingyu, who nodded resolutely, her demeanor unmistakably fearless. "We appreciate your concern, but we are also extraordinary beings. In the face of this invasion, we bear the responsibility to protect this place." With that, the two donned their gear and descended the stairs, making their way toward the iron barrier. What of students? They too are part of the Shenzhou continent, and especially those from the realm of extraordinary abilities. Their very existence is to defend their homeland, resist the monstrous incursions, and assist the frontline warriors in combat. Before long, they arrived at the city gates. "Halt! Combat is underway ahead. Unrelated personnel must leave immediately," a mid-tier combatant exclaimed upon spotting Lin Li and Lu Qingyu. "Brother, we are students from the Xingyu Academy, all extraordinary beings. In the face of this dire threat, we share the responsibility of safeguarding our home," they declared in unison. "Indeed, please allow us to ascend the city wall and join the defense." After a brief moment of contemplation, the combatant nodded, saying, "Very well, you are brave children. Follow me." The two swiftly followed him up the stairs. Climbing the 100-meter-high wall took them over 10 minutes, which was quite rapid considering the circumstances. Without the enhancement of their abilities, who could ascend such heights in a single breath? There wasn't even an elevator. How absurd. Upon reaching the top of the wall, a breathtaking scene of battle unfolded before their eyes. It was truly magnificent. On the ramparts, thousands of extraordinary beings unleashed a dazzling array of elemental powers, bombarding the ground below with fervor. Most of these extraordinary individuals were of mid-tier levels below 9. As for those above mid-tier 9, they were engaged in aerial combat. Except for the darkness attribute, all elemental beings could achieve flight upon reaching mid-tier level 9, while those of the darkness attribute only required mid-tier level 6. Perhaps it was a matter of the purity and strength of their abilities. A thunderous roar echoed across the sky. Various flying beasts launched a frenzied assault on the iron barrier, while human warriors countered the onslaught. In that instant, A torrent of elemental forces engulfed the heavens, turning night into day. Lin Li and Lu Qingyu approached the edge of the wall and gazed downward. A chill ran down their spines. It was utterly outrageous, an overwhelming mass. A dark sea of beasts. A preliminary estimate suggested at least over 100,000. But that was not all. Lin Li spotted several monstrous creatures towering several dozen meters high, their levels undetectable. With each step they took, the ground trembled ominously. The skills raining down upon them felt like mere tickles, utterly ineffective. Lin Li, can we truly repel this horde of alien beasts? Lu Qingyu, being a young lady, had never encountered such a scene before. To say nothing of her, even Lin Li felt a twinge of trepidation in his heart at this moment. Hundreds of thousands of alien beasts were amassed, while humanity could muster only 30 to 50,000, even with a formidable steel barrier in place. The prospect of victory remained uncertain. Chapter 32. Did the tiger break its leg, or did the eagle go astray? Believe in yourself. Believe in each other. We shall undoubtedly achieve victory. Lin Li spoke, and his hands followed suit. Dark energy surged wildly, and 3 energy spheres shot forth, obliterating the heads of 3 lower-tier alien beasts. Upon witnessing this, Lu Qingyu shed her hesitance, directing her great sword towards the densest clusters of alien beasts, the surrounding elementalists. Upon sensing that Lu Qingyu's elemental affinity was of the holy light type, displayed expressions of envy and admiration. With her initial 6th level strength, she could vanquish even initial 7th and 8th level alien beasts. It seemed this girl possessed considerable talent. Dark Shockwave. Noticing that the effect of the dark shock was not as impactful as anticipated, Lin Li unleashed 2 waves of sustained dark energy shockwaves with his palms. Onlookers were momentarily stunned. Wasn't this lad only at the initial 4th level? How could his aura rival mine? Look, that initial 8th level alien beast has been taken down by him. And there are so many lower tier alien beasts. My goodness, is the dark element truly that powerful? I belong to the dark element. How come I was unaware that I could battle across 4 levels? Lin Li's displayed strength was utterly inconsistent with his designated level. The dark shockwave resembled 2 deadly beams. Any alien beast below initial 8th level that came into contact would be grievously harmed, if not killed. However, the immense energy cost of this skill soon took its toll, and Lin Li could barely sustain it for a mere 10 seconds before feeling utterly drained. Beside him, Lu Qingyu was equally exhausted. Having hurled 3 great swords, she had no idea how many alien beasts she had obliterated, but her internal energy reserves were nearly depleted. The 2 exchanged a glance and shared a sheepish smile. This was their first large-scale battle, and their inexperience was evident. With more exposure, they would surely improve. Qingyu, go take a moment to rest and recover. I can manage here. Manage here? Lu Qingyu was taken aback, sensing something amiss. What good is your presence? In a battle of this magnitude, even high-level elementalists would refrain from such bravado. And you, a mere initial 4th level novice, dare to act so boldly? Did you fry your brain before coming here? Lin Li, it would be wise for you not to overestimate yourself. Let us recover together. Qingyu, you need not worry about me. My recovery speed is extraordinarily swift. I can attack while recuperating. Lin Li was not exaggerating. He had amassed a considerable number of alien beast crystals. Absorbing while unleashing, wasn't that a feasible strategy? Although this method placed considerable strain on his body, the urgency of the situation left little room for concern. Should the alien beasts breach their defenses, it would not merely result in a few casualties. The entire realm could spiral into crisis, endangering 3 billion lives. Very well, then be cautious. Seeing Lin Li's demeanor, which did not suggest boastfulness, Lu Qingyu took a step back, producing a crystal of holy light elemental energy to begin restoring her powers. Upon sighting the crystal, Lin Li's eyes sparkled. It was a mid-grade holy light elemental crystal valued at over 50 million, often scarce in the market. This girl is truly wealthy. She can acquire such treasures. Suddenly, a roar reminiscent of a ferocious tiger echoed from above, prompting those around to shout warnings. Without hesitation, Lin Li rushed forward and tackled Lu Qingyu to the ground. A dark shadow soared past the city wall. Had it been any lower, Lin Li felt he could have reached out and touched it. Once they got up, they finally discerned what it was. Indeed, a tiger, but this one was black and possessed wings, its claws sharp as daggers, currently engaged in battle with a high-level esper. Lin Li could not ascertain the opponent's level, but it was certainly formidable. What on earth is this creature? A tiger with wings? Lu Qingyu interrupted Lin Li's thoughts, exclaiming, "Fool, that is a black-winged tiger." "What? A Peking tiger?" "No, black-winged tiger. Are you daft?" Lu Qingyu shot Lin Li a disdainful glare, questioning why he couldn't hear properly in such a critical moment. Another furious roar erupted as the strong Esper clashed with the black-winged tiger, only to be struck down by its claw, plummeting to the ground. Lin Li instinctively dashed to the other side of the wall, reaching out his hand as a cloud of black mist appeared from thin air, enveloping the fallen Esper and slowly pulling him back. Lu Qingyu was astonished. Having never witnessed Lin Li perform such a feat, it appeared quite impressive. Cough, cough. "Thank you, young man." The high-level Esper, now safe on the wall, coughed a couple of times, turning to Lin Li with gratitude. In truth, Lin Li himself was quite bewildered. Saving him had been a reflexive action, and the technique he had employed had come forth inexplicably. It suddenly dawned on him. He recalled Yi Cheng. Hadn't he also been shrouded in a black mist upon his departure? It seemed he had subconsciously mimicked Yi Cheng's technique. Holy cow! I truly am a rare martial arts prodigy. I learn instantly, and when I use it, wow, it becomes quite formidable. This beast is no ordinary creature. It is a high-level dark-type being of the 5th rank. Be cautious, the high-level Esper declared, rising once more to charge at the black-winged tiger. A dark-type beast? Lin Li's mouth nearly watered at the thought of a high-level 5th rank beast crystal. This was comparable to the one Luo Hantian had given him, with a market price starting at 300 million. Qingyu, find a place to hide. I intend to assist this brother in vanquishing this beast. What? Are you out of your mind? Lu Qingyu quickly grasped Lin Li's arm, incredulous at the notion of an initial 4th level confronting a high-level 5th. Perhaps he truly belonged in a mental institution. Fear not. I will simply provide support from the sidelines, alleviating some of the pressure. Nothing will happen to me. Lin Li reassured her briefly before sprinting off. The battle between the lone warrior and the beast in the sky raged fiercely. Our leader, a fire elemental adept, hurled a massive fireball towards the black-winged tiger, resulting in a tremendous explosion. The scorching heat wave surged forth, affecting numerous elementalists atop the city wall. Brother, I shall divert its attention. Lin Li's figure darted across the battlements, several dark energy orbs striking the black-winged tiger with precision. Sensing the same elemental essence as its own, the beast's focus instantly shifted to Lin Li. For the creature, one of the simplest methods to strengthen itself was to devour beings of the same attribute, including humans. Good job, lad. Buy me 20 seconds, and I will deliver a decisive blow. Without hesitation, the black-winged tiger, now fixated on Lin Li, unleashed its massive claw with a sound that sliced through the air. Observing this, Lin Li, careful not to endanger his comrades, leaped onto the wall's edge and sprinted with all his might. Chapter 33. Facing expulsion? Roar. The black-winged tiger, growing impatient with Lin Li's evasive maneuvers, bellowed in fury. A wave of dark energy rippled outward in a circular formation, targeting a position directly below. Lin Li barely had time to react before being enveloped by the dark wave. In an instant, a searing pain exploded in his head, and he stumbled, nearly losing his balance. This was a 100-meter-high wall. Falling would surely lead to dire consequences. Damn it, the black mist. Lin Li felt as if his head would burst. In a desperate bid, he unleashed all his elemental powers. At that critical moment, his entire being was shrouded in a cloud of black mist, and he vanished from his original position. A second later, he reappeared 5 meters ahead. His life was spared, but he was utterly exhausted, collapsing on the ground, gasping for breath. The black-winged tiger was astonished that Lin Li had evaded its attack. However, upon witnessing Lin Li's feeble state, it became exhilarated. This human now resembled a lamb awaiting slaughter, devoid of any resistance. Although many elementalists nearby noticed the dire situation and stepped forward to intercept the beast, they were merely mid-tier adepts and stood no chance against a high-tier beast's onslaught. Within 10 seconds, they were all defeated. Nevertheless, their bravery had afforded Lin Li sufficient time to contend with the high-tier elementalist. Beast, perish. Inferno technique. Crimson flames engulfed the sky as a colossal pillar of fire descended, enveloping the black-winged tiger. A chilling scream echoed atop the city walls. The acrid scent of charred flesh filled the air, and in mere moments, the black-winged tiger was reduced to ashes, dissipating into the ether. Lin Li finally exhaled in relief, just as Lu Qingyu arrived at his side. Lin Li, are you all right? Lu Qingyu inquired, her voice laced with concern. I'm fine, just a bit drained. I'll recover in a few minutes. With Lu Qingyu's support, Lin Li leaned against the wall, clutching a crystal from the beast, swiftly replenishing his elemental energy. Young man, I must express my gratitude for your timely assistance. This crystal from the extraordinary beast rightfully belongs to you. Furthermore, I, Li Xiujia, owe you a favor. Should you ever find yourself in need, do not hesitate to seek me out. With that, Li Xiujia tossed the crystal to Lin Li and swiftly turned to charge towards another battlefield. Indeed, my efforts have not been in vain. I nearly lost my life, yet I have obtained a high-level 5th-tier dark-type beast crystal. While it may not seem entirely worthwhile, the outcome is ultimately favorable. Lin Li, you are truly a fool, risking your life for a mere crystal. Upon witnessing Lin Li's expression, Lu Qingyu instantly grasped the situation. She playfully punched Lin Li, exclaiming, "Oh dear, my little ancestor, is this how you treat the wounded? Spare us the theatrics. Someone like you will inevitably bring about your own demise." Lin Li, unable to retort, merely smiled awkwardly and continued to recuperate his powers. The current state of battle had escalated to a fever pitch. Although the ability users held an advantage, it was unsustainable to continuously unleash their skills. The frequency of their attacks had begun to wane. Conversely, the tide of beasts remained inexhaustible, a dark mass stretching endlessly before them. At present, numerous beasts had already breached their defenses. Fortunately, the steel barricades were sufficiently sturdy, resisting the onslaught of these creatures without budging an inch. However, this resilience was likely due to the fact that all the colossal beasts were being held at bay by the stronger fighters. Otherwise, who could guarantee that the steel barricades would withstand the full force of those towering giants? This situation cannot persist. If reinforcements do not arrive swiftly, the inner realm of the Xinzhou continent will be in peril. As Lin Li recuperated, he rose to his feet, acutely aware of the unfavorable circumstances for their side. The northern border was the primary conflict zone between the Dark Kingdom and the Temple of Evil Spirits, and in 50 years, no anomalies had occurred. Why did problems arise the moment I arrived? As Lin Li lamented, a sudden thought struck him. He extended his right hand to examine the ancient black ring. Yi Cheng had mentioned that when faced with insurmountable troubles, one should twirl it. Wasn't this precisely an insurmountable trouble? With that realization, Lin Li hastily began to rotate the ring. 1 turn, 2 turns, 3 turns, that's enough. Young man, stop spinning it. Wait a moment. The one you are expecting has not yet arrived. Immersed in his task, Lin Li was oblivious to the figure that had appeared beside him. Lin Li, you truly need not continue. The ones you await have already arrived. Huh. Lin Li quickly turned his head, only to be astonished by the sight of several thousand individuals clad in black, meticulously arranged atop the city walls. He had no idea when they had arrived. Is this ring truly that extraordinary? Summoning such a multitude in an instant? Chenggu, you finally made it. If we wait any longer, this pack of beasts will surely breach our defenses. Humph, breach? With such numbers, they are far from sufficient. Yi Cheng adopted an air of confidence, then waved his hand grandly. The 1,000 black-clad individuals sprang into action, soaring into the sky to join the fray. Stay here obediently. I shall handle what comes next. With a chilling gaze, Yi Cheng, like the other black-clad figures, took flight. However, he did not join the battlefield. Instead, he charged towards the rear position of the beast army. Who knows what he was up to? Nevertheless, with Yi Cheng's arrival, Lin Li need not worry any longer. If he could not resolve matters with his formidable strength at the 9th tier, what use was it for Lin Li to fret? Just as Lin Li was engrossed in the spectacle, his phone suddenly rang. When did a signal appear? Upon answering, a familiar voice greeted him. Brother Li, I have good news and bad news. Which would you like to hear first? Good news? Bad news? Ma Hongyi? Why did this kid think to call him? Well, let's hear the good news. The good news is, I have joined the Holy Imperial Academy. And I know you are in class 1 of the first year, while I am in class 2. Is that true? How wonderful. Congratulations. And the bad news? The bad news is, you are going to be expelled. What? I am to be expelled? Why? Lin Li was utterly bewildered. How could he possibly be facing expulsion? The administration claimed he had allied with the Dark Kingdom, and that the recent attack by Leader Yi on the teleportation square was largely due to him. Unbelievable. How could they even justify this? Indeed, Yi Cheng's incursion into the Holy Imperial Academy and the destruction of the teleportation array was all for Lin Li's sake. Now that the school was seeking accountability, with Lin Li's disappearance, it was highly probable he had joined the Dark Kingdom. Who else could they blame if not him? But Brother Li, do not worry. I have asked my father to negotiate with the academy. If they dare to expel you, I will also withdraw. The Titan Guild is quite appealing anyway. These words from the chubby boy deeply moved Lin Li. What is a true brother? This is what it means to be a true brother. Sharing blessings and bearing hardships together, utilizing family connections, and spending money together. Hongi, listen to me. If they insist on expelling me, do not intervene or act impulsively. It is not worth it. My decision to join the Holy Imperial Academy was a mistake. Given the recent incident with Leader Yi and the teleportation array, I cannot escape responsibility, so I accept any disciplinary action they impose on me. But brotherly, I came to the Holy Imperial Academy for you. If you leave, what meaning does my presence here hold? Just yesterday, I scolded those incompetent school authorities and dealt with a few short-sighted students who dared to speak ill of you behind your back. I made sure my bodyguards taught them a good lesson. You scolded the school authorities on your very first day, and you dealt with classmates? Most astonishingly, Sun Wukong allowed this chubby boy to bring bodyguards to school? Lin Li silently applauded. This boy was incredible. This also proved that Ma Gang was truly remarkable, indulging his son to such an extent. Ah, Hongi, I appreciate your goodwill. For now, let us discuss this further when I return. I am currently in Songqing, facing a large-scale beast invasion. The situation is urgent, and I cannot chat any longer. Lin Li's words were not mere excuses. They reflected a grim reality. The number of aberrant beasts continued to swell. Although the recent influx of several thousand cloaked figures had contributed to the battle, it was insufficient to fully deplete the enemy's numbers. In mere moments, a veritable mountain of aberrant beasts had amassed beneath the city walls. Lin Li realized he had to intervene. What? Brotherly, you are resisting the aberrant beast invasion at the northern border? Just wait. I will call my father for reinforcements. Beep, beep, beep. Hey, wait a moment. Before Lin Li could finish, the call was abruptly terminated. Was it truly wise to rely on reinforcements from Ma? Lin Li, the academy intends to expel you? Lu Qingyu had been listening intently, eager to interject but struggling to find the right moment. There was no time to deliberate on such matters now. With the imminent threat at hand, if the aberrant beasts breached their defenses, all thoughts of the academy would be rendered moot. Lin Li pocketed the aberrant beast crystals, his energy nearly restored. He stepped to the edge of the city wall, channeling dark energy, and unleashed a barrage upon the battlefield below. Observing this, Lu Qingyu ceased her hesitations and hastily joined in, hurling a large sword into the fray. While their sustained assault yielded some success, the overall impact on the battlefield remained negligible. The number of airborne aberrant beasts was increasing, and the ability users were evidently beginning to falter. Lives were lost every moment, and formidable warriors fell. This was the harshest of realities, the most brutal of battlegrounds. Here, life held no value. The bodies of aberrant beasts had already piled up like mountains beneath the city walls. All available forces within the city had been mobilized. Thus, Lin Li and Lu Qingyu persevered for over half an hour, until another wave of reinforcements arrived at the battlefield. 7-kill formation, activate. A voice thundered across the sky, and Lin Li felt a momentary dazzle as vibrant elemental energies converged above the battlefield. A standard circular magic formation materialized before their eyes, followed by a barrage of elemental attacks, lightning, wind blades, flames, ice, and earthquakes, each diverse and formidable, raining down upon the foes. The once consolidated army of aberrant beasts before the gates was instantaneously scattered, transforming the surrounding 2 kilometers into a desolate wasteland. Any aberrant beast that dared to tread there would surely meet its demise. Lin Li and the other warriors finally seized a moment to catch their breath, collapsing onto the ground and gasping for air. Brother, who is this formidable ally? Lin Li inquired of a burly man beside him, who was a mid-level 4th-tier warrior. This is the 7-kill formation of the Evil Spirit Sanctuary, requiring the collaboration of 999 mid-level or stronger warriors to activate. From the earlier proclamation, the master of the formation must be the deputy lord of the Evil Spirit Sanctuary, Song Hongyun, so it was a member of the Evil Spirit Sanctuary. Lin Li had heard whispers of this organization before. Among the 3 major dark forces, the Dark Kingdom ranked first, followed by the Evil Spirit Sanctuary, and then the Demonized Legion. The lesser factions hardly warranted mention. The Dark Kingdom's supremacy was not solely due to Yi Cheng's transcendent 9th-tier prowess, which was second only to the head of the Holy Radiance Academy, Wang Gang, but also because of its 7 judges and 24 executive officers within its ranks. Rumor has it that the 7 grand judges are unparalleled beings of extraordinary strength, while the 24 executives are elite high-tier warriors. This formidable force stands unchallenged across the entire divine continent. However, the Dark Kingdom has traditionally avoided instigating conflicts, adhering to the principle of non-aggression. Naturally, their recruitment standards are exceptionally rigorous. Firstly, one must possess remarkable talent, and secondly, surpass the 7 trials set by the 7 grand judges. Few manage to succeed. Next, we have the Temple of the Evil Spirits, shrouded in mystery regarding the identity of its master. Yet, the temple operates with utmost discretion. Its recruitment criteria, while not as high as those of the Dark Kingdom, demand something unique. What is the requirement? Those who wish to enter must be orphans, entirely devoid of any attachments. This notion resonates with Lin Li, as there is a saying, to forsake everything is to become a demon, to relinquish all is to attain sainthood, to sever all ties is to ascend to immortality, to give up everything is to achieve Buddhahood. Perhaps the Temple of the Evil Spirits aims to cultivate emotionless, cold-blooded war machines. Lastly, there is the Demonized Legion. Lin Li's understanding of this organization is limited, yet none have spoken highly of it. The Demonized Legion imposes no recruitment requirements. Anyone daring enough to approach is welcomed. This is especially true for those who have been demonized or are on the brink of such transformation. The methods they employ are unknown, yet they manage to control these individuals effectively, compelling them to serve their purpose. Additionally, there are those with twisted minds, bloodthirsty and deranged supernatural beings, many of whom have committed murder, engaged in crimes, and are wanted by the 6 academies, the 24 guilds, and even the Supernatural Management Bureau. This explains why the 6 academies frequently dispatch individuals to hunt down the Demonized Legion. Their actions are utterly devoid of moral boundaries. Chapter 35. Acknowledging a Father Lin Li. Which one is Lin Li? A voice as thunderous as a bell resonated through the skies, drawing the gaze of all present towards the back. Upon seeing the newcomer, Lin Li's first reaction was, "It's uncanny." They are unmistakably related, their physiques and appearances seemingly carved from the same mold. "President Ma, I'm over here." Lin Li waved his hand eagerly, welcoming another strong ally. This situation was becoming stable. "You are my son Lin Li?" Lin Li was taken aback, as were Lu Qingyu and those around them who knew Ma Gang. "When did this plump fortunate star acquire a son?" Yes, that's me." Lin Li admitted with a mix of amusement and exasperation, understanding why Ma Gang had asked such a question. He had once told Ma Hongyi that they would be brothers from that day forward, and given the nature of this chubby fellow, he surely relayed this to his father, leading Ma Gang to believe he had gained a godson. They even shared the same temperament. "Ha ha ha, Hongyi has a keen eye. I thought you had joined the Dark Kingdom. But to my surprise, you are here resisting the invasion of the alien beasts, safeguarding the safety of the citizens of the divine continent. Well done." "Hey, President Ma. You flatter me. It's merely a fortunate coincidence." Do not call Ma Gang the president. Refer to him as father or daddy instead. "Fear not, my eldest son. For as long as I am here, the Sacred Academy cannot touch you." Damn it. Even old son has yet to speak, and those incompetent school leaders are chattering away. I just dealt them a sound thrashing, and upon hearing that trouble has arisen here, I rushed over post-haste. "Have you beaten the leaders of Sacred Academy?" Sun Wulong has not intervened yet. Isn't Ma Gang merely at the first tier of the transcendent level? How come his approach is more formidable than that of Wang Gang at the 10th tier? Roar. Lin Li was deeply immersed in Ma Gang's imposing presence when a deafening beastly roar echoed from afar, causing the entire horde of beasts to surge forward towards the city walls, driven by an instinctive frenzy. The power of the 7-kill formation still held strong, yet the sheer number of these creatures was overwhelming, rendering any counteroffensive futile. Seeing this, Ma Gang reined in his smile, his expression turning grave as he gazed toward the north. It appeared that a formidable foe was present. "Everyone, prepare for action." As soon as he finished speaking, 7 figures materialized around Ma Gang. Lin Li did not recognize these individuals, but could sense the aura of strength radiating from them. With a powerful thrust of his legs, Ma Gang surged towards the northern direction, followed closely by the 7 figures. Lin Li seemed to grasp something significant, as Yi Cheng had also dashed towards that spot. The presence of so many transcendent warriors indicated the likelihood of a formidable boss lurking nearby. "Qingyu, let us exert ourselves. Victory is within our grasp." "Right." Lin Li and Lu Qingyu took the lead, launching an attack against the beasts that were gathering once more at the foot of the city walls. The surrounding warriors were inspired, disregarding their fatigue, and rose once again to fiercely engage in battle. The roars, the thunderous sounds of combat, and the cries of struggle resonated across the battlefield. Blood stained the earth, splattered against the city walls, and even reflected in the sky. Lin Li could no longer recall how many compatriots had sacrificed themselves. Hundreds? Thousands? Perhaps even tens of thousands. All he knew was that he must exert every ounce of his strength to protect his homeland, safeguard his loved ones, and secure a future. At this moment, all the warriors standing against the beast invasion alongside him were heroes. They deserved respect and remembrance. In their hearts, there remained no distinctions, no dark faction or this faction or that faction. As long as one possessed strength and could slay many beasts, they were the most formidable. Lin Li was a prime example. With a foundational level 4 dark faction strength, he had dispatched more beasts than even mid-tier warriors. Of course, this was contingent upon quality. Lin Li could only contend with beasts below level 8. While he engaged lesser foes, others aimed for the more colossal monsters, representing a mid-tier combat scenario. The likes of Yi Cheng and Ma Gang were engaged in high-tier combat. Time slipped away second by second, as this war raged from night into the dawn. The fiery red sun heralded the arrival of hope, and the warriors' garments were thoroughly soaked in sweat and blood. At last, accompanied by a colossal dark energy pillar descending from the heavens, the earth shattered and mountains crumbled in the distance, a chilling wail resonating in every listener's ears. In that moment, all the beasts came to a halt. Lin Li keenly noticed that the eyes of the group of exotic beasts had shifted from red to black. In other words, this group of creatures had regained consciousness. Frantically, they scanned their surroundings, and upon seeing the 7-kill formation still gathering energy in the sky, they took to their heels. 1 transmitted to 10, 10 to 100, 100 to 1,000, and 1,000 to 10,000. All the exotic beasts began to flee, a dense mass of darkness retreating to where they had come from. Tens of thousands of warriors shouted in unison, "We have triumphed." Lin Li and Lu Qingyu, exhausted yet exhilarated, felt a surge of joy within. Their first battle concluded splendidly. Lin Li, you performed exceptionally well. Not only are you a legend of the dark arts, but you are also a man of flesh and blood. Consider this your reward. Yi Cheng extended his hand. Dark energy sweeping across a significant portion of the battlefield, with a multitude of colorful crystals rushing forth. It was initially estimated that there were at least 1,000. Lin Li was taken aback. How much would 1,000 exotic beast crystals be worth? However, after the initial excitement, hesitation and inner turmoil set in. Although he had contributed, it paled in comparison to the sacrifices made by those warriors. How many had given their lives for this battle, and how many had shed their blood? It seemed unjust for him to claim such a bounty as a mere newcomer. Brother Cheng, I only require 5. Please distribute the rest among the warriors. They are the ones who truly deserve the rewards. Well said. At that moment, Ma Gang approached, wearing a look of satisfaction as he praised. My son speaks wisely and acts commendably. Leader Yi, you should reserve these exotic beast crystals for your subordinates. My men should be rewarded by me. As he spoke, Ma Gang pulled out a crimson crystal from his pocket, causing the temperature around to rise significantly. Yi Cheng smiled lightly, as expected of President Ma. An advanced level fire type exotic beast crystal given so readily. Despite the words, his hands did not cease their motion. Yi Cheng stacked the absorbed exotic beast crystals aside, and then retrieved a crystal from his own bosom. Goodness, the two were in a competitive standoff. Comparatively, Yi Cheng's crystal was superior, as it was a dark type exotic beast crystal. Noting Ma Gang's slightly astonished expression, it was likely another advanced crystal. Chapter 36. Half-dead Lin Li before a mere newcomer stood 2 formidable figures, one holding an advanced-level fire-type exotic beast crystal and the other an advanced-level dark-type exotic beast crystal. Then the question arose, which would you choose? Logically, one would opt for the higher-tier crystal. The issue lay in the fact that this was not a simple choice. It was a matter of life and death. Damn it, whichever one he chose would offend someone, either a father or a brother. Were these two truly intent on bringing about his demise? Leader Yi, President Ma, is it truly fair for such prominent figures in the realm of abilities to put a junior in such a predicament? This statement felt like a divine intervention, nearly moving Lin Li to tears. Which venerable figure had come to his timely rescue? Oh, Deputy Palace Master Tsong, what brings you here? Do you wish to join in as well? Upon his initial encounter with the visitor, Ma Gang merely cast a fleeting glance, displaying no interest in the individuals from the evil spirit sanctuary. Curiosity piqued, Lin Li peered through a gap, observing a middle-aged man with a head full of white hair. Yet he did not appear aged. His demeanor exuded an unsettling aura, somewhat peculiar, yet his expression was affable, imparting an inscrutable impression. Song Hongyun, I advise you not to harbor intentions towards this young lad. He is ill-suited for your evil spirit sanctuary. Should your ambitions extend too far, I shall not hesitate to intervene. Without even turning his head, Yi Cheng, with an air of authority, issued a veiled threat. Huh? Is my evil spirit sanctuary so contemptible in your eyes? Song Hongyun retorted dismissively. Very well, the task is accomplished. You may amuse yourselves. With that, Song Hongyun departed from the Iron Bastion. Lin Li, seizing the moment, promptly accepted 2 beast crystals from the hands of the 2 men. The multiple-choice question was exceedingly challenging. However, I find that application problems suit me best. I shall gladly take both of these beast crystals. Thank you, Uncle Ma, and thank you, Brother Chung. Haha, a fine lad indeed, possessing a character akin to my own. A true man accepts all that comes his way. That is the wisest choice. Lin Li, do not forget our agreement. Through their masks, Lin Li exchanged a knowing glance with Yi Cheng. The meaning was unmistakable to both. 3 months remain. With that, Yi Cheng vanished from sight. Ma Gang cast a thoughtful glance at the spot where Yi Cheng had just been, then regarded Lin Li, opting for silence. The ensuing events unfolded with simplicity. The warriors of Tsang City began to clear the battlefield, with countless beast crystals accumulating into small mountains. Kong Zheng took charge of tallying the collected crystals and distributing them accordingly. Due to their remarkable achievements in battle, both Lin Li and Lu Qingyu were awarded 10 mid-tier beast crystals. While Lu Qingyu remained indifferent, Lin Li was elated. Selling these crystals would secure the funds necessary for Xiaoya's surgery. By the time the affairs of Tsang City were settled, it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. With Ma Gang present, Lin Li and Lu Qingyu naturally did not need to return to the capital by vehicle. However, Lin Li still had to endure the discomfort of flight. Over an hour later, in the capital city at the Xingyu Academy, Ma Gang gently set the half-conscious Lin Li down, his eyes filled with remorse. The journey had been arduous for Lin Li, as a superlative powerhouse. Ma Gang's flying speed was beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. To put it succinctly, in his presence, even an airplane would seem trifling. Covering a distance of 1,000 miles in just over an hour attested to his extraordinary velocity. Despite this, Lin Li had remained silent throughout the journey, having lost consciousness shortly after takeoff. Unbeknownst to Ma Gang, he had endured a relentless hour of fluctuating consciousness, drifting in and out of awareness. Upon reaching the skies above Xingyu, he nearly lost his stomach. Ah, little Li, perhaps I should take you back to rest. There is no urgency with old man's son. Ma Gang expressed genuine concern, not for Lin Li's health, but rather apprehensive that he might soon enter the dean's office and vomit all over the place. Old man's son has a notoriously explosive temper. If such an incident were to occur, it would be quite astonishing if he didn't turn Lin Li into minced meat. Cough, cough, it's nothing, I can handle it. Let us proceed to the dean's office first. Lin Li, while retching, waved his hand to indicate he was fine. Ma Gang twitched at the corners of his mouth. Even in such a state, he claims he is all right? Lin Li, I'll accompany you. Lu Qingyu's voice descended from above. She had been brought back by a formidable female warrior, seemingly a senior official within the Titan Guild. It wasn't he that Ma Gang lacked the capability to bring both individuals along, but it was rather inconvenient. After all, she was a young lady, and it would be rather inappropriate for her to be escorted by a greasy old man. Thus, supported by Lu Qingyu, the trio made their way to the dean's office. Upon Lin Li's return, the expressions of the assembled leaders shifted noticeably. There was an air of concern and disappointment, yet when they laid eyes on Ma Gang, they didn't dare to move, let alone meet his gaze. This is what one might call absolute suppression. Inside the dean's office, at the behest of Sun Wukong, Lin Li settled onto the sofa. Sun Wukong even thoughtfully arranged for a cup of tea, primarily out of concern that Lin Li might vomit again, for upon seeing his pallid complexion, one would think he was on the verge of death. With a furrowed brow, Sun Wukong addressed Lin Li. I have gathered all the information regarding your situation. Kong Zheng from Tsang City just contacted me, stating that you bravely stood up for the Shenzhou continent, valiantly battling 1,000,000 ferocious beasts, and at a critical moment. You summoned President Ma for support, which is a significant contribution. Moreover, contrary to rumors, you have not defected to the Dark Kingdom and have ensured the safety of Lu Tongxue. On both emotional and rational grounds, our academy should bestow upon you a reward. Sun Wukong's words seemed earnest, yet there was an air of insincerity, a sense of feigned concern. In truth, Lin Li felt quite uncomfortable. The notion of a reward likely wouldn't yield anything of substantial value. Well then, the academy will grant you a monetary bonus, and we will personally address the repercussions of your actions. We will also endeavor to suppress the students' public discourse to ensure it does not affect your daily cultivation. Furthermore, in due time, the first-year students will be offered another trial in the Sunset Forest, and you will still have a spot reserved. Although you may choose to rest and abstain from participation. Lin Li nodded in agreement. Compensation was all that mattered to him. He was indifferent to the rest. Public opinion was not a new phenomenon since the day he joined the Holy Imperial Academy. In just 3 months, he needed to fulfill his mission and adhere to his agreement with Luo Hongtian. Thank you, Dean Sunday. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Bang. Brotherly, did that old man bully you? If he dares to say he is expelling you, I swear I'll deal with him. Chapter 37. The joy of having a father. Lin Li and Lu Qingyu stared blankly at Ma Hongyi. This little chubby fellow was truly extraordinary. Sun Wukong's expression was one of utter dismay. He was furious, yet with Ma Gang present, he had to show some respect. Yet, how could he not be angry? The flames of indignation within him surged higher and higher. For decades, he had served as dean, and never had anyone dared to threaten him. This little chubby boy actually claimed he would take him down? What manner of conduct does the Titan Guild embody that has nurtured a character such as Ma Hongyi? Alas, Hongyi, do not be impertinent. Though Ma Gang dotes on his son, he remains acutely aware of the circumstances. With Sun Wukong in such a predicament, allowing Ma Hongyi to continue his antics would surely provoke an outburst from the other party. Hongyi, you have misunderstood. Director Sun has no intention of dismissing me. Lin Li, regaining his composure, chuckled and promptly rose to diffuse the situation. Wonderful, brotherly. This means I can attend school and cultivate alongside you from now on. The chubby boy's delight was evident, his round face quivering with joy, his eyes nearly squinting into slits. Yet, seeing him in such high spirits, Lin Li felt a pang of unease. They had only known each other for a mere 10 days, and yet this boy had gone to such lengths for him. What kind of fortune had Lin Li accumulated over the years to encounter such a brother? The chubby boy's heart was pure, overflowing with genuine emotion. Yet, Lin Li had taken it for granted until this very day, leading to a moment of realization filled with shame. Can you drink, Hongyi? Of course. Beers, whites, foreign wines. Reds, I'm open to all. My father can't even compete with me. Ma Gang's lips twitched slightly at the boy's audacity, reflecting inwardly that this little rascal showed him no mercy at all. All right then, my brother shall treat you to drinks, tonight. We shall not return until we are pleasantly inebriated. Absolutely, we shall not return until we are intoxicated. Those two rascals, drinking without informing their old man. Father, with so many matters at the Titan Guild, do you still have time to drink? Aren't you afraid of returning home to my mother's wrath? In a flash, Ma Gang appeared beside Ma Hongyi, swiftly covering the chubby boy's mouth. What on earth are you saying? I am the president of the Titan Guild. If the outside world learns that I fear my wife, how could I ever hold my head high again? Haha, indeed, Hongyi speaks the truth. The Titan Guild has numerous matters awaiting my attention. You two enjoy your drinks. As for Director Sun, I shall take my leave now, and we shall gather again another day. Sun Wukong nodded, making no move to see him off. Ma Gang dragged Ma Hongyi out of the office, while Lin Li exchanged amused glances with Lu Qingyu and followed suit. You little rascal, you are no longer a child. You must learn to discern what is appropriate to say and what is not. I too have my pride. As they walked down the corridor, Ma Gang continued to lecture. Moreover, I must retrieve those bodyguards. You are here to study, not to mingle with the underworld. During your time at school, heed brotherly's advice and refrain from causing trouble. Of course, if any fool dares to trouble you too, do not hesitate. Give them a thorough beating. If anything arises, I shall take responsibility. Lin Li trailed behind, his blood boiling with excitement. This was indeed a true father, encouraging his son to take matters into his own hands. There is no other like him in this world. Here, I have 2 cards. Consider them your living expenses. Shall Li, take this. Ma Gang halted, retrieving 2 cards from his pocket, handing one to Ma Hongyi and the other to Lin Li. Father Ma, I cannot accept this money. Ah, Brother Li, please take it. My father is not lacking in wealth. It's merely a few million as pocket money, just a drop in the bucket. Ma Hongyi swiftly snatched the blue card from Ma Gang's hand and stuffed it into Lin Li's pocket. I have plenty of pocket money. My mother has prepared it all for me. Keep these 2 cards for yourself. There's not much on them. You should indulge in some good food. Look at how thin you are. You little rascal, your mother gives you pocket money and you didn't mention it earlier? What's wrong? Must I report to you whenever my mother gives me money? As the words hovered on the tip of Ma Gang's tongue, he seemed to recall something and forcibly swallowed them back, declaring, no need for reports then. Lin Li watched this peculiar father-son duo and patted his own pocket. His gaze filled with longing. Having a father feels truly wonderful. Suddenly, the door to the private dining room was kicked open. Lin Li and Ma Hongyi, their faces flushed, halted mid-toast, perplexedly glancing towards the entrance. Lin Li, you beast, how dare you return? Have you defiled my goddess Lu after abducting her for so long? Wu Xiao's face was flushed crimson, his fists clenched tightly, emitting a cracking sound, clearly consumed by rage. Looking behind him, 6 or 7 figures loomed at the door, their presence menacing, suggesting they were not there for pleasantries. Wu Xiao, have you lost your mind? When did I abduct Lu Qingyu? When did I even? Lin Li hesitated, feeling as though he had almost crossed a line. But how could he have possibly taken Lu Qingyu away? Heh! Wu Xiao laughed in fury, gathering his green wood-type ability in his palm. What? Can't find the words now. Everyone in the academy knows about your disgraceful deeds. Betraying Xingyu, siding with the Dark Kingdom, and even scheming to abduct the goddess Lu. While I am unaware of how Director Sun allowed you to return, it no longer matters. You, Lin Li, must leave Xingyu today and pay for your crimes. Wu Xiao's agitation grew as he spoke, and the wood spikes he conjured were hurled towards Lin Li. Bam! Sensing the danger, Lin Li swiftly overturned the table to block the spikes. Since the opponent had made the first move, he saw no reason to hold back. 3 dark energy spheres rapidly coalesced, shooting towards Wu Xiao before he could execute his next move. Bam! 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 With 3 muffled thuds, Lin Li's expression turned serious. A golden barrier appeared before Wu Xiao, intercepting all the dark energy spheres. Clearly, it was the abilities of the person behind him at play. Mid-level, first rank, metal-type ability. How dare you lay a hand on my Brother Li? You deserve to die? The plump Ma Hongyi, emboldened by the alcohol, unleashed his ability, sending a current from his palm. With a fizz, it was effortlessly blocked by the barrier. First level, second rank ability? Is this a joke? Wu Xiao, stop listening to others' nonsense. Lu Qingyu was not abducted by me, and nothing ever happened between us. Wake up. Fighting in public? Do you want to be expelled? Expelled or not, I will kill you today. Lin Li realized with clarity that this fool had undoubtedly been misled. The opponent possesses 6 or 7 supernatural beings, including several mid-tier experts, and it is evident that I stand no chance against them. Given this predicament, retreat is the wisest strategy. Wu Xiao, you foolish imbecile. Go home and contemplate your actions before confronting Lu Qingyu to ascertain whether I have committed any wrongdoing. With that, Lin Li dashed towards Ma Hongyi. Before the next wave of attacks could reach them, he unleashed a shroud of black mist enveloping the two, and in an instant, they vanished from sight. In a mere moment, they found themselves at the entrance of the dining hall. Lin Li seized Ma Hongyi and fled at full speed. Clarification seemed futile. Judging by the other party's demeanor, they would not cease their antics until the matter escalated. Chapter 38. Are you here to raise pigs? As they hurried along, the duo swiftly returned to the confines of their apartment. Ma Hongyi's room was conveniently located directly opposite Lin Li's, likely a deliberate choice, given that his father, no, our father, is quite formidable, capable of achieving anything he desires. After freshening up in their respective rooms, Ma Hongyi made his way to Lin Li's quarters, insisting on calling Ma Gang to send someone to eliminate Wu Xiao. Lin Li felt a twinge of sympathy for that unfortunate soul. If Ma Gang were to intervene, Wu Xiao might very well find himself in dire straits. Hongyi, you must remain calm. The root of this issue does not lie with Wu Xiao, but rather with the individuals who incited him and framed me, Lin Li asserted. Even if we dispose of this fool, another will inevitably emerge before long. So, what are we to do, Brother Li? Ding dong. A video invitation from your classmate, Lu Qingyu, has arrived. Will you accept? How fortuitous. Lin Li was just about to call Lu Qingyu. Connect. Lin Li, did Wu Xiao come to see you just now? Indeed, not only did he come, But he also sent people to assault me. What an imbecile. He just visited me, bombarding me with an array of nonsensical inquiries while berating you. It was only after I clarified the situation that he calmed down. That was swift. It seems that after I left, Wu Xiao, the sycophant, sought out Lu Qingyu. It's truly bewildering how such a sycophant has managed to survive thus far, lacking both strength and intelligence. As for his wealth, I cannot say. But he certainly cannot compare to my looks. A toad aspiring for a swan's meat? How absurd. Did he mention who spread the rumors? Who else could it be but Zhao Jingde and Zhao Jingli? Lin Li inhaled deeply. It was indeed those two wretches. Lin Li, for the time being. It would be prudent to remain within the apartment. Many have set their sights on you, and the academy is currently working to dispel the rumors. I have also enlisted my sister's assistance, and I believe that by the time the next trial commences, public sentiment will have settled. After pondering for a moment, Lin Li concluded that this was the only course of action available. His current abilities were insufficient to confront mid-tier supernatural beings, so it would be wise to utilize this opportunity to diligently cultivate within the safety of the apartment. Once he ascended to the initial 7th or 8th tier of power, figures like Zhao Jingde and Zhao Jingli would be nothing but trivial obstacles. Understood, Qingyu. After ending the video call, Lin Li reclined on the sofa, organizing his thoughts. The current situation is dire. Nearly all the students of the academy feel as though they have betrayed St. Yu and defected to the Dark Kingdom. Despite the so-called administration's attempts at clarification, can they truly exert the effort necessary to rectify this situation? It seems not only the students, but also a significant number of faculty members and administrators yearn to escape from St. Yu. Lin Li can hardly bear to remain in this wretched place for another moment. The Dark Kingdom offers a refreshing alternative. In just 3 months, merely 3 months, by overcoming all challenges and elevating his abilities to the mid-tier, Lin Li can leave St. Yu. Whether he ventures to the Dark Kingdom, engages with various guilds for missions, or embarks on trials in the beast territories to gather resources, anything would be preferable to lingering here. Brotherly, during the upcoming period, I shall accompany you in your cultivation. Once our power escalates, those who have wronged us will be made to pay the most excruciating price. Lin Li feels a pang of envy towards Ma Hongyi's disposition. He acts without overthinking, for he has support from behind. Those who offend him must face repercussions, while allies are treated with utmost sincerity. Support from behind. Lin Li's furrowed brow suddenly relaxes. Does he not also have a powerful figure backing him? Having resolved to depart from St. Yu Academy, what is there to fear? Villains? What of them? Living freely is the true path. Hongyi, you should attend your classes. There is no need to accompany me in cultivation. The courses at St. Yu are significantly more important than your solitary practice. Currently, you are in an adjustment phase and require guidance from your teachers. You won't learn anything practical by staying with me. There is, in fact, another reason. If Ma Hongyi were to cultivate alongside him, the essence of the elemental energies within a radius of several hundred meters would be insufficient. Even Lin Li himself would struggle to provide for it, relying instead on absorbing beast crystals to make up for that deficiency. Ma Hongyi, gnawing on his fingernail while lying on the bed, pondered for a moment before nodding. All right, brotherly, I'll heed your advice. This way, I can also help bring you meals. Oh, this little chubby fellow is quite considerate. He had completely forgotten about the meals. Ma Hongyi lingered in Lin Li's room until late, only returning home when he could no longer stave off sleep. At last, Lin Li was free to cultivate without restraint. A superior-grade fire-type beast crystal, 3 mid-tier beast crystals, and over 10 initial-tier beast crystals were arranged before him. Indeed, these were his targets for absorption during this session. Lin Li had tested and found that as long as the crystals were not of the dark type, the quantity absorbed would not cause any adverse effects, and the absorption rate was significantly faster. Perhaps this illustrates the principle of like repelling and unlike attracting. With all lights extinguished, Lin Li settled onto the floor, gradually closing his eyes as he commenced his cultivation. Knock, knock, knock. Brotherly, it's time for breakfast. The chubby voice resonated from outside the door, prompting Lin Li to open his eyes. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was 7:30 in the morning. How swiftly the time for cultivation had flown. As the eyes flutter open and close, a day slips away. When they remain shut for eternity, a lifetime passes in silence. Lin Li first perceived the progress of the enhancement of his intrinsic abilities, discovering that he had reached the latter stages of the 4th tier of the initial phase. How did he sense this? Within every ability wielder lies a realm of introspection. In the parlance of cultivation, one might refer to it as an inner sea or energy sea. However, in the context of abilities, it transforms into an elemental realm of introspection. Within this introspective world, the ability wielder can observe 7 elemental stars, also known as fated stars. Each time an elemental star is illuminated, the wielder's rank ascends until all 7 stars are alight, marking the threshold for a significant breakthrough. Yet, the 7th star is often the most elusive to ignite. It requires not only the absorption of vast quantities of elemental essence, but also the wielder's adept manipulation of their intrinsic energy to purify and refine this elemental star, subsequently using it to breach the indistinct barrier of rank. Lin Li only discovered this elemental realm of introspection after reaching the 4th tier of the initial phase, implying that prior to this, there were no elemental stars present. According to Lu Qingyu, all stages prior to the 4th tier are considered the awakening phase of abilities. During this stage, one's strength does not experience substantial growth, as the absorbed elemental essence is primarily utilized for constructing the realm of introspection. Only upon attaining the 4th tier does the introspective realm fully manifest, allowing for a notable enhancement of the wielder's power. Knock, knock, knock. Lin, if you don't open the door, I shall come in. Lost in contemplation, he nearly forgot about the little rotund figure. Lin Li hastily rose and approached the door, swinging it open. Upon seeing the enormous plastic bag in Ma Hongyi's hand, Lin Li felt perplexed. Hongyi, have you brought me enough food to last 3 days? 3 days? This is your breakfast. Lin Li's eyes widened as he glanced at the overflowing bag of food, then looked up at Ma Hongyi's earnest expression. Brother, are you raising pigs here? Chapter 39. The Art of Evasion begins. Lin Li took the bag, momentarily at a loss for words. Was this substantial collection of food merely breakfast for the little chubby one? Last night during their drinking session, he had not appeared to eat so heartily. However, had it not been for Wu Xiu interrupting their revelry, Lin Li could hardly gauge how much Ma Hongyi could consume. By the way, Hongyi, could you kindly send this card back home and inform my aunt that this sum can aid in Xiaoyao's treatment? I will visit Tianwu City in 3 months to see them. Ma Hongyi nodded as he took the familiar blue card, assuring, rest assured, Lin, I will ensure the money and message reach them. It's getting late. I must head to class. All right, be on your way and don't be late. Lin, when I return at noon, I'll bring you lunch. Sure. Wait, Hongyi, please don't bring me so much food next time. Unfortunately, the latter part of his statement was lost on the little fat boy, who was already bounding down the stairs. Lin Li shook his head with a wry smile. It seemed he had unwittingly adopted this little pig. After breakfast, Lin Li resumed his training. Currently, 5 elemental stars had been illuminated, barring any unforeseen circumstances. He was certain to achieve a breakthrough today. Such speed is astonishing and almost unbelievable for others. However, for Lin Li, it still falls short. Just moments ago, Cui Yun sent a message indicating that a new round of the Sunsetting Forest trials would commence in 7 days. Following the disappearance of Lin Li and Lu Qingyu, Sun Wukong promptly terminated the trial activities. It took a coalition of numerous powerful individuals 2 hours to repair the teleportation array. It is said that 3 students sustained severe injuries for failing to return to the Sacred Academy in time, with the most grievous case involving an arm torn off by a monstrous beast. Otherwise, why would the Academy express such anger? Why would they hastily shift the blame onto Lin Li? Humph, what a pack of wolves in sheep's clothing. Their intentions are far from pure. After this reflection, Lin Li resumed his intense engagement with the beast crystals before him. Time continued to pass, and the number of crystals diminished. By midday, the 6th elemental star was successfully ignited, leaving only the final one. Unfortunately, the chubby Ma Hongyi had just finished his class and arrived not with a plastic bag, but with a basin nearly the size of a wash basin. When he entered Lin Li's room carrying 2 large basins of food, Lin Li was utterly stunned. This was not merely feeding a pig. It was akin to preparing for a slaughter. Even a pig would be stuffed to the brim. Seeing Lin Li frozen in shock, Ma Hongyi presumed the food was unpalatable and began to pull out his phone to order takeout, only to be stopped by Lin Li. Oh, Hongyi, my appetite is not substantial. There is no need to prepare so much next time. I am not hungry at the moment, so you can keep all this food. Oh, all right then. The chubby one wiped the remnants of food from the corner of his mouth and continued to devour his meal with fervor. Lin Li sighed and returned to the ground, sitting cross-legged in meditation. As the elemental energy delved deeper, he unknowingly began to push towards the seventh elemental star. At that moment, Mahongi had just finished his meal and, noticing the elemental energy swirling around Lin Li, approached with curiosity to observe. However, Lin Li was entirely focused on breaching the final barrier. As the consumption rate of the beast crystals before him accelerated, the entire room became enveloped in dark elemental energy. Startled by this sudden change, Mahongi prepared to move away, but Lin Li suddenly reacted, not with his hands, but with his voice. "Drink!" A fierce shout reverberated throughout the apartment building, causing the dark energy in the room to surge violently. Mahongi rushed to the door, twisting the doorknob with all his might, but it felt as if the door had been welded shut, refusing to budge. In truth, he had simply forgotten to unlock it. In moments of panic, one's intellect often diminishes significantly, especially after a hearty meal, rendering one nearly foolish. Seeing no way out of the apartment, Mahongi jumped onto the bed, wrapping himself in the blanket, a tactic known as the blanket technique, which supposedly wards off all magical harm. Unfortunately, he was far too naive. Accompanied by a shattering sound in Lin Li's mind, the momentum of the initial fifth level erupted with a thunderous force. The entire room was swept by gusts of wind, a manifestation of the elemental energy in a frenzied state. For a moment, there was nowhere for the vapor to escape, resulting in an explosive force. Consequently, the plump boy was flung outwards. Not only him, but nearly all the furnishings within the room suffered the consequences. Little Cancer trembled in the corner, as if he might disintegrate at any moment. Sofas, wardrobes, coffee tables, and beds were all displaced by this overwhelming shockwave. Fortunately, this situation did not persist for long, merely 7 or 8 seconds. A slight smile crept onto Lin Li's lips. This breakthrough had significantly increased his reserve of supernatural powers, and his physique had also been enhanced. When he slowly opened his eyes, he was taken aback. Had his room been ransacked by thieves? Or had there been a major earthquake that he had failed to perceive? "Oh dear, brotherly, you are truly remarkable." The lament of Mahongi echoed through the gap between the bed and the window. Lin Li hurriedly got up to investigate, only to find the unfortunate plump boy painfully wedged against the window, unable to move. A large bruise adorned his forehead, quite festive indeed. Lin Li stifled a laugh as he moved the bed aside. The plump boy groaned, finally rising to his feet, gingerly touching the bruise on his forehead and grinning through the pain. "Brotherly, congratulations on breaking through to the 5th level. It seems I must also exert myself more. Hongi, I have made a decision. From now on, I shall practice in the study room, or else my apartment will inevitably be demolished by my own hand. But the study room cannot guarantee your safety. If others discover you practicing there, troublemakers are sure to come looking for you." Mahongi's words rang true. Yet Lin Li felt helpless. With each subsequent breakthrough, the disturbances only grew louder. This time it merely disordered the room, but next time, it could very well lead to an explosion. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. If someone comes looking for trouble, so be it. At least during this first year, Lin Li had no one to fear. Should trouble arise from students in the 2nd or 3rd year, he would simply report it to the teachers. Though this approach may seem unrefined, any solution that resolves a problem is a valid one. Regardless of how the teachers might feel about it, he had reported the incident. Lin Li believed they would not dare to lose face by bullying a weaker student in broad daylight. Lin Li shared his thoughts with Mahongi, who pondered them and found a measure of reason in them. Thus, he decided to move into the study room 002 alongside Lin Li. Although it was a study room, it was well furnished and equipped with everything necessary to facilitate students' preparations for breakthroughs. However, no sooner had the two settled into the study room than trouble came knocking. "Lin Li, you have finally decided to emerge." The Zhao brothers, Zhao Zhengde and Zhao Zhengli, arrived punctually at the battlefield, initiating verbal skirmishes. "You, the pest of the Holy Imperial Academy, the bane of the Divine Continent, how dare you return to the Holy Imperial Academy to study? I see he is shamelessly clinging to the support of others." Refusing to leave, they jeered. These two had improved their verbal prowess in just a few days. But who was Lin Li? A vanguard in the realm of verbal dueling. How could he possibly be bested by these two? "Ah, so it is you two wretched pests, incessantly spreading rumors about me from behind. Are your parents struck by lightning during your birth? What great misdeeds must they have committed to bring forth such beings as yourselves? Truly, it is a monumental feat that they managed to raise you two imbeciles to adulthood. They must be akin to bodhisattvas in their dedication and effort. Zhao Zhengde, your resilience is remarkable, It seems your skin has thickened even further since our last encounter. Would you like me to assist you in further refining it? Chapter 40. Is this the attitude you adopt when seeking assistance? Upon hearing Lin Li's words, Zhao Jingde instinctively touched his face, only to realize that his anger was boiling within. Lin Li, do not presume that your SSS-level talent makes you superior. The dark arts are forever the embodiment of malevolence. And your ticking time bomb must be dismantled. Jingde, spare me your idle chatter. Let us take action. Zhao Jingli, evidently a clever fool, understood that it was the opportune moment to eliminate Lin Li. Any further delays from his inept brother might lead to unforeseen complications. Wait, are you two imbeciles aware of who I am? The stout figure of Ma Hongyi stepped forward, blocking their path, his phone firmly in hand. Lin Li noted that he had already dialed Sun Wukong's number. Sun Wukong? He mentioned reporting to a teacher, yet he is going to inform the principal instead? I don't care who you are, stout one, step aside, or I shall deal with you as well. Zhao Jingde, true to his reputation as a brainless representative, acted with arrogance without comprehending the identity of his opponent. You are Ma Hongyi, the son of the association president? Zhao Zhengli regarded the stout figure with newfound consideration. His reputation was formidable, having cursed teachers and assaulted classmates on the first day of school, while his father was even more formidable, confronting and berating leaders. Could the Zhao brothers contend with such a thorn? Good, now you know. I shall grant you 3 seconds to vacate this lounge, or I will have your heads crushed. Ma Hongyi spoke with an air of authority, effectively halting the two adversaries. Zhao Jingde glanced at his brother, who remained silent, and then charged forward, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Ma Hongyi's face. His brother, Zhao Zhengli, was left dumbfounded, wishing to intervene but finding it too late. Lin Li's expression darkened as he thrust forth a surge of dark energy. A resounding thud echoed through the air as Zhao Jingde was sent flying. Before Ma Hongyi, a dark energy shield had materialized. This was a newly developed skill of Lin Li, inspired by other supernatural beings. Though it served as a defensive measure, its efficacy was undeniable. Lin Li named this skill Dark Barrier. Thus, Lin Li now possessed 4 skills. The Dark Impact constituted his most fundamental attack method, followed by the Dark Shockwave, which boasted considerable power, proving effective in both group and solo combat. Next was the Black Mist, a skill capable of restraining opponents or teleporting allies. However, its energy consumption was significant, preventing continuous use. Lastly was the recently conjured Dark Barrier, offering formidable defense. Do you dare to strike me, you worthless fool? The chubby boy, incensed by the situation, shouted into his phone, Old son, did you hear that? I've been beaten up. If you don't come over right now, I might as well call my dad. Lin Li, observing from the sidelines, felt a chill run down his spine. Was this the attitude one should have when seeking help? Would Sun Wukong be pleased with such insubordination when one is in need? Is this truly the demeanor to adopt? A familiar yet aged voice resonated within the study room, and soon thereafter, a golden light curtain appeared at the center of the two groups, revealing Sun Wukong, who stepped out with an expression of resignation. It was evident to Lin Li that he was reluctant to involve himself in this trivial matter, or perhaps he deemed such a petty issue beneath his concern. However, due to the reputation of Ma Gang and the close collaboration between the Holy Imperial Academy and the Titan Guild, he had no choice but to intervene. Zhao Jingde, Zhao Jingli, you have engaged in deliberate brawling, bullied junior students, and spread malicious rumors, creating a widespread negative impact. It has been decided that both of you are hereby expelled and shall never be readmitted. Upon the pronouncement of these words, a profound silence enveloped the room. Even Lin Li and Ma Hongyi were astonished by the severity with which the old man handled the situation. Was it truly that straightforward? Zhao Jingde and Zhao Zhengli immediately fell to their knees, weeping and pleading, Dean, we were wrong. Please grant us another chance. We shall never dare to repeat our mistakes. Lin Li, we are not human. We lacked foresight. We beg for your forgiveness. Dean's son, we brothers have exerted considerable effort to enter the Holy Imperial Academy. We implore you to show mercy. Lin Li and Ma Hongyi watched, feeling a sense of vindication. Forgive you? Huh. I am no Buddha. I cannot achieve detachment nor relinquish the sword in my hand. Lin Li, what is your perspective? Sun Wukong tossed the decision into Lin Li's hands, unwilling to play the villain himself. Me? I shall simply observe. As you have stated, these two have caused a profoundly adverse impact within the academy, and they have audaciously bullied junior students, even attempting to assault me without regard for the circumstances. What more is there to deliberate? Expel them. Immediately. The chubby boy skillfully echoed Lin Li's sentiments. Sun Wukong nodded. This decision was not solely Lin Li's, but was also one he should have contemplated. Such pests could not be allowed to remain at the Holy Imperial Academy. His inquiry to Lin Li had merely been a formality. You both have heard? You have 1 hour to gather your belongings and leave the academy. Sun Wukong's words were icy, yet to the Zhao brothers, they felt like a sentence from the depths of hell. They never anticipated that the ultimate victims would be themselves. Lin Li, you wait for me. Zhao Jingde roared defiantly. With a thunderous reprimand, Sun Wukong caused Zhao Jingde to faint. This was what one might call the epitome of foolishness, threatening a student of the academy in front of its dean. If he allowed such behavior to continue, how could Sun Wukong maintain his dignity? Zhao Zhongli, witnessing this, swallowed the retort that had risen to his lips. He could only cast Lin Li a resentful and furious glance before dragging Zhao Zhongde away from the study room. In truth, the events unfolded rather abruptly from beginning to end. It was entirely beyond Lin Li's expectations. He never anticipated that the chubby boy would call Sun Wulong. Nor did he foresee the old man's decisive response, delivering a death sentence with a single sentence. You too, cause me less trouble in the future, especially you. Chubby boy? Me? Ma Hongyi pointed at himself, perplexed. Isn't that backwards? Yes, you. Don't think that just because I have a good relationship with your father, you can constantly harass this old body of mine. If you want to report to the teachers, there are plenty of leaders and faculty members within the school. Must you call me? Don't you know I'm very busy? Then I'll tell my father that the Titan Guild has increased its contribution to the Holy Academy by 5%. Deal. Huh. Lin Li was momentarily taken aback. What does that even mean? What 5% increase? Sun Wulong's mood shifted too quickly. Lin Li, I must remind you of something. Although these two are the instigators, their influence is not the greatest. For the time being, focus on your cultivation here. And I will send someone to help you fend off troubles you cannot handle outside the training room. Dean's son, didn't you say the school would intervene to quell all public opinion? Sighing, Sun Wulong looked at Lin Li with a complex expression. Prejudices in people's hearts are like towering mountains. No matter how hard you try, you cannot move them. I can only perform superficial work for you. The specific methods still require your personal control. Chapter 41. The Titanium Alloy Sycophant. Turn off the lights. If you don't want to exert effort, just say so. What is the point of preaching so much philosophy? Lin Li, uninterested in further conversation, nodded perfunctorily and returned to his tasks. For the next week, Lin Li devoted himself entirely to cultivation. This endeavor consumed 1 high-tier, 3 mid-tier, and 12 low-tier beast crystals. The results were remarkable. On the 7th day, Lin Li broke through once again. With an initial level 6 ability, he felt confident in confronting all ability users below the mid-tier, except for those of the same dark attribute. However, as his realm increased, Lin Li discovered a troubling issue. Compared to those of the same attribute, although he absorbed elemental essence at a significantly faster rate, the quantity required was outrageously high. To put it plainly, if a high-tier beast crystal were absorbed by a user of the same attribute, they could leap from initial level 1 to at least level 6, or even 7. Yet for Lin Li, he could barely manage to break through a little over 1 level. The consumption would only escalate. And who knows how many beast or elemental crystals he would require when he ascended to the mid-tier. Money truly is a wonderful thing. Lin Li's secondary goal now was to earn money and gather crystals. His primary objective, of course, remained the elevation of his strength. Having been almost 20 days since his awakening and ascending 6 levels, if the outside world were to learn of this, wouldn't they be utterly astonished? Brotherly, I'm about to break through. A statement from the chubby boy pulled Lin Li back to reality. This boy spent his days either attending classes or eating, with little time for cultivation. Achieving a breakthrough to initial level 3 in just 7 days was quite commendable. Rest assured and break through. Hongyi, I've got your back. Ma Hongyi nodded, and purple currents began to coalesce around him. Lin Li was astonished to discover that something seemed to flicker at the center of the chubby boy's brow. Unfortunately, the light was too dim, and the boy was enveloped in his powers, preventing Lin Li from seeing clearly. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Lin Li furrowed his brow and approached the door, gathering his dark energy in his right hand. At this critical moment of Hongyi's breakthrough, no one could disturb him. It's me, Lin Li. Luching you? Lin Li hastily retracted his energy and opened the door to the training room. Indeed, it was Lu Qingyu. But she was accompanied by Wu Xiao. What is he doing here? Looking for trouble? Lin Li's gaze turned wary. Should the other party make any suspicious moves, he would swiftly deal with him. That Lin classmate, I am aware that the dean has expelled the Zhao brothers and is willing to vouch for you. Wu Xiao appeared conflicted, glancing at Lu Qingyu before making up his mind. He offered a deep 90-degree bow to Lin Li, sincerely apologizing. Lin classmate, I am truly sorry. Wu Xiao, was misled by a scoundrel and almost caused a great disaster in the cafeteria last time. Today, I have come specifically to apologize. Oh, this fellow actually came to apologize? Lin Li eased his wariness, knowing without a doubt that Lu Qingyu had orchestrated this. Otherwise, how could this super-devoted sycophant possibly lower himself before him? Lin Li, although Wu Xiao may seem foolish and acts without thought, he was indeed misled. I have already given him a thrashing, and there is also a token of apology. As she spoke, Lu Qingyu nudged Wu Xiao with her elbow. He immediately stood up, retrieving a black card from his pocket and presenting it with both hands. Lin classmate, this is a black card exclusive to the Wu family. All products within ordinary Wu Enterprises are free, and you will also enjoy a 20% discount at the Wu auction house, along with supreme treatment. Additionally, if you require blue currency, you can overdraw 200 million from it. Consider it my apology. Upon hearing this benefit, Lin Li accepted the card without hesitation. After all this time, this fellow was just a rich young master, truly a titan among sycophants. Ahem, well, that's agreeable. We are all classmates, after all. Is there any matter that cannot be resolved with money? Is there any issue that cannot be solved? Hongyi is currently in the midst of a breakthrough, so I cannot allow you two to enter. Is Hongyi about to break through? That's splendid. Our team shall grow stronger. Team. What team? Of course, the trial team. The trial in the Sunset Forest is about to commence tomorrow. You, me, Wu Xiao, and Hongyi, we four shall stand united. Lin Li sensed something amiss. Since when had Lu Qingyu been so amicable towards Wu Xiao? She had taken the initiative to bring him to apologize and inexplicably included him in the trial team without his consent. Lu Qingyu had not seemed to possess such a disposition before. Could it be that she had been swayed by Wu Xiao, this sycophantic titan? I will consider the trial matter further. You two can form a team and participate for now. Lu Qingyu was evidently taken aback by Lin Li's refusal, and with a hint of confusion, inquired, Lin Li, weren't you prepared to participate in the trial? Why are you hesitating? Lin Li pondered for a moment and casually fabricated an excuse. I've been in a breakthrough phase recently, and the trial isn't of paramount importance, so I need to think it over. Oh, very well then. If you decide to take part in the trial, do remember to inform me. I shall certainly reserve your spot. Lin Li smiled and nodded, though a flicker of unusual emotion danced in his eyes. After the two departed, Lin Li closed the door, his thoughts drifting. In just 7 short days, Lu Qingyu's demeanor had shifted significantly. Perhaps he was overthinking it, or perhaps his instincts were correct. Nonetheless, it was best to remember that they were merely friends. Caring too much could be detrimental to himself. Those who play the fool may love whom they wish, but I, Lin Li, shall only be the king of the seas. Bang! Inside the training room, Ma Hongyi finally achieved a breakthrough. The surging energy radiated as if applauding Lin Li. Perfectly timed. Hongyi, congratulations. Lin Li approached Ma Hongyi and patted his plump shoulder, genuinely happy for him. I'm still far from matching you, brotherly. By the way, I think I just heard Lu's voice, along with another familiar one. It's Wu Xiao, the one who tried to obstruct us at the restaurant. What? That guy dares to come here? I'll call old Sun right now. Wait. Lin Li hurriedly pressed Ma Hongyi down. Why the sudden call to old Sun? You're misunderstanding. That kid came to apologize and even gifted me a black card, claiming that Wu's auction house offers a 20% discount with supreme privileges. Wu's auction house. The chubby boy's eyes lit up, as if he recognized the establishment. What's the matter? Hongyi, do you know this auction house? Brotherly, not only do I know it, but it is quite renowned. My father often takes me there, and they have an abundance of treasures, refining materials, exotic beast crystals, rare resources, elemental skills, controllable beasts, and an array of valuable items. Chapter 42. Damn, such powerful illusions. Thanks to the generous gifts from Xiaoya and Xiao Shiguo, Wu Xiao had the audacity to present such a grand gift, leaving Lin Li with a sense of suspicion. However, it was of little consequence. To pass up a bargain would be foolish. It was not a matter of deep-seated enmity. Once the payment was settled, everything could be discussed amicably. Brotherly, tomorrow marks the trial in the Sunset Forest. Have you made a decision? Will you participate? Lin Li contemplated for a moment before deflecting the question. What about you? Do you wish to join? Lu Qingyu approached me earlier, hoping that we could join her team. Along with Wu Xiao. Why bring that guy along? I want to participate, but I believe it would suffice for just the two of us. A true brother indeed. Sharing Lin Li's sentiments. The fewer the numbers, the more convenient the actions. There's no need for a throng of people, as if seeking attention from others. All right, I'll follow your lead. Tomorrow, we shall form a team and participate in the trial of the Sunset Forest. Yes, we shall certainly secure a spot among the top 3. The following morning, Lin Li and Ma Hongyi arrived punctually at the teleportation square, where they encountered Lu Qingyu and others. The little chubby boy's attitude was resolute. He insisted on forming a team solely with Lin Li, rendering any objections from others futile. Lin Li feigned a semblance of reluctance, yet this was all premeditated to avoid any awkwardness. Eventually, Lu Qingyu conceded, as everyone knew the chubby boy's temperament. Who could he heed besides Lin Li? Consequently, she turned to seek out Si Fengyu and Yao Tong, thus forming a new team. It would be disingenuous to claim that Lin Li felt no pangs of disappointment. After all, they had once shared a spark. The crux of the matter was that this was neither the time for romantic entanglements nor impulsive actions. Furthermore, given the proximity she had with Wu Xiao, the thought of approaching her with boldness was simply repulsive. Women only serve to hinder the swiftness of one's blade. Ding dong. The trial in the Sunset Forest is now officially commencing. A familiar mechanical announcement echoed, prompting silence among the crowd. As per usual, they donned their life bracelets and proceeded towards the center of the square. Lin Li and Ma Hongyi stood together, ensuring they would not be separated during the teleportation. Please prepare yourselves. Teleportation will commence in 10 seconds. Reflecting on the last teleportation experience, the thrill was undeniably exhilarating. One could only hope that this time, no one would cause any disruptions. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Initiate teleportation. A blinding light enveloped the entire square, and the familiar sensation washed over Lin Li and Ma Hongyi, their vision blurring momentarily. The sensation of weightlessness enveloped them. Fortunately, this disorientation did not last long, merely 5 or 6 seconds, before their sight was restored. The Sunset Forest, as its name implies, is perpetually bathed in hues of twilight. It is not that the sun remains stationary, but rather that regardless of its location, the sky is always awash in fiery red. This natural phenomenon remains a mystery, yet to be explained. Brotherly, this place is stunning, exclaimed the little chubby boy, surveying the picturesque surroundings. The autumn breeze was refreshing, with the leaves of the maple trees turning golden. Coupled with the remnants of the sunset, it resembled a beautiful painting, evoking a sense of tranquility and longing. Indeed, the morning sun heralds a beautiful beginning, while the evening sun signifies a poignant ending. Why does it feel increasingly disheartening? Lin Li felt a peculiar heaviness in his heart and hurriedly shook off the sensation. Damn, what a potent illusion. This place can disturb one's psyche. However, upon witnessing the little chubby boy's innocent expression, he reassured himself that he was merely overthinking. Oh, is it already delivering itself to us? Lin Li's lips curled into a smirk as he sensed an otherworldly creature approaching nearby. A novice level 7, what an auspicious start. The little chubby boy Ma Hongyi also sensed it, his hands crackling with electricity, poised for an attack. It's coming. With Lin Li's alert, the little chubby boy darted into the woods. Ha Du Zhen. Bang. Ya Yu Zhen. Bang. Jia Jia Bulu Zhen. Boom. Lin Li stood outside the woods, utterly bewildered. Where had this little chubby boy acquired such skills? Could it be that he was under some magical influence? Just as this thought crossed his mind, the chubby boy was suddenly ejected from the forest. Quick as a flash, Lin Li flung a mass of black mist toward Ma Hongyi, wrapping it around his waist, or rather, around his belly, and yanked him closer. Brotherly, I can't handle that smelly monkey. Lin Li rolled his eyes. It's at the 7th level of the initial stage, while you're merely at the 3rd. What do you expect to do? Use your cooking oil roots? Fighting requires strategy. Charging in blindly like you is a recipe for disaster. He waved his hand, signaling the chubby boy to stay put. Then, he ventured deeper into the forest. It was merely a distance of 6 or 7 meters when a cacophony of monkey calls echoed from above. Lin Li swiftly sidestepped, avoiding a spire of earth that erupted from the ground. This monkey was rather intriguing. Its white-haired head and yellow body were more robust than a human-s, and its large, glistening red eyes resembled lanterns. The forest was inherently dim, shrouded in perpetual shadow. At first glance, the monkey appeared quite fearsome. So, you wield earth abilities, do you? Knowing you can't defeat me, resorting to skills like this shows some wit, Lin Li mused. Remarkably, the monkey seemed to comprehend his praise, dancing with excitement as it revealed its bright red rear, even more pronounced than the lanterns. Lin Li scoffed and unleashed 2 energy spheres. The white-haired monkey, sensing danger, darted away and landed in another tree. Boom, boom. The energy spheres struck the trunk, causing the entire tree to tremble. The creature is surprisingly swift. Lin Li continued his assault, gathering energy spheres with great speed, almost instantaneously readying the next one after throwing the previous. He relentlessly hurled them, causing the trees to rattle. The white-haired monkey was remarkably agile. Although it couldn't counterattack, Lin Li found it challenging to land a hit. Have you heard the saying? All fear stems from insufficient firepower. Today, I shall demonstrate the true meaning of firepower saturation. With that, Lin Li raised both hands, aiming at the white-haired monkey. 2 dark shockwaves shot forth, kicking up dust and sending leaves swirling. Maple leaves cascaded from the trees like rain, blanketing the ground in a thick layer. After a couple of rounds of this cat-and-mouse game, Lin Li executed a coordinated strike from both sides, sending the white-haired monkey crashing to the ground. Run? I thought you were quite the sprinter. A mischievous grin spread across Lin Li's face as he approached the injured monkey, his right hand forming a claw, swirling with dark energy, poised to deliver a finishing blow. Ooh-oh-oh-oh-oh, it chattered. Speak human. Ooh-oh-oh-oh-oh, it echoed, pointing in a particular direction. Is there a treasure there? Chapter 43. I am your ancestor. The white-haired monkey nodded vigorously, its furry paw incessantly gesturing toward the depths of the forest. Brotherly, what is happening? The voice of the chubby boy echoed from beyond the forest, his concern palpable after the recent intense sounds of battle. It's fine, Hongi, come in. With that, the chubby boy hurriedly dashed into the woods. Upon catching sight of the injured white-haired monkey, he was exhilarated and eager to deliver the final blow. The monkey, terrified, recoiled, its already pale visage turning ghostly white. Wait, Hongi, this monkey still has its uses. Lin Li intercepted the chubby boy, stepping forward to confront the white-haired monkey. His tone laced with a hint of menace. If you wish to survive, it is simple. Lead us to the place you mentioned. If what lies there satisfies me, I shall spare your life. The monkey nodded vigorously, mustering its strength to stagger deeper into the woods. Hongi, stay behind me and remain vigilant. Understood. Lin Li followed closely behind the white-haired monkey, ready to act should it attempt any treachery. Thus, the trio advanced for a good 20 minutes. Perhaps it was the dense foliage or the remoteness of the area, but as they ventured deeper, the light waned until it became nearly impossible to see. The chubby boy, frightened, clutched Lin Li's garment tightly. Though the abilities of an adept would grant superior vision, the chubby boy's low level rendered his night vision inadequate, leaving him with only a hazy view. Lin Li, however, remained unfazed. The unique attribute of the darkness was that the more obscure it became, the clearer his vision grew, and the steadier his heart remained. He felt that even if a ghost were to emerge at that moment, he would not flinch. Suddenly, a loud clap. Hongi, stop fooling around. Lin Li felt a light slap on his shoulder, and it could only be from the boy behind him. What are you talking about, brotherly? I'm scared. Another clap, this time with more force. Lin Li turned around, puzzled by Ma Hongyi's trembling form. He seemed to be making no other movements. Who? Lin Li's hair stood on end. Just moments ago, it was his right shoulder that was tapped, but now, his left shoulder received a similar treatment. Ma Hongyi had been within his sight the entire time, and there were no other movements. Who could it possibly be? Suddenly, Lin Li whipped around to face forward. This is bad. The white-haired monkey was gone. It had been right behind them moments ago, its presence firmly within his grasp. How could it vanish in the blink of an eye? Who touched me? The chubby boy suddenly shrieked, causing Lin Li to jump in surprise. Hongi, calm down, I'm here. Noticing Ma Hongyi's pale lips, Lin Li quickly offered reassurance. Something is amiss. We may have fallen into the monkey's trap. What should we do now? I can't see anything. What if the one who touched me was? Stop frightening yourself. Trust in reason. Just as Lin Li uttered those words, an eerie gust of wind brushed past his ear. So cold, so cold. You audacious fiend. Do you dare to frighten Lin Li? Dare to reveal yourself and engage in battle? Lin Li was indeed quite frightened, yet with the chubby boy by his side, he felt compelled to muster his courage. Otherwise, he would truly fall into his opponent's trap. Thus, Lin Li summoned the dark powers within him, unleashing a torrent of energy that rustled the leaves of the surrounding maple trees. What a peculiar turn of events. Brother Lin, I've been trying to summon my abilities for ages, but nothing is happening. The unease in Lin Li grew, prompting him to glance over his shoulder. To his horror, he nearly lost his soul upon witnessing a ghastly sight. A head, old and grotesque, hung limply from the chubby boy's shoulder, grinning silently with discolored teeth. At that moment, the chubby boy was paralyzed with fear, acutely aware of something heavy pressing down on him, yet unable to move a muscle. His once rosy cheeks now turned a ghastly shade of gray. Lin Li took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm. Elder, we can discuss this amicably. Could you please release my brother? Elder, whatever you desire, I can provide. I understand you are a human, and a powerful one at that. Lin Li continued, Elder, can we converse? What is it that you seek? Curse you, old wretch. Why are you grinning? I'm speaking to you. Do you believe I want to smash your head? Lin Li's patience wore thin. What was this ugly old creature's intention? Those lifeless, fish-like eyes bore into him, devoid of any emotion or warmth, simply fixed on him with a chilling smile. You belong to the dark faction, a raspy and jarring voice echoed. The chubby boy felt a sudden dampness in his trousers. Lin Li, too, involuntarily swallowed hard, straightening up with bravado. Indeed, I am of the dark faction. What of it? Do you wish to fight? Ah, the legend of the dark faction has finally emerged. Lin Li's expression darkened. How did this entity discern his legendary talent? What is your name, boy? I am Lin Li. And you are? Ah, I am your ancestor. With that, the grotesque old man vanished into thin air. Lin Li gaped, momentarily bewildered. What had that old wretch just claimed? Your ancestor? What the hell? You ugly fiend. I am your ancestor. The absurdity of the situation left him flabbergasted. Brother Lin, the chubby boy discovered he could move again and collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. How are you, Hongi? Do you feel unwell? I'm just a bit weak. Weak? I don't have any health tonics. Ooh. A voice, reminiscent of a white-haired monkey, came from behind Lin Li. Both turned to look. To their astonishment, the monkey had returned, its expression seemingly questioning. What are you two up to? Have you abandoned the treasure? Chapter 44. A monkey friend Lin Li had not anticipated the return of the white-haired monkey, who proved to be quite faithful to its word. However, the mystery of that hideous old man remained unresolved. Without a trace, like a ghost, Hongi urged, Hold on. This cursed place is too eerie. We must leave swiftly. Lin Li helped the chubby boy to his feet, his gaze warily scanning the surroundings. Once satisfied that there were no further anomalies, he continued to follow the white-haired monkey. The path ahead became considerably smoother. As the trees thinned, the fiery sunlight finally broke through. The grotesque old man had not reappeared. The white-haired monkey led Lin Li and his companion to the base of a towering tree, gesturing human-like towards its lofty crown before nimbly ascending. Lin Li found it perplexing that such a majestic paulownia tree could exist within the maple leaf forest. Who could have conceived such a design? After settling Ma Hongi beneath the tree, Lin Li prepared to climb and investigate. Dark energy coiling around his feet, he propelled himself upward onto the trunk. This enormous tree stood at least 20 meters tall. The higher he climbed, the more expansive his view became. Before long, the entire expanse of the maple leaf forest unfolded before Lin Li's eyes. A vast, fiery sea with no end in sight. The legendary sunset forest seemed to be divided into three distinct regions. The first was this maple leaf forest, the second named Cloudfall Peak, and the third known as Stone Ground. These three areas were positioned in the respective directions of the sunset forest. Lin Li recalled Lu Qingyu mentioning that the beasts in Stone Ground were the most densely populated, while the maple leaf forest held an air of mystery, with many trial seekers entering only to vanish until the trials concluded. In no time, under the guidance of the white-haired monkey, Lin Li reached the treetop. It was evident that the summit had been constructed by someone or something. A large hollow was nestled there, surrounded by dense foliage, as if deliberately hidden. The white-haired monkey glanced at Lin Li with a somewhat reluctant expression before gradually entering the hollow. Lin Li followed closely behind, marveling at the craftsmanship of the monkey. The structure was impressive, with sharp angles and neat lines. There was even a rudimentary table. Could this monkey have attained sentience? Were not the beasts of the wild merely animals that had become enlightened? The white-haired monkey pointed to a small wooden stool before the table, seemingly inviting Lin Li to sit and wait. It then busied itself rummaging around the far end of the hollow. Before long, A decrepit wooden box was unearthed with a loud thud, sending dust into the air and causing Lin Li to cough. The monkey, with a forlorn expression, gently nudged the box towards Lin Li. Curiosity piqued. Lin Li opened the box and was taken aback. It was brimming with elemental crystals. Indeed, elemental crystals, not beast crystals. He reached in and sifted through them. There were at least 100. How long had this monkey toiled to amass such a fortune? Is all this for me? Lin Li asked uncertainly. The white-haired monkey nodded earnestly before retreating to a wooden bed, its gaze dimming. Was it grieving? Lin Li suddenly felt a twinge of embarrassment. The creature had been so honest with him, yet he had harbored intentions of plundering its treasures. It seemed rather inconsiderate, did it not? Indeed, it felt quite unjust. Lin Li rummaged through the wooden chest and selected 20 relatively fine elemental crystals, which he then discreetly pocketed. Little monkey, he mused. Though I am not a paragon of virtue, I am far from a villain of the utmost depravity. You possess an inherent kindness, and your instinctive approach towards us reflects your natural wariness as a beast. Thus, I shall not take all of your treasures. I shall leave some for you. The white-haired monkey appeared to grasp the essence of his words, though its understanding seemed ambiguous. It tilted its head in confusion, gazing at Lin Li. In response, Lin Li lifted the wooden box and gently placed it in the monkey's embrace. He then pointed at his bulging pockets and nodded amiably. At last, the white-haired monkey comprehended, eagerly opening the box to discover that it still contained a substantial number of elemental crystals. Overjoyed, it leaped about in delight. Witnessing the monkey's exuberance brought a smile to Lin Li's face. In truth, even extraordinary beasts possess a sense of morality. One must remember that prior to the era's restart, humans and animals coexisted harmoniously, excluding those that were destined for the dinner plate. However, since the onset of this new epoch, animals, influenced by elemental powers, began to awaken and evolve, becoming increasingly intelligent, greedy, and fierce. Yet, from another perspective, was it truly their fault? They were merely striving for survival. Had they not encroached upon human territory, humanity would have obliterated them first. Why, one might wonder. Because humans cannot abide the existence of beings with extraordinary powers. The presence of extraordinary beasts has threatened the dominance of humanity, prompting various overseas nations to instigate wars before the dawn of the new era. The outcome was evident. They all paid a grievous price for their irrational actions. A profound rift exists between humans and extraordinary beasts. Thus, for 50 years, the remaining humans on the Shinjo continent have regarded these creatures as mortal enemies, anticipating an inevitable full-scale war. The ultimate victor would undoubtedly seize control of the Blue Star, establishing itself as the sole authority. Having reaped considerable rewards, Lin Li honored his promise and released the white-haired monkey. Furthermore, it seemed that the man and the monkey had forged a semblance of friendship. Upon descending from the tree, the white-haired monkey presented Lin Li with a small bundle of fruits, signifying goodwill and gratitude. During the 7-day trial, participants were indeed required to procure their own food. However, most opted to slay low-level extraordinary beasts, using them as sustenance, rarely choosing to gather fruits. In this era, carnivorous inclinations reigned supreme, and Lin Li, too, found meals lacking without meat. Once they had descended from the parasol tree, the chubby boy had nearly fully recovered. After replenishing their strength with some fruits, the duo set forth on another hunting expedition. They wandered for most of the day, yet as the sun began to set, they encountered few extraordinary beasts. Perhaps the maple forest truly harbored a scarcity of such creatures. However, there were indeed some gains along the way. Lin Li and his companion encountered 3 teams, each consisting of a few members, all of whom were considerably weaker than the last. In adherence to the rules of the trial, Lin Li reluctantly robbed these 3 teams, collecting over 10 beast crystals. He did not, however, have the heart to completely eliminate them. After all, one might encounter them again. Every meeting is a fateful encounter, and destiny should be embraced in its entirety. Chapter 45. A disagreement leads to unforeseen circumstances. Brotherly. Today we have harvested a total of 17 beast crystals, which translates to, the chubby boy laid the crystals on the ground and counted them painstakingly, 230. This means 115 each. Not much, but not too little either. I recall hearing from Qingyu that during the last sunset trial, the highest scorer achieved 1980 points, though he had amassed such a score by intercepting other teams. Then let us wait until the 6th or 7th day of the trial to venture into the stone field. At that point, We can make a concerted effort to seize all the beast crystals. Lin Li chuckled. The chubby boy was rather naive. By the 6th or 7th day, most teams that had gathered a bountiful harvest would have already concealed themselves. Who would wander carelessly in such a perilous place? By then, the stone field would merely be a chaotic battleground, with those of lesser strength opting to stay away. Instead, the maple leaf forest would likely see the more composed trial participants taking refuge there. Hongi, if we wish to secure a ranking, we must hasten to the stone field. It is prudent to allow the trial participants a bit of time. One must fatten the sheep before slaughter. Lin Li handed a large piece of roasted snake meat to the chubby boy. At this juncture, why concern oneself with the flesh of any creature? The chubby boy, unbothered, accepted the meat and began to indulge heartily. Hongi, someone is approaching. Lin Li suddenly sensed a large group nearby, seemingly not lacking in strength. The chubby boy hastily scrambled to his feet, and together with Lin Li, they concealed themselves within the grass. Yulong, can we truly defeat that mid-level beast with just our group? What? Are you lacking confidence in yourself or in us? All right, Zhao Feixiang. Yulong possesses an initial stage 9th level strength, and with our 13 members, defeating a mid-level second-tier beast should not pose a challenge at all. The conversation was ultimately interrupted by a familiar girl. Lin Li observed from the shadows and recognized that the majority of this group were from his own class, particularly the three at the forefront. Zhang Yulong, ranked first in class 1 of the first year, should now be second. An SS-level superpower with spatial abilities. The rarity of such a power is unquestionable. It is said that within the entirety of the Xinzhou continent, there are fewer than 5 who can wield spatial abilities. Currently at initial stage 9th level strength, it is rumored that he once utilized the peculiarities of his spatial powers to defeat a senior initial stage 10th level superpower user. To the left stood a girl named Mao Shuang, currently ranked 9th, possessing an SS level wind ability. Fair-skinned and beautiful with long legs. She may be slightly inferior to Lu Qingyu, yet she is certainly considered a school beauty. Her current strength is likely at initial stage 7th level. The young man positioned to the right of Zhang Yulong, who had just wavered in his resolve, is named Zhao Feixiang. Currently, his class ranking eludes my memory. However, it is rather lowly and unremarkable. His abilities appear to be at the initial 6th level, possessing an S-grade wood-type supernatural power. There is no need to introduce the others individually, as among the group of 13, 7 or 8 are first-year students from Class 1. Yet, what truly captivates Lin Li's attention is their mention of mid-tier exotic beasts. Lu Qingyu had previously remarked that there are approximately 10 mid-tier exotic beasts within the Sunset Forest, and she had unfortunately encountered one last time, leading to a complete debacle. These mid-tier beasts are both a fortuitous encounter and a perilous challenge. If one can vanquish the beast and procure its crystal, a position within the top 10 of this trial is virtually assured. Conversely, should one fall victim to the beast, then congratulations are in order for the futile endeavor. Is there a campfire here? Everyone, remain vigilant. The group swiftly arrived at the location where Lin Li had just been and, upon discovering the still smoldering fire, immediately heightened their guard. In this place, there is no such thing as camaraderie among classmates. Only interests, foes, hunters, and prey exist. They had not departed for long when Zhang Yulong, with a playful glint in his eyes, directed his gaze toward Lin Li's previous position and pronounced, "Not yet gone." No sooner had he spoken than Zhang Yulong vanished from sight. Lin Li sensed impending danger. The other party had not discovered him, but rather the chubby boy. In a flash, Lin Li seized the chubby boy and bolted away. The very next moment, the grass where they had been concealed was obliterated by a surge of spatial power. Such ferocity. 2 of you. Eavesdropping is quite the impolite act. Mao Shuang stepped forward, conjuring a wind barrier that forcefully halted Lin Li and his companion. Lin Li, young Master Ma? Upon seeing Lin Li, Zhao Feixiang's expression shifted to one of trepidation. And upon recognizing the chubby boy, he became utterly intimidated. The reputation of the chubby boy is well known. Should he offend the wrong person today, he would surely face repercussions upon returning to the academy. Zhang Yulong, we are all classmates. Perhaps it would be best to let this go? Although Mao Shuang intervened, he had no intentions of attacking. After all, both individuals before him were formidable in their own right. It is wiser to avoid unnecessary conflict. I have no intention of claiming their crystal. Once again, the space rippled, and Zhang Yulong's figure materialized directly before Lin Li and his companion. With unwavering focus on Lin Li, he declared, I am particularly interested in you, Lin Li. Ah, are you Jiang? Preparing to test my mettle? Lin Li remained undaunted. Despite the numerical advantage of his adversaries, their quality was mediocre at best. Only Jiang Yulong stood out among them. Should the situation take a turn for the worse, he could easily flee with the chubby boy. Of course. However, this is merely a friendly contest. If you triumph, you may leave. If I prevail, you will join our ranks to hunt the mid-tier exotic beasts. Haha, do you believe you can compel us to stay? I cannot guarantee that for you, but I can assure you that I will certainly keep hold of this chubby one. What? Do you know who I am? My father is Ma Gang. Do you believe I can summon old sun to thrash you? The chubby boy's bravado returned, invoking his father at the slightest provocation. And do you know who I am? Jiang Yulong's gaze was filled with disdain. He hardly regarded the chubby boy at all. Lin Li was quite curious about Jiang Yulong's identity and background. How could he disregard even the Titan Guild? Time was of the essence. Mid-tier beasts would not come knocking at their door. Mao Shuang retracted his abilities, relinquishing the arena. Lin Li furrowed his brow. This young man's prowess positioned him as the foremost among first-year students, capable of contending against those at the initial stage of level 10. It posed quite a challenge. Hong Yi, move aside. I shall engage him. Be careful, brotherly. The chubby boy, who listened intently to Lin Li, swiftly exited the battlefield. Come on, let's go. Lin Li initiated the attack, enveloped in a shroud of black mist, vanishing from sight. How intriguing. The dark attribute could indeed traverse space. In the blink of an eye, Lin Li materialized behind Jiang Yulong, his right fist imbued with energy, striking out without hesitation. In the past, Lin Li would have favored long-range assaults, but now, facing a space manipulator, the most straightforward and effective tactic was close-quarters combat. The goal was to entangle his opponent's movements, hindering their ability to utilize spatial jumps. The plan was commendable and executed smoothly. The question arose, however, what if the adversary did not cooperate? Jiang Yulong seemed to read Lin Li's intentions effortlessly. He remained still, and suddenly, the space behind him rippled. In an instant, Lin Li's punch met with nothingness. His fist had not vanished, but rather transitioned into another realm. Quite knowledgeable, aren't you, Lin Li? I assure you, I shall show no mercy, Jiang Yulong remarked, pivoting and launching an elbow strike toward Lin Li's abdomen. Was this truly a sparring session? It felt more like a farce. Lin Li, dismissing the thought, retracted his arm to block the blow. He then targeted Jiang Yulong's head with a flurry of rapid punches. Jiang Yulong's close combat skills were commendable, and for a time, the two exchanged blows fiercely, neither willing to yield. While they were no match for martial arts legends, they exhibited a semblance of skill. Monkey steals peach, severing the lineage kick, 5 poisons palm, dynamic chain kick, lifting leg, millennium kill, space slicing. What a cheat. Jiang Yulong suddenly resorted to an underhanded tactic, unleashing a palm strike like a blade. Lin Li quickly crouched down. Boom. Moments later, the sound of a heavy object crashing to the ground echoed. The onlookers, including the chubby boy, gasped in horror. Such swift strikes. No, it was an incredibly rapid hand. Such a blow could not be executed without decades of mastery. Lin Li, filled with trepidation, glanced back. A tree, as thick as a thigh, had been cleanly severed in two. One half plummeted to the ground while the other remained upright, quivering. This fellow was violating the rules of martial discipline. Where was the promised contest of skill? Did he not say so? Then he certainly could not resort to such underhanded tactics. Blackout. Just as Jiang Yulong appeared to revel in his triumph, Lin Li suddenly shouted. Immediately thereafter, he found himself engulfed in an impenetrable darkness. This darkness was not one that an ordinary person could fathom. It was an obscurity that rendered visibility utterly impossible. It was akin to experiencing blindness, as if one's very eyes had inexplicably vanished, leaving no trace of light in sight. At this moment, Jiang Yulong felt a surge of panic. Although he understood that this was the handiwork of Lin Li, the total lack of visibility thwarted his ability to ascertain his spatial positioning. Yulong, be careful, came the distant voice of Mao Shuang. Instinctively, Jiang Yulong turned his body aside. A fierce gust of wind grazed his cheek, inflicting a sharp pain. He reached out to touch his face, finding it slightly damp. A whiff confirmed his suspicion. It was blood. Damn it. Jiang Yulong realized he had been struck, a wound marring his once handsome visage, diminishing his appeal by a couple of degrees. What? Are you displeased? I have merely reciprocated your own tactics. Lin Li's voice resonated ominously nearby, startling Jiang Yulong. The two recent maneuvers had been hastily conceived. The first technique, aptly named Black Veil, utilized dark elemental forces to shroud the opponent's field of vision, extinguishing all light and rendering them blind. Naturally, this effect could not last long due to its immense energy consumption. The second technique was inspired by Jiang Yulong's own spatial slicing, allowing Lin Li to compress dark energy to an exceptionally sharp state and unleash it, achieving a similar result. Jiang, do you wish to continue? To be candid, Jiang Yulong felt a strong sense of indignation. Throughout the encounter, he had failed to leverage his spatial advantages. He had intended to test Lin Li's mettle before decisively defeating him, yet here he was, having unwittingly played into Lin Li's hands, only to find himself outmatched. You have triumphed. Though reluctant, he could not deny the truth of the situation. Stripped of his sight, what could he possibly do? Await another surprise assault from Lin Li? With a satisfied nod, Lin Li dissipated his dark powers. Jiang Yulong regarded Lin Li with a grave expression, acutely aware of the formidable nature of dark attributes, consuming energy, engaging in superior combat, mimicking techniques, and even rendering opponents blind. Feel free to leave. I shall not impede your departure. The nearby teammates were astonished, unable to believe that the top-ranked Jiang Yulong had truly been defeated. Lin Li, may I have the honor of challenging you? Mao Shuang discerned that Jiang Yulong had not succumbed due to a lack of strength, but rather due to a deficiency in cunning. Without Lin Li's shrewdness, composure, or tactical acumen, the battle had proven disastrous. One must engage in combat with utmost diligence. Complacency is not an option. There is no need. A loss is a loss. I, Jiang Yulong, can accept defeat, but I remain unsatisfied. One day, I shall challenge you again. Very well, I am always ready, provided you are willing to compensate. Compensate? Naturally, why would I engage with you without remuneration? Do I resemble a punching bag, destined to entertain you daily? Jiang Yulong and the other team members stood momentarily stunned, for there was a certain validity to Lin Li's assertion. All right, this is the deposit. In a month, we shall engage once more. Indeed, the affluent are remarkably straightforward. Lin Li accepted the blue card without hesitation. Let me clarify first, my fees are quite substantial. The average person cannot afford them. 1 million. Very well. Whenever you are free to come, I am at your service. Truly, a wealthy landowner, speaking of 1 million as if it were merely 1,000. Let us depart. Jiang Yulong, feeling somewhat disheartened, was about to lead his team away when Lin Li stopped him. Classmate Jiang, while battles are essential, we must not forget the importance of civility. I am quite intrigued by the mid-tier exotic beasts you mentioned earlier. Shall we consider a collaboration between our two teams? Jiang Yulong was taken aback by Lin Li's proposition. If he wished to cooperate, why continue with the battle? It dawned on him that this was a trap. This rascal was merely trying to extract money from him. Do you genuinely wish to collaborate with us? A 60-40 split of the points, and I shall agree to work with you. Deal. I take 60, you take 40. What? Before Jiang Yulong could respond, Mao Shuang and the other team members erupted in protest. With 13 of their own ability users against just 2 on Lin Li's side, a 60-40 split was already generous. Yet Lin Li shamelessly sought the larger share. Lin Li, do not overreach. What gives you the right to claim 60 of the points? Because I am formidable. Chapter 47. Hold on. Formidable? More like full of hot air. What? Not convinced. Your leader has already lost to me. So what right do you have to be so arrogant? Lin Li's tone was bold and dismissive, his demeanor radiating youthful bravado. I must say, Lin's argument holds some weight. Zhao Feixiang surprisingly voiced his support for Lin Li, inciting Mao Shuang to kick him in exasperation. Ouch! Mao, why did you kick me? Fool! Be quiet. If you think it makes sense, go face the mid-tier exotic beast yourself. Enough! Jiang Yulong interjected, commanding silence from all. Lin Li, negotiations require sincerity. Your methods are indeed unique, but they do not warrant a 60 stake. At most, 45. Otherwise, we cannot bear this loss. Lin Li considered raising the price further, but upon witnessing Jiang Yulong's demeanor, he decided to relent. Fine, 45 it is. There is profit to be made. All right, in consideration of classmate Jiang, 45 it is. Deal. Lin Li extended his hand, his intentions unmistakable. Though Jiang Yulong was reluctant, he too reached out to shake hands, signaling a pleasant collaboration. Now, can you share with me the information you possess about the exotic beasts? The Ice Crystal Beast, a rare SS level. Strength level, mid-tier 2nd level. Elemental attribute, Ice. found in the icy lakes at the foot of Falling Cloud Peak. The ice crystal beast? Lin Li had never heard of it before. However, the rarity of SS already indicated that this beast was extraordinary, though the number of exotic beasts far surpassed that of humans. Those with remarkable talents and high attribute levels were exceedingly rare. Perhaps it was Fate's design. Otherwise, humanity would stand no chance at all. Alright, let us wish for a delightful collaboration. Lin Li's audacity resurfaced as she playfully draped her arm over Jiang Yulong's shoulder, continuing their banter and laughter as they progressed. The jovial atmosphere was further enhanced by the occasional interjection from the stout fellow, creating a delightful camaraderie among the group. As the night deepened, they paused for a respite lasting over 3 hours, resuming their journey only as dawn's light began to emerge. The team was not far from the foot of the Falling Cloud Peak, with the distance being approximately half a day's trek. During this time, they encountered a notable increase in otherworldly beasts, likely due to their proximity to a water source. Lin Li relished the thrill of the hunt, having claimed 13 of the 20-plus beasts encountered, much to the chagrin of Mao Shuang and the others. Lin Li's speed in securing kills was astonishing. His dark slicing technique proved fatal with each strike, leaving others with little room for complaint. As Lin Li himself would assert, "I seize what I rightfully earn. Why should you harbor any resentment? If you possess the skill, come and claim it." Yet, who among them could rival Lin Li, save for Jiang Yulong's spatial abilities? Furthermore, the mischievous Ma Hongyi would block the path during Lin Li's confrontations with the beasts, tauntingly asserting, "You strike me? Then I shall call you father." Let us see who ends up unfortunate. On the second day of the trial, at precisely noon, the 15-member team finally arrived at the Ice Lake region. The so-called Ice Lake remained perpetually frozen, its surface unchanged by the seasons, spring, summer, autumn, or winter alike. The underlying principle remained a mystery. But Lin Li speculated that there must be something beneath the lake's surface. Otherwise, how could it remain frozen in early autumn's relatively mild temperatures? Everyone, be cautious. The ice crystal beast lies ahead, Jiang Yulong warned, his gaze fixed intently on the lake's surface, not far off. What he sensed, Lin Li and the others could undoubtedly perceive as well. Approximately a kilometer away, on the icy expanse, a colossal beast stood, towering at least 3 to 4 meters high. Its body a striking shade of azure, adorned with 2 inconspicuous horns and numerous ice blocks protruding from its back, casually ambling about. It would occasionally glance up at the sky, then down at the lake, its little feet shuffling about, and its tail swaying playfully. Is this creature hyperactive? The stout fellow pondered after observing it for some time, arriving at a significant conclusion. Lin Li, in silent agreement, nodded. Indeed, the beast exhibited peculiar behavior. Why not simply rest instead of wandering aimlessly? Prepare yourselves. This creature is formidable. We must strive for a swift resolution. Understood, Yulong. Lin Li harbored suspicions regarding Mao Shuang's intentions toward Jiang Yulong, as he seemed to heed her every word throughout their journey. Damn those two. Engage. Wait. The abrupt halt caught everyone off guard, their expressions filled with confusion as they turned to Lin Li, wondering what mischief he was up to. What is it, Lin Li? Jiang Yulong remained relatively unfazed, perhaps sensing that Lin Li had discovered something. My shoelace is untied. Please wait for me. As Lin Li genuinely crouched down to tie his shoelace, Jiang Yulong's lips twitched in disbelief. Was he intentionally toying with him? All right, now we can commence. Jiang Yulong, disinterested in further banter, resumed his observation of the ice crystal beast. Engage. Wait. With a resounding crash, Zhao Feixiang was knocked aside by a teammate from behind. Fortunately, landing on the icy surface allowed him to escape serious injury, merely grazing his face. The onlookers were incensed, casting furious glares at Lin Li. What was this scoundrel up to now? Even Jiang Yulong furrowed his brow, casting a vexed glance at Lin Li. Why are you all staring at me? Focus on them instead. Following Lin Li's pointed gesture, they noticed another group emerging from the opposite side of the lake, seemingly numbering as many as their own. Clearly, they were not the only ones fixated on the ice crystal beasts. Mao Shuangliu furrowed her brow and turned to Jiang Yulong. There are only 10 mid-tier exotic beasts in this sunset trial, and the ice crystal beast is among the rarest. How could it possibly attract the attention of just us? What should we do, Li Go? Since you have so earnestly inquired, I shall graciously enlighten you. Stay put and let them take the lead. Let them take the lead? On what grounds? A soil-type ability user from Lin Li's class was instantly irked. Child, it's not your fault for being slow-witted, but flaunting it is your error. Do you intend to charge in and battle the Ice Crystal Beast or engage the other team? Or do you possess the confidence to single-handedly vanquish all foes and beasts? The Soil-type user was left speechless, realizing that any choice would lead to disadvantage. Lin Li was right. It was wiser to observe and wait for their opportunity to reap the benefits. Thumbs up to you. Lin Li raised his thumb to Jiang Yulong, only to receive an eye roll in return. Boom, 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 roar. They began to engage, and everyone braced themselves. Once the Ice Crystal Beast is defeated, we shall rush in to seize the crystal. Wait. Chapter 48. The love-struck turned cousin? What now? Lin Li remained silent, his expression growing increasingly grave. His gaze was fixed intently on a figure amidst the battlefield. That familiar great sword, the familiar aura of holy light. Who else could it be but Lu Qingyu? Although the Ice Crystal Beast possessed a formidable mid-tier second-level strength, Lu Qingyu's team, despite numbering over 10, was still at a disadvantage in the conflict. This girl, having suffered once, is still so reckless. Li Gu, who are you talking about? The chubby boy leaned closer, curiously observing the battlefield. Oh, isn't that Lu classmate? And that guy Xiao, they're both there? Lin Li felt a twinge of frustration. He dreaded encountering such situations. His relationship with Lu Qingyu was exceedingly complicated. If one were to say there were feelings involved, that would indeed be true, especially after the last close call. Yet, to claim there were none would be disingenuous, especially given his distaste for her attitude towards Wu Xiao. What jealousy? Don't be absurd. A thunderous roar erupted from the battlefield, shaking the ice surface. Sharp ice spikes shot up from beneath the lake, catching many off guard and piercing them. Fortunately, no one perished. The life rings began to manifest their effects, enveloping the individuals in a vivid green light. After withstanding the fatal strike, they vanished from sight. Damn it! Lin Li could no longer remain idle. Enveloped in a swirling black mist, he vanished from the spot. This was not merely about emotions. It also pertained to the invaluable assistance he had received from Lu Qingyu. Since the beginning of the semester, Lu Qingyu had been the sole individual who wholeheartedly devoted herself to aiding him without concern for personal gain. Particularly during the last sunset trial, when she selflessly rushed to his aid despite being intercepted by Yi Cheng, Lin Li felt compelled to save her from peril. At that moment, the Ice Crystal Beast was thoroughly enraged, with the icicles on the lake's surface becoming increasingly dense and the surrounding temperature plummeting rapidly. Lu Qingyu and her companions, being mere novice ability users, found themselves in a dire situation without the means to fly. Qingyu, hold on to me tightly. Just as despair loomed with the threat of elimination, Lin Li's voice echoed in her ears. Instinctively, Lu Qingyu turned and dashed toward that mass of black mist. 30 seconds later, Lin Li returned to the original spot, accompanied by the beautiful girl. Lin Li, I thought you wouldn't come to rescue me, Lu Qingyu said, biting her lip and gazing at him with a pitiful expression. How did you know I was here? I caught a glimpse of the chubby hongi. So I surmised you were nearby? Oh, you should take a break. The Ice Crystal Beast is far too powerful for your team to defeat. Wait, Lin Li. Lu Qingyu called out to him as he prepared to leave, finally voicing the question that had long troubled her. Why are you avoiding me? Me? How could I possibly be? Really? Ever since the last time I brought Wu Xiao to apologize to you, you have been reluctant to come near me. Have you misunderstood something? Of course. Who wouldn't he think twice about you being so close to a sycophant? Not at all. Stubbornness prevailed. Lin Li, too, was unwilling to lose face. Wu Xiao is my aunt's son, which makes him my cousin. What? Lin Li was utterly taken aback. How on earth did he become your cousin? This is what my sister informed me. Wu Xiao only learned of this later. Otherwise, how could I ever have forgiven his previous transgressions? Lin Li's eyes twitched incessantly, and even the nearby Ma Hongyi seemed unable to process the information. A sycophant turned cousin? A rival transformed into a little uncle? Hongyi, be quiet. Both Lin Li and Lu Qingyu admonished in unison. What you said is correct. Don't blurt out everything. Lin Li, if you don't go save your little uncle soon, he will be eliminated. Mao Shuang had appeared before the two, teasingly reminding them. Mao, just enjoy the spectacle without commenting. What do you mean by my little uncle? He deserves to be eliminated. Consider it a lesson well learned. Honestly, it's quite embarrassing for him. Lin Li, there is no time to waste. Now is the perfect moment to strike. Jiang Yulong had been observing the battlefield closely. At that moment, Lu Qingyu's team had suffered significant casualties, while the Ice Crystal Beast appeared somewhat fatigued. with a continuous series of powerful attacks. How much stamina could it possibly have left? All right, let us make our move and take down that beast, Lin Li decided, setting aside the matter of his little uncle for later. At present, the crystalline beast's extraordinary crystallization is of utmost importance. 15 extraordinary individuals mobilized collectively, with Lin Li and Zhang Yulong leading the charge, executing their spatial leap abilities, space annihilation, dark cutting, ice eruption, green entanglement. A barrage of powerful skills bombarded the crystalline beast, inflicting severe damage on its already weary form, sending it toppling to the ground and sliding several dozen meters away. Lin Li, do you have any sense of shame? We were the ones who discovered it first. Wu Xiao, that foolish simpleton, complained vociferously. Without hesitation, Lin Li delivered a swift kick. Damn it, are you really calling for your cousin? Wu Xiao was momentarily stunned by the kick, his previous words lost in confusion. I'll deal with you later. This kick, however, uplifted Lin Li's spirits, as the dark shockwave struck the crystalline beast's body, akin to pushing an ice ball, quite entertaining indeed. Lin Li, the beast's weakness lies in its neck. Zhang Yulong, perceiving the advantageous situation, hastily offered his counsel. The neck? Lin Li leaped onto the crystalline beast's back. It was indeed quite substantial, and standing on its belly felt delightfully soft, reminiscent of a trampoline. Looking towards its neck, he noticed, as anticipated, that there was no ice covering it, only dark, wrinkled skin, typically unseen, likely only visible when it was turned sideways. Thus, the moment was ripe for action. Dark cutting. Lin Li unleashed a blade of darkness aimed directly at the creature's neck. The onlookers beamed with joy, anticipating that the beast's head would soon be severed. Alas, in the realm of protagonists, unforeseen events are the norm. With Lin Li present, how could things proceed smoothly? Realizing imminent death, the crystalline beast no longer concealed its power. Its mid-level second tier might surge dramatically, a potent wave of frigid strength enveloping the area, effectively freezing the dark cutting in place. This was a sight Lin Li had never encountered before. An attack of darkness could indeed be frozen, even if this crystalline beast was of mid-level 4th tier strength. It was still formidable. Mid-level 4th tier? Everyone, take cover. Chapter 49. Sacrificing one to save thousands. The biting cold wind pierced the skin, and a tidal wave of force hurled everyone present into the air, Lin Li most severely. He found himself soaring upwards. Reminiscent of those lyrics, I want to fly to the sky, shoulder to shoulder with the sun. Bang. Oh dear. Unfortunately, he lacked sufficient altitude and soon plummeted onto the icy surface. Zhang Yulong, did you not say this beast was mid-level 2nd tier? Lin Li seethed with frustration, realizing they had rashly engaged without a clear understanding of their opponent's strength. Was this not tantamount to delivering oneself as a sacrifice? Well, it's been 3 months. How was I to know it had risen 2 levels? What nonsense. 3 months? Were you assessing it based on its strength from 3 months ago? Lin Li swore he had never felt such an urge to strike someone as he did today. He wished to beat Zhang Yulong senseless. Just moments ago, he regarded him as clever. How could he devolve into a fool in such a brief span? Brotherly, be careful. The cries of the chubby boy echoed from afar, prompting Lin Li to swiftly roll forward. With a thunderous crash, the massive foot of the ice crystal beast struck the ice surface, creating a deep pit. Why are you relentlessly pursuing me? Lin Li sprang to his feet, executing a nimble maneuver, as the dark blade sliced through the air and landed atop the beast's head. A sharp clang resonated, yet the creature remained unharmed. With an 8-level disparity, what talent could possibly bridge such a gap? Stop dawdling. Open fire. Lin Li barked at the stunned onlookers, realizing they were merely spectators. What are you waiting for? We'll be overwhelmed if we don't act. Spatial severance. Zhang Yulong was the first to strike, causing ripples in the space surrounding the beast's head, followed by a terrifying force of annihilation. The effect was palpable. The ice crystal beast howled in agony. Though the damage was minimal, only a single horn was severed from its form. Roaring with fury, the colossal creature redirected its attention to Zhang Yulong, its foot slamming down with such force that cracks began to spiderweb across the ice surface. The sound of shattering ice echoed relentlessly as over a meter-high icicles manifested in every direction. Subsequently, the beast let out a thunderous roar, and snowflakes began to swirl from the sky, growing larger and larger until they could no longer be considered mere flakes, but rather snowballs. Though not densely packed, they still stung painfully upon impact, each one encasing a chilling core, far from the soft, playful variety. As the crowd dodged and unleashed their skills in a barrage of attacks, beads of sweat formed on Lin Li's brow. Run. He was confident in his own escape. But the question remained, what about the chubby boy and this group of inept teammates? Besides, having come this far, it felt unsatisfactory to leave this beast unvanquished. Is there not a single fire element user among you? I am. A tall, slender youth raised his hand, surrounded by a flicker of flames insufficient to withstand a gentle breeze. Damn it, a mere third-level beginner. What can this possibly achieve? Lin Li sighed. Well, it's better than nothing. Follow me. The young man nodded and hurried over to Lin Li. Lin Li's plan was to utilize the fire abilities to breach the ice crystal beast's defenses. As these two elements were inherently antagonistic, promising some effectiveness. Ultimately, they would coordinate to target the creature's weaknesses. Surely, that would suffice. Lin, my name is Zhang Quan. I'm 19 years old, S-level fire user. He introduced himself eagerly. Now come on. Focus your attack on the beast's neck. Understood. Crimson Lotus Flame. Uh-huh. That name sounds quite formidable. In an effort to assist Zhang Quan, Lin Li temporarily obscured the ice crystal beast's vision. Yet, the anticipated follow-through never materialized. How disheartening. The so-called Crimson Lotus Flame was smaller than the flame used for cooking. It struck the beast's neck, offering minimal impact. Not entirely ineffective, but barely so. Lin, how did it go? Zhang Quan asked, his face brimming with excitement as he looked at Lin Li. The small, formidable cow hurriedly sought relief, and with a thunderous boom, the ice crystal beast regained its vision, its four massive hooves beginning to stir. Despite its considerable bulk, its speed was surprisingly swift, sweeping across the battlefield with fervor. Zhao Feixiang, Yao Tong, and Si Fengyu, among others, found themselves beset by misfortune, with half of the challengers succumbing to peril. Lin Li, I have one final move. Now it is your turn to reveal your hidden prowess. If we cannot vanquish the ice crystal beast, we must retreat. Very well. You go first. No, you. Surely. As the proposer, you should initiate. All right, I shall commence. The spatial storm. Jiang Yulong poured forth his strength, confining the ice crystal beast's movements. Subsequently, the space began to shatter and collapse, releasing torrents of dark azure chaos from the ruptured voids. This power was peculiar, neither elemental nor material, but rather of a primordial nature, effortlessly penetrating the icy layers enveloping the beast. With a roar of pain, the creature writhed, yet remained ensnared within this spatial prison. Lin Li, applauding enthusiastically, turned to witness Jiang Yulong's pallid visage, resembling that of a specter, and felt a deep admiration for the young man. Well done, sacrificing yourself to save countless others. Lin Li, make your move. I can scarcely hold on. The voice was faint, barely a whisper, as if calling out, yet merely gasping. All right, I will deliver the final blow. Dark water. Lin Li too committed fully, channeling all his extraordinary abilities into the ground beneath the ice crystal beast's feet. The inspiration for this tactic was evident, and it was undeniably potent. As the creature endured the onslaught of the chaotic space, it began to sink gradually. The dark water incessantly corroded its feet, legs, and torso until ultimately, the ice crystal beast was entirely engulfed by darkness. Jiang Yulong finally released his energy, collapsing to the ground. After a few moments of stunned silence, he realized something was amiss. Lin Li, where's the beast crystal? You promised 40%. Lin Li, equally exhausted and sprawled on the ground, scratched his head, at a loss for words. I have no solution. The ice crystal beast has been reduced to nothingness. Thus the beast crystal has also. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Li, I will not let this go. Chapter 50. I am but a trifle. We must reason this out. You insisted I showcase my skills, yet you did not specify the outcome. Jiang Yulong, exasperated, fell silent, ultimately turning his face to the azure sky, contemplating his missteps. Among the original 15 members of the team, only 7 remained. Aside from Lin Li and the rotund fellow, 5 others were left. However, this mattered little to Lin Li. Their collaboration had reached its conclusion. Each would return to their respective homes. After a brief recovery, Lin Li and the rotund fellow escorted Lu Qingyu away from the icy lake. As for Wu Xiu and Si Fengyu, they had long since been eliminated. Merely one ice crystal beast had accounted for the downfall of over 20 individuals. This trial was indeed formidable. After parting ways, Lin Li's team embarked on another journey. The maple leaf forest harbored few beasts, and the falling cloud peak was exceedingly mysterious, posing potential dangers. Thus, the trio set their course towards the rocky terrain. Brotherly, does this mean we have wasted most of our day? Who says we have wasted it? Eliminating over 20 competitors is no trivial matter. Lu Qingyu rolled her eyes. While the logic was sound, the time wasted was considerable. And who claims we left empty-handed? Lin Li smiled enigmatically, raising his palm as dark energy began to gather. As the energy thickened, a small vortex materialized before them. At its center floated a blue crystal. Lu Qingyu could scarcely believe her eyes. Her emotions a blend of joy and anxiety as she asked, "Is that the crystallized essence of the ice crystal beast?" Indeed. Lin Li waved his hand, dispersing the energy as the blue crystal drifted into his grasp. Brotherly, then why did you? Honesty, my friend, is essential. Since we can maximize our benefits, why share with others? Do you think Jiang Yulong and the others harbor noble intentions? The one who holds the crystal dictates the points. If they were to seize it from us, our chances of acquiring points would be uncertain. Should I commend your cleverness or chastise your cunning? Hee. That depends on your mood. A day later, the trio successfully reached the rocky terrain. Here, the beasts were indeed more abundant than in the maple leaf forest, with encounters occurring nearly every half hour. With Lu Qingyu's addition, the team's strength surged. Wherever they passed, not a trace of crystal remained. Among the 3,000 trial participants, the average strength hovered around the initial stages of levels 3 and 4, particularly among the last 50 classes, who were considerably weaker. Any encounter with Lin Li's team meant the crystals they held were destined to be lost. However, Lin Li remained steadfast in his principles of love and justice, unwilling to eliminate anyone, for they were still anticipating secondary gains. It is often said that when one is busy, time flies swiftly. Indeed, this proved true. In the blink of an eye, they reached the final day of the trial, the 7th day. They had encountered over 180 beasts, and their points totaled an impressive 1,006 to 7. This did not even account for the mid-tier beast crystal, which was worth over 1,000 points. Distribution could be determined later based on circumstances. On the final day, Lin Li knew he must exert himself further. He aimed to seize every opportunity, ensuring their ranking remained firmly in first place. The legendary elemental artifacts had yet to be within his grasp. He was determined to acquire at least one. Lin Li, it seems there are others engaged in battle ahead. I sense it too. Hong Yi, stay here for a moment. I'll go secure some crystals. The chubby boy nodded excitedly. Lin Li and Lu Qingyu lowered their heads, bending slightly as they approached the unfolding scene. Their movements and expressions could easily evade even the most astute observer. The rocky terrain, as its name suggests, was replete with stones, providing excellent concealment for their forms. As long as their presence was well hidden, no one could detect them. As the two individuals drew closer, the sounds of battle became increasingly discernible. Beside a massive boulder, they peeked out, assuming the role of onlookers. The combatants were familiar faces. One group belonged to Jiang Yulong while the other was led by Qian Zimo, currently ranked second in their first-year class. In terms of numbers, Qian Zimo held the advantage with 9 members, while Jiang Yulong was reduced to 5. However, in terms of strength, Jiang Yulong still held the upper hand. Qian Zimo possessed SS-level fire abilities. Yet both he and Jiang Yulong were at the initial 9th level of power. Nevertheless, equal rank does not equate to equal strength. For days prior, they had witnessed Jiang Yulong's extraordinary spatial abilities, capable of injuring even mid-level beasts. Had he not restrained the ice crystal beast's movements, Lin Li would not have been able to easily devour the formidable creature. Even now, Lin Li lacked complete assurance in overcoming the opponent. The battle was fierce, with a myriad of elemental powers clashing. Both sides had already incurred losses. It was evident that Jiang Yulong wished to conclude the confrontation swiftly. He unleashed formidable techniques such as spatial cutting, spatial annihilation, and spatial transition with relentless precision. Aware of his disadvantage, Qian Zimo focused on evasion, striving to wear down Jiang Yulong. Following Zhang's aggressive tactics, it was likely that Qian would be exhausted within 10 minutes, collapsing under the strain. Regardless of the outcome, with Lin Li lurking in the shadows, neither side would escape unscathed. Hey, my friend, which side do you think has a greater chance of winning? One observer inquired. Well, I believe Jiang Yulong has the upper hand, came the reply, but, why does this feel peculiar? Lin Li and Lu Qingyu simultaneously reacted, abruptly turning to see a disheveled boy with an unruly hairstyle and casual attire grinning behind them. Such a skilled individual, capable of approaching me without a sound. May I inquire your name, fellow student? Hee, you flatter me, Lin. I am Bu Yi, a student from class 100 of the first year. Class 100 of the first year? Lin Li and Lu Qingyu exchanged incredulous glances, finding it utterly astonishing. That class was considered virtually insignificant in the context of Xingyu, predominantly comprising A-level and even B-level elemental practitioners. The boy before them, both in appearance and potential, seemed far from ordinary. It was unclear whether his aura was concealed or if he simply lacked any discernible rank. Hello, Bui. Are you here too? No, Lin, you misunderstand. I am merely a powerless nobody, devoid of any crystals, and certainly not here to seize any. I merely came over to join in the spectacle. Upon seeing Bu Yi's earnest demeanor, which did not seem deceitful, Lin Li nodded in tentative agreement. As long as he posed no threat, all was well. Come, let me make some space for you. Let us enjoy the show together. Hee, thank you. Thus, their gathering of spectators grew. The battle between Qian Zimo and Jiang Yulong is drawing to a close, with the former on the brink of collapse. The spatial rift grazes past, leaving his battle attire in tatters. Qian Zimo's expression is grave, a few strands of white hair fluttering on his forehead, reminiscent of a handsome figure from ancient times. Evoking admiration. Qian Zimo, I shall offer you one last opportunity to join my ranks. This way, you may still have a chance to preserve your standing. Jiang Yulong, you surely know what kind of person I am, do you not? Moreover, this battle is far from over. The outcome remains uncertain. Stubborn. Jiang Yulong unleashes another spatial cut that slices through the air. Qian Zimo narrowly evades it with a swift movement, but as he steadies himself, another assault follows closely. Flame Carnival. He leaps, suspended in midair, engulfed in fierce flames that swirl around him, intensifying his power. The flames dance like serpents, twisting and coiling. Unsurprisingly, Jiang Yulong's attack is thwarted. In the distance, three onlookers are enthralled, witnessing a clash akin to a confrontation between bandits and rogues. These two possess truly dazzling skills. Lin Li muses, pondering when he might acquire such extraordinary abilities. Bang! Well struck. Applause. In that moment, Lin Li truly comprehends the profound silence that envelopes the air. He also grasps an undeniable truth. One should refrain from associating with unsavory characters. What the devil? Has this fool lost his mind? Just enjoy the spectacle. The attention of Jiang Yulong and Qian Zimo shifts toward him. The fool sheepishly scratches his head and says, "Ah, my apologies. I've been discovered." Taking a deep breath, Lin Li thinks to himself that this fellow must be acting intentionally. Where did he go? Lin Li turns to deliver a punch to the scruffy youth, only to find that the latter has vanished. So swift? A true master? Lin Li, is there time to watch the show, but not to intervene? Jiang Yulong's voice rings out from the battlefield, leaving Lin Li in a state of exasperation. Reluctantly, he decides to reveal himself. Jiang, I am merely an onlooker. You two are engaged in a vigorous battle. What need is there for me to intervene? Stop feigning ignorance. Once this is over, we shall split the spoils 50-50. This fellow has amassed quite a collection. Upon hearing the prospect of a business opportunity, Lin Li's interest is piqued. 60-40. I take 60, you take 40. Greetings. 60-40 it is. Ah, it seems the price has been lowered. Confounded. I previously mentioned 70-30. Lin, as long as you ally with me, you shall receive 70%. While I take 30, Jiang Yulong's amassed treasures far exceed mine. Lin Li's eyes glimmer with excitement. This deal appears promising. Lin Li, we have collaborated before, remember? Oh, what collaboration? I, Lin Li, am merely a businessman. I will assist whoever offers the highest reward. Money knows no loyalty. Jiang Yulong grits his teeth in frustration, recalling the pain of that mid-tier beast crystal. Fine, an 80-20 split. Lin Li, I propose a 90-10 split. Lin Li, I no longer desire the crystals. They are all yours. Let us join forces to eliminate Qian Zimo. Classmate Lin, I am willing to offer 10 initial stage beast crystals. These two individuals have truly cast aside all reservations. What do crystals matter, as long as we can vanquish our opponent? That constitutes victory. In that case, you all continue to fight while I ponder my strategy. Lin Li has changed his mind. These two are wealthier than one another. It would be better to capture them all at once. Yulong, help. The desperate cry of Mao Shuang echoed from afar, but alas, it was too late. He was besieged by three formidable ability users, engulfed in a green radiance, and met a tragic elimination. Qian Zimo, I shall not rest until I have my revenge. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Yulong had no time to attend to Lin Li. He unleashed his full power and charged directly at Qian Zimo. The two, already weary, clashed once more. Flames erupted, and space itself fractured. Lin Li quietly retreated. This was not the opportune moment. He would wait a little longer. 5 minutes later, Qian Zimo finally reached his limit, succumbing first to the onslaught, gravely injured by the chaotic spatial currents. He was on the brink of triggering his life bracelet. Jiang Yulong was in no better condition. He endured a direct hit from Qian Zimo's fire dragon, suffering multiple burns across his body, with his stamina nearly depleted. Yet he pressed on, determined to strike a lethal blow against Qian Zimo. In the end, it is I who emerges victorious. Haha, it should ultimately be my triumph. Jiang Yulong suddenly turned around, and the dark slicing energy had already approached, enveloped in green light. He did not even have time to utter a curse before vanishing from sight. Qian Zimo, witnessing Lin Li's intervention, felt no exhilaration, only self-mockery. He was not foolish. He had heard of Lin Li's methodical approach. Classmate Lin, you have indeed judged this sparrow well. You flatter me. Qian, the trial resembles a battlefield, and human nature is ever unpredictable. Qian Zimo sighed, and without needing Lin Li's assistance, he directly struck his own chest with a punch. Such audacious maneuvers. Yet it mattered little now. After the two were eliminated, over 200 crystals lay scattered on the ground. Lin Li extended his hand, drawing all the crystals into a dark vortex, continuing his sweeping mission with joy. The remaining foes were mere trifles, easily dispatched within moments. In total, this expedition yielded 301 beast crystals. The precise points were of little concern. It was already sufficient for Lin Li, Lu Qingyu, and the chubby fellow to secure the top 3 positions. Brotherly, with nearly 500 beast crystals, we are in for a fortune. Behind a massive boulder, the chubby fellow sat on the ground, overjoyed. Even Lu Qingyu couldn't help but click her tongue in astonishment. Calculating thus, their average points soared to over 2,400, surpassing previous records. Haha, I can hardly wait to encounter my elemental artifact. You might want to temper your expectations. Lu Qingyu interjected, dousing Lin Li's enthusiasm with cold water. The rewards for elemental artifacts are random. Not every trial guarantees them. Otherwise, Jiang Yulong and Qian Zimo would each possess one by now. Ah, you do not comprehend. My fortune is unparalleled by ordinary standards. Old Sun will undoubtedly be prepared with the necessary artifacts to greet us. Chapter 52. Refused to cleanse itself. 8 hours later, the trial concluded punctually. Everyone was transported back to Xingyu. At the Noda teleportation square, chaos ensued, infused with the acrid scent of gunpowder. Such a situation arises every 3 months. After all, how could one remain composed upon encountering their opponents or those who had eliminated them, or the marauding trial participants? If one were to cite a quintessential example, it would undoubtedly be Lin Li. As vision gradually returned, Lin Li found himself encircled by dozens of individuals, creating an impenetrable barrier. Yet he remained unfazed, casually shaking a crystal in his hand, proclaiming, "What? Are you dissatisfied? It is already a gracious act on my part not to have eliminated you. Had it been someone else, would you even have a chance to earn points?" The crowd exchanged glances, recognizing the truth in his words, yet their frustration remained unabated. What do you intend to do? Do you desire to lose not only the trial, but also your dignity? Lu Qingyu, unyielding, approached Lin Li, her voice booming with authority. What are you doing surrounding my brother Lin? If you do not disperse immediately, I shall call upon Old Sun. The stout lad was even more audacious. Pointing accusatorily at those in the front row, the crowd seethed with indignation, yet the Titan Guild loomed large, far beyond their capacity to confront. Ultimately, they could only depart with resentful glances. Ding dong. All trial participants, please place the beast crystals obtained during this trial onto the assessment platform, where the system will determine the points earned. Upon hearing the announcement, the 3,000 students made their way toward the opposite end of the square. Brother Lin, what are you gazing at? What are you looking at? Are we not heading to the assessment platform? The stout lad, observing Lin Li's distracted demeanor, was filled with curiosity. I'm searching for a scoundrel, one who has wronged me. Lin Li referred to Bu Yi, a rather elusive character, who had slipped away without so much as a word after his transgression. Who is Lin Li? The Prince of Grudges. I can choose to disregard you, but you cannot disregard me. You may strike me, but should you wrong me, I shall retaliate. However, the throng of 3,000 students was overwhelming, a dizzying sight. After a considerable time, he found no trace of his quarry. Enough, Lin Li, cease your search. The trial is over, and it was not done with malice. Hurry along to the assessment platform. That scoundrel, I must never encounter him again. Oh, come now. He is merely a weak first-year student from class 100. Do not hold such a grudge. A weak student? Lin Li did not share this sentiment. He felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity regarding Bu Yi, as though he had seen him somewhere before, yet the memory eluded him. Forget it, no need to dwell on it. Every encounter is a form of destiny. I shall eventually collect the debt owed to Buddha on your behalf. Class 1, Grade 1, Yuan Gui Yuan, 211 points. Class 4, Grade 1, Cheng Cheng, 516 points. Class 77, Grade 1, Luo Fengji, 29 points. 3,000 individuals stood in formation across 16 lines, corresponding to the 16 testing stations. The arrangement was meticulously organized, with students from the classes nearer the front accruing greater points. Such is the unwavering doctrine of the Academy, where the principle of the strong prevailing reigns supreme. Fairness is a mere illusion. Some are born to excel, endowed with exceptional talent and rapid advancement, while others, lacking such gifts, progress at a sluggish pace. This is simply the harsh reality, an unyielding truth belonging to the realm of the extraordinary. If your abilities are feeble, you may find yourself unable to seize the coveted crystals, or worse, having them snatched away, resulting in low scores. Consequently, your ranking will inevitably suffer. In truth, this is also a strategy employed by the Academy to motivate its students. You may possess lesser talents, but if you are lazy and lack ambition, failing to keep pace with your peers, you cannot blame anyone else. Class 1, Grade 1, Jiang Yulong 0 points. Class 1, Grade 1, Mao Shuang 0 points. Class 1, Grade 1, Qian Zimo 0 points. A series of 0-point alerts reverberated throughout the venue, leaving the audience in shock. These individuals were all among the elite talents within the Academy. Each possessed extraordinary gifts and prowess, consistently ranking among the top in previous years. What could have led to their collective failure this year? Class 2, Grade 1, Ma Hongyi, 2,544 points. The crowd erupted in fervor. 2,544 points. What does that signify? The highest scores in prior years barely reached 2,000. Ma Hongyi? Is he not the chubby fellow from the Titan Guild? Is this madness? To refer to him as chubby could provoke Ma Hongyi's wrath. How could a mere initial stage level 3 individual achieve over 2,000 points? How else could he have done it? His father is Ma Gang. What can't he accomplish? The students in the queue buzzed with chatter, incredulous and begrudgingly impressed. The chubby fellow's abilities were evident. Without a formidable backing, how could he possibly amass such high scores? Class 1, Grade 1, Lu Qingyu, 2,666 points. The familiar sensation of excitement surged once more. However, admiration for Lu Qingyu's strength and astounding talent silenced any thoughts of criticism. They dared not speak ill of her, for her support was far more formidable than that of Ma Hongyi. Class 1, Grade 1, Lin Li, 3,021 points. This time, the audience remained subdued. The outcome was both shocking and unsurprising. In just 7 days, how many opponents had Lin Li defeated? How many magical beasts had he slain? Most students were acutely aware of the answer. Yet, at that moment, they could not help but feel discontented, perhaps jealousy, resentment of the affluent, and a sense of injustice. Allowing a figure from the dark arts to claim first place tarnished the Academy's image. Nevertheless, Lin Li remained unfazed by the discontent of the crowd below. Let them think as they wish. After all, the points were earned through his own merit. What could this bunch of mediocrities do besides gossip? Being virtuous? Precisely because they are virtuous, they are inundated with mediocrity. They do not engage in self-cleansing. Rather, they cast blame upon those who are cleaner and more practical. Is this not the essence of human nature? As time calculates, merely 2.5 months remain. The challenges posed by Si Fengyu and others are trivial, devoid of suspense. The sole concern of Lin Li is Lu Qingyan. In the mid-tier level 3, they share the legendary position. It is imperative to convey to the world that the dark faction deserves the utmost respect. Corruption? Enchantment? Self-indulgence? Which faction can claim the absence of those who have succumbed to darkness? To put it plainly, it is merely because the dark faction lacks dominant discourse and is far too scarce. Otherwise, the current situation would reflect the disdain of the dark faction towards the existence of other factions. Chapter 53. framing and defamation. Have I committed murder? Lin Li, please come to the dean's office. Lin Li, please come to the dean's office. Lin Li, please come to the dean's office. The incessant audio prompts left Lin Li utterly perplexed. If one wishes to summon someone, why resort to a broken broadcast, repeatedly urging him? Has the dean passed away? Or have I committed murder? Why should the dean's demise concern me? Lin Li was baffled, and the students below him were even more bewildered. Why has the dean summoned Lin Li? Is it for good or ill? It seems likely to be the latter. Thus, a new wave of slander surged forth. Whispers of Lin Li having committed murder, Lin Li being less than human, Lin Li's undercover identity being exposed, and Lin Li having violated rules during the trial circulated. One must admire the mental acumen of these individuals. They would do well writing novels. Brotherly, why is old son in such a hurry to summon you? Indeed. Lin Li, perhaps I should accompany you. I have an unsettling feeling about this. Rest assured, what could possibly go amiss? Could old son truly apprehend me? I have committed no wrongdoing. But, all right, I shall return shortly. You all wait for me here. To be honest, Lin Li felt a touch of anxiety. An instinct whispered to him that the forthcoming events would be far from simple. 10 minutes later, Lin Li arrived at the dean's office. The door was ajar, and out of courtesy, he knocked. Knock, knock, knock. Dean's son, you summoned me? Facing the bookshelf and leaning against the desk, Sun Wulong spoke without revealing any emotion. Indeed. Come in. Lin Li furrowed his brow and stepped inside. Upon reaching the desk, he halted and cast a curious glance around. Unfortunately, he saw nothing. Old Sun was seemingly engaged in some obscure activity. Lin Li, your performance in this trial was commendable. Sun Wulong's praise lacked sincerity, devoid of any tone of admiration. Dean, if there is something you wish to convey, please speak plainly. I, Lin Li, do not seem to have committed any errors, do I? Errors? Perhaps for you. The concept of error does not even exist. What a convoluted statement. Lin Li listened in utter confusion. Why must this old coot beat around the bush instead of being direct? Sighing deeply, Sun Wulong slowly turned around. Now, Lin Li could clearly see the old man's troubled expression, his gaze imbued with complexity. Lin Li, do you recall the words you spoke on your first day of school? Of course, I remember. I shall not submit to power, nor to darkness. Yet you have submitted. What? Lin Li felt utterly bewildered. When did he ever submit? Submit to what? Dean's son, what do you mean by that? Just take a look for yourself. With that, Sun Wukong turned the computer screen towards him. Lin Li got a clear view just in time. 30 seconds later, Lin Li was stunned. He could hardly believe his eyes. Dean's son, this is impossible. I absolutely did not do this. During the trial, Hong Yi was by my side the entire time. He can vouch for me. The more Lin Li spoke, the more agitated he became. Yet the scene before him was enough to stir his emotions. The screen displayed the monitoring of Sunset Forest, specifically the Maple Leaf Grove. What was captured on the surveillance? It was Lin Li killing a fellow student. Moreover, it was a single lethal strike. So swift that even the power of the bracelet could not react in time. The student was impaled through the chest by Lin Li, collapsing into a pool of blood. But that was not all. Lin Li maliciously unleashed dark water, consuming the body entirely, leaving no trace behind. In that moment, even Lin Li began to question himself. Could it truly have been him? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Lin Li, even now, you refuse to acknowledge the truth? Our vice principal Zhang Yulu, the very creator of the life bracelet, has undeniably sensed your aura. When did you become corrupted? As the words fell, the air around Lin Li became eerily still. A dazzling light enveloped the entire office, an overwhelming holy light ability that forced Lin Li to retreat step by step. Dean's son, I, Lin Li, stand by my actions. I did not commit this act, and thus I shall not confess, for I have not been corrupted. Lin Li shouted defiantly against the immense pressure. However, Sun Wukong remained unyielding, his unleashed energy growing even more terrifying. Lin Li, I shall grant you one final opportunity. The matter of your corruption is not beyond remedy. If you repent in time, I may consider leniency. Nonsense. Lin Li's face flushed, his legs trembling under the weight. How dare you, old man, condemn me based on an unfounded image? Is this truly the manner in which a dean of the 6 great academies operates? With a swift motion, the holy light ability in the office vanished instantaneously. Lin Li collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Sun Wukong fixed a keen gaze upon Lin Li's eyes, the latter steadfastly meeting his stare. After 10 seconds, Sun Wukong began to waver. for he did not perceive lies or deceit in Lin Li's eyes, nor any signs of malevolence or corruption. This inevitably led him to doubt. Could it be that Lin Li was telling the truth? Yet, the surveillance footage could not be fabricated, and Zhang Yulu's sensitivity could not be mistaken. Dean, what are you still hesitating for? This brat killed Wang Qi. The darkness of his malevolence has already been revealed. A man, adorned with golden-rimmed spectacles and clad in a blue suit, possessing hawk-like eyes and a hooked nose, burst into the room. He pointed at Lin Li, exclaiming loudly, "Zheng Wen, calm yourself. This lad has not succumbed to corruption." To which Zheng Wen retorted, "And what of it? Even if he remains untainted, it does not erase the heinous act of murdering his classmates." "Foul fool, what nonsense are you spouting? Who in the world has killed a classmate? Did your father send you a dream?" Lin Li's temper flared, and at that moment, no one could pacify him. Damn it, to be branded a murderer without cause. Surely someone is conspiring against me. This wretched place is utterly unbearable. Lin Li, you dare. Zheng Wen trembled with rage, conjuring a golden energy sword in his hand, directing it at Lin Li as he continued, "Do you still dare to argue? Having slain Wang Qi, you are unworthy to inhabit this world." With that, he swung the sword down. Lin Li's gaze turned increasingly frigid, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent enveloping him. The ancient black ring on his ring finger began to revolve rapidly. Before the golden sword could descend, a torrent of dark energy surged forth from an unknown source, instantly consuming the golden sword in Zheng Wen's grasp and gradually spreading over him. "Yi Cheng, you possess a formidable audacity." Zheng Wen's arm was swiftly engulfed by the dark force, the excruciating pain eliciting unrestrained screams. Sun Wukong, witnessing this familiar dark energy, was infuriated. However, the immediate priority was to halt the spread of darkness engulfing Zheng Wen. Otherwise, this bespectacled fool would not survive for long. "Lin Li, how do you feel?" Yi Cheng's voice echoed in Lin Li's ears, soon accompanied by his ghostly figure becoming increasingly vivid. Lin Li remained silent, coldly observing the duo desperately attempting to thwart the encroaching darkness. He realized he had been gravely mistaken. Initially, Lin Li had harbored a glimmer of hope for Shang Yu, a sliver of luck, believing that someone capable of discerning reason, akin to Luo Hongtian, would emerge. Yet the reality was stark. Aside from the chubby lad and Lu Qingyu, no one else had appeared. His affinity for dark energy had rendered him a pariah, universally reviled and shunned. "Leader Yi, have you participated in this matter?" Lin Li's inquiry was not made lightly. Yi Cheng had previously mentioned granting himself 3 months to comprehend certain truths and unavoidable realities. Thus, it was entirely plausible for him to intervene. "If I were to wait another 2 months, perhaps I would take part. But what you are currently experiencing lies beyond my foresight." Lin Li nodded in acknowledgement. "That was sufficient. Have you reached a decision?" Yi Cheng's voice remained calm, yet tinged with anticipation and delight. "I have. I, Lin Li, am born of darkness. I have tasted this hypocritical light once, and that is more than enough." "Lin Li, do not heed Yi Cheng's foolishness. The situation has not yet spiraled beyond redemption. I shall further investigate Wang Qi's affair." Sun Wukong, frantic, implored, yet his actions could not waver. The potency of Yi Cheng's dark corruption was formidable. Should Sun Wukong relent even momentarily, Zheng Wen would be doomed. "Director Sun, do you recall the words you spoke to me on the first day of school?" Lin Li slowly rose, his eyes devoid of warmth. "It matters not if you cannot remember. Allow me to refresh your memory. You declared that upon my joining the Sacred Imperial Academy, I would no longer face any hardship or be treated differently. You promised to suppress negative rumors on my behalf and guide me as best as you could. Should my character waver, you would correct and supervise me." "Huh." Lin Li let out a chilling laugh and continued. "So, your so-called supervision amounts to indiscriminately commanding others to take my life?" Sun Wukong's already wrinkled visage tightened further, momentarily rendering him speechless. Indeed, when Zheng Wen acted, he had no intention of intervening. "Enough. I shan't waste any more time here." Lin Li turned to Yi Cheng, who nodded slightly. Boom. Without hesitation, Yi Cheng unleashed his power, shattering a wall. Blinding sunlight enveloped everyone, yet Lin Li felt no warmth. When the heart grows cold, so too does the soul. A swirling mass of dark mist enveloped Lin Li and Yi Cheng. Before departing, Yi Cheng expressed his gratitude, saying, "Dean Sun, thank you for your generous gift. I hope you will cultivate more talents in the dark arts next time. I, Yi Cheng, will gladly accept them all." This statement infuriated Sun Wukong, his face turning a deep shade of anger, as the overwhelming energy stirred the entire office. Alas, it was all in vain. Yi Cheng flew Lin Li out of the office, and at the nearby teleportation square, 3,000 students and numerous teachers, along with upperclassmen, witnessed this scene. The dean's office had been destroyed, and Lin Li had been taken by Yi Cheng. The abruptness of this turn of events left many, especially Lu Qingyu and Ma Hongyi, bewildered. How could Lin Li follow the leader Yi? Listen up, you trash of the Sacred Imperial Academy. Lin Li's voice reverberated throughout the institution, his cold tone laced with murderous intent penetrating every ear. I, Lin Li, hereby formally sever ties with the Sacred Imperial Academy and join the Dark Kingdom. All your so-called sins, misfortunes, and disasters, I shall embrace. Our paths shall cross again on the battlefield. Everyone stood in stunned silence. Lin Li audaciously announced his departure from the Sacred Imperial Academy to join the Dark Kingdom, deriding all present as trash. Hundreds of figures surged into the air, attempting to intercept Yi Cheng and Lin Li. Truly, they were the embodiment of ignorance and overestimation of their capabilities. How could such rabble hope to impede even a fraction of Yi Cheng's progress? With a mere wave of his hand, dark energy radiated outward in a circular motion, sending all those who attempted to block their path, administrators and teachers alike, flying away. In an instant, the two vanished from sight. Qingyu, Hongyi, I apologize. Bang. Old son, you better come out. Did you drive brotherly away? The chubby boy's eyes burned with rage as he kicked open the office door. Finding Sun Wukong focused on repelling the encroaching dark forces, entirely unconcerned. Damn it. Did you provoke brotherly? The chubby boy rushed forward, delivering a decisive kick that toppled Zheng Wen. Sun Wukong stood in stunned silence. Just one final step, and Zheng Wen's dark corruption would have been entirely purged. The kick landed squarely in Zheng Wen's abdomen. Excellent. All that effort for naught. Ma Hongyi, what nonsense are you indulging in? Sun Wukong was genuinely agitated. Lin Li had been taken by Yi Cheng, boldly declaring allegiance to the Dark Kingdom. That was already more than he could bear. Now this little chubby boy was adding to his troubles? Enough of this foolishness. Who is causing chaos here? Clearly, it is you, old man, who failed to recognize the situation and drove away brotherly. I won't let this go. At that moment, Lu Qingyu burst into the principal's office, hastily stopping the rolling up sleeves of Ma Hongyi. Principal son, what on earth has prompted you to so ruthlessly force Lin Li away? Lu Qingyu maintained a degree of politeness. However, Lin Li's sudden departure was indeed a significant blow to him. Sun Wukong took a deep breath, suppressing his rage, and pointed at the computer screen. You two should take a look for yourselves at what Lin Li has done. With that, he disregarded the two of them. Zheng Wen was still wailing, the extent of his dark corruption increasing further. Half a minute later, how is this possible? For 7 days, I have never been apart from brotherly. I remember every battle he fought, and we have never encountered this person. Moreover, this place. The chubby boy grew increasingly uneasy, as if recalling something. Isn't this the very forest where Brother Li and I encountered that ghost? Encounter a ghost? Everyone present was left utterly bewildered. Hongyi, quickly explain what you and Lin Li encountered. Lu Qingyu realized this might indeed be a breakthrough. She knew Lin Li well. He could never be involved in murder. The chubby boy pondered for a moment, then recounted the incident of following the white-haired monkey through the depths of the forest and meeting the ugly old man. What? Are you serious? Chapter 55. Master of Wood, Wang Bo Ding Dong. Ding Dong. Who is it? Aunt, it's me, Shaoli. Wang Lanying, hearing that familiar voice, hurriedly opened the door. To her delight, it was indeed Lin Li. Shaoli, why are you back? Is this a surprise for your aunt? Wang Lanying approached and embraced Lin Li warmly. Although only a month had passed, Lin Li had been raised by Wang Lanying, who was like a mother to him. What mother in the world does not long for her son, aside from a few selfish individuals who abandon their offspring? Shaoli, who is this? Wang Lanying then noticed there was someone standing behind Lin Li. He appeared to be considerably older, with a friendly demeanor. Hello, Aunt, I am Feng Cheng, Lin Li's mentor and a very good friend of his. At that moment, Yi Cheng had completely shed his previous air of superiority and arrogance. He resembled an older brother or a young teacher, dressed in casual black attire, carrying 2 boxes of Wangzai milk. Polite and civil, indeed. Lin Li felt a sense of discomfort. Oh, it turns out to be Xiao Li's teacher. Quickly, please come in. Wang Lanying, known for her warmth and hospitality, was overjoyed to welcome Lin Li's educator into her home. To be honest, Lin Li initially had no intention of bringing Yicheng along. The reason was simple. Yicheng's identity was far too extraordinary, his power and status on the entire Shenzhou continent being scarcely comparable to anyone else. She feared he might look down upon the mundane lifestyle of ordinary people. However, it turned out that Lin Li was overly concerned. Yicheng was, in fact, quite the social butterfly. Upon entering, he swiftly changed his shoes and began exploring the house with the curiosity of a child, fiddling with furniture and appliances. "Xiaoya, your brother is back," Wang Laniying called out as she prepared the meal. The door to the innermost room swung open, and Xiaoya, unable to contain her excitement, rushed out. However, upon seeing Xiaoya's condition, Lin Li's heart sank. "Annie, didn't I send a lot of money? Why hasn't Xiaoya's condition improved?" Wang Laniying's actions visibly paused as she sighed. The doctors say that Xiaoya's illness has already surpassed the optimal treatment period. Despite the considerable expenses, we have yet to see any effect. Therefore, I have decided to cease treatment. I am content with our current way of life." Xiaoya wore a smile that was painfully endearing. "Hospitals? Annie, why not take Xiaoya to seek out a wood-type ability user?" "Brother, we have already tried, but—" At this point, Xiaoya hesitated, and Lin Li could roughly guess what had transpired. Kneeling before Xiaoya, he gently rubbed her cold hands and asked, "Is it possible that you encountered a fraud?" A hint of grievance flickered in Xiaoya's eyes as she nodded, tears welling up. Lin Li felt a mix of sorrow and anger, sorrow for Xiaoya's plight and rage directed at that despicable fraud. He could not quell his fury without confronting the perpetrator. Unbeknownst to them, Yicheng had approached the two, furrowing his brow as he thoughtfully regarded Xiaoya. It suddenly dawned on Lin Li that a wood-type adept could be sought for assistance. In the vast Dark Kingdom, how could there be no wood-type expert? "Chenggu, I know what you're about to say. I know several wood-type ability users, and treatment should not be difficult, but this girl's ability..." "Ability?" Lin Li's eyes widened in disbelief, his brows nearly shooting upward. He looked at Xiaoya and then back at Yicheng, astonished that he had sensed no ability within Xiaoya. "Well, I'm not entirely certain. We need to conduct some tests. However, let us prioritize treating her illness for now. We can address the ability matter later." Yicheng took out his phone and stepped aside to contact the Dark Kingdom. Left with only each other, Lin Li and Xiaoya exchanged bewildered glances. "Brother Lin Li, who is this big brother?" "Oh, he is my teacher and also a very good friend. His capabilities are immense. Xiaoya's condition is hardly a challenge for him." "Really?" Upon hearing that her condition could be treated, Xiaoya's face lit up with joy. The bright, pristine white teeth were playfully framed by soft pink lips tinged with a hint of gray, exuding an adorable charm. 3 minutes later, Yicheng hung up the phone and returned to the two, stating that a Tier 3 wood-type supernatural ability user would arrive in Tianwu City early tomorrow morning. The girl's condition was quite peculiar, and treatment might prove somewhat troublesome, perhaps even painful. "Just a little pain? That's no concern. Xiaoya isn't afraid of pain. Indeed, as long as it leads to healing, what do a few aches and hardships matter?" However, Lin Li, standing nearby, was deeply worried that Yicheng's notion of a little pain might not be as simple as it sounded. At precisely 7 o'clock, Wang Laniying prepared a feast. A grand table laden with dishes that Lin Li adored. Initially, she feared that Yicheng might not be accustomed to the food, but once it was served, Lin Li experienced firsthand what it meant to be swept away by a whirlwind. At that moment, he seriously questioned whether the Dark Kingdom was deprived of sustenance. Reflecting on their previous encounter in the Dark Forest, where this fellow had snatched a rabbit leg upon first meeting, Lin Li pondered whether he was a reincarnation of a starving ghost or had endured prolonged mistreatment. Yet, no one paid much mind. After all, food is merely for consumption. Around the dinner table, the four engaged in lively conversation, enjoying harmonious interactions. Wang Laniying even inquired about Lin Li's performance at the academy, asking Yicheng numerous questions. Although fabricated, the details were vivid and convincing, leaving Wang Laniying feeling immensely gratified. After dinner, Lin Li descended the stairs alone, as there was no need for Yicheng's assistance. Where was he headed? He raised his gaze to the night sky, recalling the saying, "On a dark and windy night." A time for mayhem. From the moment he severed ties with the Holy Court, Lin Li had vowed that henceforth, anyone who threatened him or his family would pay the most excruciating price. Forgiveness may be a divine act, but Lin Li's duty was to send them to meet the divine. 3 million blue coins were trivial for Lin Li at this point. However, for Wang Lining and Xiaoya, it represented a profound emotional trauma. They felt a deep sense of guilt for squandering the medical expenses Lin Li had painstakingly saved. Consequently, Xiaoya even contemplated abandoning her treatment. For this reason alone, Lin Li felt compelled to ensure that the fraudster faced a dire fate, as anything less would betray the essence of darkness. Taking out his phone, Lin Li entered a series of numbers and pressed the call button. Today was a fortuitous day. Surely, everything would go as planned. Hello? I am Wang Boqi, the master of wood-type healing. How much can you offer? Chapter 56, Supernatural Abilities Bought with Money? Lin Li was taken aback by this single statement, feeling astonished twice over. The name Wang Boqi bore significant meaning, as if it hinted at something deeper. Then, he proceeded to inquire how much Lin Li could offer. What the hell? Have I mentioned anything about money? 30 million. Lin Li exclaimed, incredulous. Was he boasting? After all, one could fabricate stories without drafting a script. 30 million? What ailment do you suffer from? An excited voice responded from the other end, the tone almost revealing the word fraud written across their face. Alas, in the advanced stages of brain cancer, my physician informed me that today marks my final day. Should I remain untreatable? My fate would mirror that of Lin Li's poignant portrayal, which nearly brought me to tears in its sincerity. Oh, so this is how it is. Brain cancer in its late stages is indeed a formidable adversary, with costs soaring to 30 million. It appears I have encountered a master of deceit, one who knows precisely when to inflate prices and when to extort. Master Wang, money is of no concern. If you can cure me tonight, I shall offer you 100 million. 100 million? Cough, cough, 100 million. Very well. Saving a life is worth more than constructing a 7-tiered pagoda. I shall labor a bit harder and work overtime. I shall await you at Wang's medical clinic on Shadiao Road. Please come swiftly. Understood. I shall arrive shortly. Upon hanging up, Lin Li concealed his smile. This Wang Boqi truly is a remarkable individual. It was my first encounter with a registered trademark swindler. Who knows how many gravely ill patients he has exploited? Yet he continues his brazen deceit, evidently backed by formidable connections. Unfortunately for him, he has crossed paths with Lin Li today. 20 minutes later, Lin Li arrived at Wang's medical clinic on Shadiao Road. Establishments like this, presided over by wood element practitioners, are not uncommon. As long as one's abilities reach the initial 6th tier or above, one can master healing techniques. Thus, many wood element practitioners opt to establish clinics or join guilds, forming medical teams that yield considerable income. Of course, this does not imply that wood element practitioners are incapable of combat. Take Wu Xiao, for example. Despite his seemingly foolish demeanor, he possesses commendable mastery of wood element combat skills. During our last joint effort against the Ice Crystal Beast, he contributed significantly. It is indeed true that there are no worthless elemental attributes, only inept wielders of those elements. Knock, knock, knock. Is Dr. Wang in? I am here, come in. Lin Li pushed the door open and entered the clinic, ensuring it was firmly closed behind him. The clinic itself was rather modest, merely encompassing around 40 to 50 square meters. Inside were a few beds, a desk, a computer, and little else. No shelves of medicine or medical instruments. How utterly negligent. Are you the gentleman who called earlier, diagnosed with brain cancer? Wang Boqi emerged from behind the desk, and upon seeing Lin Li's demeanor, it was difficult to believe he was a patient on the brink of death. Indeed, that is I. Wang Boqi, true to his name, was rather short, standing just over 1.60 meters. He was a full 20 centimeters shorter than Lin Li, forcing him to look up at Lin Li while speaking. Hence, the name suited him well. How peculiar. Could it be a miraculous recovery? Wang Boqi circled around Lin Li, failing to detect any abnormalities. Ultimately, he dismissed such thoughts. If the man claimed to be ill, then he must indeed be so. 100 million blue coins. What a foolish endeavor it would be to pass that up. Please lie down. I shall conduct an examination, and then we can proceed directly to payment for treatment. Payment for treatment? Shouldn't it be treatment first and payment afterward? Lin Li inquired with a cold expression. This is but a small business of mine. What if, hypothetically of course, I were to cure you, and you refuse to pay? Would I resort to giving you a brain tumor? A chilling laugh escaped Lin Li's lips, as a palpable aura of menace began to emanate from him. Wang Boqi, someone of your ilk, a scoundrel, dares to call himself a healer? Tonight, someone will indeed perish. However, it shall not be I, but rather you. Lin Li's smile grew increasingly sinister, his unsettling tone and gaze sending a shiver down Wang Boqi's spine. Regaining his composure, Wang Boqi stammered, "What do you intend to do? I am an ability user. With your mere presence, you cannot intimidate me." As he spoke, a faint green light enveloped his head. Indeed, he possessed wood-type abilities. Yet, Lin Li sensed an anomaly. This was not merely about the green glow above Wang Boqi's head, but rather his current level of cultivation, initial stage 2. Such a notion was utterly absurd. Wang Boqi appeared to be at least 40 years of age, perhaps even older, suggesting he had awakened his powers over 2 decades ago. How could one possess such meager strength after such a lengthy period? Even without deliberate training, a person could naturally reach initial stages 5 or 6 through mere self-absorption over 20 years. Furthermore, how could an ability user, capable of controlling elements, not engage in cultivation? Who would not wish to grow stronger? Who would not crave respect? Another perplexing aspect was that Wang Boqi failed to perceive Lin Li's level of power. At this moment, Lin Li had already unleashed his dark energy. Any competent ability user should have sensed it. Yet, Wang Boqi remained oblivious, flailing about as if he were not an ability user at all. Something was decidedly amiss. After pondering for a while, Lin Li realized that to uncover the truth, he must take decisive action. Thus, he casually tossed a dark energy orb. Wang Boqi stood frozen, likely paralyzed by the fear instilled by Lin Li's dark abilities, and was subsequently struck with absolute precision. A blood-curdling scream echoed as Wang Boqi spat forth a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground. Clutching his chest in a near-death state, Lin Li was momentarily taken aback. This physique seemed odd. That last strike, even if he could not withstand it, should not have led to such bloodshed. It was as if he possessed the constitution of an ordinary person, even slightly frail. Wang Boqi, I offer you a chance at life. Tell me, how did you acquire your wood-type abilities? Upon hearing he might be spared, Wang Boqi struggled to kneel before Lin Li, pleading, "Sir, no, esteemed one. I implore you, spare me. Enough with the pleasantries. Speak quickly." "Well, my abilities were purchased for 60 million. Initial stage 2 abilities." "What? Abilities can be bought with money?" "Indeed, as long as the sum is substantial enough, one can acquire formidable abilities, even if they are merely an ordinary person." Chapter 57. Your Majesty, spare my life. The situation described by Wang Boqi indeed touches upon Lin Li's knowledge gap. The notion that one could possess formidable elemental powers merely by expending sufficient wealth seems utterly implausible. Since the arrival of elements on Blue Star, there has never been a case of late awakening abilities. Lin Li was acutely aware that this matter was far from simple. If Wang Boqi was not lying, then a profound transformation would transpire across the entire Shinzhou continent, indeed throughout Blue Star. The minuscule probability of 5,000ths would be irrevocably shattered. Wealth would equate to unbridled power. So, from whom did you acquire your abilities? Having grasped this, it was imperative to delve deeper. Wang Boqi hesitated, his eyes darting about like a thief. One does not shed tears until they see the coffin. Lin Li unleashed another dark energy sphere, this time carefully controlling the force to strike directly at the opponent's thigh. A crack echoed as Lin Li inflicted further pain. "If you continue to waste my time, I shall obliterate your head." At this, Wang Boqi cowered, his complexion paling, beads of cold sweat streaming down his brow. Trembling, he stammered, "It was purchased from the demonic legion, the 4th demon lord, Yi Tianhua." Yi Tianhua, the 4th demon lord of the demonic legion? A wealth of knowledge lay before Lin Li, yet still ungrasped. "So, there are many like you, catalysts for elemental abilities?" "Not many, truly. I was among the first batch of ordinary people to purchase, and each batch only offers 20 slots. Just yesterday marked Yi Tianhua's 6th sale of ability potions. Thus, it indeed did not seem excessive, merely 120 individuals. Yet how did the demonic legion concoct such potions to induce abilities? Good sir, I have divulged all I know, both what should and should not be spoken. I beseech you, spare me. I have elders above and children below. I toil for my family's sustenance." "Is that so? Are you certain you have revealed all?" Wang Boqi nodded fervently, his eyes betraying no deceit. Lin Li pondered for a moment before turning toward the door. Observing Lin Li's intent to depart, Wang Boqi exhaled deeply, clutching his injured thigh in agony. Just as he prepared to reach for his phone to summon help, Lin Li's voice, as chilling as a demon from the abyss, echoed throughout the medical clinic. "Next lifetime, heed your actions." With a crisp snap of his fingers, death loomed. A dark water sphere, approximately 1 meter in diameter, materialized beneath Wang Boqi. Defiance, rage, lament, and resentment, All were reduced to mere ash, devoured by the encroaching darkness. In the evening, Lin Li returned home. Xiaoyu was already resting, her frail body unable to withstand the strain of the night. Aunt Wang Lanying was seated on the sofa, engaged in conversation with Yi Cheng while watching television. A serene atmosphere enveloped the room, yet Lin Li sensed an unsettling peculiarity. After changing into slippers and settling onto the sofa, he glanced at the screen. Zhen Zhuchuan, Your Majesty, I beseech you, spare me. The child within Ka Fei's womb is not harmed by me. Humph. All evidence points to you alone. How can I trust you? Your Majesty, please spare Empress Xinzhu. She is innocent. Lin Li's mouth was slightly agape, his gaze fixed in astonishment. He could hardly fathom that Yi Cheng had a penchant for palace dramas. The analysis of the plot was so astute, as he and Wang Lanying were engrossed in a discussion about whether Xinzhu would meet her demise. This world was indeed absurd. Thus, Lin Li accompanied the two of them in watching 2 more episodes, which appeared surprisingly enjoyable. Wang Lanying, feeling a bit fatigued, left the task of entertaining their guest to Lin Li. The residence was a 3-bedroom apartment, with Wang Lanying and Xiaoyu sharing one room, while the remaining one was exclusively Lin Li's. Wang Lanying would clean daily, awaiting Lin Li's return so he could enjoy a restful sleep. Little did they know, those with extraordinary abilities did not require sleep. Once Wang Lanying returned to her room and secured the door, Yi Cheng spoke up. What is it like to take a life? Lin Li retrieved 2 cans of cola from the refrigerator, popping one open and eagerly taking a swig. It's immensely refreshing. How did you know I killed someone? Is this ring your means of surveillance? Yi Cheng scoffed, shaking his head slightly. Why would I monitor you? There is still a lingering aura of bloodlust about you, a strong scent of blood as well. Blood scent? Lin Li finally realized that after Wang Boqi had sprayed a considerable amount of blood on the ground, the odor must have clung to him. Did killing someone indeed mean becoming a devil? What constitutes a devil? What defines a Buddha? What is good? What is evil? What is righteous? What is wicked? It is merely a hypocritical judgment. Only strength can determine everything, whether you are right or wrong. The grandstanding Yi Cheng is imparting wisdom. What should one do if a child has committed murder? It is likely a lost cause. Just listen to the grandstanding Yi Cheng's lecture. By the way, I just discovered something significant. Oh, what significant matter? Do share. Lin Li recounted the entire story about Wang Boqi purchasing the extraordinary ability potion and the demonization legion selling such potions. Yi Cheng, however, seemed unfazed by the information. I had already taken note of this matter. The extraction technology of the demonization legion has become increasingly sophisticated, which is not necessarily a bad thing for the realm of extraordinary abilities, nor for the entire continent of Xinzhou. After contemplating for a moment, Lin Li realized the truth in this statement. Even if the extraordinary ability potions could incite chaos between the realms of extraordinary beings and ordinary citizens, it was ultimately a positive development for the greater good, for humanity as a whole. Once these potions were produced in large quantities, the strength of humankind would rise significantly, thereby enhancing their chances in the ongoing resistance against the beasts. And there is yet another matter. Speak. Yi Cheng was engrossed in the television, answering Lin Li's inquiries without hesitation. I was framed at Xingyu with fabricated surveillance footage. Upon hearing this, Yi Cheng's expression turned serious. That surveillance footage is not fake. Not fake. How could that be? Could it be that I truly killed a classmate? I am uncertain about that, but you certainly show no signs of being demonized. Hence, you are definitively not the one who committed the murder. The issue lies in identifying who the person in that footage truly is. Even I, Sun Wukong, cannot discern it. It is evident that this individual possesses remarkable strength. Yi Cheng pondered for a moment before continuing to inquire. Recall carefully. Did you encounter any peculiar individuals or strange occurrences during the trial? In response, Lin Li recounted 2 particular incidents involving an ugly old man and a commoner. Upon hearing this, Yi Cheng immediately perked up. Chapter 58. Thank you, brother. The ugly old man? The commoner? The ugly old man. The commoner? Yi Cheng rose and began to pace back and forth in the living room, repeatedly murmuring the names of the ugly old man and the commoner. 3 minutes passed. 10 minutes passed. 20 minutes passed. Yi Cheng's expression grew increasingly grim, as if he were recalling something but could not quite piece it together. Lin Li, already exhausted, found himself lulled by the incessant hypnosis of the Xinzhu transmission, and as Yi Cheng continued his musings, his vision began to blur. I remember. At some indeterminate moment, Yicheng suddenly lifted his head and whispered. Lin Li, half asleep, was startled awake, nearly losing his composure. Oh my! Chenggu, have you finally recalled something? Please, do share. Yicheng returned to Lin Li's side and spoke deliberately. I cannot ascertain the identity of the commoner for now, but regarding the ugly old man you mentioned, I believe I have some insight. This incident of treachery is highly likely to have been orchestrated by him. The ugly old man. Who is he? Why would he want to frame me? Lin Li exclaimed, now fully alert and eager to know more. I cannot divulge the name or deeds of this person, but I can assure you of one thing. He does not intend to harm you. Rather, he is testing you or, perhaps, paving a path for you. Huh. Lin Li became increasingly perplexed. What could be so significant that it could not be revealed to him? What sort of test was being imposed upon him? And how was it meant to benefit him? Lin Li, let this matter rest for now. His test is beyond my jurisdiction. Sooner or later, you will encounter him again. And then all will be revealed. Lin Li felt a sense of frustration. Why must everything be shrouded in mystery? Was that old man some sort of divine being? Or merely someone who disappeared upon exposure? The entire situation felt unnecessarily convoluted. I need to leave for a while to verify certain matters. What about me? Are we not heading to the Dark Kingdom? Of course you are going. You must go alone. Upon your arrival in the Dark Kingdom, reveal your identity, and assistance will be provided to you. When will you return to the Dark Kingdom? Yicheng contemplated briefly before replying. I cannot say for certain. It could be 3 to 5 days, or it may extend to over half a month. Lin Li felt a sense of déjà vu. Wasn't this how Luo Hantian had hurriedly departed from him as well? Could it be that he was cursed to witness such farewells? During this time, the ring you possess will lose its communication capabilities. If you find yourself in danger, it will be difficult for me to come to your aid, so exercise utmost caution. Should you encounter an opponent you cannot defeat, do not act recklessly. Yicheng rose, changed his shoes at the door, and donned a black casual jacket as he offered this advice. Rest assured, I, Lin Li, am well aware of the principle that if one cannot win, one should retreat. Very well, the wood elemental expert I entrusted will arrive early tomorrow morning and will contact you at that time. After uttering these words, Yicheng was enveloped by black mist and vanished from sight. Lin Li inexplicably felt an emptiness within, as if he had lost something significant. Suddenly, a ringtone shattered the stillness of the night, jolting Lin Li back to reality as he hastened towards the sofa. It was past 11 at night. Who would be calling at such an hour? Glancing at the caller ID, he saw it was the chubby one, Ma Hongyi. Lin Li sighed. Leaving Sacred Yu had left him feeling particularly remorseful towards the chubby one and Lu Qingyu. He had departed without uttering a word. Would they harbor resentment towards him? Hello? Hongyi? Li Gu. How are you, Li Gu? Where are you, Li Gu? Have you joined the Dark Kingdom, Li Gu? Have you truly severed ties with Sacred Yu? Li Gu? A barrage of questions left Lin Li momentarily speechless, unsure of which inquiry to address first. Hongyi, rest assured, I am fine. Li Gu. The entire academy knows about your situation. Those fools are blindly following the crowd, labeling you as the source of evil, a corrupted ability user, and claiming that you killed Zhang Qi and will eventually pay the price. That damned old son, knowing full well that the surveillance has its flaws, has refused to speak on your behalf. Lin Li scoffed. At this juncture, how could that old son possibly defend him, even if there were inconsistencies in the surveillance? Given his alliance with Yicheng and his overt entry into the Dark Kingdom, Sun Wukong would never consider reinstating him. However, Lin Li did not covet such validation. He was indifferent to the opinions of those foolish students. Let them say whatever they wish, as long as they do not cross paths with him. Otherwise, none would escape unscathed. Hongyi, listen to me. Do not interfere any further. I, Lin Li, have never been suited to exist within the 6 academies. A month ago, I made a decision that was both right and wrong. Joining Sacred Yu has unveiled the harsh realities, exposed human nature, and illuminated the path I must tread. From this moment onward, I will resolutely annihilate all that obstructs my existence and extinguish any threats to my being. Silence fell on the other end of the line. The chubby one had never encountered such a demeanor from Lin Li. He seemed cold and unfeeling. Li Gu, I have already contacted my father. He is devising methods to eliminate your negative influence while also conducting an in-depth investigation into the Dark Kingdom. Should any adverse factors arise, I promise to inform you at the earliest opportunity. The chubby one remained steadfastly loyal, his feelings for Lin Li unchanged. Thank you, brother. No words could convey my gratitude as sincerely as this. Li Gu, Among brothers, there is no need for thanks, hee hee. Oh, by the way, there is one more thing. After learning about your entry into the Dark Kingdom, Lu Qingyu has been quite downcast, running about without purpose. Perhaps you should reach out to her? Oh. Upon the mere mention of Lu Qingyu, Lin Li finds himself at a loss. The nature of their relationship has always been ambiguous, and now, with this recent turn of events, their encounters will surely diminish significantly. Perhaps both will forever cherish the joyful moments they shared, as well as the trials they faced together. Honey, please take good care of Qingyu for me during my absence. Should anyone dare to bully her, do not hesitate to call me. The Qingyu Academy is not beyond my reach. The chubby one was visibly excited, reveling in the drama. Fear not, brotherly. Anyone who dares to bully Lu will face my wrath alongside yours. Excellent. After hanging up, Lin Li realized it was already past midnight. He felt not only physically exhausted, but also mentally drained. At some point, his mind grew heavy, and he succumbed to slumber. Chapter 59. How Verdant Lin Li. What do you perceive to be the essence of darkness? I believe darkness possesses no inherent meaning. It is merely an element, a substance, an energy. In essence, darkness and light are indistinguishable. It is merely the human psyche that gives rise to distinctions through subjective judgment. Darkness is not evil, nor is it sinful. It is simply a scapegoat for humanity's imputed malevolence. In the boundless abyss of darkness, an aged and familiar laughter resonated. Lin Li attempted to seek out the source. Yet the depth of this darkness was overwhelming, suffocating. His eyes had utterly lost their intended function. Who are you? Lin Li felt a twinge of panic. Yet he was not afraid, for the darkness enveloping him seemed oddly comforting. The aged laughter abruptly ceased, offering no answers to Lin Li's inquiry. Light symbolizes hope, while darkness signifies immersion. In the primordial chaos, all is void. Darkness alone gives birth to all things. Light is merely a fleeting embellishment within darkness, and all entities ultimately yield to its dominion. It can consume everything, and it can forge existence. It can be infinite, yet also faint. It can move at will, traversing freely. Child, darkness represents you, and you, in turn, embody darkness. As the words reached their conclusion, Lin Li experienced an epiphany, as if clarity had dawned within him. Thank you, esteemed elder, for your guidance. Though invisible, Lin Li could perceive the unseen. It was as if a web of consciousness allowed everything around him to materialize in his mind. Not far ahead, an ugly old man watched Lin Li with a look of satisfaction. The once disconcerting visage now appeared benevolent and warm. Child, your journey is still long. Do not confine yourself to the moment. Follow your heart and nature to cultivate your spirit. As the voice faded, the old man's figure vanished completely. Lin Li, awaken swiftly, Lin Li. Brotherly, please wake up. Shaoli, do not frighten your aunt. Wang Lanying, Xiaoya, and an unfamiliar man were calling Lin Li incessantly. As his consciousness gradually sharpened, he opened his eyelids just enough to reveal a sliver of light. How exceedingly verdant. Why is it so green? The young girl felt a sense of unease, her heart racing in trepidation. Xiaoya? Aunt, what is happening here? Lin Li had fully regained consciousness, only to find himself enveloped by an energy shield emitted by an unfamiliar wood elemental adept, while Xiaoya and Aunt were anxiously waiting not far away. Upon seeing Lin Li awake, the three of them sighed in relief. The wood elemental adept retracted his powers, and Wang Lanying hurriedly approached with concern. Shaoli, how do you feel? You frightened your aunt terribly. Fortunately, Master He was here. Otherwise, you might have wreaked havoc in this household. Master He? Lin Li quickly turned his gaze towards the wood elemental adept, who appeared to be of similar age to Yi Cheng, tall and robust, with a serious demeanor that nevertheless suggested an approachable nature. Sir He, what just happened to me? I only recall having a dream. He Chen solemnly shook his head, the astonishment in his eyes still lingering. Lin Li, your dark attribute is truly perplexing. You were not merely asleep, your spirit detached from your body, as if entering another realm. Yet, this is of little consequence. The crucial point is that, involuntarily, you have broken through multiple levels, and you now possess the strength of a novice at the 9th level. What? Lin Li exclaimed, springing up from the sofa to sense the energy within him. Indeed, he had reached the 9th level and had even ignited the 5th elemental star. It was utterly bizarre. 3 levels gained merely from a nap. At present, your body shows no adverse effects from this remarkable ascent, He Chen remarked with a wry smile. It is simply unheard of, feeling somewhat sheepish. Lin Li scratched his head before realizing that He-chun was not there solely for him. All right. Master He, what of my sister's condition? Patience, please. My attention was entirely on you just now. I only had a cursory glance at this girl. Her issue should not be overly serious. He-chun approached Xiaoya, observing her features closely before taking her pulse. Nothing conclusive emerged from his examination. Ultimately, he had to unleash his powers, channeling energy into Xiaoya's body for a meticulous investigation. Lin Li and Wang Lanying stood nearby, their anxiety palpable, for Xiaoya's fate hinged on He-chun's verdict. 2 minutes later, He-chun withdrew his powers, his expression a mixture of hope and concern. Sir, what did you find? Indeed, there are some complications, but they are not insurmountable. I will need to exert considerable effort and time. Most importantly, this girl must endure some hardship. Upon hearing that there was hope for treatment, smiles blossomed on Wang Lanying and Xiaoya's faces. Yet Lin Li's brow furrowed deeper. Yi-chun had already warned that the process of treating Xiaoya's ailment would involve some pain. And now He-chun echoed that sentiment regarding the necessity of enduring hardship. It was essential to understand that these two individuals were among the foremost superlative experts in the Shinjo continent. For them to speak of pain and suffering indicated that the process would be far from simple. Sir, will Xiaoya face any danger during this process? While there is no imminent danger, it will require the girl's resolve. Master He, I am ready. No matter how arduous or painful it may be, I am determined to try. Upon meeting Xiaoya's resolute gaze, Lin Li felt it imprudent to utter further words. Having made her decision, the treatment must commence. He-chun and Xiaoya entered the room, while Lin Li took on the responsibility of guarding the door. Throughout the process, regardless of how much pain Xiaoya endured or any unforeseen occurrences, neither Lin Li nor Wang Lanying could enter. Any interference with He-chun's treatment could potentially cause a backlash on Xiaoya's condition, exacerbating her illness. This was a notion Lin Li firmly kept in mind. 3 minutes later, a powerful green light filled the entire room. Even through the glass door, Lin Li felt its piercing brightness. Following this was the sound of Xiaoya's anguished moans. Wang Lanying's heart felt as if it were being pricked by needles. Witnessing her daughter's suffering, tears flowed uncontrollably. All Lin Li could do was offer solace. The treatment lasted a full 3 hours. In the latter part, Xiaoya had lost the strength to utter a sound. Lin Li's palms were clammy with sweat as he silently prayed for success. As the vibrant green light began to fade, He-chun spoke. You may enter. Lin Li and Wang Lanying felt a surge of joy in their hearts and hurriedly opened the door. However, before they could assess Xiaoya's condition, an unforeseen change occurred. An indescribable golden light burst forth from Xiaoya's body, followed by a terrifying wave of force. Instinctively, Lin Li concentrated all his abilities to form a dark barrier in front of Wang Lanying. What followed was unfortunate for both Lin Li and He-chun. Chapter 60. Xiaoya's awakening. One was thrown against the wall, crashing heavily to the floor. The other was hurled out the door, colliding with the corner. Only Wang Lanying stood bewildered at the doorway, shielded by the dark barrier. Ouch! Lin Li groaned as his head struck the corner of the wall, pain radiating through him. He-chun fared no better. The treatment for Xiaoya had already consumed a significant amount of energy, and the point of impact was the nearest. This fall nearly cost him his kidney, taking him a while to recover. Xiaoya, what has happened to you? Wang Lanying, seeing her daughter on the bed glowing like a celestial angel, was filled with concern. She has awakened her abilities. He-chun, propping himself up by the foot of the bed, strained to rise, his eyes fixed intently on Xiaoya. She has awakened her abilities? Is it like Xiaoli? Indeed. But this girl has awakened a light-based ability, and its quality appears to be exceptionally high. A light-based ability? My sister has awakened a light-based ability? At that moment, Lin Li, clutching his head, returned to the room. Hearing of Xiaoya's awakening filled him with genuine happiness. Brother, Master He, what has happened to you? Xiaoya, having regained consciousness at some point, looked at Lin Li and He-chun with confusion. Xiaoya, how do you feel? Is there anywhere that discomforts you? Lin Li quickly approached, grasping Xiaoya's slightly warm hand and gently touching her forehead. Brother, I'm fine. I feel much better, and also Xiaoya seemed to sense something, lifting the blanket in an attempt to move her legs. Indeed, her legs have returned to normal, allowing her to move freely under Xiaoya's control. Wang Lanying, Lin Li, and Xiaoya were utterly exhilarated. After being confined to a wheelchair for an entire decade, she could finally live like a normal person. Lin Li, not daring to be careless, swiftly assisted Xiaoya in standing up, attempting to take her first steps. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Wang Laniying was already teary-eyed, while Xiaoya could barely contain her sobs. Brother, I am healed. I am finally healed. At that moment, Xiaoya could no longer hold back her emotions. Bursting into tears and embracing Lin Li tightly. He Chun, a burly man, was also moved to tears by the family's joy, continuously wiping his eyes. The 4 of them cried for a full 10 minutes before calming down, leaving the atmosphere somewhat awkward. By the way, Xiaoya, not only have you recovered, but you've also awakened a holy light ability. I awakened an ability? Xiaoya finally realized that her body indeed felt different than before. Closing her eyes, she focused on her inner self. An astonishing energy was swirling within her, a sensation that was both comforting and gentle, filling her entire being with strength. Come here. I just happen to have a detection crystal. A holy light ability is incredibly precious. He Chun, pulling out a detection crystal from seemingly nowhere, approached Xiaoya with enthusiasm. Xiaoya, place your hand on it. It will reveal your talent level and ability attributes. All right. Xiaoya obediently placed her hands on the detection crystal, which then exploded. Just like when Lin Li had his ability tested, but this time, the crystal displayed vibrant colors before shattering, brilliantly colorful, particularly striking. This left Lin Li and He Chen utterly astonished. What does a rainbow mean? Moreover, the crystal's explosion indicated that it could not withstand the surge of abilities within Xiaoya. In other words, my goodness, an SSS-level holy light ability? What in the world is happening? As noon approached, Wang Laniying began preparing the meal. Xiaoya, having just awakened her ability and restored her health, needed time to adjust and recuperate, currently resting in bed. Lin Li and He Chen sat on the living room sofa, discussing Xiaoya's future. Lin Li, have you ever heard the rumor? For humanity to reclaim its former glory, it must awaken 10 legendary ability users of different attributes. Your dark ability is the 9th, and your sister's holy light ability will be the final one. He Chen's gaze grew increasingly profound, revealing neither joy nor sorrow. I have heard this rumor as well. The dark and holy light abilities are the rarest and most unique among the 10 attributes. Once all the legendary talents of these attributes emerge, humanity will undergo a transformation, altering the world order. This is both a disaster and an opportunity. Indeed, it is both a disaster and an opportunity. After 50 years, humanity's new era has officially begun. Recently, the movements of the beasts at the border have intensified, resulting in several large-scale battles. Thus, the rumors may very well hold a kernel of truth. The ultimate battle between humanity and otherworldly beasts is not far off. Mr. He, what should I do about my sister? Are you referring to her place of belonging? Lin Li nodded, feeling quite conflicted regarding this matter. After all, being of the Holy Light lineage, it is inconceivable for her to join one of the 3 dark organizations. Nor could she follow Lin Li. Perhaps the 6 academies would be suitable for Xiaoya, yet Lin Li harbored deep reservations. Those duplicitous individuals, even if they were to nurture her diligently, would ultimately act for their own selfish interests. Not to mention, Xiaoya possesses an SSS-level holy light talent. The 6 academies would likely engage in both open and covert schemes to secure her for themselves. I understand your concerns, but every individual has their own path to tread. You cannot hinder nor obstruct her. Your sister is different from you. If she joins the 6 academies, she will achieve immeasurable accomplishments. Do not underestimate those cunning old foxes. They are indeed generous when it comes to nurturing prodigies of the holy light. Observing Lin Li with his eyes cast down in silence, He Chen smiled and continued. How about this? I shall provide guidance for you, or rather, for your sister, toward the Holy Radiance Academy. Among the 6 deans, the most reasonable, the most caring for students, and the most powerful is Wang Gang. As a legendary talent of the Holy Light, he will surely exert every effort to nurture her, ensuring that your sister faces no injustice or harm. Upon hearing He Chen's words, Lin Li felt a stirring in his heart. This indeed seems to be the best opportunity for Xiaoya. Wang Gang is precisely as He Chen described, protective of his charges, formidable, and generous. Moreover, the Holy Radiance Academy is the foremost institution on the Shenzhou continent, boasting unparalleled resources and education. By the way, given your current status and influence, it would be prudent for you not to accompany your sister to the Holy Radiance. Otherwise, you might find it exceedingly difficult to return. As a favor, considering Yi Cheng's regard, I can assist you. Assist me? Are you not also a member of the Dark Kingdom? Who says that? I am not a member of your Dark Kingdom. I am the president of the Wanderers Guild. Chapter 61. Foolish Parents Raising Spoiled Children, the Wanderers Guild. Ranking 7th among the 24 major guilds of the Shinjo continent, stands just behind the Titan Guild. In light of this, Mr. He, I entrust Xiaoya to your care. These elemental crystals serve as a token of my gratitude for your efforts. Please be sure to accept them. Lin Li summoned darkness and extracted 10 high-quality elemental crystals. If converted to blue coins, they would amount to several tens of millions, if not over 100 million. The storage methods of the Dark faction are indeed convenient. They eliminate the need for spatial rings, which leaves me somewhat envious. He-Chin paid no mind to the crystals, casually waving his hand, causing them to vanish. A person of He-Chin's caliber would surely fulfill any promise made, especially after accepting a gift, so Lin Li felt little anxiety. Before long, Wang Lanying had prepared a hearty meal, filling an entire table. Although He-Chin did not sweep through the feast like Yi-Chang, he nonetheless ate with great satisfaction. At the dining table, Lin Li conveyed the results they had just discussed to Xiaoya, who obediently expressed her willingness to comply with her brother's arrangements. Although Wang Lanying felt reluctant in her heart, she understood that holding Xiaoya close, especially now that she had awakened her extraordinary abilities, would only jeopardize her daughter's future. Furthermore, with He-Chun as a guarantor, there was virtually no risk involved. Thus, she chose to agree to this decision. Early the next morning, they prepared to depart. The Dark Kingdom was situated in the northern part of the Divine Continent, specifically in Qingyun City, which could be regarded as part of the Dark Kingdom. Their direction was precisely opposite to that of Xiaoya and the others, marking a poignant farewell as they stepped out. Before leaving, Lin Li handed Wang Lanying and Xiaoya each a card, although Xiaoya would not need it. Upon arriving at the Holy Radiance Academy, Wang Gang would likely present her with several billion. It was the thought that counted. Even a financially constrained brother ought to provide a dowry. In time, as Lin Li flourished, amounts in the tens or hundreds of billions would merely be a drop in the bucket. As for Wang Lanying, she would have to live independently for a while. It was an unavoidable situation. Accompanying Lin Li was impractical, as the area surrounding the Dark Kingdom was exceedingly chaotic and perilous for ordinary individuals. Traveling with Xiaoya was also impossible, as the Holy Radiance Academy operated under a closed management system, prohibiting family members from entering. In the end, it would be more prudent to reside peacefully in Tianwu City, free from any troublesome encounters. Once Lin Li and Xiaoya graduated, they could return to take care of Wang Lanying and live together. After exchanging heartfelt farewells, Lin Li officially set out. As per usual, he took the train. Flying was out of the question. He would never take to the skies in this life. Regardless of his realm, he simply refused to fly. Hailing a cab, he made his way to the station. For Lin Li at this moment, it had to be the finest and most luxurious carriage available, the most comfortable and lavish experience. Upon arriving at the ticket counter, Lin Li boldly addressed the ticket vendor. "One ticket to Qingyun City, please, first class." The vendor was momentarily taken aback, replying, "Huh?" Surrounding patrons cast bewildered glances at him, prompting Lin Li to realize his gaffe. "My apologies, I meant a ticket for the super ultimate luxury VIP compartment to Qingyun City." "One person? Certainly, please hold on a moment." Upon hearing super ultimate luxury VIP, the vendor's demeanor underwent a remarkable transformation, her flirtatious glances causing her eyelash extensions to nearly fall off. After purchasing the ticket, Lin Li proceeded to the VIP area to wait. With over an hour until departure, he pondered what to do with his time. A massage, of course. Naturally, it would be the most authentic massage technique. How could a place like the station offer anything less? During the session, he engaged in casual conversation with the massage therapist, who nearly lost her composure upon learning that Lin Li was an extraordinary abilities user. Fortunately, Lin Li intervened just in time, averting what could have been an embarrassing disaster. From that moment on, Lin Li vowed never to seek massages at such places again. It was unsavory. As a young man in his prime, how important was his virtue? What if something untoward occurred? Could he face Qingyu after that? "Mother, I wish to occupy the Super Invincible Supreme Deluxe VIP box. I shall not settle for anything less." "Little bear, the tickets for the Super Invincible Supreme Deluxe VIP box are sold out." Mother scolded the ticket seller harshly. "Let us make do with the Deluxe VIP box, shall we?" "No, I insist on the Super XXXX. I do not care." Lin Li chuckled, wondering where such a brat came from. Crying and throwing a tantrum in public, and the mother is equally absurd. What business is it of the ticket seller if the tickets are sold out? Why berate them? Truly, foolish parents beget unruly children. "Is this Mr. Lin?" The train to Qingyun City has commenced ticket inspection. Please follow me. Lin Li was leisurely leaning against the railing, enjoying the show, when a beautiful young lady in professional attire, with a smile, approached him. What are we waiting for? Let us depart. In a short while, Lin Li ascended the train via the exclusive VIP passage. This so-called Super Invincible Supreme Deluxe VIP box is an entire carriage, entirely reserved for Lin Li alone. Impressive, is it not? Envy-inducing indeed. Entertainment facilities, fitness amenities, and relaxation areas are all at one's disposal, along with a dedicated butler, a maid in a serving outfit. Uft. Is Lin Li that kind of person? Merely an eye candy, and quite expensive, mind you. This ticket alone costs 300,000 blue coins. Indeed, the price of half a house. Such is the opulent life of the affluent. Bang. Why are you stopping me? I must enter and discuss matters with those inside. Step aside. Madam, this is Mr. Lin's exclusive compartment. Without Mr. Lin's invitation, you cannot enter. Please refrain from causing a scene. Slap. A crisp sound echoed as the affluent lady delivered a resounding slap to the maid. Who do you think you are to speak to me this way? Do you know who I am? The Zhu family owns half of Qingyun City. With such a commotion, Lin Li, regardless of his disposition, could not help but hear. He rose from his room, casting a cold gaze towards the entrance. What is happening? Mr. Lin, I sincerely apologize. This lady insists on barging in, claiming she wishes to change compartments with you. The maid, clutching her reddened cheek, reported to Lin Li, looking quite aggrieved. Change compartments with me and strike someone? What a foolish woman you are. Lin Li's words left the gathered individuals in utter bewilderment. Foolish woman? Quite incisive. You wretch, do you know who I am? I grant you one chance. Vacate this compartment and leave an apology gift, or I shall ensure you do not disembark this train. Bang! A thunderous slap reverberated throughout the carriage. The affluent lady was sent sprawling out. Chapter 62. Bloodthirsty, ruthless, perverse. Mother, please wake up quickly. I want to sit in the Super Invincible Deluxe VIP box. The unruly child rushed to the affluent lady's side, pushing her vigorously, utterly indifferent to the fact that her face had swollen to that of a pig's head. The maid looked at Lin Li in disbelief. Could this person truly be an extraordinary being? Mr. Lin, this is merely a minor lesson. Should there be a next time, she will undoubtedly transform into a swine. Ensure that this place is tidied up. I refuse to reside in a tainted environment. With that, Lin Li turned and returned to her chamber. Indeed, in such a vast forest, one can encounter all manner of creatures. And what of Qingyun City, claiming a fragment of the sky? Why does she not assert that the Dark Kingdom is her own creation? Fortunately, this trivial episode did not disrupt Lin Li's enthusiasm for the scenery. The 108K ultra-clear screen displayed a film, while the adjacent viewing window was slightly ajar, allowing the fresh air from the verdant woods to permeate. This journey would total 27 hours. If it took longer, so be it. The essence lay in the enjoyment, after all. Yicheng had not imposed any restrictions on her arrival at the Dark Kingdom. Lin Li was still contemplating a delightful exploration upon reaching Qingyun City. Unbeknownst to her, fatigue began to creep in, not from exhaustion, but from sheer comfort and ease. In such an environment, to forego a nap would indeed be a waste. However, just as she was on the verge of slumber, a cacophony of shouts and curses erupted once more. This time, it seemed the affluent lady was not alone in her outrage. Numerous male voices joined in the fray. Bang! Lin Li forcefully kicked open the door, exclaiming furiously, "No one leaves here alive today. It was that scoundrel, striking and berating me, showing utter disdain for the Zhu family." The affluent lady pointed a finger at Lin Li, vociferously lamenting. Several burly men, with fierce gazes, approached, wielding a broken beer bottle. The scene suggested they were no strangers to the underworld. "You little brat. Did you strike Madame Zhu?" Before this fool could finish his tirade, Lin Li delivered a swift kick. Control her strength? Forgive her, for she deemed such trash beneath her consideration. The result was evident. The man was sent flying, his pelvis shattered, blood gushing forth like a torrential waterfall. The impact resonated against the wall of the carriage, leaving a deep indentation in its wake. As for the unfortunate soul, having spewed a couple of mouthfuls of blood, he was now en route to meet the king of hell. The surrounding brutes stood frozen in shock, unable to comprehend the terrifying force that had just transpired. "Are you an ability wielder?" Lin Li scoffed, bemused that they would seek trouble without even knowing who she was. It was indeed time to rid the world of such filth. Thud, thud, thud. Several hefty men knelt in submission, for they were reckless, not foolish. In the presence of an ability wielder, they were nothing. Pleas and wails echoed throughout the carriage. The affluent lady's eyes widened in disbelief, rendered helpless. While the Zhu family did possess ability wielders, distant help could not quench immediate peril. Even if she were to call for assistance, she would be long gone by the time they arrived. Please, don't be impulsive. I meant no harm, merely sought to frighten you. I was wrong. I shall leave at once. The affluent lady clutched the unruly child, attempting to flee, truly treating Lin Li as if she were invisible. Escape? If she allowed you to slip away, how could Lin Li face her loyal audience? Snap! The sharp sound of a finger snap heralded the arrival of death. The ground beneath the affluent lady was suddenly eroded by a wave of darkness. With a resounding crash, she and the mischievous child fell to the ground in a most undignified manner. The child wailed, threatening to inform his father and have Lin Li killed. Such is the nature of children, a reflection of their upbringing. Lin Li had little tolerance for unruly brats. As the words left her lips, the dark area beneath their feet swiftly contracted. In the trembling gaze of several burly men, both the lady and the child were consumed entirely, leaving no trace behind. Please, spare me. I am but a petty ruffian. I never intended to offend you, pleaded one of the men. Father, I bow before you. I beg you to spare my life. I have an elderly parent and young ones depending on me. I implore you, have mercy on us. The men frantically begged in unison. Meanwhile, the young maid had already collapsed to the ground. In less than 2 minutes, Lin Li had taken 3 lives without so much as a blink. Could it be that an extraordinary individual could be so audacious? The corners of Lin Li's mouth curled slightly, as if a particularly amusing thought had crossed her mind. It would be simple to spare your lives. Simply leave behind a portion of your limbs and get as far away as possible. Upon hearing this, the faces of the 3 men turned ashen. To leave behind a part of themselves? The young man before them was indeed ruthless and bloodthirsty. At that moment, Lin Li was oblivious to the extent of her own depravity and cruelty. She merely found the situation rather entertaining and was curious about the choices the men would make. The first man stirred. He rose and approached the dining table, decisively picking up a fruit knife and bringing it down with determination. A pained gasp escaped him as he severed 2 of his fingers, blood spilling forth. Lin Li nodded, signaling that he could depart. Next was the second man, who also seized a fruit knife. However, this blade was not aimed at himself, but rather at Lin Li's chest, thrusting wildly in a frenzy. I would rather die than relinquish my own limbs. His spirit was commendable, but alas, he was too reckless to grasp the reality of his situation. With a mere flick of her wrist, the dark energy enveloped him, and within 20 seconds, he was utterly consumed. The third man was terrified, trembling as he picked up the fruit knife from the ground, his expression shifting between fear and hesitation. He glanced at his hands, then at his feet, seemingly reluctant to part with any part of himself. Ultimately, he made a decision that took Lin Li by surprise. I shall practice the Sunflower Secret Manual. At this moment, Lin Li realized she had perhaps gone too far. With her ability, she deftly knocked the fruit knife from his hand, sparing the man's life. Very well. I respect your courage. You may go. The man, overjoyed, hurriedly scrambled away from the scene. Taking a deep breath, Lin Li sought to compose herself. The recent events had been exceedingly bizarre. When had she become so bloodthirsty and merciless? Initially, she had merely intended to teach this group a lesson. Was it truly 4 lives that she had so casually extinguished? Mr. Lin, I shall rectify this immediately. Please do not be angered. The maid swiftly rose to her feet. Respectfully pleading, Lin Li glanced at her and sighed. In her eyes, he had transformed into a bloodthirsty murderer. Shaking his head, he stood up, preparing to head towards his bedroom. Suddenly, a deafening explosion hurled Lin Li aside as 5 figures surged through the gaping hole of the damaged carriage. Chapter 63. The Forge of Power, Shadow Legion. Lin Li, be wise and come with us. As long as you obediently comply, wealth and grandeur will be yours to enjoy. You are well aware of the disparity in our strengths. Resistance will yield you no benefits. Injuring you would be detrimental to us all. We have witnessed your recent actions, and if you accompany us, all your troubles will vanish. Each of the 5 spoke in turn, leaving Lin Li uncertain about whom to confront first. These individuals bore a striking resemblance to the denizens of the Dark Kingdom, clad in black and masked, their identities concealed. Yet, Lin Li understood that they were in no way connected to the Dark Kingdom. If they were not members of the demonized legion, then who were they? Lin Li smirked as he stood. 4 were mid-level 9th ranks, and one was a high-level first rank. Clearly, they held him in high esteem. Accompany you? I don't even know who you are. A proper invitation requires an introduction, does it not? Lin Li intended to stall for time while seeking an opportunity to escape. He would not allow himself to be ensnared in a similar situation again. Otherwise, his dark journey would be irrevocably compromised. Come with us, and you will understand everything upon arrival. Do not squander time. There is no escape for you. Your rate of progress is indeed remarkable, but a beginner at 9th rank is still far from sufficient. These 5 fools dared to accuse him of wasting time. Each spoke in turn, which was, in fact, a greater waste. It seems your director Huang remains undeterred. The pupils of the 5 narrowed slightly, and Lin Li suspected they might be quintuplets, so synchronized were they. As expected of a dark legend, now that you are aware, come with us. The leader, a high-level ability user, began to approach Lin Li, clearly eager to conclude the encounter. Leave. I refuse to comply. Dark slash. A black blade of energy materialized, effortlessly slicing through the iron of the carriage. The high-level ability user retaliated with a punch, shattering the blade with fluid grace. Not a moment wasted. However, by the time the 5 reacted, Lin Li had enveloped himself in black mist, vanishing from sight. When visibility returned, Lin Li found himself atop a desolate mountain. Damn it! Timing is everything. Why did I have to pass through this forsaken place? Observing the barren surroundings, anxiety crept in. Yet, time was of the essence. Choosing a direction at random, he unleashed his full speed to flee. Why escape? Obviously, those 5 imposing figures were still in pursuit. With Lin Li's current abilities, the black mist could transport him no more than 50 meters. How could those 5 men possibly be unaware? They must have disembarked from the train and are now pursuing me. In this desolate wilderness, devoid of even a ghost, I can only rely on the terrain to navigate through the forest. 5 minutes later, Lin Li, you cannot escape. Return to us obediently. You lack the ability to fly. What means do you have to flee? If you do not comply, we will not hold back. How tedious this is. Lin Li's ears were nearly calloused from the relentless taunts. The 5 were closing in, clinging to him like a stubborn adhesive. Lin Li realized that he could not continue in this manner, yet he could not devise a strategy in such a moment. 5 against 1. The disparity in strength was overwhelming. Was he destined to be captured once more today? Boom. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, a fireball descended from the sky, detonating behind Lin Li. The ensuing wave of heat scorched his skin, igniting the edges of his clothing, which rapidly spread. Damn it! These 5 wretches are truly making their move. With little time to spare, Lin Li hastily shed his outer garment and enveloped himself in a dark barrier. The 5 adversaries above unleashed a barrage of attacks. Wind blades, fireballs, ice spikes, earth tremors, and lightning strikes followed in quick succession. The dark barrier faltered after a mere 3 seconds before shattering spectacularly. The force of the energy slammed into his back, sending Lin Li hurtling through the air, blood spewing from his mouth. Fortunately, they had not delivered a fatal blow. Otherwise, he would have been utterly overwhelmed. Now, sprawled on the ground, the 5 encircled him. You asked for it. You forced our hand. Well, now you're injured, aren't you? Time to return with us, willingly. Oh dear. Lin Li was nearly at his wit's end. These 5 were insufferably persistent. Couldn't one of you step forward and speak? Just one sentence each. For I am quite exasperated. Sitting on the ground, he tilted his head back, his expression one of utter desolation. So, will you rise and accompany us? Or shall we carry you away? The leader, a high-level supernatural being, stepped forward, clearly acting as the spokesperson. Lin Li was distraught. Accompany them? Would he have any chance of escape once at their stronghold? Escape? What means did he possess to flee? These 5 were like leeches, and their power was formidable. The bitterness surged within him. Hatred, resentment, anger, animosity, indifference, it all surged forth. It can consume all, and it can create all. It can be boundless, or it can be feeble. It can move at will, and it can act freely. These 3 phrases suddenly flooded Lin Li's mind, igniting a spark of inspiration. Consume all, create all. Lin Li murmured to himself, leaving the 5 surrounding him momentarily perplexed. What is this fellow up to? Consume all, create all. Lin Li smiled, for he had mastered the concept of consuming all. Now, it was time to create all. As the Taoist saying goes, the Tao begets 1, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, and 3 begets all things. Thus, it must be that darkness begets all things. Lin Li rose, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and declared, Though my power may not match yours, it does not imply that darkness is inferior. Gaze wide-eyed. Behold the profound terror that dwells in the depths of darkness. Lin Li raised his arm, sensing the most unadulterated darkness within his soul, and endeavored to unleash it. Darkness begets all creation, bestowing upon you the power to forge. In his mind, a deep and resonant voice echoed once more. Lin Li abruptly opened his eyes, a peculiar aura causing the 5 individuals present to tremble with unease. The dark power enveloping him seemed to undergo a metamorphosis, shifting to a crimson hue, an abyssal black. Something was amiss. It appeared that this lad was awakening something. Should we intervene? Certainly. We must, for what if he manages to escape? Yet, isn't this awakening of power advantageous for us, the Huali? Perhaps we should wait a moment longer. The 5 were ensnared in indecision, neither intervening nor abstaining. They stood there, frozen in place, contemplating their next move. Fools! Since you are so eager for my performance, let the Shadow Legion emerge and breathe. As the words left his lips, dark energy surged forth, and dozens, even hundreds, of figures erupted from the shadowy ground. They were not ninjas, but demons. Chapter 64. A frustrating display. The demons conjured by Lin Li were formless yet tangible, substantial yet powerless. To put it plainly, they were entirely shrouded in darkness. They took on various shapes, humanoid, animalistic, demonic, but lacked distinct features, resembling mere clouds of black mist. Each demon emanated dark power, allowing for an approximate assessment of their strength. Over half were of intermediate rank 1 or 2, with a scant few reaching intermediate rank 4 or 5. Remarkably, one possessed the aura of intermediate rank 7. The strength of these demons was not entirely under Lin Li's control. Most were generated randomly. Naturally, the greater the power of the creator, the higher the likelihood of summoning formidable demons. As for their lack of potency, the demons' combat capabilities were rather mediocre. Presently, hundreds of demons were engaged in battle with the 5 Huali bandits. Their attack methods were exceedingly simplistic, resorting to clawing or punching, occasionally unleashing a minor skill. The probability of inflicting damage was minuscule, making it challenging to achieve tangible results in the short term. However, it was commendable that these demons possessed remarkable regenerative abilities. As long as they were not entirely obliterated, they could absorb dark energy in a brief span to replenish their physical forms. Lin Li, in any case, felt quite content. He understood his own strength. What need had he for a bicycle? Cursed be this abominable horde. Why can we not eradicate them? The sheer audacity of Lin Li summoning such a multitude of monsters is utterly unfathomable. Everyone, unleash your full strength and employ wide-area attacks to obliterate these wretched beings. We must not allow Lin Li to escape. Provide cover for me. Capture the thief by seizing the king. Apprehending Lin Li would resolve all our dilemmas. The high-ranking ability user made a decisive move, forcefully attempting to break through the encirclement. Upon witnessing this, Lin Li sought to flee, only to realize that his powers were nearly depleted. In summoning the Shadow Legion, he had nearly exhausted all his energy. This situation relied heavily on a dark crystal obtained by Lin Li from a mysterious beast, which continuously absorbed and drew energy, barely sustaining him. Damn it, that flying one. Hurry and take me away, Lin Li commanded, pointing at a grotesque demon with wings. The demon indeed obeyed Lin Li's command, flapping its massive wings and swiftly descending before prostrating itself. Without hesitation, Lin Li mounted it, and the demon flapped its wings once more, gradually ascending into the sky. That direction, full speed ahead, Lin Li urgently ordered, pointing northward. At this moment, a high-level ability user had also broken through the encirclement of the Shadow Army, and, upon seeing Lin Li being carried away, hurriedly pursued. Thus began an ultimate escape. At this moment, Lin Li felt no fear of heights. Whether it was due to his anxiety or the psychological influence of darkness, he remained remarkably composed. Simultaneously, he harbored an intense desire for carnage. An inexplicable urge compelled Lin Li to turn around and confront the enemy, bolstered by an unexplainable confidence. Fortunately, reason prevailed over impulse. He forcibly suppressed his inner turmoil and accelerated the absorption of the crystal's energy. The distance between the two parties appeared to have reached a stalemate. The demon beneath him proved quite formidable, its speed rivaling that of the high-level ability user, maintaining a distance of over 300 meters throughout. Lin Li, we at Huali sincerely invite you to join us. Feel free to state any conditions, and our director Huang will accommodate. Nonsense. Kidnapping me twice is called sincerity? Threatening my family is called sincerity? The last incident was purely Zhuo Lihua's unilateral decision, contrary to Director Huang's intentions. Moreover, they have all paid a heavy price for their actions. If you require compensation, just say the word. Unilateral decision? Contrary to intentions? Huh. This guy truly thinks Lin Li is a fool. Huang Fei never authorized it. Even if Zhuo Lihua had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare act in such a manner. Furthermore, the so-called price was exacted by the Kingdom of Darkness. What does it have to do with Huali Academy? There's no common ground. I, Lin Li, have already allied with the Kingdom of Darkness and would never betray it. Moreover, what can you Huali teach me? Do you have any courses on dark abilities? Of course we do. The high-level ability user instinctively responded, only to realize his mistake and quickly covered his mouth. He panicked, and Lin Li was astonished. Huali offers courses on dark abilities? This implied that Huali was secretly cultivating dark talents, a stark contrast to their public image. What a revelation. Lin Li, no matter what, you must return to Huali with me today. I will not hesitate to cripple you, if necessary. The relentless pursuer behind him, a fire-type ability user, unleashed a torrent of flames. Even from over 300 meters away, Lin Li could feel the scorching heat approaching. Turning back, he gasped in shock. Isn't that the Great Flame Ring? A massive fireball was held aloft by the tenacious pursuer, its presence seemingly capable of annihilating everything in its path. Are you out of your mind? Do you intend to kill me? Lin Li erupted in a torrent of invective, lamenting that this was not merely an assault to incapacitate him, but rather an attempt to reduce him to mere ashes. Surrender, and I shall retract my powers. He scoffed. Lin Li redirected his abilities, once more channeling the dark domain. 6 winged demons materialized before him. At Lin Li's command, they surged forth towards the relentless pursuer, not with the expectation of vanquishing him, but merely to intercept the fireballs. Otherwise, Lin Li would surely meet his demise today. Curse you, Yicheng. Why must you depart now of all times? With resignation, he lamented the unavailability of his ring. As a novice at level 9, sustaining himself against a formidable foe at level 1 was an arduous endeavor. Boom. Quickly ascend, he urged, as the fireball detonated behind him, its overwhelming heat consuming all the demons in its wake. The very fabric of space around them trembled, a testament to its terrifying power. Lin Li hastily commanded an elevation, lest he be reduced to cinders. Fortunately, the 6 demons valiantly diminished the fireball's altitude, allowing Lin Li to narrowly escape disaster. Though his back bore the scars of burns, they were not grievous. The relentless pursuer, far from intercepting Lin Li, found his own progress impeded, resulting in an ever-widening chasm between them. At this juncture, even should he unleash another skill, it would scarcely reach Lin Li. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Li directed the demons skyward, utilizing the thick clouds to mask his presence. Determined to shake off this relentless pursuer. 6 hours later, Lin Li retched, the altitude having no bearing on his discomfort. It was simply too taxing. After a continuous flight of 6 hours, his powers were nearly replenished, and the demons remained unscathed. It was Lin Li who felt utterly dizzy from the turbulent winds. 800 or 900 meters behind him, the relentless pursuer continued his chase, leaving Lin Li unable to reduce his speed, ultimately leading to his retching. Chapter 65. The Graceful Handsome Man. Well, little brother, do take a look at where we are. We are nearly upon Qinyan City, and you still pursue? Lin Li stifled his nausea, lamenting loudly towards the rear. In truth, the relentless pursuer had grown weary of the chase, yet pride would not allow him to relent. How could he return to Huang Feihong empty-handed after having let such a prize escape? 4 mid-tier level 9s and 1 high-tier level 1 could not subdue a mere novice at level 9? If word of this were to spread, how could he ever show his face again? Lin Li, you have forced my hand. What? Lin Li's head spun, momentarily bewildered. Turning to glance back, he was met with the sight of the sky half illuminated in a fiery hue, prompting him to urgently summon over 30 flying demons. The pursuer was indeed serious. The aura of a high-tier ability user was unleashed in full force, a column of flames shooting skyward. The dimming sky was ablaze with the sweeping flames, evoking an apocalyptic scene, truly terrifying. Hey, aren't you afraid that after eliminating me, you won't be able to return and explain yourself? Over 30 demons circled above, ever ready for battle. Lin Li still intended to delay further, preparing to unleash his verbal onslaught. The Dark Kingdom is almost within reach. Once I breach the borders of Qingyun City, salvation will surely come. At that moment, I shall not rest until I reduce this insufferable nuisance to its original state. For if I do not, I am not Li. Allowing you to fall into the hands of other factions would be a grave failure on my part. Lin Li, I grant you one final opportunity to return with me to Huali. Everything can be negotiated. As the fiery clouds draw ever closer, anxiety gnaws at Lin Li, gazing ahead. The towering silhouettes of skyscrapers have already emerged on the horizon. That is Qingyun City. At the current pace, I will need at least 3 more minutes. It's time to take a chance. Gritting his teeth, Lin Li conjured a dark barrier to shield himself. Over 30 demons surged towards the heavens, exerting their utmost to intercept the roaring flames. Lin Li felt no remorse for their sacrifice, for they were not sentient beings, but mere constructs of dark energy. In essence, they were mindless, autonomous machines of slaughter. Perhaps one day, as Lin Li's power burgeons, he might forge true life, but that is a matter for another time. Right now, survival is paramount. Oh, my dear beast, if you could only fly a bit faster, my life rests entirely in your hands. Lin Li patted the head of the demon beneath him, its texture soft and yielding, as if he were caressing nothing at all. Yet, the demon sensed his touch, turning its head to acknowledge him with an almost human-like nod. Subsequently, it flapped its wings with renewed vigor, accelerating its speed. However, Lin Li could distinctly feel the dark energy within the demon rapidly depleting. It was evident that it was operating beyond its limits. This realization brought a twinge of regret. Such a mindless, emotionless entity would go to such lengths for him. How profoundly moving. Without delay, Lin Li produced a dark crystal, cradling it in his palm as he swiftly transmitted energy into the demon's form. Boom, boom, boom. A series of thunderous roars erupted behind Lin Li. The demons had engaged in a fierce struggle against the flames, with each explosion marking the fall of yet another demon. Truly, as a high-level ability user, not even 30 intermediate demons could withstand a single blow from their adversary. As the flames surged closer, the searing heat seemed poised to incinerate everything. The dark barrier began to crack, clearly unable to endure for much longer. Even the demon's tail ignited, resembling a downed aircraft, swaying precariously amidst billowing smoke. I am Lin Li. Where are the judges, the executors, and the guards of the Dark Kingdom? In a moment of desperation, as he neared the fringes of Qingyun City, Lin Li shouted at the top of his lungs. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Just as the inferno was about to engulf him, an echo resounded. The Dark Kingdom, 36 legendary guards have come to the rescue. The Dark Kingdom, Quan Jia, Ling Xing, Long Cheng, and Chao Yi, the 4 chief executors, have come to the rescue. The Dark Kingdom, Wu Lu, the judge, has come to the rescue. Lin Li was left dumbfounded. What on earth does coming to the rescue mean? Has the play gone awry? As Lin Li was submerged in a state of confusion, a formidable surge of dark power enveloped him. The encroaching flames were effortlessly repelled, causing him no harm whatsoever. Shortly thereafter, numerous figures swooped down from above, heading straight for the troublesome entity. How do you feel, Lin? Are you injured? A crisp and vibrant voice rang in his ears. It was only then that Lin Li turned to his side, where he beheld a strikingly handsome young man clad in a black ancient robe, with silvery gray long hair, slender brows, a prominent nose, a sharp jawline, and eyes that sparkled like diamonds, gazing at him with concern. I'm fine. May I ask who you are? The handsome man smiled gently, his eyes radiating tranquility. You may call me Wole. Wole? Lin Li recalled the earlier statement and incredulously inquired, Are you the judge of the Dark Kingdom? Indeed. Wow. How old are you to have already become a judge? Haha, Lin, you flatter me. In the Dark Kingdom, positions are determined by strength. Wole laughed, his demeanor exuding springtime warmth, displaying pearly white teeth and delicate lips. Lin Li was grateful he was male. Otherwise, he might have been completely entranced. Damn, it's astonishing that there exists someone whose appearance rivals mine. The pressure is overwhelming. Huh, Lin, you're injured? Wole suddenly furrowed his brow, his smile vanishing as he swiftly moved behind Lin Li. He peeled off the charred outer garment to reveal skin that was once smooth and white, now marred by red-black burns, with signs of blood seeping through. Damn it, those Huali people dared to harm you, clearly disrespecting our Dark Kingdom. A chilling aura radiated from him, causing Lin Li to involuntarily shiver. This young man's temperament shifted remarkably fast. Moments ago, he was poised and graceful. now exuding an aura of murderous intent that could rival a demon from the abyss. How old could he possibly be? His strength is astonishing. You have 3 minutes to capture all Huali thieves alive and deliver them to Lin for judgment. Wole's cold voice echoed through the air without him even turning his head. Dozens of figures responded in unison, yes. Look at this spectacle, the sheer intimidation. The air of superiority. Lin Li felt saliva nearly pooling in his mouth from envy. Lin, let me take you back to the Dark Kingdom for treatment. None of those 5 thieves will escape. Chapter 66. Even rogues must understand courtesy. The Dark Kingdom governs 3 major regions: the Dark Sanctuary, the Dark Academy, and the Dark City. Qingyun City is merely a small part of the Dark City. In terms of land area, the entire Dark Kingdom is comparable to 6 academies combined with the capital. Amongst its vastness, there are 2 specially designated trial grounds. One is for academy trials, and the other is for members of the sanctuary. This scale truly astonished Lin Li. The Dark Kingdom is indeed a kingdom. An independent military corps, a self-sufficient economic system, a distinct urban life, a specialized training academy, and a supreme management structure. How much funding would be required for such construction? Hundreds of billions? Thousands of billions? Lin Li dared not even contemplate it. The treatment within the Dark Kingdom is undoubtedly exceptional. Why, you may ask? Because from the moment one steps into the realm of the Dark Kingdom, every individual, as long as they belong to its hierarchy, greets one with utmost courtesy and reverence. Lin Li may not recognize them, yet they are all familiar with him. Particularly, Lu, who accompanies him with explanations, bestows a level of treatment that even Yi Cheng would find commendable. Alas, it is a pity that he did not choose to join the Dark Kingdom a month ago. Lin, this matter does not solely pertain to you, but rather to our Dark Kingdom. The intervention of Luo Hongtian was entirely unforeseen. Those 4 inept individuals failed to protect you. Thus they have paid the corresponding price. Lu stated this without an ounce of sympathy, his expression remaining calm and composed. Lin Li sensed that Lu was likely in his mid-20s, with a minimum strength of level 1 Beyond class. Due to the requirements for the judges, the baseline is set at Beyond class. It is rumored that the Dark Kingdom is home to 7 judges, each a formidable Beyond class powerhouse. There are 24 executives, of whom he had just encountered 4, each meeting the criteria of being at least level 7. With such an arrangement, how could the Holy Court even compare? What could they offer? Their appearance? He could only wonder how the 5 unfortunate souls from Hua Li had fared at the hands of the Dark Kingdom. They would likely be presented before Lin Li soon, left at his mercy. Lin, this is the healing center of the sanctuary. Lin Li looked up in confusion and inquired. Which one? All of them. All of them? Lin Li was taken aback. Why would a healing center require 8 towering buildings of 100 meters each? Are there truly that many in need of healing? This way, Lin. Lu gestured towards the grand golden building at the center. Lin Li, still bewildered, nodded and followed. Upon reaching the entrance, they encountered several members clad in black, who, upon seeing Lu, immediately bowed at a 90-degree angle, greeting him with utmost respect. Greetings, Judge Lu. When they lifted their heads and saw Lin Li, they momentarily froze before their faces lit up with excitement. My Lord Lin. This left Lin Li utterly bewildered. 2 high-level abilities users were addressing him with such reverence? What is this, my Lord Lin? No, you need not be so formal. I am no lord. Lin Li hastily waved his hands, indicating he could not bear such deference. Lin, you may not be aware, but the Dark Kingdom has always revered the strong and the exceptionally gifted. Leader Yi is the most typical example, possessing an SS-level dark talent and currently at Beyond class level 9. And you at this point. Lu's gaze became fervent as he looked at Lin Li, excitement evident in his voice. You are the legendary SSS-level dark talent, the first of your kind throughout history. Thus, all servants and members of the Dark Kingdom hold you in esteem and admiration, and it is said that your status will one day surpass that of Leader Yi. Surpass Yicheng? That is certain. After all, one should not underestimate who we are. Beyond class is not Lin Li's ultimate aim. Even the holy class is insufficient. It is the legendary realm of the God King that is the pinnacle to which a true legend should aspire. Lu, are you jesting? I am merely at the 9th level of the initial stage, a far cry from Leader Yi. Initial stage, 9th level? Lu gazed at Lin Li with a look of incredulity, as if questioning, are you boasting? However, mere moments later, Li's pupils began to constrict slightly, his expression growing increasingly grave. Student Lin, I have just realized why I cannot perceive your realm. Huh, how can that be? Those 5 individuals just now were able to sense it. Lu furrowed his brow and turned to the 2 members clad in black nearby. Can you perceive Student Lin's strength? Both black-clad members shook their heads in unison, indicating they could not. Lin Li also sensed something amiss. The inability of one was troubling, but the inability of 2 signified that the issue lay with him. During the train journey, those 5 individuals had clearly sensed him. Wait, the train? What about after disembarking? Lin Li suddenly recalled. Could it be due to his awakening of the forging power? Consequently, Lin Li informed Lu of his awakening. Li's expression froze, as if he had been rendered speechless. Awakening? What awakening? Why have I never heard of it? One after another, they appeared utterly bewildered. Allow me to demonstrate. Behold, this is the forging power I have awakened, and the demon I summoned, which I have named the Shadow Legion. Lin Li lightly stamped his foot, and the area around the 4 was immediately engulfed in darkness. Soon after, a humanoid demon with wings began to emerge slowly from the ground. Its entire form was enveloped in an inky blackness, devoid of facial features or skin, merely shrouded in a cloud of black mist. Well, what is this? Lu stammered, clearly having never encountered such a phenomenon. When did the dark arts transform into summoning? The demons summoned by Lin Li shattered the worldviews of those surrounding him, and many dark members passing by were left frozen in place upon witnessing the creature. The aura emanating from the demon was overwhelmingly familiar, so pure, so high quality in dark abilities. What on earth is this? How dare you linger here? Have you all disregarded the rules of the sanctuary? A voice, rich with authority, rang out. The surrounding dark members jumped in surprise, hastily dispersing to resume their duties. Lu, what are you doing here? An elderly man in a gray-brown ancient robe approached, stroking his beard with curiosity. Upon seeing the unearthly demon, he too was momentarily stunned, incredulously exclaiming, "What is this?" Only then did Lu regain his composure and slightly bow to the elder. Elder Yu. Elder Yu? Lin Li scratched his head, pondering who this esteemed figure might be. Are you not the young rascal Lin Li? Elder Yu's gaze shifted, fortuitously landing on Lin Li. He seemed quite pleased. I have met Elder Yu. Lin Li performed a respectful bow, for at his age, one ought to show respect. Even a rogue must understand manners, after all. Quick, no need for such formalities. I have always been unconventional. What use are etiquette and formalities? Elder Yu extended an arm to assist Lin Li to his feet. The corners of his mouth nearly stretched to the roots of his ears. Upon hearing Yu's words, Lu could not help but raise an eyebrow. Unconventional? Wasn't it just moments ago that someone had the audacity to claim that the crowd lacked decorum? Furthermore, isn't Yu the elder of discipline from the Sacred Hall? Does he not feel a pang of remorse uttering such words? Recently, Yicheng mentioned to me that you are about to join the Dark Kingdom. Considering the passage of time, it seems you've taken quite a while to arrive. Have you encountered some trouble along the way? Before Lin Li could respond, Lu interjected indignantly. Classmate Lin has been pursued by Hua Li, enduring considerable hardships. Were it not for his exceptional talents and extraordinary courage, facing 4 mid-level 9th tier and 1 high-level 1st tier ability users, it would have been nearly impossible for him to reach Qingyan City. How outrageous! Yu suddenly bellowed, startling Lin Li. This old man is behaving like Luo Hontian, always so jumpy. Huang Feihong has become increasingly shameless, daring to openly challenge the Dark Kingdom and even pursue our legends. When Yicheng returns, we must teach Hua Li a small lesson. A small lesson, you say? It is well known that the Dark Kingdom is vengeful. We do not provoke others, but if others provoke us, we shall retaliate fiercely. With such a vast enterprise, should we not annihilate Hua Li? Yu's attention shifted back to Lin Li, scrutinizing him with an increasingly furrowed brow. Finally, unable to resolve his confusion, he inquired, "Young man, if my calculations are correct, you have awakened for over a month now, yet you display no signs of advancement whatsoever?" Well, the topic has finally circled back. Lin Li recounted the entirety of his awakening experience, omitting only the grotesque old man from his dreams. How strange. I have studied the dark arts for many years. Yet this is the first time I have heard that the dark arts can forge what you refer to as demons. The concept of forging is somewhat unclear to me. Could it be akin to the special abilities found within the summoning domain of the superpower system? Lu interjected. Yu pondered for a moment before shaking his head. No, the summoning domain involves forming contracts with living beings to achieve assistance. What they summon are entities that already exist in the world, but this, he paused, circling around the demon. There are no signs of life, no consciousness, no intelligence, and certainly no capacity for independent action. It resembles a skill or technique, transforming energy into a form to control its operation. Walu nodded, though he also shook his head. If it is merely a skill, that seems rather implausible. According to what classmate Lin has described, he is capable of forging mid-level 7th tier demons. Such a disparity in strength is rather excessive. Mid-level 7th tier? Young man, what is your current level? Initial 9th tier. The two exchanged glances, both sensing that Lin Li was exaggerating. Do I truly need to exaggerate? Lin Li retorted, unleashing his abilities with all his might, the aura of an initial 9th tier erupting forth, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Walu and Yuwu sensed it, indeed. It was the initial 9th tier. Why does something feel off? Yuwu stammered, utterly astounded. Walu leaned against the door frame, his vision slightly obscured. It seemed as though they had just encountered the most absurd situation imaginable. Yet, they could not deny its authenticity. Yuwu was the first to recover from the shock, his smile widening into a grin. He then burst into boisterous laughter. Ha ha ha. The members of the Dark Order passing by regarded Yuwu with a mixture of fear and sympathy, believing him to be mad. How splendid. How splendid. It is a great fortune for our human race, a boon for the Dark Order. Elder Yu, perhaps you should calm down a bit. I fear your blood pressure might spike. Lin Li worried that the elderly man, at his advanced age, might struggle to catch his breath. Young man, speak. What is it that you desire? Yuwu's sudden inquiry caught Lin Li off guard. What did he want? He wanted everything. Fortunately, Yuwu provided a list of options. The crystals of exotic beasts, elemental crystals, elemental artifacts, rare treasures, ferocious beasts, blue currency, supreme status. Celestial beauties, each item more outrageous than the last. Celestial beauties? Was that even a genuine option? Why should I choose? Only a child would pick from options. I want them all. I wish to meet Elder Yu, Judge Walu, and Lord Lin. The last 3 words were crucial. As over 30 warriors clad in black combat cloaks rallied passionately, their voices echoing with fervor, as if Lin Li were the most exalted figure in their hearts. At the front stood 4 high-level abilities, presumably the 4 executives. How was it that each was younger and more handsome than the last? Did Yi Cheng possess some peculiar preference? The more Lin Li pondered, the more uneasy he felt. Was this man's kindness towards him truly motivated by Lin Li's exceptional talent? Or was there something more unsettling at play? Where did everyone go? Wali's charming smile faded, and Yuwu resumed his usual serious demeanor, leaving Lin Li in awe. These two were undoubtedly heirs to an intangible cultural heritage, legends in the art of changing faces. Here, a blue-haired executive, resembling Walu in both appearance and demeanor, beckoned. For unfortunate souls, barely clinging to life, along with one who had succumbed entirely, were brought forth. The deceased was the very one who had relentlessly pursued Lin Li, nearly preventing his escape. What a tragic sight! Pierced through the chest, his head flattened, with crimson and white fluids threatening to spill forth. He must have endured tremendous suffering in life. It serves him right. Lin Li felt an inexplicable sense of relief, a cathartic satisfaction. Thud. What does this mean? After laying the bodies before Lin Li, the 4 executives, leading 36 legendary guards, knelt on one knee, their hands crossed over their chests, as if awaiting some divine intervention. Report, Lord Lin. During this mission, we inadvertently killed an enemy, resulting in mission failure. We humbly request punishment. The 40 individuals shouted in unison. Lin Li, flustered, did not know whether to assist or refrain from assisting. Walu, there was no alternative but to seek his help. Lin, this is the decree of the Dark Kingdom. The tasks assigned must be fulfilled with absolute precision. Any deviation will lead to a failure of the mission. As for the consequences of such failure, they may be determined by your immediate superior or according to the laws of the temple. Chapter 68. To eat and drink as needed, is it truly this stringent? Is it this perverse? A minor error leading to mission failure? Lin Li thought that this group was quite capable. Otherwise, those 5 fools would surely meet their demise at his hands. What does the judgment of my superior have to do with me? Moreover, I believe they are performing well, and there seems to be no need for punishment. Wole smiled at Lin Li and explained. These 4 executives and the 36 legendary guards were all arranged in advance by Leader Yi. From now on, they are under your command. How you arrange them, punish them, and assign tasks is entirely up to you. Hence, the decision regarding punishment also rests with you. Young man, without rules, nothing can be achieved. If you blindly protect your subordinates and absolve them of punishment, in the end, it will only harm them and yourself. Yu Wu approached Lin Li, patting his shoulder. Imparting wisdom with earnestness. Lin Li understood this principle, yet the issue remained. Sigh, never mind. Since the Dark Kingdom has its own regulations, it is best to adhere to them. After all, one must mature and one day bear the banner of the divine land. Excessive compassion will only lead one to eternal ruin. But if following the laws of the temple, what punishment would they face? Yu Wu replied casually, mission failure. Death. What? Lin Li was taken aback. Death? The subordinates he had just arranged would face a parting of life and death upon their first meeting? Such is the law of the temple, hence the additional clause that allows for a superior's discretion. It became clear that this so-called law of the temple was not merely a facade. The ultimate authority lay with Lin Li. Wole, I lack experience in this regard. Could you offer a suggestion? For executives, 100 black rods, a reduction of 3 months' allowance, 36 legendary guards, 50 black rods, a reduction of 2 months' allowance. That should suffice. Lin Li nodded. It sounded reasonable. This will do. All right, but wait. What are black rods? Yu Wu explained. They are iron rods imbued with dark elements, capable of nullifying 99% of an extraordinary being's defenses, rendering their physique akin to that of an ordinary person. In other words, they must endure 100 iron rods with the strength of an ordinary person? Both Yu Wu and Wole nodded. Ugh, how utterly twisted. What should we do? We are willing to accept the punishment. The blue-haired executive spoke first, followed by the other executives and guards, who echoed in unison. Lin, the power of decision lies with you. Adjustments can be made at your discretion. Very well, I shall not prolong this. Lin Li stepped forward, exuding confidence as he proclaimed. I hereby announce a new mission. Whatever means you employ, extract the hidden secrets of Huali from these 4 individuals. The reward for this mission shall be the absolution of the punishment for this failure. If the task fails again, a dual penalty shall be imposed. Wolu and Yu Wu were taken aback. Everyone kneeling on the ground was stunned. Lin Li executed this task splendidly, captivating all with his brilliance. Success in the mission would absolve them of punishment, while failure would incur a dual penalty. This not only established authority, but also endeared him to his subordinates. A chance to redeem oneself is quite reasonable, wouldn't you agree? Ha ha ha, after spending over 30 years in the Dark Kingdom, you are the first to suggest such a method of redemption. Excellent, indeed. It is innovative and does not violate the rules. Yu Wu was amused by Lin Li's clever maneuver and appreciatively patted him on the shoulder. This old fellow truly had no idea how formidable he was. Have they all gone deaf? What are they standing around for? Yu Wu, as the elder of discipline, acted decisively. We shall ensure the completion of the task. With that, everyone rose and dragged away the 4 unfortunate members of Huali. Severe interrogation was undoubtedly on the agenda, for they had offended Lin Li. However, Lin Li's actions were not solely for the benefit of his subordinates. The secrets of Huali were indeed numerous and enticing, particularly those related to the dark arts. Lin Li certainly intended to investigate further. Lin, we should hasten our treatment. With the matter resolved perfectly, Wolu finally remembered the purpose of their visit. Yu Wu had his own affairs to attend to, so he refrained from accompanying the duo any longer. Upon entering the treatment center, Lin Li was thoroughly examined by the equipment. Fortunately, he had only sustained minor burns, which a wood-type esper quickly remedied. After all, those treatment devices were merely ornamental. Ultimately, it was the abilities that provided the solution. Exiting the building, dusk began to settle. Lin Li's stomach had been growling incessantly. Wolu intended to take Lin Li to a restaurant for a substantial meal. However, he received a phone call halfway, claiming he had urgent matters to attend to. He handed Lin Li a black card, stating it was for unlimited use. Finally, he contacted the blue-haired executor, Ling Xing, and departed. 3 minutes later, Ling Xing arrived in a flurry, as though remnants of blood were still visible on his sleeve. Such dedication. Since just leaving, this young man must have been entirely absorbed in his task. My apologies for being late, Lord Lin. Lin Li hurriedly waved his hand, exclaiming with exasperation, first of all, you are not late, so there's no need for apologies. Secondly, please refrain from calling me Lord Lin, including others. It feels too awkward. I easily lose focus. You may either call me Lin Li or Young Master Lin. Ling Xing nodded earnestly, responding, understood, Young Master Lin. All right. I'm starving. Let us hurry to dine. Very well. Young Master Lin, the dining establishment in the Dark Kingdom is hardly a mere restaurant. It is, in fact, a small culinary city. Hundreds, even thousands of restaurants, taverns, and specialty snack shops abound. From far and wide, various cuisines and flavors are represented. If you can imagine it, they can create it. Lin Li, too famished to deliberate, swiftly chose a tavern and entered. The tavern staff did not recognize Lin Li, but they were well aware of Ling Xing. Who does not know the 24 chief executives of the Dark Kingdom? The renown of Ling Xing is second only to that of the 7 judges. The proprietor of the tavern personally attended to them, arranging for the most luxurious and spacious private room. Every exquisite and costly dish was presented in abundance. Lin Li, unabashed, indulged himself, feasting on chicken with one hand and duck with the other, devouring the delicacies with fervor. Thankfully, Ling Xing was present. Had Lin Li been alone, the tavern owner would likely have suspected him of intending to dine and dash. Does Ling Xing partake in alcoholic beverages? He nodded but hesitated. Ah, young master, during missions, we are prohibited from consuming alcohol. It is a decree of the sanctuary, he replied. Ling Xing nodded in agreement. What nonsense decree is this? It is late. The workday is over. We shall eat and drink to our heart's content. Come, join me for a drink.